Chapter 1. The Beastly Forest. In the south of the realm, atop the clouds, a gentle sun and soft breeze prevail. The wind sways, and flowers dance in the air. They exist in splendid isolation, adorned with frost like snow, fervently praying, their voices akin to celestial melodies melodious, yet imbued with a resonant strength, their sounds weaving through the clouds. Lingering echoes, fading slowly. Alas, that sacred cloud dream flower has yet to bloom. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse, amidst the dense woods, two suns vie for brilliance. Majestic peaks rise, 1,000 mountains bathed in verdant hues, and suddenly, a fleeting shimmer catches the eye. By the heavens! The young girl exclaimed, irritation seeping into her words as beads of sweat formed on her fair forehead. She stealthily withdrew a folding knife from her backpack. Her cold gaze fixated on the thick black serpent, nearly the thickness of her thigh, slithering towards her with a length of about 10 meters. Its flickering tongue emitted a hissing sound, sending chills down her spine. As the serpent approached within 3 to 4 meters, its dark, glistening body suddenly coiled back, its mouth agape, releasing a putrid stench that assaulted her senses. The girl reacted swiftly, crouching down and rolling to her right, driving the knife fiercely into the serpent's body. The black serpent writhed in pain, swiftly redirecting its head to strike at her delicate, fair face. However, the folding knife was lodged deep and could not be extricated. With frost in her dark eyes, she desperately grasped the serpent's head, but it quickly overpowered her. The serpent was immensely heavy, slick, and foul-smelling. She felt the hard rock beneath her, a flicker of hesitation crossing her mind, yet she suddenly released her grip. In a flash, the serpent collided with the rock, and she scrambled onto its slippery scales. With determination, she yanked the knife free and plunged it into the serpent's head, blood gushing forth like a spring. The serpent convulsed violently. Leaping off the serpent, a cold smile graced her lips. You think I, Yu Jing, am something you can easily consume. A mere insect that refuses to die. Raising her gaze to the sky, her mind erupted with thoughts. The icy indifference replaced with shock. 2 glaring suns blazed brightly above. Ho-e, have you forgotten to shoot? Or has the sun god grown lonely and sought companionship? Only then did she take stock of her surroundings. All about her were peculiar plants. For instance, a tree resembling a royal palm, indeed tall and straight, bulging in the middle, reaching about 20 to 30 meters high, yet adorned with pale blue trumpet flowers and covered in emerald oval leaves. To her right, a shrub akin to heather. Yet she had never encountered black heather flowers before. How could they perform photosynthesis? She swore. She recognized none of the flora in this vicinity. This was most likely a definitive indication that she had traversed into another realm. She had merely gone camping with friends in a national park. Then, amidst a strange incantation ringing in her ears, her consciousness became hazy, and she found herself face to face with the serpent. Accepting this reality, she sighed. Just yesterday, she had finalized a financing project worth $300 million. Elated, she had stepped out to unwind. Now, it was all for naught. Fortunately, her backpack remained intact. Glancing at her survival bracelet on her wrist, it was past 5 in the afternoon, and the weather was still mild. She estimated that darkness would soon fall. Her multifunctional bracelet was still operational, equipped with a magnesium rod for fire starting. Finding a safe place to spend the night was paramount. Recalling the black python still sent shivers down her spine. She scanned for any rock caves or shelters otherwise, remaining exposed until nightfall would spell doom. This forest was not overly damp, so it shouldn't be too cold at night, although the buzzing insects nearby were quite bothersome. Yet, this was advantageous. It masked her own footsteps. Spraying some floral water around her neck and dabbing it on her face, she was dressed adequately for camping. Due to her grandfather being European, Yu Jing's skin was considerably fairer than typical Asians, with a thin epidermis that was sensitive. The floral water stung a bit, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it now. Just before nightfall, she finally spotted a hillside, with a stream at its base and several large rocks atop. Beneath the rocks, there seemed to be a potential shelter for the night. The stones, warmed by the 2 suns, felt pleasantly heated. She slipped into the crevice between 2 rocks. Though her body was not fatigued, the psychological strain of fear had worn her down. Opening a can from her backpack, she ate a bit and carefully sealed it again. Tomorrow, she was uncertain if she would find more food, so she needed to ration it. As she lay in her sleeping bag, her thoughts wandered to the accident that took her parents, leaving her to shoulder the burden alone. Aside from her company, she had little else to miss. Yet, the company was her labor of love. If she went missing, the stock would surely plummet. When she opened her eyes again, Dawn had just begun to break this was no dream, and she smiled wryly. Well, since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. When the car accident occurred, her parents had shielded her in their embrace, allowing her to survive. Touching the wedding ring of her parents resting against her chest, her life was not solely her own. She needed to live well for her mom and dad. With this resolve, her sense of aimlessness diminished. She tidied her belongings, finishing the remaining canned food, still feeling a twinge of hunger. Deciding to search for food near the rocks, she would save the cans for emergencies, as they had a long shelf life. She dared not forage for fruits from the trees, especially those birds wouldn't touch. It was best not to ingest anything unknown. Poisoning herself would be too humiliating. As for animals, regardless of whether she could catch them, she wouldn't have the heart to trap small, furry creatures like rabbits. She had an inherent weakness for fluffy things, likely stemming from a lack of security. Fishing it was then. The stream's water was crystal clear, glimmering under the sunlight, appearing to be over a meter deep, with numerous nameless fish swimming about. Yu Jing was an excellent swimmer, but considering her unfamiliarity with the fish of this world, she feared encountering something perilous, like a serrated fish from an African tribe. For safety, she found a sturdy branch and affixed her folding knife to it, waiting motionless at the stream's edge for an opportunity. As a fish swam by, she struck swiftly, fiercely, accurately. The knife pierced a fish. Blood clouded the water, and several nearby fish rushed forward in a frenzy. Relief washed over her. Caution is the mother of safety. She quickly retrieved the branch. The fish was peculiar. The water was fresh water, yet resembled a crucian carp but lacked scales. This wasn't a loach. Gathering some dry leaves and drier branches, she fashioned a circle with stones, igniting the leaves with her fire starter, adding branches as needed. After paying homage to her makeshift altar, it was already midday. Preparing to explore for any signs of human presence, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when a wolf's howl echoed from afar. One howl, two howls, three. A continuous chorus of wolf howls resonated nearby. Yu Jing's face paled, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the crevice between two rocks. Wasting no time, she sprayed the floral water from her bag around her. Wolves had an excellent sense of smell. Biting her lower lip, she hoped to evade disaster. Gripping her folding knife tightly, she remained vigilant of any movements outside the rocks. Time ticked away, the howls growing more frantic. Some sounded mournful, seemingly drawing closer. Night eventually fell. Hours passed, and Yu Jing's clothes were drenched in cold sweat as she curled up in the crevice, stifling her breath. The wolf howls continued, now alarmingly close, likely across the river. She could hear them. Fighting shadows danced among the trees, and anguished cries filled the air, the metallic scent of blood wafting toward her. It was unimaginable why the pack would turn on one another. Wolves were typically a united species. In any case, she hoped to remain unharmed. Just then, a roar from across the river echoed, sending vibrations through her eardrums. Peeking out, she saw a colossal creature leap across, its back turned to her, its fur glowing pearly white in the moonlight, stunningly beautiful. It sounded like a tiger, yet this one appeared to be twice the size of those in a zoo. At that moment, she was merely a dozen meters away from the tiger, her heart racing in her throat. If it were a wolf, her knife might have spared her. But this tiger, battling a pack of wolves, it could easily dispatch her with a single paw. She was in a state of panic, acutely aware of her heart racing uncontrollably, yet her expression remained rigid. Even if she stood no chance of winning, she was determined to fight back, her grip on the folding knife tightening instinctively. At that moment, a deafening roar of a tiger resonated through the air. She was too close, and all she felt was a metallic sweetness in her throat as her eardrums burst, plunging her into darkness where silence enveloped her. When she awakened once more, it was the following day, with the sun illuminating the sky. A dull ache persisted in her chest, likely a remnant of last night's ordeal, and a wave of soreness rendered her nearly immobile as she attempted to rise. It was no surprise that she had fainted on the stone. She wondered how the world outside had fared. Summoning her strength, she staggered out from the crevice between the rocks. Chapter 2. Encountering the celestial being in the painting The White Tiger. The hillside was unchanged, the brook still babbled as before, and the grassy meadow remained the same. The bonfire she had kindled yesterday lay intact. What was different, however, was the presence of a person lying beside the fire. Indeed, a person. The tension in Yu Jing's heart dissipated significantly, replaced by a surge of delight. Encountering someone of her kind meant she could finally leave this place. Perhaps she could even devise a way to return to City C. The company's stock would soon rebound. With such thoughts, the ache in her body seemed to fade, and her cool, dark eyes sparkled with newfound color. She hurried over, only to be momentarily stunned. Was this truly a living being? Or was it merely a cosplay? The figure lay on their side, long, silky white hair cascading down to their abdomen, shimmering under the sunlight as if coated in a layer of silver. Their back was so strikingly pale, it was almost blinding, not in a sickly manner, but rather as if illuminated by a soft glow, the skin so delicate it appeared devoid of pores. Had it not been for the immaculate whiteness of their posterior, Yu Jing felt she could have continued to admire the sight. It seemed to be a girl. This girl was rather tall, and her hair was dyed in a stunning hue, Yu Jing mused. She removed her jacket and draped it over the girl's backside. Although she too was female, it was best to adhere to the principle of not looking at what one should not. As she attempted to maneuver around to help the person sit up, Yu Jing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind exploded with disbelief. This was no ordinary girl. This was a celestial being, emerging from the realms of a painting. His brows were like ink strokes, long lashes curling softly like a fan, yet he bore no hint of femininity, for his facial features were chiseled to perfection, as if sculpted by an artist's hand. A straight nose, lips glistening with the sheen of rose petals, and the contours of his eyes appeared even more profound beneath the sunlight, as though gilded with radiance. His alabaster collarbones rose and fell with every breath, casting an enchanting allure that was indescribable. Yu Jing had encountered handsome men before, yet she had never beheld one so breathtaking she felt utterly at a loss for words. However, this ethereal being seemed to be unwell, as the hand she placed on the back of his head felt feverishly hot. She then touched his neck and forehead, confirming her suspicion was indeed burning with fever. How could he be feverish when he appeared perfectly fine? As she prepared to rise and fetch antibiotics from her backpack, she noticed blood stains on his left leg, conveniently obscured by his clothing. Furrowing her brow, she resolved to retrieve the medication. Using a tin can, she scooped some water, tore open the capsule, and poured its contents into the water, gently lifting his head to feed him the mixture drop by drop. As for the wound on his thigh, Yu Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of viewing a man in the nude, especially one as celestial as he. It felt sacrilegious to even touch him. With such looks, he would undoubtedly be a superstar in the city. Yu Jing decided to catch some fish first, intending to fill her own stomach before assessing the situation further. To prevent the celestial being from waking midway, she caught a couple of extra fish. The fish were soon grilled, and she had eaten her fill, yet the celestial being remained in slumber. A sense of urgency gripped Yu Jing. She was counting on this person to guide her out of the forest. Well, it was just a glance. It wasn't as if she would truly suffer any repercussions. Steeling herself, Yu Jing retrieved a sheer, some protective garment from her backpack, tore it into strips, and took out a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, unsure if it would suffice. She lifted the jacket covering the celestial beings. No, the jacket covering his posterior. What she beheld next were 3 long gashes on the front of his left leg, the flesh exposed and oozing, with a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from the wound, and bits of sand lodged within the purplish, bruised flesh. Yu Jing grimaced. This man had likely been clawed by some ferocious beast, and judging by the size of the claw marks, it was fortunate he had not been devoured. She first tore off a strip of the sheer garment, dampened it with clean water, and carefully extracted the sand using her eyebrow tweezers. Then, she heated her folding knife over the flames to excise the festering flesh. But did he not feel any pain? Yu Jing glanced back at his jade-like visage. Only the long, curled lashes fluttered ever so slightly. With a sigh, she applied the medicine to the wound and placed a square of gauze atop it, securing it in place. After completing these tasks, her cheeks flushed slightly as she retrieved the jacket to cover his exposed springtime beauty. Whether you can survive depends on your own. While I have done my utmost. Yu Jing spoke quietly, gazing at the exquisite, fair face, her tone void of discernible emotion. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the silky white strands that resembled satin. Even with his eyes closed in tranquility, he sensed that if this person were to open their eyes, they would undoubtedly possess an unparalleled beauty, truly exquisite and matchless. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress the smooth hair, softly murmuring to himself how wonderful it would be to have such beautiful locks. After chuckling at his own moment of distraction, he turned to leave, contemplating that he could always dye his hair similarly. After all, he wasn't unattractive, was he? Back in school, he had received his fair share of love notes. Yet, upon arriving at the company, it seemed that no men were particularly drawn to him anymore. Had he truly become less appealing with time? Little did Yu Jing know, she often exuded an air of aloofness, yet when it came to her work, she was resolute and decisive, embodying the demeanor of an ice queen. Others may have admired her from afar, but none dared to approach. Furthermore, who was unaware that President Yu harbored a disdain for men? In negotiations with female counterparts, she might grant a modicum of concession, but with men, one would certainly find no leniency in her dealings. Consequently, savvy business leaders have learned to send their charming female assistants to negotiate on their behalf, a strategy far superior to their own presence. Yu Jing expressed her helplessness. She simply could not bear the sight of beauty. Since childhood, she had been enamored with exquisite things, albeit merely appreciating them in their purest form. Yu Jing, lost in thought, stepped towards the crevice in the stone. Utterly unaware that the ethereal figure in the painting, after listening to her words, suddenly opened its previously closed eyes. A smile lingered upon its lips, though it appeared somewhat foolish, starkly contrasting with its celestial and otherworldly visage. Yu Jing was also weary, retreating into her sleeping bag amidst the crevices of the rocks. After all, the roar of the tiger from yesterday had been truly harrowing, leaving her with a lingering ache in her chest. By the time she awoke, it was already evening. The sky had darkened, suggesting an impending rainfall. Yu Jing felt a twinge of concern as she stepped out from the crevice, deciding it best to relocate the individual beneath the rocks to shelter from the impending rain. To her surprise, although the person appeared quite slender, they towered over her at a height exceeding her own 7 meters, and their weight was substantial. With no other option, she painstakingly moved them step by step, soon drenched in perspiration. As the rain threatened to pour, there was no time to rest. The chill of a rainy night was formidable, and with only one sleeping bag available, she hurriedly gathered a considerable amount of dry leaves and kindling from the vicinity. Just as she returned to the rocky overhang, a torrential downpour erupted. Numerous droplets splashed into their makeshift shelter, landing upon the alabaster skin of the individual, leaving Yu Jing feeling helpless. She was unable to shift the heavy boulder blocking the entrance of the crevice, and it took her a great deal of time to enlarge the opening sufficiently to drag the person inside. Once settled, she managed to kindle a fire, but the space was cramped and rain continued to seep in from all sides. Yu Jing brushed her damp, dark hair by the fire, looking rather disheveled. As she glanced at the serene figure nestled in the sleeping bag amidst the crevices of stone, she felt as though she had devoted her entire life as kindness to him. If he awakens without a sense of gratitude and reciprocity, her dagger is not to be trifled with. In the quietude of separation, Yu Jing refrained from voicing her thoughts. A young woman who had navigated the commercial realm for years, she had diligently studied self-defense techniques. Despite the myriad reflections swirling in her mind, her expression remained icy and unperturbed. Leaning against the stone wall, she listened to the patter of rain, fatigue soon enveloping her as she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she found herself back at the company, seated at her presidential desk, which was cluttered with a multitude of project proposals. Suddenly, a knock interrupted her concentration. Without lifting her gaze, she responded to the intruder, who inquired, "Jing Jing, would you like to go camping in the national park?" Startled, she abruptly raised her head and slammed her pen onto the desk, exclaiming, "No." She was momentarily taken aback, for the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial being from a painting. No, it was her eyes that had opened. Before her stood the striking visage of that ethereal figure, whose deep blue eyes sparkled with an otherworldly clarity, resembling a tranquil spring, profound and transparent. Yu Jing was momentarily taken aback, then coldly remarked, "Do you not realize that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences?" The handsome face before her swiftly retreated a step, arching an eyebrow and maintaining an unperturbed expression as he replied, "Females are inherently timid." Yu Jing felt a slight perplexity, though she concealed it outwardly. "What? Female? Does it mean mother? Does it pertain to animals? Do the people here speak in such a manner? It seems you are well now. I shall go and grill some fish." With that, she rose and departed. In this vast world, amidst the beauty of men, is not the temple of the stomach the most significant? Yesterday, I managed to catch 2 extra fish. As the night was cold, they remained fresh. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Yu Jing resolved to grill them nonetheless. The ethereal figure within the painting caught a fleeting glimpse of her indifferent gaze, a twinge of hurt flickering across his countenance. Indeed, it seemed she too was disinclined towards him. Yet, she had so tenderly aided him in his healing. Thus, it was only fitting for him to look after her. Moreover, her beauty was simply unparalleled. Her skin, the fairest he had ever encountered, appeared as though it could yield droplets of water. Her dark, luminous eyes sparkled brighter than obsidian. Heaven, he had never beheld such lustrous black hair, more radiant and silky than his own. In their tribe, females did not possess long hair. Theirs only reached their shoulders and was often coarse and dull. After all, females did not transform and lacked the beastly protection. Their appearances paled in comparison to those of the males. Only those males endowed with striking looks could win the affection of females and secure opportunities for mating and reproduction. Nevertheless, the female before him surely looked down upon him, for his fur was unlike that of others. "This fish is spoiled. Let me fetch you something delicious, so please wait." The figure within the painting suddenly remarked to Yu Jing, who was kindling the fire, her voice melodious like the gentle tinkling of a spring. Yu Jing, having grown weary of fish, nodded slightly. "Be careful," she advised. "He is a local and will surely find something to eat, and it shouldn't be too dangerous." Upon hearing this, The figure in the painting's eyes sparkled with warmth. The female was genuinely concerned for him. Not only had she assisted him, but her kindness was truly endearing. "Oh, please wrap yourself in some clothes," Yujing exclaimed. "Is everyone here so wild?" "No need, it's inconvenient," the youth replied, and in an instant transformed into a magnificent white tiger, leaping gracefully over the mountain stream with a powerful kick of his legs. At this moment, Yujing felt as though she had been struck by a rolling thunder, causing her wooden fork to slip from her grasp. Regaining her senses, she hurriedly began to gather her belongings. What was she thinking? She needed to flee. That was a tiger. The very tiger that could dispatch her with a single swipe of its paw. Suddenly, the tale of the farmer and the serpent flooded her mind. And with her burdens on her back, she sprinted wildly, heedless of the thorns and bushes underfoot. She was acutely aware that if she did not run now, her life might very well be forfeit. After nearly an hour of frantic escape, exhaustion overtook her, and she leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. The more she pondered, the more terrifying her thoughts became. A human transforming into a tiger, humans becoming tigers. This was no tale of Tarzan, for even Tarzan did not undergo such transformations. She had previously fancied him a celestial being from a painting. Could it be that he was a creature of the dark? The thought struck her that she was merely quite unsophisticated. Many such creatures were known to covet the blood and flesh of maidens. How utterly frightful. As Yujing pondered, her delicate face flushed with a mix of pallor and crimson. At that moment, she sensed some commotion behind her. Reacting swiftly, she instinctively stepped aside. To her astonishment, a shadow darted past her, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a black wolf. Yujing, with an air of composure, discreetly retrieved a folding knife from her waist, unperturbed by the presence of the wolf, which she regarded with disdain. The black wolf bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at her, its eyes ablaze with a fiery red. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged once more towards Yujing. Yujing first rolled to the left, then gripped the dagger tightly with her left arm and made a swift slash. She tumbled to the ground and quickly distanced herself from her original position, leaning against a tree. The black wolf did not anticipate such a rapid response and agility from this seemingly insignificant individual, having missed its target 3 times. Its left leg, now wounded by a mere scratch, was oozing blood, intensifying the creature's fury and causing its eyes to blaze even more crimson. Yujing crouched in place, paralyzed with fear, as the black wolf, seemingly unhurried in its approach, advanced toward her step by deliberate step. Yujing pondered. The wolf appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Was it attempting to instill fear in her? Indeed, she found herself caught between a wolf and a tiger. Yujing slowly propped herself up, bending at the waist to confront the black wolf. The black wolf, in turn, did not rush to engage her in battle, but instead let out a piercing howl. All around, the echoes of wolf howls rose and fell in a haunting chorus. The situation on Yujing Avenue was dire. It was no longer merely a call for help. It was a summons for the wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. Yet, how could her 2 legs outrun 4? As she glanced back, she saw the pursuers closing in, and to make matters worse, a black wolf appeared ahead, barreling towards her with its mouth agape, drool dripping menacingly, evoking a sense of revulsion. Chapter 3. A reunion with the enchantress from the painting. A chill coursed through Yujing's heart, and she feared that the situation was dire. A faint smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Very well, if one must perish, then let it be so. Yet, at that moment, a white shadow flitted past her, a resplendent white tiger landing gracefully on the ground, a green leaf clutched in its jaws. The white tiger lifted its head slightly, its cerulean eyes surveying the pack of black wolves with an air of disdain. The first few black wolves, upon catching sight of the white tiger, froze in place, their bodies instinctively arching as they took cautious steps backwards, seemingly terrified of the majestic creature. Meanwhile, the wolves at the rear had long since fled to a safe distance. Yujing found the situation rather perplexing. Had he saved her? Or was he intent on claiming her for himself? She took a few steps back, her fingers gripping the folding knife, knuckles paling with tension. Her gaze remained cautious, fixated on the white tiger before her. The creature turned its head, its deep blue eyes studying the female before it. Sweat trickled down her face, causing a few strands of raven hair to cling to her delicate features, while her long tresses cascaded down to her waist, hugging her graceful figure. Her snow-white skin glistened with beads of perspiration, shimmering under the sunlight, and her obsidian-like eyes warily scrutinized him, her scarlet lips pressed tightly together. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He had never encountered such an intriguing and enchanting female before, and he felt his heart racing faster than it had during his battle against over 100 wolves the previous day. Yet, why had she suddenly fled? Did she harbor disdain for him? But the forest was fraught with peril. She truly should not have ventured out alone. Yujing was oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the white tiger's mind, yet remaining in this stalemate was not a viable solution. Tentatively, she inquired, "You are formidable, and it seems you are determined to devour me, are you not?" This time, the white tiger was taken aback. Who was this female that she presumed a male would seek to consume her? He had never encountered a male bold enough to harm a female. And did she not realize her own beauty? Which male would dare to inflict harm upon her? Was she perhaps a female raised with utmost care in a grand tribe, thus unaware of the world around her? How then did she find herself in such a perilous jungle? The white tiger's mind was clouded with questions. Transforming back into his human form, with a handsome visage etched with profound confusion, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. What is your race? I shall escort you back to your tribe." Upon witnessing his transformation, Yu Jing's delicate complexion suddenly flushed a deep crimson. She turned her head away, her brows furrowing even more intensely. What in the world? Race? Tribe? Could it be? She dared not pursue the thought further. Nor could she bear to gaze upon the enchanting figure before her. Instead, she removed her outer garment and tossed it to the mesmerizing being, wrapping herself within it. Her voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated in the air. The white tiger, not lacking in intelligence, discerned that this was a rather bashful female. As he accepted her offering, he encircled her. Subsequently, he picked up a fruit wrapped in leaves from the ground and approached Yu Jing, presenting it to her. It was a delicacy favored by the females of his tribe, delightfully sweet. "Give it a taste," he urged. The white tiger's voice was gentle, its timbre rich and magnetic, akin to the notes produced by a cello. Yu Jing accepted it with gratitude, thanking him for saving her, though she clarified that she did not belong to any tribe. Upon hearing this, Bai Hu felt an unexpected surge of joy. Had this female's tribe been usurped, or was there another reason for her departure? Regardless, it mattered little. Perhaps she would be inclined to accompany him now. Yet, he pondered, how many females would actually be drawn to him in his current state? His spirits dampened slightly as he mumbled, "If, hypothetically, you're willing, I could protect you and take you to my home." Yu Jing took a bite of a green fruit, reminiscent of a peach, delightfully sweet and delicious. Without hesitation, she agreed to Bai Hu's proposition. She was no fool, understanding that the one known as the Painted Immortal possessed formidable strength and would not harm her. The jungle was perilous, and it would be foolish not to accept his offer. Moreover, the allure of the Painted Immortal was captivating. She dared not gaze too long, lest she be overwhelmed by her own reactions, which were almost scandalous. Bai Hu, momentarily struck dumb, reveled in the overwhelming surprise, and blurted out, "You agreed? You don't mind my white fur? It symbolizes age and misfortune. If you come to the tribe and encounter, you're quite handsome, and your hair is lovely." Yu Jing interrupted, dismissing superstitions about ill fortune. As a modern woman of the new century, she had little regard for such spectral fears. Though, who was it that feared mythical creatures and their thirst for blood earlier? In truth, Yu Jing was captivated by appearances. She deemed beauty paramount. Bai Hu's deep blue eyes seemed to ignite with her words. Had she truly expressed her fondness for him? Could he be mistaken? Oh my! He felt as though he were soaring through the skies, determined to pursue her and make her his mate. Although his fur lacked luster, his strength was unrivaled within the tribe. He had awakened his beast spirit and achieved the formidable status of 3 rings of soul haze. Noticing that the Painted Immortal remained silent for a moment, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable emotion, he felt a pang of sympathy. Was she not striking? Was it not a burden to be so handsome, evoking such tender feelings? Yu Jing was unaware of her misstep and quickly redirected the conversation. "My name is Yu Jing. And what about you? I am Bai Yan, and you must remember this name well, for it shall be the moniker of your future formidable beast." Bai Yan's azure eyes, reminiscent of gentle waters, sparkled with an ignited brilliance, as if a myriad of hues danced within them. A mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips, enhancing his already ethereal features to a degree that was simply breathtaking. Yu Jing experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, momentarily forgetting how to respond. She cleared her throat and mused, "Ah, the allure of male beauty can indeed lead one astray. While I am uncertain of the meaning behind your words, I believe it is time for us to seek a place to spend the night." Yu Jing lowered her head, wishing to conceal her flushed face from Bai Yan. The cursed epidermis truly made her complexion susceptible. "I shall take you home," Bai Yan declared, loosening the coat draped over him, transforming into the majestic white tiger. He deftly tossed the coat, which Yu Jing received, only to feel a sudden tightness around her back as Bai Yan effortlessly lifted her, akin to a cub in his jaws. This marked Yu Jing's inaugural encounter with Bai Yan's fur at such proximity. Its texture was exquisitely soft and smooth, inviting her to caress it, accompanied by a delicate scent of fresh grass. For Bai Yan, it was also the first time he had been so close to a female. His heart raced wildly. How could this female possess such a delightful fragrance? The females of his tribe bore none of this enchanting aroma. They were rather pungent, lacking any trace of this sweet scent. Feeling the female snugly pressed against his back, he found his entire existence fulfilled. The softness of her body was intoxicating. He wished to carry her for eternity. Yet, an uncooperative part of him stirred, though fortunately, the female remained oblivious, or it would surely frighten her, especially since she was so bashful. With this thought, he endeavored to steady his pace, ensuring that the petite female experienced no jostle. Bai Yan moved swiftly. Yet Yu Jing felt no discomfort. She lay upon his back, silent throughout the journey. She had always been reticent, accustomed to her cool demeanor. At this moment, her mind was still astonished by the reality that a human could transform into a beast. She pondered whether everyone here possessed such abilities. Wondering if she might be an anomaly, or if it were wiser to keep such thoughts hidden. As for Bai Yin, being a seasoned admirer of plush textures and striking appearances, she mused, if returning was not an option, she would not mind having Bai Yin care for her indefinitely. As for the notion of companionship, that would require further acquaintance. Yujing's thoughts are quite simple, devoid of complexities. She navigates the treacherous and cunning business world with utmost caution. However, in the realm of reality, she embodies the essence of a straightforward girl. Her thoughts are uncomplicated, her meals are modest, and her desires are minimal. Here we are. My home. Please rest for a moment. I shall fetch some food, she said, with matters weighing on her mind. She lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings upon hearing Bai Yan's voice, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her. It truly resembled an ancient tribe. In the distance, sparse wisps of smoke drifted upward, and several stone structures, resembling stone huts, dotted the landscape. Bai Yan's home was situated 100 meters away from the nearest stone hut, while the others were clustered closely together. It seemed Bai Yan, too, was someone who cherished tranquility. Upon entering Bai Yan's abode, she found it surprisingly spacious. Approximately 30 to 40 square meters. The interior boasted minimal furnishings, a stone slab bed adorned with a layer of black animal hide. A few hollow wooden barrels nestled in the corners, and an assortment of furs of various sizes stacked upon the stone slabs. Yujing placed her backpack on the ground and organized her belongings. The tension that had gripped her heart over the past few days began to dissipate, at least. She was no longer in any danger. She gently touched the ring on her chest, whispering to her parents, I will live safely. As she relaxed, she became aware of a faint sour odor emanating from her body. It had been several days since her last bath. The weather was still quite warm, prompting her to fetch a wooden bucket from nearby the river to collect some water for a wash. However, the bucket felt unexpectedly heavy. Though she considered herself strong enough to carry a 50-pound load, this bucket, while not quite that weight, would certainly prove cumbersome when filled. A wave of melancholy washed over her. She hesitated to wade into the water, uncertain of what lay beneath its surface. She felt it would be inappropriate to trouble Bai Yan, who had already offered her shelter, over such a trivial matter. While contemplating, she wandered around the room and discovered a stone basin hidden beneath a slab. Her eyes brightened. The basin was light, weighing only about 10 pounds, manageable indeed. With a sense of purpose, she carefully carried the basin to the riverbank, filled it with water, and returned to her room, securing the door tightly behind her. She shed her clothes and used a piece of gauze to wipe her body, which had become sticky with sweat. This refreshing ritual alleviated much of her discomfort. Afterward, she donned a flowing white dress in a bohemian style, which cascaded down to her ankles. With each step, she moved gracefully like a nimble little cat, exuding elegance. Little did she know, this enchanting scene did not escape the notice of a pair of blue eyes lurking just outside the door. Bai Yan arrived home to find the door shut, suspecting that the little female was up to something she preferred he not witness. Initially inclined to turn away, he was captivated by the sight of her delicate, pristine skin glistening with droplets of water. Her curvaceous form seemed to dance like an ethereal melody and a shimmering shadow in the water, a vision of beauty that was simply indescribable. Bai Yan felt a rush of warmth flood his face. He swore to himself that he merely intended to guard the door for the little female, ensuring no one else could see her. Yes, that was it. Yujing changed her clothes and let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Bai Yan had not returned. As she prepared to wash her dirty laundry by the river, the door was suddenly flung open. Bai Yan's pale face bore a suspicious flush, but he moved too swiftly. Before Yujing could discern the soiled clothes in his hands, they were snatched away, replaced by a large leaf bundle in her grasp. I will wash the clothes. You should have some sweet fruit first. Later, I will grill meat for you, he said, and then he vanished, leaving Yujing in a state of bewilderment. This was utterly shocking. She could hardly fathom the image of the ethereal Bai Yan beating clothes by the river. It was a stark dissonance. Yet reality proved that such dissonant occurrences were far from singular. Yujing's chaotic moment came to an abrupt end, her cheeks flushing crimson, akin to being dusted with a layer of pink paint. Her undergarment. She must retrieve her delicate piece of clothing. How utterly mortifying. Without a moment to discern what lay wrapped within the leaves, she placed it upon the stone slab and dashed outside. Her speed was astonishing, eliciting gasps of admiration. Chapter 4. The inhabitants of the tribe Bai Yan. I shall wash my own clothes. With that declaration, she sprinted towards the figure by the riverbank. Bai Yan rose, his tall stature casting a long shadow upon the sun-drenched ground in the afternoon light. His silver hair danced in the breeze, and his azure eyes sparkled like divine gems. Water droplets clung to his pristine chest, exuding an indescribable allure. As he beheld Yujing rushing towards him, he felt his breath catch in his throat. The white dress she wore accentuated her lustrous black hair, making it shine even more brilliantly. Her fair skin glowed with a faint rosy hue, and her large, gem-like eyes gazed at him with a hint of discontent. Her attire resembled a sacred flower on the verge of blooming, pure yet irresistibly charming. At that moment, he felt as though his heart had been completely captured by this enchanting figure before him. He was oblivious to her words, merely staring at her in a daze. Yujing momentarily lost her composure, acknowledging that the allure of male beauty had captivated her once more. She hurriedly approached Bai Yan and declared, I can wash my own clothes. You should attend to other matters. Bai Yan, finally regaining his senses and comprehending her words, clutched the stone basin, unwilling to relinquish it. How can I allow my female to wash clothes? Absolutely not, now or ever. Do not worry, I will do it thoroughly, she assured him. And before she could stop herself, he reached out to gently pat Yujing's head, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Consequently, Yujing found herself once again dazzled by his charm, her thoughts clouded, and she barely registered his words. Feeling a warmth envelop her heart, she nodded in agreement, her demeanor exuding an endearing innocence. Yujing hurriedly stepped back, her pale face now flushed with hues of red and white, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise. And then she felt a rush of heat across her cheeks. Goodness! She had been caught off guard, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions she could not articulate. Her instinct was to flee, she buried her head and ran. Yet, just a few steps in, she collided with someone. She quickly apologized. But before she could take another step, her wrist was firmly grasped. Without a moment's hesitation, she retreated a step, her left hand subtly twisting before she exerted force, executing a flawless shoulder throw, clean and decisive. Such unwarranted grasping of her wrist often harbored ill intentions. A woman's intuition is rarely mistaken. Yet upon seeing the man she had thrown to the ground, her composure faltered. He had golden short hair, a sun-kissed complexion, and strikingly handsome features reminiscent of European nobility from a castle. His tall, robust physique complemented his striking visage. Indeed, he was quite the sight. However, the manner in which he lay was less than graceful, and if only his gaze were not so unabashedly intense, it might have been more agreeable. Upon casting a fleeting glance, Yujing turned to leave, yet the man on the ground appeared unwilling to let her depart. He swiftly rose to his feet, obstructing her path, and spoke forth, "I am Jean, a striking male. Would you consent to become my mate? I am the most formidable male in this tribe, capable of providing you with abundant sustenance, and our offspring would be the healthiest." Yujing's expression turned frosty, and her admiration for the handsome man vanished without a trace, akin to a vendor boasting of their own wares. Unwilling, she stepped aside and expressed her thanks. Jean felt thoroughly belittled by this female. How could a woman look down upon him? A flicker of indignation sparked in his golden eyes. Subsequently, he transformed into a magnificent golden lion, exuding an aura of regality beneath the sun's radiant embrace, a sight to behold. Yujing was also taken aback, however. She had already come to terms with the notion of transformation, rendering her less astonished. Ultimately, these were merely exceptionally powerful beings in human form. Moreover, Bai Yin had assured her that males would never harm females. Observing the lion basking in the sunlight, flaunting its magnificent coat, Yujing suddenly felt an urge for a lion's skin rug. She cast a fleeting glance, just a mere glance, before turning away. Jean, still unwilling to concede, let out a mighty roar, asserting his extraordinary status and presence. Yujing, feeling irritable, scratched her ear, only to hear the lion's roar abruptly cut off, followed by the sound of a fierce struggle. Yujing furrowed her brows as she observed the fierce struggle between Bai Yin and Jean. It was evident that Bai Yin held the upper hand. Jean had sustained several injuries, while Bai Yin appeared untouched, as if gliding through a grove of flowers. His pristine, soft fur billowed gracefully in the wind, evoking a desire to touch it once more. She glanced into the distance and noticed a considerable number of people approaching. Bai Yin, let us return, she urged. The white tiger paused midair, delivering a powerful kick that sent the golden lion sprawling far away. He then transformed into his human form, picking up a stone basin from the water's edge. With one hand carrying the basin and the other clasping Yujing's hand, he declared his dominion. Meanwhile, Jean had also transformed into his human form, wincing in pain as he clutched his chest. Yujing gazed at the crowd surrounding her, swallowing hard. Each male appeared strikingly handsome, yet the females were uniformly unsettling. Despite their human forms, some bore tiger stripes on their faces, while others retained the noses of leopards and the tails of brown wolves. Their skin was notably coarse, and the tight-fitting leather skirts and tops only served to accentuate their unwieldy physiques. Where on earth was she? Yujing was taken aback. It was utterly frightening, particularly the unabashed desire evident in the male's gazes directed at her. She tightened her grip on Bai Yan's hand. Sensing her unease, Bai Yin softly reassured her in her ear, urging her not to be afraid, that everything would be all right. Yujing nodded, taking Bai Yan's hand as they made their way home. However, Jean, filled with reluctance, dashed in front of them, exclaiming, how could such a wretched being be worthy of possessing such a beautiful female? They had yet to mate. This female must surely be coerced, or perhaps she remained oblivious to Bai Yan's true identity. Jin's words echoed the sentiments of the other beastmen. Although they occasionally interacted with Bai Yin due to his formidable prowess, the truth remained that no female would dare to associate with him, which was precisely what these beastmen relished. Yet now, an astonishing turn of events had unfolded. Bai Yin, a mere beast, had secured the companionship of such a stunning female. This was utterly unjust. Thus, they all echoed in agreement, declaring that Bai Yan's parents had perished due to his curse. His birth had caused the tribe to lose its most beautiful female, and his father had been drained of all vitality, his once youthful and powerful gray fur aging into white overnight. Being in his presence would bring upon you a curse. As Bai Yin listened to these words, he tightened his grip on Yujing's hand even further. Yujing had come to understand. He had never intended to conceal the truth from her. Yet, the thought of her leaving him lingered in his mind. Undoubtedly, she would, for no one had ever been able to accept him. In an instant, his grasp on Yu Jing's hand relaxed. Yu Jing did not glance at the orcs. Her obsidian eyes were shrouded in darkness. As she felt a loosening in her grasp, an inexplicable sensation pierced her heart, a sharp pain reminiscent of an old wound. She had experienced this feeling before. Her parents were truly unfortunate. The harbinger of misfortune had cost them their lives for her sake. You are but a pitiful creature, orphaned and alone. Yu Jing. If it were not for your desire to visit the amusement park, your parents would not have met with that tragic accident. It is all your fault. Memories from her childhood flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern, and the orcs, believing she had absorbed their words, attempted to reach out to her. Yu Jing forcefully flung the man's hand away and coldly remarked, "My parents perished while protecting me. I do not feel any particular sorrow. Or, as you would say, I too am an ill-fated individual. That makes us a perfect match, so there is no need for everyone to meddle in our affairs." The expressions of the surrounding orcs shifted dramatically, although they were unfamiliar with the phrase to eat radishes and worry about nothing. The tone suggested a desire to refrain from interference. As for her parents' sacrifice, they regarded it with indifference. For countless orc warriors annually laid down their lives to safeguard females in the tribe. Moreover, it was entirely natural for a strikingly beautiful female like her to be contested over. Given the scarcity of females, males rarely defied their wishes, no matter how begrudgingly. If a female consented, they were not entitled to intervene. Nonetheless, this did not deter them from pursuing the exquisite female. Numerous males stepped forward, proclaiming, "I am willing to be your mate. I shall gather the most delectable fruits for you. So am I. I will hunt the finest prey for you." Jean also joined in, once again engaging in a display of self-promotion. Yu Jing was truly exasperated. Gritting her teeth, she coldly declared, "I shall have only Bai Yin as my sole partner." Instantly, silence enveloped the room, punctuated by the sound of gasps, particularly from the females whose eyes widened in astonishment. Yu Jing herself was taken aback, questioning whether she had truly lost her senses to utter such an embarrassing statement. A flush crept across her face, and she cursed her overly thin epidermis, feeling somewhat akin to an old cow pursuing tender grass. At that moment, Bai Yin was utterly stunned, his heart brimming with emotions, filling his entire being, despite the fact that he had not partaken in any meal. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt an urge to weep. In an instant, he handed a stone basin to Yu Jing, then scooped her up in a princess carry and dashed away, followed by the resounding bang of a door closing behind him. A group of onlookers stood frozen outside, as if petrified, utterly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Heaven knows what they had overheard. Bai Yin gently placed Yu Jing on the bed and lay beside her, wrapping his arms around her without uttering a word, his chest trembling with unspoken emotions. Although Yu Jing felt that the atmosphere was excessively ambiguous, she understood. After all, she had once traversed a similar path. As Bai Yin stirred up a commotion, she instinctively caressed his trembling form, her heart swelling with empathy for him. They were kindred spirits, both exhibiting an exaggerated strength in the face of profound insecurity. No matter how many times she touched it, Yu Jing found Bai Yan's silvery hair to be irresistibly soft and smooth, a tactile pleasure she cherished dearly. If she could not depart from this world, being with him would be a delightful alternative. With each gentle stroke, Bai Yan's chest heaved even more fervently. Overwhelmed by a joy so profound it felt as though it would overflow, Yu Jing felt a gentle dampness atop her head, her heart aching for Bai Yan. In a moment of impulse, she wrapped her arms around his waist and softly whispered that he need not concern himself with others' opinions, for he still had her by his side. "If I do not return, I shall remain with you always." Her voice was tender, akin to a spring breeze caressing the emerald surface of a lake, causing Bai Yan's heart to flutter once more. Chapter 5, The Enchanted Being in the Painting Without Overthinking. He propped himself up with one hand while the other delicately cradled Yu Jing's head. She anticipated he might utter something profound, yet to her surprise, his ethereal visage loomed ever larger. Bai Yin tentatively explored her lips with a gentle caress. His instincts urged him to seize fervently, yet he hesitated. For the delicate creature was too soft, her skin too tender, a careless moment could bring her harm. More importantly, he feared inciting her ire. She was so aloof, reticent, and emotionally reserved, leaving him uncertain of how to elicit her joy. It was sweet, fragrant, and delightful. This was Bai Yan's conclusion. Meanwhile, Yu Jing felt her mind racing. Her face undoubtedly flushed. What of the promised sorrow and fragility? How had their discourse devolved into such impudence? This kiss, akin to a playful tickle, made her reluctant to cease. Goodness, had she been assimilated by a beast? No, she must uphold her image, otherwise, she feared the unfolding of events would spiral beyond her control. Indeed, she was acutely aware of a stone pressing against her, unmistakably a stone. With a sudden motion, she pushed Bai Yin aside. His breath faltered, and a flush spread across his ethereal visage, his lips stained with an enigmatic substance. Leaning against the stone wall, he exuded an inexplicable aura of restraint. Yu Jing dared not even glance at him, turning away as she sat on the bed. The allure of male beauty was overwhelming. Bai Yin realized at that moment he must have erred, having displeased the delicate female. His cheeks burned with embarrassment, and the lower half of his body was no exception. She must have found him even less appealing now. In a flurry, he transformed into a white tiger, using his tail to shield his modesty. He gently placed his paw on the stone bed and nuzzled Yu Jing's back with his fluffy tiger head. Yu Jing felt a gentle softness against her back. Had she transformed into a white tiger? As she pondered this, she turned around and beheld Bai Yin, whose two paws rested upon the stone bed. The pair of round, azure tiger eyes lacked their usual aloofness, instead reflecting a pitiful expression, with a glimmer of moisture dancing within them. His delicate, crimson nose quivered slightly, as if even the air itself dared not disturb him. Yu Jing felt her heart utterly enchanted. The allure of male beauty was captivating. But the charm of the beast was even more irresistible. Her hands could not help but caress the soft ears of the white tiger. The sensation was simply exquisite. She continued to stroke and play without restraint, unable to stop. Indeed, she was a plush toy enthusiast. Bai Yin was filled with profound regret. Feeling waves of electric currents coursing through him, a delightful tingling sensation. He yearned to transform into a human but hesitated, reluctant to interrupt Yu Jing's joyous play. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, he dashed forward in a blur, leaping toward the door and raising his paw to playfully swat at it. Yu Jing glanced at her hands and then at Bai Yin, who appeared to be fleeing. It seemed as though she had accomplished something extraordinary. Noticing Bai Yin had departed, her stomach grumbled in hunger. She unwrapped the leaf bundle resting on the stone table, revealing an array of vibrant red fruits, which seemed edible. Among them were unfamiliar leaves and wooden sticks, the purpose of which eluded her. She sampled one fruit and then picked up a yellow leaf to inhale its scent. It bore no aroma, yet tasted salty upon her tongue. This was likely salt, and she recalled having seen a similar leaf in the forest. She resolved to gather more of these for soaking and drying, hoping to extract salt crystals. She continued to explore the other leaves, finding that most served as seasonings and could be collected for future use. The wooden pieces felt slightly greasy, suggesting they might yield oil, perhaps akin to palm oil. She needed to remind Bai Yin to gather more of these resources, for now that they had decided to settle here, it was imperative to enhance their quality of life. Regrettably, she felt somewhat inept. Surviving alone in such a primitive environment seemed daunting. The absence of computers, televisions, and endless project proposals was oddly refreshing, as was the reprieve from anxiously monitoring the stock market. She felt exhausted, truly fatigued, after the relentless pace of modern life, the monotonous meetings, and the ceaseless hustle. Despite earning a considerable fortune, she remained uncertain of its purpose and felt an overwhelming emptiness, devoid of moments of true happiness. Lost in her thoughts, she was roused by Bai Yan's return. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the despondent expression upon her face. He placed his catch down and gently lifted her from the ground. His gaze filled with an unfathomable tenderness. "Have you been bored without me for just a short while? Shall I carry you with me whenever I go out from now on? Rest assured, I will protect you at all times." Listening to Bai Yan's melodious voice, soothing yet resolute, warmed her heart. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an immense trust in him. Staying here with him appeared to be a truly appealing prospect. Yu Jing pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled, her radiant eyes dazzling Bai Yin to the point of near blindness. "All right, I will follow you. You will protect me." A sweet sensation enveloped Bai Yan's heart. How beautiful she is when she smiles. "Ah Jing, you are the most exquisite and unparalleled female I have ever encountered." Yu Jing playfully winked. "You too?" "No, male." Yu Jing had encountered few male specimens, just a handful. Yet she found Bai Yin to be the most beautiful and unparalleled of them all. Bai Yin gently placed her upon the stone bed, then proceeded to clean the prey, slicing it into small pieces with a bone blade. Afterward, he flicked his fingers towards the dry wood, and in an instant, flames erupted. Yu Jing was startled and curious, wondering if this was magic. Bai Yin had not anticipated that Yu Jing was unfamiliar with soul power. He merely smiled and closed his eyes, transforming into his beast form. A luminous white tiger appeared before Yu Jing, yet this tiger was different. Beneath its paws, a dazzling starlight shimmered, with a gentle halo encircling the central brilliance, radiating a magnificent glow. Yu Jing counted the 3 visible circles outside, along with an additional one concealed within the blue starlight, marked only by faint golden traces. Subsequently, Bai Yin transformed back into human form, hastily wrapping himself in a hide to alleviate the shyness of the young female. He remarked, "I awakened my beast soul at birth, and have since traversed 3 circles of consciousness. Most of them are merely ordinary beastmen, so there is no need for concern. As for Jean, he is but a small kitten who has recently awakened his beast soul." Yu Jing began to grasp the nuances of Bai Yan's words, which conveyed 2 essential meanings. First, he possessed an undeniable strength in this realm, yet it was evident that he had not fully unveiled his capabilities. Second, Bai Yin held the prowess of that lion in utter contempt, displaying a profound disdain. Moreover, Bai Yin exhibited a certain pridefulness, however, in the face of absolute strength. What significance does pride hold? Indeed, her ethereal figure in the painting was immensely formidable. As Bai Yin skillfully roasted the meat, he elucidated his abilities to Yu Jing. He had spent a considerable time away from home, often honing his skills in the depths of the forest. The day he encountered Yu Jing coincided with his challenge against a pack of wolves. It was only by continually placing himself in peril that he could enhance his strength and augment his beast's soul vitality. Ultimately, he sustained injuries and exhaustion as those wolves, despite their overwhelming numbers, were hardly his match. His voice, infused with soul energy, had frightened even the black wolf into retreat. Yujing swallowed hard, vividly recalling that terrifying voice. Indeed, it was truly frightening. But why could you ignite flames? She pondered, reminiscing about the immortal cultivation dramas or perhaps the elements of the Western Phoenix, struggling to comprehend this enigmatic phenomenon. Bai Yin gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, explaining that as long as one possesses soul energy within, one can transform into any desired form of energy. However, he refrained from mentioning that such abilities also require innate talent, and his own was undoubtedly exceptional. Then why don't you give me a jolt? You know, the kind that resembles thunder. Just a gentle spark. I'd like to experience it, Yujing said, her curiosity piqued as she gazed eagerly at Bai Yin, suddenly perceiving him as even more magnificent. Was he not a moving embodiment of energy? A living power bank? A glimmer of playful amusement flickered in Bai Yan's azure eyes. Yujing awaited the sensation brought forth by the soul energy with a mix of earnest anticipation and trepidation, though she maintained a facade of solemnity. Bai Yin, with his distinctly defined knuckles, gently placed his hand upon her shoulder, his fingers, as delicate as jade, softly kneading her tender earlobe. Yujing's face instantly flushed crimson. Such a sensitive area, tingling and electrified. Yet this was a different kind of electricity altogether. How could one play with her in such a manner? Bai Yin, sensing her vulnerability, refrained from further teasing. The rosy hue of her cheeks clearly betrayed her emotions, yet her expression revealed nothing of her thoughts. Fearing that she might take offense, he quickly withdrew his hand. Here, give it a try, he said kindly, offering her the skewered meat. The morsels were perfectly grilled to a golden brown, glistening with juices, and Bai Yin had seasoned them with salt leaves while cooking. It must taste delightful. Yujing mused as she accepted the offering, expressing her gratitude and momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment. She took a delicate bite and savored the flavor. What kind of meat is this? This is venison from the red deer, tender and sweet, truly a prime catch, Bai Yin replied with a smile. Not every beast can capture the cunning red deer. Yujing responded affirmatively, acknowledging the deliciousness of the food. After finishing a skewer, she noticed Bai Yin was still grilling. I've had my fill. You should eat, she suggested. Bai Yin paused for a moment, exclaiming, Ah Jing, you're too slim. Consuming so little. I've already eaten. I saved the best portion for you. Yujing gasped in astonishment. Indeed, they were a species that feasted on raw flesh. The thought of such an ethereal being gnawing on raw meat sent a shiver down her spine. She could not help but exclaim, from now on, you shall accompany me in enjoying barbecued meat. No more raw flesh. Bai Yin acquiesced, for he too found grilled meat delectable, though it was a preference typically favored by females. After all, barbecuing was quite a hassle. Nevertheless, he would wholeheartedly comply with Yujing's wishes without the slightest hesitation. Could we perhaps gather more of these salt leaves? And what about these ingredients? Yujing pondered, wishing to prepare some long-lasting seasonings for their future sustenance. Winter will soon be upon us, she reflected. In the past, when I was alone, I overlooked such matters. I shall be more attentive henceforth. Bai Yan's gaze was filled with earnestness. However, I must first craft some garments for you, as the cold is fast approaching. Your attire is lovely, yet far too thin. With that, Bai Yin gently lifted the satiated Yujing, covered her with a soft blanket, and placed her on the inner side of the stone bed. He then selected several pieces of leather from the neatly stacked furs, and, after inexplicably producing a fishbone needle, plucked a few strands of his own hair. Leaning against the edge of the stone bed, he began to sew the clothing. Yujing felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet could not help but find amusement in Bai Yan's use of her hair as thread. Stealthily, she extended her hand from beneath the covers and playfully tugged at one of his silken strands from behind. She pulled and tugged, testing its resilience, and indeed, it was quite sturdy. Bai Yin feigned ignorance, his eyes sparkling with mirth. His little mate was simply delightful. Chapter 6. Fondness for him. The firewood in the campfire was dwindling. Yujing glanced at the clock. It was barely past 8. Life without television or mobile phones was undeniably dull. As the flames flickered out, darkness enveloped the room entirely. Yujing continued to count sheep in silence. Turning to her side, she beheld Bai Yin. His lustrous hair shimmered under the sparse moonlight, and the contours of his brows and eyes appeared strikingly clear in the night, exuding an ethereal beauty that was both divine and unblemished. He was still diligently stitching her clothing, seemingly unfazed by the dim surroundings. Bai Yin sensed her gaze upon him, and with a subtle smile, he set down the bone needle. Gently, he caressed her soft strands, his voice resonating with a captivating timbre tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Ah Jing. Yujing did not anticipate that Bai Yin would suddenly address her with such tenderness, causing her heart to skip a few beats. Noticing her silence and the flush on her cheeks, Bai Yan's smile widened, suppressing the turmoil within him. I will first accompany you to slumber, and once you are asleep, I shall proceed. His delicate partner was not one for words, nor did she articulate her desires. Thus, he could only navigate cautiously, step by step, to understand her and ultimately possess her. As Yu Jing was about to retort, she was suddenly embraced, her head nestled against his chest, enveloped in warmth and an overwhelming sense of security. The words of rejection lodged in her throat, refusing to emerge. Bai Yin discerned that his probe had struck true. Yu Jing offered no resistance. This blissful sensation enveloped him, causing him to relax entirely, to the point of feeling drowsy. Perhaps it was best to surrender to this moment. Beneath the moonlight, silvery strands of hair intertwined with the satin-like dark locks, resembling the harmonious fusion of night and luminous moonlight. A beauty that seemed destined to be. When Yu Jing awoke, she found herself surrounded by the lingering scent of Bai Yin, reminiscent of fresh grass, invigorating and crisp. She turned to gaze at Bai Yin, who sat at the edge of the bed, diligently mending clothes. A wave of happiness surged within her. Could this be the essence of home? Upon noticing her awakening, Bai Yin retrieved the warm water he had prepared from the fire. He then drew some cool water from the wooden tub and tested it himself. It was no longer too hot. Would she like him to assist her? Bai Yin had assumed she bathed daily, having seen her wipe herself down yesterday, yet the water had grown somewhat chilly, and he could not bear the thought of her discomfort. Yu Jing had little understanding of Bai Yin's intentions. She merely felt that orcs were rather fastidious about cleanliness. Without hesitation, she took a piece of cloth and swiftly wiped her face and neck, then fetched some warm water along with her toothbrush to freshen up. She had to be frugal with the toothpaste, uncertain if there were any alternatives available in this place. Is that all? Bai Yin inquired, perplexed. That's it. Do you orcs have any additional procedures? Bai Yin shook his head, acknowledging that Yu Jing had already done more than enough, presenting a variety of curious items. Shall we go out later? Yu Jing asked while combing her hair, which had become somewhat tangled after several days without washing. Long hair was indeed troublesome. Contemplating this, she picked up a bone knife from the stone table, intending to trim some of it. Before she could make a move, Bai Yin snatched the blade away, expressing reluctance. He was unsure why the little female wished to cut her hair. He believed he should accommodate her, yet he could not bear to part with it. He observed her expression cautiously, knowing that if she insisted, he would not intervene. I too find it hard to let go. It's just that my hair is excessively long, making it difficult to wash and prone to tangling. Bai Yan's eyes brightened as he retrieved something from beneath the stone table, then swept Yu Jing into his arms and dashed towards the riverbank. He gently laid her down on his lap and tenderly scooped water, lovingly massaging her dark tresses. Stay still. If it becomes bothersome, I will wash and comb your hair for you every day. Yu Jing initially contemplated resistance, but the authoritative tone in Bai Yan's words rendered her momentarily bashful, prompting her to cease her movements. The tenderness reflected in Bai Yan's azure, crystal-like eyes was palpable. I know of a plant that cleans fur beautifully and exudes a delightful fragrance. I shall take you out to gather some shortly. With me. It will be no trouble at all, will it? Yu Jing pondered that it should be somewhat akin to soap pots. However, the latter part of the conversation sounded rather ambiguous. Unsure of how to respond, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a simple good. Bai Yan's ears perked up, confirming that he had indeed heard a sound moments ago, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Yu Jing gazed upwards at him, feeling as though the world had lost its color, leaving only that celestial visage, untainted by earthly grievances. She sensed a warmth in her nostrils and hastily covered her nose, relieved that her head was tilted back, allowing the blood to retreat rather than embarrassingly spill forth. She reminded herself to remain composed. The allure of male beauty could lead one astray. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Yin was diligently tending to his long hair, his fingers gently caressing the strands. Strangely, the hair that typically required a blow dryer to dry was now quickly becoming dry. The smooth, soft tresses framed his moon-like countenance, and once again, Bai Yin found himself entranced. Yu Jing removed the leather band from her wrist, deftly tying her hair into a sleek ponytail, and cast a gentle smile at Bai Yin. Her bright eyes and radiant teeth resembled those of a celestial being. A perception echoed in Bai Yin's gaze, and even more so among the few males by the river fetching water. Given Bai Yin's formidable prowess, almost no one dared to recklessly challenge him, especially since that enchanting female was willingly by his side, leaving them to admire from a distance, consumed by envy. Yu Jing had never anticipated that she had become the goddess of the entire tribe. Am I beautiful? She inquired, playfully waving 5 fingers before the white tiger. Indeed, you are, the white tiger responded, momentarily taken aback before reverting to his usual composed demeanor. Such a dazed expression did not suit him, Yu Jing mused. Come, I shall take you to play in the forest, and, in the process, find some things you desire. Bai Yin turned and transformed into a white tiger, shaking off the excess fur. I must retrieve my bag. It is quite large and can hold numerous items, Yu Jing replied, hoisting her backpack and settling onto Bai Yan's soft, furry back, feeling remarkably comfortable. Throughout their journey, Yu Jing inquired about every plant they encountered, engaging in a harmonious exchange of questions and answers. She felt akin to a curious 3-year-old, asking a multitude of questions. Bai Yin exhibited no signs of impatience. To him, Yu Jing was merely a well-protected little female, and her unfamiliarity with the surroundings was perfectly natural. Moreover, he relished conversing with her, as it allowed him to know her better. At midday, Bai Yin hunted a brown deer, skillfully skinning it with precision, intending to craft a pair of beautiful shoes for Yu Jing. Obediently following her instructions, he roasted the deer meat, wasting not a morsel. After their meal, Yu Jing observed his smooth abdomen, marveling at his substantial appetite, pondering the intricacies of his physique. They had gathered sufficient supplies, and Yu Jing's backpack was now brimming. Content. The two departed the forest. Unlike the previous days, with Bai Yin by her side, Yu Jing felt unafraid and utterly at ease. Bai Yin exuded an aura of dominance within the forest. In his presence, no ferocious beast dared to approach recklessly. On their way back, Yu Jing busied herself organizing her backpack while conversing with Bai Yin. As their conversation progressed, she began to feel drowsy and, before she knew it, had fallen asleep. Bai Yin turned his head, gently grasping the backpack in his mouth, moving with soft steps, cautious not to disturb the little female resting on his back. Though she appeared serene, she was quite active, darting about the woods without pause, and it was clear she had exhausted herself. By evening, they returned to the stone house. Bai Yin delicately laid Yu Jing on the stone bed, then turned to roast fragrant meat over the wooden fork while stitching the deer hide into boots. The deer skin, having undergone a special soaking process, was now perfectly supple, making it ideal for sewing. When Yu Jing awoke, she beheld a captivating scene. Under the flickering flames, Bai Yan's gentle features were illuminated as he meticulously crafted something. The dancing fire cast a beautiful halo around his striking visage. Enchanted, she remained lost in thought until Bai Yan lifted his gaze to meet hers, prompting her to divert her attention to the deer leather boots he had fashioned with care. A slight smile graced Bai Yan's lips as he helped her into the boots, exclaiming, "Ah Jing, your feet are truly small. Perhaps it is because your kind, the beastmen, have larger feet," she replied with a chuckle, for her size 35 feet made it challenging to find shoes even in the modern world. She then glanced at Bai Yan's feet, marveling at how they remained clean despite his habit of going barefoot. His skin was fair and delicate, indeed. A beauty is beautiful even in the smallest details. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Now she found herself admiring not just him, but his feet as well. Unaware of his little female's musings, Bai Yan offered her a piece of roasted meat. After completing the worship at the Temple of the Five Organs, Yu Jing observed Bai Yan as he resumed his sewing, truly embodying the role of a devoted husband. Were such a commendable man to exist in modern times, he would surely be the object of fervent admiration. Contemplating this, she reclined on her bed and allowed her imagination to wander. Envisioning what Bai Yan would be like in contemporary society, Bai Yan felt a bit uneasy under her prolonged gaze. The little female was acting strangely. Her stare could nearly burn a hole in his back. He glanced over at her, his expression somewhat vacant, seemingly lost in thought. He then set down his needle and thread, offering, "If you are feeling bored, I could keep you company with some conversation." Yu Jing had not anticipated that Bai Yan would suddenly turn his head and, regaining his composure, say, "Then tell me your story." Bai Yan's eyes flickered as he replied, "Very well, let me recount my tale. Upon my birth, my parents had already passed away. I was the sole survivor of my mother's litter. I was meant to have 3 elder brothers, yet they all perished shortly after their arrival into this world. My father, once the youngest chieftain of our tribe, was doomed to experience the backlash of the mate bond upon losing his female counterpart. Overwhelmed by sorrow, his once gray-silver fur turned entirely white overnight, resembling my own hair." As he spoke, Bai Yan gently caressed Yu Jing's dark locks, his eyes shimmering with a tender light. "Subsequently, the tribe intended to offer me as a sacrifice to the gods, but it was my uncle, Qing Rue, who saved me. He recognized that I had awakened my beast soul at birth. He nurtured me for several years and protected me during my most vulnerable moments. I, in turn, aided him in ascending to the chieftaincy. Although his soul halo was but a single ring, my presence ensured his position remained secure. As his power grew, the tribe treated me with greater respect. I understood that only strength could command reverence, which is why I have always strived diligently. Now, I find solace in my formidable abilities, for they enable me to safeguard you. I no longer care how other beastmen perceive me, as long as I have you. That is all that matters." Bai Yan's voice was melodious, imbued with a tenderness that held no trace of sorrow or any other sentiment. In his eyes, nothing was more significant than the little female before him. Yu Jing listened and felt that Bai Yan's background was quite similar to her own. Only strength could earn the respect of others, and she was no exception. She gently embraced Bai Yan's robust waist. "What is the bond of a partner? How is it that you, a little female, do not even know this?" Bai Yan affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice laced with intimacy. "Once you have mated with me, you shall understand. In that moment, you will also gain some of my power." Yu Jing felt a warmth rising in her nose, and then her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. She cast a reproachful glance at Bai Yan, exclaiming playfully, "You're being improper. I shall ignore you." With a hint of childishness, she turned away. Bai Yin, alarmed at the prospect of her displeasure, was struck with an overwhelming sense of affection for her angry demeanor. "Ah Jing, please don't ignore me. I have something to tell you." "Then speak. Do so earnestly," Yu Jing replied, genuinely intrigued, her expression brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Bai Yin, with a sense of resignation, explained that after the mating of male and female, a bond known as the partner contract is formed. The females are frail and scarce, compelling the males to ensure their safety. Should a female perish, the male would suffer grievous wounds, whereas the death of a male bears little consequence for the female, as she may possess multiple males, rendering the loss merely a diminishment of strength. This contract seems profoundly unfair to the males. Yu Jing expressed her indignation. However, Bai Yin elaborated that only such delicate females could safely rear their offspring, for even if the father were to die, a stepfather would still care for the young. He affectionately pinched her nose, a gesture of endearment. Chapter 7. The blessing of the gods, but I still find it unjust. Is this the case for other species as well? Yu Jing pondered, recalling that many modern animals, such as swans and penguins, engage in lifelong monogamous unions. In the distant southern realms, the eagle clan and feather clan females possess but a single mate, bound by a contract known as the blessing of the gods. Their races are tightly knit. Should a family suffer misfortune, the entire clan would rally to care for the young. Yet, the eagle clan has become increasingly rare, a fact of which I am merely aware, Bai Yin admitted with a tinge of envy. What exactly is the blessing of the gods? Yu Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued, entering a mode of endless questions. It is a ritual performed in the temple of our race to beseech a divine contract. The two individuals who receive the contract begin to share their lives. That is all I know. However, the lifespan of females greatly exceeds that of males, and the sudden death of a young male is not uncommon. Such occurrences have never been witnessed among our kind. Yu Jing nodded, comprehending the intricacies of this world's constructs. Were it not for these contracts and agreements, the frail females would merely serve as vessels for reproduction. She learned that once they reached adulthood, they were incapable of transformation, let alone awakening their beast souls. Furthermore, the toll of continuous childbirth took a toll on their health, which justified the necessity of such formidable contracts for ensuring their safety. For a long time, Yu Jing remained silent, her eyes closed as she contemplated the wonders of these mystical agreements. Bai Yin, believing she had fallen asleep, gently lowered his head and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, akin to a feather's touch. He nestled beside her. "If it were us, I desire the blessing of the divine," Yu Jing murmured softly, her delicate voice resonating in Bai Yan's ears like the weight of 1,000 mountains, rendering him immobile. He felt a profound warmth, yet he yearned to refuse her wish. He could not bear the thought of putting the fragile female in danger or allowing her to have but one beast throughout her life. What if something were to happen? The words lodged in his throat as Yu Jing's gentle voice drifted once more in this long life. If I could only cherish joyful moments, then if I love him, my happiness would cease to exist in his absence. What is the difference between life and death? Thus, should it be my choice, I would opt solely for the divine contract. Bai Yin felt as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless and unable to swallow. After a considerable time, Yu Jing fell silent, truly succumbing to slumber this time. Bai Yin gazed at her exquisite visage and murmured, "Once, I believed I had been forsaken by the divine. Only now do I realize I am the one most favored by the gods. How fortunate I am to have encountered you, Ah Jing." A sleepless night ensued. As Yu Jing gradually awakened, she felt a gentle warmth on her face. The skin beneath her fingertips smooth and tender, an exquisite sensation beyond words. Suddenly, her small hand was seized, and the remnants of sleep vanished in an instant. Her cheeks flushed with a hue that could almost cook an egg. She dared not meet Bai Yan's gaze. Her heart raced faster than ever. She had fantasized about tasting the ethereal tofu made by Bai Yan, yet her aspirations far exceeded her courage. In this blatant moment, she wished to chastise herself. Bai Yan observed the timid little female, nestled beneath the covers, her delicate form trembling with shyness. His pale blue eyes, deep and enigmatic, flickered with a myriad of emotions. He fought to restrain his breath. The little female was bashful and disinclined, and he could not afford to act impulsively. They remained in this silent standoff, with Yu Jing frozen in place, resembling a little bear curled up in Bai Yan's embrace. Eventually, Bai Yan lifted a corner of the blanket, allowing her to peek out, concerned she might suffocate. Yet, Yu Jing burrowed even deeper. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Yan gently cradled her head, resting it upon his shoulder, softly reassuring her not to fear or feel anxious. His tender voice soothed the blushing Yu Jing beneath him. Yu Jing lifted her gaze, captivated by the tenderness reflected in his sapphire blue eyes, akin to gems embedded in a serene lake, deep and luminous, seemingly capable of drawing her very soul within. Bai Yan slowly leaned closer, delicately grazing Yu Jing's lower lip, which she had nervously bitten. Yu Jing gazed into those azure eyes, and her body instinctively relaxed. Bai Yan's movements grew even gentler as he softly caressed her blossoming lips. One hand glided across Yu Jing's back, akin to soothing a frightened kitten. Yu Jing's emotions grew increasingly tranquil as she closed her eyes, savoring the profound kiss, akin to a kitten that had successfully captured a fish, filled with satisfaction. She pondered that she had likely fallen for Bai Yan, not for his handsome visage or the softness of his fur, but for the understanding he offered her, enveloping her in exquisite tenderness and warmth. After a considerable moment, their lips finally parted. A smile danced in her eyes, though her voice carried a hint of softness. Bai Yan, I'm not quite ready yet, she said, with a touch of playful coyness. Bai Yan chuckled lightly. I understand. I will only give to you when you desire it. He mused. I wonder when my little female will come into heat. With that, he disregarded the flush that colored Yu Jing's cheeks once more, wrapping his arms around her waist to help her into her shoes, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Could you call me that once more? I find it quite delightful. Yu Jing felt a burning sensation on her face, exclaiming in discomfort. After a moment, she managed to utter a couple of words, then picked up her toothbrush and headed out to freshen up. Bai Yan stood still, his mind brimming with thoughts. He retrieved a small bucket of tree sap he had stored from the day before and made his way to the riverbank. Should I wash my hair today? Perhaps I shall give it a try. After brushing her teeth, Yu Jing reflected on how her hair had been treated with conditioner for an extended period. Yesterday, she had washed it briefly with plain water, leaving it somewhat dry. The tree sap, golden in color and derived from the leaves of a tree, intrigued her, though she wondered how effective it would be for washing her hair. I can manage on my own, she declared, reaching for the small wooden bucket in Bai Yan's hand. From now on, I shall be the one to wash your hair, he insisted, his tone brooking no argument. Yu Jing could not help but chuckle at his earnest expression. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Using the tree sap to cleanse her hair felt refreshingly novel, accompanied by a subtle hint of mint, and her strands became notably smoother. It truly was a pure and harmless treasure. After washing her hair, she indulged in a few fruits and decided to soak the salt leaves she had gathered the previous day, hoping to sun-dry them tomorrow to produce salt crystals for preservation. She also laid out the curled red leaves in an open area to dry, noting their pungent aroma reminiscent of both chili and Sichuan pepper. As for the oilwood sticks, she had merely stored extra for future use, as she currently lacked efficient means for oil extraction. She temporarily set that thought aside. After all, she was a graduate student in commerce, not agriculture, and found herself regretting her lack of foresight. She pondered whether there was any clay nearby, as crafting a few jars would be quite beneficial. In her musings, she realized her home lacked even a single pot, let alone bowls. Survival necessitated self-sufficiency. Bai Yan watched his little female companion as she busied herself with one thing and another, seemingly vexed about something, her myriad expressions utterly endearing. In truth, Yu Jing was revealing her authentic self, for to her, Bai Yan was no longer a stranger. Is there anything we lack? Shall we trade at the market? Bai Yan inquired tentatively. A market? What would we trade? Yu Jing replied, astonished, as she had not anticipated the existence of a market in such ancient times. I am beginning to suspect you fell from the heavens. Bai Yan gazed at her with affection, retrieving a beast cloth bag from beneath a pile of hay in the corner. Did I not descend from the skies, swept away by a flood? Yu Jing mused, curiosity piqued by his secretive manner, her eyes sparkling as she tiptoed to take a look. Do not peek. It is all for you, he said, unable to resist affectionately tousling her hair as he admired her adorable demeanor. Yu Jing hurriedly opened the leather pouch in her hand, revealing a multitude of gemstones, each varying in shape and hue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle shimmer coursing through the gems, rendering them exquisitely enchanting. Bai Yan, perceiving Yu Jing's curiosity, felt increasingly helpless and gently elucidated. These are soul coins. They contain the essence of spiritual energy. See this red one? It radiates warmth. When swallowed during colder moments, it offers unparalleled comfort. Yu Jing touched it and found it indeed quite warm, followed by a frown as she began to ponder. Some of the crystal coins were acquired through barter with fur and food, yet those were rather insignificant in size. The larger ones were discovered within the bodies of formidable beasts, which posed considerable challenges. There are no such beasts nearby. They reside only deep within the forest, a place fraught with peril, and I cannot take you there. Bai Yan discerned her thoughts and offered a straightforward explanation. Yu Jing nodded slightly. The small bag indeed weighed 3 to 5 pounds, which was quite substantial. She selected a handful of smaller items, along with a few larger ones, and placed them into her pocket before handing the bag to Bai Yan for safekeeping. Yu Jing glanced at her athletic attire, pondering whether it would be too conspicuous amidst the bustling crowd at the marketplace. Should she don animal hides instead, perhaps to appear less noticeable? Would this choice render her overly prominent? Bai Yan, having gathered his belongings, regarded the somewhat anxious female before him. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, assuring her, with me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Wear whatever makes you comfortable. I still find this outfit quite agreeable. The weather is rather warm, and animal hides would be stifling. Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to a child seeking affection. Upon uttering those words, Yu Jing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if she were but a child in Bai Yan's presence. Could it be that his towering figure instigated a father complex within her? Or perhaps the typical foolishness of a woman in love clouded her judgment. Noticing her gaze drift into the distance, Bai Yan's expression returned to its usual aloofness. This little female seemed lost in her thoughts again. Come on, let's head out. The marketplace lies nestled between 3 nearby tribes, though not far. It is wise to arrive early to embrace the lively atmosphere. Upon realizing the situation, Yujing mounted the tiger's back, her posture straightening with an air of regal confidence. Today's sensation was markedly different from previous days, reminiscent of a commanding general on a triumphant march, exuding an undeniable authority. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had come to regard Bai Yan as one of her own, a cherished individual whom her heart held dear. Being treasured and protected by someone she admired filled her spirit with a sweetness akin to honey. Chapter 8. The market excursion. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous orc beings, each more astonishing than the last. Some were gray wolves bearing the weight of leopard-tailed females, while others resembled serpentine creatures gliding swiftly through the underbrush. There were also large lizards darting through the trees, and even rabbits. Some wandered alone, while others traveled in groups. For Yujing, it felt as though she had stepped into a realm of animals, a vivid embrace of nature itself. Of course, it would have been even better if she were not so apprehensive of cold-blooded creatures. Without exception, these orc beings maintained a respectful distance from Bai Yan and Yujing. Their gazes fixated on the majestic white tiger. To them, Yujing was breathtakingly beautiful, like a proud queen leading her troops, with her fair and exquisite features, ethereal elegance. In flowing black hair, her aura reminiscent of a rare orchid in a secluded valley, she epitomized the ultimate fantasy, a goddess beyond compare. Were it not for the radiant aura of awakened beastly power emanating from beneath the white tiger's paws, a powerful halo continuously expanding to signify his strength, many of the solitary male beasts would have flocked to her side, eager to win her favor. Yet the white tiger's spiritual energy was boundless, and the persistent glow served as a stark warning, leaving no room for the beast to approach. As they neared the market, Yujing could already hear the distant calls of vendors. Curiosity piqued, she scanned her surroundings but was halted by an unknown female figure. Due to the height of the white tiger, she had not noticed the female blocking her path until the tiger came to a halt. Was this a fox spirit? No. It appeared to be a fox beast, and she possessed one of the most captivating appearances Yujing had ever seen among female orcs. With shoulder-length light blue hair and large, slightly upturned lavender eyes, complemented by a well-defined nose and fair skin. Her beauty would have been enhanced if only her mouth were smaller. Adorable, plush fox ears adorned her head, adding to her charm. Beside her stood 2 young men, one with blue hair and the other with red, both strikingly handsome. What was the purpose of this encounter? Were they attempting to rob her? Was Bai Yan's formidable presence insufficient to deter them, or did they possess strength of their own? Yujing felt a sense of confusion. Though her fur may lack allure, her strength is undeniable. Would you consider being my partner? In a few months, I shall enter my heat. Should you agree, I promise you priority in mating rights. The fox beast cast a disdainful glance at Yujing, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Yujing swore she and T found her charming at all. Yet the words left her feeling quite taken aback. Before Bai Yan revealed his prowess, many beasts had perceived his white fur as an omen of misfortune. To protect her from unnecessary trouble, he had displayed his strength, resulting in their adulation. Noticing the silence from Bai Yan's female companion, the fox beast grew even more self-assured, flaunting her voluptuous figure. The beasts surrounding her were practically salivating, while they acknowledged the attractiveness of the female before them. They had always believed themselves to be the most beautiful of their kind, never doubting their superiority over Yujing. I am Hong Ling. What is your name? Since you have yet to mate, you need not refuse me. The fox beast, no. Hong Ling persistently pressed on. Bai Yan remained silent, avoiding her gaze as he turned and continued his leisurely pace towards the market. Yujing felt a sense of satisfaction. Bai Yan's silence was not due to any wavering heart, but rather a desire to avoid complications and inclination to ignore her. This shared trait resonated deeply with her. Why waste words on someone who wouldn't even spare a glance? Seeing the powerful white tiger change direction, Hong Ling felt entirely dismissed. When had her beauty ever been overlooked? Stop right there. Are you all deaf? How dare you ignore the daughter of the Rock Fox King? She believed the white tiger to be utterly oblivious. The white tiger, however, did not falter in his stride. He merely turned his head, gently nudging Yujing's knee, and softly inquired, would you like me to teach them a lesson? Yujing gently stroked the soft ears of the white tiger with a light laugh, saying, must you be so aggressive? Let her have her fun. Hong Ling, observing their interaction, felt utterly disregarded, while several nearby females emitted derisive chuckles. They had endured the antics of this little princess of the Rock Fox clan for far too long. She pranced about as if she were a goddess of the elf clan, when in reality, she was merely a shade more attractive than the rest. Watching her stumble was a source of great satisfaction for them. Seeing Hong Ling's distress, her blue-haired companion hurriedly embraced her, showering her with affection and soothing words. Genuinely concerned for her feelings. Blue, could you please intervene and stop them? They show me no respect. Hong Ling exclaimed angrily to her blue-haired partner. Indeed. In the eyes of the males, whether they accepted the female's invitations or not, they should not disregard or ignore them. This was certainly a display of disrespect towards the females. With this thought, several surrounding males felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Hong Ling and encircled by Yin and Yu Jing. "How can you ignore the request of the females?" they exclaimed. "It's simply outrageous." Yu Jing furrowed her brows slightly as she observed the male orcs. They spoke of Bai Yin, yet their eyes were fixed upon her, revealing their unabashed jealousy. Moreover, those orcs with companions who relished in the spectacle only added to her exasperation. Hong Ling, too, was taken aback. It was astonishing that so many orcs would rise to her defense with just a few words. This newfound attention instilled a sense of confidence in her already stunning beauty. With a few swift steps, she approached Bai Yin, lifting her chin proudly, embodying an air of superiority. Thus, Yu Jing affixed another label to her, Navi. At this moment, Bai Yin was seething with rage, his azure eyes wide open, the fierce gaze of his round tiger-like pupils fixed menacingly upon the orc before him. Had he not been burdened with the small female on his back, it was likely that those standing before him would have already prostrated themselves in fear. Yu Jing gently caressed the imposing tiger head of Bai Yin, a captivating smile gracing her lips. "Am I not a female as well? Or do you perceive that the sole distinction between her and me lies merely in her eloquence?" The beasts gazed upon Yu Jing, who smiled lightly, her bright eyes and radiant teeth causing their hearts to race. Her teeth were indeed exquisite, resembling the purest of shells. Seeing the beastmen enraptured by her charm, even Lon, who stood by Red Spirit, could not help but glance towards Yu Jing. In that moment, Red Spirit felt an overwhelming urge to shatter her own sharp teeth in frustration. "What do you possess that could possibly compare to me? I am the most noble and beautiful female of the Rock Fox clan." Red Spirit's furious demeanor, with bared teeth, left Yu Jing feeling somewhat apprehensive. She vowed to herself that she had certainly not found Red Spirit adorable. Only the ears were cute. Just the ears. Yu Jing slightly raised her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at her, before gracefully dismounting from the back of the white tiger. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding beasts, she strolled leisurely to stand before Hong Ling, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she smiled and remarked, "In truth, I have little to compare with you. It's akin to comparing the fairness of your skin, the brightness of your eyes, the delicacy of your nose, and the absence of excess flesh. Yet, these are not the crux of the matter. Rather, it lies here." She gestured towards her teeth, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. "Immaculate and radiant, a testament to her diligent care. I have already decided to become mates with Bai Yin. How could he ever forsake me for your mere appearance?" Upon finishing her statement, her expression turned cold, her voice equally frosty. The nearby orcs nodded in agreement. Recognizing that she already had a partner and thus disregarded other females was entirely reasonable. Indeed, that is precisely the case. "I share your sentiments. This female is undeniably more attractive than Hong Ling." Hong Ling stood momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes ablaze with frustration and indignation. "However, your ears are rather cute," Yu Jing remarked, glancing back at her ears. At that moment, her vision blurred as Bai Yin unexpectedly leaped forward. He did not pay attention to Hong Ling, instead nuzzling Yu Jing's shoulder, yet his voice dripped with a chilling intent. "I have never struck a female. But that does not imply I am incapable of doing so." As he lifted his front paw and brought it down again, nearly all the orcs took a significant step back, revealing 3 brilliant rings of soul aura that expanded, enveloping the ground in a nearly visible manner. This was his absolute domain, and it became evident to all the beasts just how formidable Bai Yin truly was, causing their legs to tremble in fear. They revered the strong, and females were no exception. Initially startled by the display, Hong Ling soon regained her composure. For her tribe also boasted powerful orcs with their own soul auras. Undeterred, she shouted defiantly at their retreating figures, yet they paid her no heed. Bai Yan's might instilled both fear and admiration within her. Only a powerful male was worthy of being the father of her offspring, especially since none had ever rejected her. She whispered instructions to her red-haired companion, then donned a confident smile. However, reality soon proved that her smile was naively optimistic. The earlier events had not dampened Yu Jing's spirits as she meandered through the market, holding Bai Yan's hand tightly. His towering frame shielded her protectively, exuding a potent aura that deterred any beast that dared to gaze upon his delicate female. "Does utilizing that soul power tire you?" Yu Jing noted Bai Yan's ostentatious display was a means of safeguarding her. "Not at all. I just need to eat well when we return," he replied, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, his words imbued with a vague suggestiveness. Yu Jing's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she fell silent. She was quite curious about many items at the stall. She wished to purchase some seeds to plant near the stone house, so she could enjoy fresh vegetables regularly. She didn't want to eat meat every day, as it would become monotonous. "Bai Yin, do they sell seeds here?" "You know, the kind that herbivorous races consume. Similar to sweet fruits," Yu Jing explained, concerned that Bai Yin might not comprehend. Bai Yin pondered for a moment, recalling the fruit market. A favored spot for the Lunma and Wuyong tribes. "If you like them, feel free to buy more." Upon reaching the street dedicated to seed and vegetable trading, Yu Jing felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. Approaching a stall, she exclaimed, "Isn't that sesame? And those are cotton seeds." Oh, I recognize many of these seeds. Some, however, appeared rather peculiar, and she could not identify them. Noticing her fascination as she looked around, Bai Yin indulgently encouraged her, just buy them all. He then inquired about the prices. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a long gray beard, was also taken aback by the beauty of this female for the first time. With a warm smile, he declared, 3 small crystal stones, I'll give you a discount. Yujing clicked her tongue, genuinely surprised by the affordability. She handed over 3 small crystals and purchased some cotton balls. In this world, the cotton balls were quite large, yet contained only a single seed, pristine and white as snow. Before long, she encountered numerous items reminiscent of radishes and sweet potatoes, instantly illuminating her dark eyes with excitement. Bai Yin, ever vigilant of his little female companion, couldn't help but smile at her exuberance, wondering if a Jing belonged to a herbivorous species. Yujing smiled faintly. Declaring herself an omnivorous species, Bai Yin nodded in apparent agreement, resembling a simian creature. He then contemplated another possibility, yet refrained from delving deeper, for he deemed it impossible. Yujing's ancient ancestors were not primates. She nodded thoughtfully, and I noticed a vendor selling wooden barrels nearby. Let us purchase some to store these verdant vegetables and fruits, I suggested. Bai Yin nodded in agreement, recognizing that whatever Yujing proposed, he would dutifully follow, even if he was fully aware of the potential difficulties in transporting them back. As evening approached, many orcs dispersed, and Yujing adeptly showcased her shopping prowess, accumulating over a dozen leather pouches along with 2 large barrels filled with sweet potatoes, and radishes. Bai Yin felt somewhat embarrassed, pondering how they might manage to carry all of this back. Yujing mischievously winked, Yin, if you could bore 2 holes in the sides of the barrel, I shall thread a rope through. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin raised his sharp claws and swiftly pierced the wood, accomplishing the task with remarkable ease. Yujing was astonished by his prowess. She then began to untie the survival cord from her wrist, which was made of paracord, reinforced with steel wire, rendering it exceptionally strong. However, she feared that once untied, it might be impossible to reweave. The rope, now unraveled, measured 5 meters in length, and Bai Yin was equally impressed by its intricate design and durability. When we return home, I shall weave it back for you, he assured her. Yujing gazed at the ethereal figure before her, marveling at how such a divine and intelligent being could exist. Chapter 9. The strange seed. Bai Yin noticed her momentary distraction and smiled indulgently, ruffling her hair. He secured the wooden tub, transforming it into a white tiger that he hoisted onto his back, and clutched the beast hide bag in his mouth. Will this be uncomfortable for you? Would you like me to place a hide underneath? Yujing snapped back to reality, observing how the rope seemed to dig into the fur quite deeply. No. I have tough skin, climb on. Just like carrying a small cub, he hoisted Yujing onto his back. We're heading home. At that moment, Bai Yin was in an exceptionally good mood. Yes, we're going home, Yujing replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and contentedly stroking the soft, plush fur. As the sun set, the scene of the dark-haired maiden and the silver-furred white tiger grew increasingly distant, their silhouettes embodying an indescribable beauty and harmony. However, it would have been even more splendid without the shadow lurking behind them. Along the way, with nothing much to do, Yujing rummaged through her spoils from the day while perched on Bai Yin's back. She had purchased all the seeds from a small stall, many of which she hadn't even examined. She placed the ones she recognized into one bag, intending to inquire about the unfamiliar ones once they returned home. Her gaze fell upon a thumb-sized seed, entirely black, that resembled a heart, quite akin to a peach pit. Intrigued, she picked it up. It was smooth in the center, yet quite sharp on the sides. Between the 2 arches sprouted a tuft of green down. Just as her curiosity peaked, Bai Yin suddenly halted, causing her hand to slip. The black heart-shaped seed was about to tumble from her grasp, but she quickly snatched it back with her other hand. In doing so, she felt as if her fingers were pricked by tiny needles. It wasn't painful, merely a tingling sensation. Ah, Yin? She disregarded the discomfort in her hand. Her curiosity piqued by Bai Yin's abrupt stop. Bai Yin looked down, biting into a blue flower, and turned his tiger head towards her, his azure eyes shimmering with tenderness. A sight of exquisite beauty. A blush swept across Yujing's serene face as she gracefully accepted the orchid-hued flower with her free hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This was not her first encounter with flowers, yet those bestowed by Bai Yin possessed a unique charm. They were undeniably pleasing to her. As Bai Yin turned his head, his eyes, now a clear azure, bore an icy intensity. How audacious of that male beast to trail behind his little female. He narrowed his tiger-like eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, he ambled towards home with an air of calm indifference. Meanwhile, in the depths of the jungle, the shadow belonged to Lon, a colossal rabbit beast. He stood in a daze, gazing at the scorched earth beneath him, struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving a charred expanse. His heart raced in terror, as the scent of a white tiger permeated the air. Though he had awakened his beast soul and possessed a circle of soul aura, the instinctive fear of a rabbit towards a tiger was a natural law. He could not heed the warnings of Hong Ling and hastily retreated. As Yujing shifted her focus from the flower, she was taken aback to discover the color of the seed in her hand had transformed. The once ebony seed had morphed into a brilliant blood-red hue, gleaming like a ruby. The fuzzy green sprout had vanished, leaving only a small circular opening. Had the seed suddenly transformed into a crystal necklace? She recalled that the seed had pricked her hand. Could it have absorbed her blood? Without further contemplation, she skeptically slid her fingertip along the sharper edge of the seed. In an instant, the emerging blood was drawn into the crystal. She quickly brought her injured finger to her mouth. Were the seeds here truly so fearsome? She waved the vivid crimson crystal seed in front of Bai Yin, inquiring, "What is this?" Bai Yin's eyes flickered slightly. "Merely a curious little trinket," he replied. "Did you injure your hand? Be more cautious in the future, all right?" Upon hearing about the intriguing activity, Yu Jing's interest was piqued. What was the delightful method? The seeds belonged to the golden stone flower, requiring blood to shed their stony shells. Once buried in the earth, they would flourish and consume nearby small creatures. Yet they posed no threat to those who offered their blood. Quite rare, yet undeniably beautiful. Bai Yin did not find the seeds attractive per se, rather. It was the vivid crimson of Yu Jing's blood within them that captivated him, imbued with her essence, rendering it exquisitely beautiful in his eyes. Indeed, it was lovely. Yu Jing resolved to fashion the seeds into a bracelet, for she had a penchant for shimmering adornments. After all, women are universally drawn to such things. By the time they returned home, dusk had nearly fallen. Yu Jing gathered the seasonings left outside and washed them with some water. Bai Yin roasted a few sweet potatoes, and one was sufficient to satiate her hunger. However, Bai Yin tasted but a single bite and refused to indulge further. After a casual stroll, he returned with a flower sheet. While Bai Yin was out, Yu Jing changed into a comfortable spaghetti-strap dress. At that moment, she squatted on the ground, one hand gnawing on a vibrant green radish while the other sorted through a pile of spoils. The radish crunched delightfully under her bites, its sweetness far surpassing that of carrots. Bai Yin's meal felt interminably long. Alas, his little female companion had forbidden him from consuming raw meat. Watching her contentedly munch on the radish, her cheeks puffed and her gem-like black eyes sparkling, he felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. Bai Yin approached and crouched beside her, lifting her gently from behind. "Shall we save the fun for tomorrow? I'll carry you to rest, and then help you weave the bracelet, all right?" Though accustomed to being held, leaning against Bai Yin's fair and sturdy chest, and listening to his considerate words, made her cheeks flush. She softly acquiesced and nestled into the warmth of the blankets. Bai Yin settled at the edge of the bed, braiding strands of hair. He was perplexed by the inexplicable movement of the pointer but refrained from asking, for he had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his little female's belongings. "All done," he proclaimed, securing the braid. "And this," Yu Jing pointed to Bai Yin's white hair, "I wish to make this into a bracelet as well." Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback, having never seen a beast transform seeds into jewelry. Nevertheless, he readily agreed. Whatever his little female wished was undoubtedly right. He plucked a few strands of his hair and fashioned them into a braid, threading it through the small round openings of the golden stone flower seeds before fastening it around Yu Jing's delicate wrist. "Is it beautiful?" Bai Yin's voice was soft yet husky. "Yes, it's beautiful," Yu Jing replied, shaking her wrist to admire the sparkling adornment, feeling an inexplicable fondness for it. However, Bai Yin grasped her wrist, his originally clear blue eyes now holding a deeper hue. He gently nibbled at her alabaster wrist, licking upwards ever so slowly. At this moment, Yu Jing felt an overwhelming sensation that was both intoxicating and unbearable, a peculiar mixture that rendered her mind momentarily vacant. Bai Yin, noticing the young female's lack of resistance, became increasingly audacious in his actions. He lavished attention upon her tender, lotus-like shoulders, repeatedly kissing and gently nibbling at the knot of her strap. His large hand roamed restlessly, suggesting that the barrier of fabric was insufficient to satiate his desires. At this moment, Yu Jing remained lost in a void, entirely oblivious to the notion of resistance. Bai Yin suddenly realized just how intoxicating the little female's fragrance was, and how exquisitely tender her skin felt, gentle as a spring breeze, smooth as flowing water. She was so soft that it seemed she might ascend to the heavens in an instant, only to drift down after a decade or so. However, the little female still wore something tight in front, and he dared not tear it forcefully, finding himself at a loss for how to undo it. His actions momentarily faltered. At this juncture, Yu Jing's scattered thoughts finally coalesced. Her gem-like black eyes beheld the enchanting figure before her, a celestial being now mingled with the essence of the mortal realm. Bai Yin's silver-white hair clung to his muscular form due to the glistening beads of sweat, while his thin lips were pressed together. Beneath his delicate visage, his mesmerizing blue eyes fixated on her corset, as if facing a formidable adversary. In that moment, she forgot her shyness. Bai Yin's beauty rendered her breath momentarily stilled. Bai Yin's gaze met her obsidian-like eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, with neither moving for an extended moment. Eventually, Yu Jing's fair complexion flushed a fiery red, and her slender hands gently caressed his face as she softly spoke. "Can you wait a little longer, please?" Bai Yin, momentarily stunned, smiled gently and replied, "All right." He then swiftly leaped from the bed and dashed out the door, exuding an air of hasty retreat, presumably heading to jump into the river. When Bai Yin returned, enveloped in refreshing mist, Yu Jing had buried her head beneath the covers. Bai Yin nestled into the bedding and embraced her. "Ah Yin? I'm here." In a tender moment, Yu Jing nestled in Bai Yin's embrace and murmured, "I wish to present it to you after the covenant of the gods. In my homeland, forming a partnership is a sacred affair. They must go to the church, vow before the divine, and accept the holy baptism. Bai Yin felt an overwhelming sweetness in his heart, a warmth that enveloped him. His gentle voice trembled slightly as he tightened his hold on her. How fortunate I am to have encountered you, Jing. Everything you say is wonderful. His little female was eternally unique, so kind, and irresistibly charming. The two embraced and drifted into slumber, their hearts filled with warmth, grateful for their meeting, thankful for each other, no matter what the future held. They would remain each other's one and only. Chapter 10. The Covenant of the Gods. As dawn broke, playful rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Upon awakening, Yujing found Bai Yin by the bedside, diligently sewing. He was crafting a vibrant red garment, thin and delicate. Yujing had previously overlooked this piece of fur and curiously inquired, "What are you sewing?" "For you, just like the dress you wear." Bai Yin deftly tied a knot, then bit off the excess thread with his teeth. "Take a look. Do you find it beautiful?" A smile danced in Bai Yan's eyes, his handsome face devoid of fatigue, radiating vitality instead. Yujing gazed at the fox fur gown unfurling before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. She swore she had never encountered such a flawlessly exquisite long fur dress. It seemed to have been crafted in one seamless motion, devoid of any superfluous elements, resonating harmoniously with the strappy bohemian-style dress she wore. The cinched waist was reminiscent of a blooming rose, breathtakingly beautiful. Captivated, she caressed the soft red gown, unable to part with it. "On our wedding day, I shall wear this," she mused. This was, after all, a wedding dress personally made for her by Bai Yin. She couldn't help but touch it once more before carefully folding the red gown and placing it beside her bed. Although Bai Yin was unaware of the true meaning of marriage, he understood it to be akin to forming a bond. Jing, do you truly wish to accept the blessing of the divine with me?" Despite having heard it many times before, his tone remained somewhat tentative. "Of course, you are mine," Yujing replied with a smile. Once she had made a decision, it was unwavering. She had fallen for Bai Yin. She recognized that her feelings transcended mere affection. She was in love with him, enamored by his gentleness, his appearance, and even his fur. She was simply in love. Thus, there would be no regrets, nor any change of heart. Bai Yin observed every nuance of her expression. Had there been the slightest hint of hesitation, he would have urged his little female companion to abandon the notion or find reasons to dissuade her. Yet, he found only steadfastness in her gaze. The divine contract bound them in life and death. He felt a pang of reluctance, yet he could not suppress his anticipation and burgeoning joy. Unable to contain his delight, he lifted Yujing into his arms and spun her around before setting her down. "I shall speak with the chieftain. Wait for me at home. I will accompany you. From now on, let us face everything together, shall we?" Yujing beamed at his childlike exuberance, her heart swelling with expectation. "Indeed, from this moment on, we shall face all things together." Bai Yan's light blue eyes brimmed with sincerity, as if making a solemn vow. The two exchanged smiles before departing after paying homage at the temple. Having spent considerable time in this place, it was Yujing's first venture into the inner sanctum of the tribe, where stone houses stood side by side. Numerous beastmen passed by, some basking in the sun and chatting, while others returned from hunting expeditions. A few young beastmen frolicked near the doorways, playfully chasing their tails. The surrounding beastmen regarded them with silence, avoiding eye contact. Only a couple of bold males gazed at her with fervent interest, while the others, especially the females, recoiled from Bai Yin as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. After all, Bai Yan's tales of notoriety were widely circulated throughout the tribe, and to them, he was indeed a figure of dread. Bai Yin appeared unfazed, leading Yujing by the hand toward a large stone house at the center. Beside it stood two smaller stone houses, where Bai Yin informed her that the shaman resided. The shaman was the mate of his maternal uncle, the chieftain. As they approached the stone house, a middle-aged beastman emerged, sporting a dark gray beard and deep brown hair tied back. His expression soured upon seeing Bai Yin enter the heart of the tribe, his brows knitting together. "What brings you here?" "My wife, Yu, is currently with child and cannot be disturbed by ominous figures," he remarked with blatant disdain. Bai Yin seemed accustomed to such treatment and replied coolly, "Chieftain Qing Rue, I intend to prepare for my union with Yujing in the coming days, seeking the blessing of the divine at the tribe's altar." Qing Rue's face contorted in disbelief, akin to having bitten into a fly, before he turned to scrutinize the figure behind Bai Yin. His eyes widened as he finally registered Yujing's presence. Just days prior, he had heard from Jin that Bai Yin had returned with a beautiful female companion, but he had dismissed it as mere childish antics. Now, he was utterly astonished, the gravity of Bai Yan's proclamation hitting him with the force of thunder. What? The blessing of the divine? His mind reeled. Unable to fathom how many years had passed since he last heard such words or witnessed a couple pledging their lives to one another at the altar, he stood frozen, then incredulously asked, "Is it truly the divine blessing of union?" His voice boomed, laden with urgency and disbelief. This time, his gaze was fixed on Yujing, who met his scrutiny with an indifferent expression. "Yes, indeed," she confirmed, her tone cool yet resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Bai Yin tightened his grip on her hand momentarily. Within the tribe's confines, many beastmen were present, their keen ears picking up the familiar yet foreign words that reverberated in their chests. The male beastmen looked at Bai Yin with envy, jealousy, and admiration. What extraordinary charm must he possess to win the heart of such a stunning female? Observing their astonished expressions, Yujing felt a flush of embarrassment. Wasn't love meant to be given wholeheartedly? At that moment, the shaman emerged from the stone house, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. The divine never denies the request for blessings from its people. At noon tomorrow, the altar shall be open to you. The divine shall bless your union. Yu Jing gazed at the middle-aged shaman before her, whose attire appeared somewhat disheveled yet whose visage bore a pristine quality. His earnest demeanor indeed exuded a semblance of mysticism. For Yu Jing, the presence of divine blessings was inconsequential. Her heart yearned for a formal ceremony to wed Bai Yin, to wholly embrace her identity as his female counterpart. This aspiration, however, would inevitably lead her into profound anguish in the future, but that was a tale for another time. Bai Yin, having attained his desired outcome, allowed a gentle smile to grace his ethereal countenance. He turned, lowering his head to bestow a fleeting kiss upon Yu Jing's forehead, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Tomorrow, you shall be exclusively mine, he murmured, barely able to contain his elation. I am equally delighted, my male. Yu Jing, captivated by the laughter sparkling in Bai Yan's eyes, reached out and embraced his waist, oblivious to the presence of the surrounding beasts. The public display of affection felt akin to showering the onlookers with dog food, leaving them with a bittersweet ache in their hearts. In truth, Yu Jing felt quite aggrieved herself. She never intended to be so ostentatious with her affection. Yet, having spoken, she found herself blushing, seeking refuge from the world. Cleverly, she chose to hide within Bai Yan's embrace. The beastmen gazed in awe at the departing Bai Yan, who was cradled in serenity. Soon, an uproar ensued. This was a divine blessing, a ceremony that many would never witness in their lifetime. Swiftly, they alerted their relatives, ensuring that none would miss this rare opportunity. It was undoubtedly a momentous occasion to behold a miracle. Consequently, the heart of the tribe became deserted, the speed of their exodus astonishing. Almost all the beastmen rushed to inform those who remained unaware. In an instant, the news reverberated through the 3 neighboring tribes, and even solitary travelers in the vicinity paused, eagerly anticipating the wedding, longing to witness the divine spectacle. Chapter 11. The divine contract ceremony. At noon, the sun shone brightly, and a playful breeze danced around the fiery red skirt, lifting and lowering it, causing it to bloom and retract. The crimson fabric shimmered with an intoxicating radiance under the sunlight. Beneath the skirt were dainty, translucent feet, each toe distinctly pale. Ascending from the skirt was a perfectly contoured waist, while long, lustrous black hair cascaded from behind her ears, resembling a waterfall that embraced her alluring silhouette. A brilliant crimson gem hung from her slender wrist, further accentuating her fair skin. The neckline of the red dress revealed delicate collarbones, above which her cheeks resembled a radiant moon embedded in water, enchanting and ethereal, evoking the image of a flower shrouded in mist, seemingly unattainable. Beneath her exquisite brows lay a pair of deep, dark eyes that sparkled with a brilliance as if they could speak. As Yu Jing, adorned with a floral crown, held the hand of Bai Yin and approached the altar, the sight that unfolded before the myriad beasts was one of exquisite beauty, etched indelibly upon their hearts. Impossible to erase. Yet, had she known the present scene would unfold in this manner, Yu Jing vowed she would have ensured Bai Yin sought the chieftain's counsel in the stillness of the midnight hour. Was the altar akin to a marketplace? No. It surpassed any marketplace in its throng, teeming with people of diverse shapes and hues, rendering her nearly face-blind. The overwhelming crowd made the stone altar appear even more diminutive. Under the scrutiny of so many fervent gazes, despite her accustomedness, she could not help but feel anxious. Her steps slowed considerably. Sensing her trepidation, Bai Yin instinctively lifted her into his arms, reassuring her gently, "Do not fear. They are merely curious, having never seen this before." His soft voice flowed like sweet spring water from his chest, slightly alleviating her unease. Leaning against him, she nodded, "With you by my side, I am unafraid." Though still somewhat nervous, Yu Jing's cool demeanor was reserved for outsiders. At her core, or rather in the presence of Bai Yin, she remained a delicate woman. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yin cast a glance toward the restless crowd below, then unfurled his aura, which enveloped the surrounding orcs, causing most to step back in awe. While only a few formidable ones shifted their expressions, respectfully retreating a step. Ascending the vast black altar, the stones beneath their feet radiated heat, each brick sun-kissed and warm. At the center stood a statue, its gender ambiguous, perhaps not even human, for human ears were not so pointed, nor would hair cascade to the ground. The statue appeared ancient, its features weathered and indistinct. Yu Jing pondered, it must have been beautiful. The watching beasts below remained transfixed upon the stone figures, yet none could ascertain the authenticity of divine blessings, as no one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. The altar was primarily utilized for prayers for rain and health. "Ah Jing, are you prepared?" Bai Yin asked softly as he gazed down at the petite female in his arms. "Yeah, put me down," Yu Jing replied. Feeling her initial tension ease with the moment's progression, Bai Yin allowed her feet to touch the ground, maintaining eye contact. "Do not move. The ground is hot." "It's all right. I am not so fragile. Otherwise, it would lack sincerity," Yu Jing said, her cheeks flushed, a smile of bliss gracing her lips. "Shall we commence our prayers then?" She continued. "I, Yu Jing, willingly take Bai Yin as my partner, vowing that from this day forth, through both fortune and misfortune, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow, we shall share all, never depart from each other, regardless of distance, pledging to be united in life and death. May the gods witness our oath." Although Yujing's voice was not loud, the solemn and sacred vow she uttered instilled profound awe among the beasts. For a moment, the entire square was so silent that one could hear the breath of each individual. Bai Yin smiled, a brilliant smile that radiated like the sun, so luminous that it shed a crystalline tear, which fell gently onto their clasped hands, creating a moment of beauty so breathtaking that it made one forget to breathe. Since my birth, I, Bai Yin, have considered myself unfortunate, embodying calamity, representing demons and nightmares. Until I encountered you, Ajing. From that moment on, you became my divine being. Regardless of the distances between us, through life, death, and all ailments, I shall remain by your side, never relinquishing your hand until my last breath. The gods bore witness to this vow. Bai Yin's voice resonated powerfully, traveling far and wide, stirring the hearts of the beast once more. Could a mere beast truly ascend to become an existence beyond the divine? This notion was almost unfathomable. Many females were moved to tears. It was undeniably poignant. Yujing gazed at Bai Yin before her, retrieving her parents' legacy rings. One slid onto Bai Yin's ring finger, while the other rested in his palm. Bai Yin understood her intent, kneeling on one knee to gently kiss her hand before adorning her with the ring. Tears, as large as pearls, rolled down Yujing's cheeks. She lifted her gaze to the heavens. Mom, Dad, do you see this? I am no longer alone. I have found family and love. Upon witnessing her sudden tears, Bai Yin hurriedly pressed his lips against her cheeks to wipe away the droplets, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, the entire earth was shrouded in darkness. The stone statue at the center emitted a blinding green glow, illuminating every corner, every orc's terrified gaze. In the united couple on the altar, their brilliance unwavering. Meanwhile, in the distant northern elven forest, the sacred dream flower atop the divine tree blossomed for the first time in a century, surrounded by countless colorful orbs that sang in reverence, heralding new hope for the elven city. Back at the orc tribe, sunlight took a while to return to the land. Suddenly, Yujing felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the golden stone flower seed burrowed into her body, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy within her. An explosive sensation erupted in her chest, causing intense agony throughout her limbs, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vision fading to black. With her last ounce of strength, she grasped Bai Yin's hand. Overwhelmed by pain, only pain remained. She could no longer feel Bai Yin's warmth nor hear his calls. It was him. He was indeed the one cursed by the gods, a devil. The crowd erupted in chaos, cries of outrage and condemnation echoing. The beautiful female, nearly lost, did not deserve to be with him. They demanded his expulsion. Jean shouted in fury among the throng. Bai Yin, engulfed in a fog of despair, was oblivious to the turmoil around him. His face smeared with Yujing's blood, his thoughts were a blank slate. He held her tightly, afraid to listen for her heartbeat. But after what felt like an eternity, he pressed his ear to her chest. Thank goodness, she was still alive. His heart finally resumed its rhythm. Just then, he was shoved aside, and a figure snatched Yujing from his grasp. As he seethed with anger, he recalled their earlier conversation. Was it true? He was an ill-fated individual. Those close to him would ultimately age and perish. He dared not dwell on that thought, yearning only to reclaim Yujing. However, a lion blocked his path, revealing that the one who held Yujing was a shaman, capable of saving her. But he needed to stay by her side, transforming into a white tiger. He forcefully shoved the lion aside. Yet, more orcs appeared before him. Regardless of his strength, he could not defy their loss. The prayers for divine blessing had failed. This female was not his, and he must not harm her. One cold voice, belonging to a green tiger, warned him. Bai Yin's heart ached. A pain so profound he wished to trade his life for hers. Simultaneously, fury surged within him at their audacity to take Yujing away, preventing him from feeling her heartbeat. His azure eyes turned blood red, driven by instinct to retaliate. The orc who dared to obstruct him was no ordinary foe, especially the green tiger, Qingrui, and the yellow leopard. Yin Hui, both formidable opponents. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yin would struggle against them. However, in his frenzy, he was quickly battered and bruised. The anguish in Bai Yin's heart overshadowed any physical pain. The more it hurt, the clearer he became. Yujing was injured because of him, as a result of divine retribution. He should not have harbored such hopes, nor should he have dared to dream. He could not remain here to harm Yujing. Lacking the will to fight, he leaped out of the battle circle. But Qingrui and the others sensed his disorientation and bore murderous intent, believing now was the time to strike. Qingrui lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to sink his teeth into Bai Yin's neck, blood gushing from his arteries. Bai Yin felt a sudden jolt of pain. He could not die yet, not without knowing that Yujing was safe. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leaped away from the tribe, collapsing beneath a tree. Blood soaked his pristine white fur, and he felt his vitality ebbing away, fatigue enveloping him. But he had not seen Yujing. What if she awakened and sought him out? What if Jean bullied her? He struggled to rise but found himself utterly drained. His eyelids grew heavy, and his gaze fell upon his claws. Where was the ring Yujing had placed upon him? It must be of great importance to her. As he transformed back into his human form, he noticed a silver ring on his finger faintly glowing green. A warm current flowed from the ring, visibly healing his wounds, spreading warmth throughout his body. That scent. It was Yujing. Bai Yin's blue eyes widened in disbelief. The divine contract had formed? An overwhelming joy surged within him, propelling him to his feet. He sensed a shift within his being. His soul rings began to radiate light, with the outermost ring encircled by green thorn-like patterns, forever binding him to Yujing. Without pausing to revel in his newfound strength, he raced to find Yujing. He had lost her, and he needed to tell her that they had received the god's blessing. Though the ignorant orcs remained oblivious, despite his grave injuries, he felt rejuvenated, convinced that Yujing would be safe. This was divine power bestowed upon them. Chapter 12. Reclaiming Yujing. At that moment, Yujing lay on the stone bed of the shaman's hut, engulfed in relentless pain. It seemed as though she could hear Bayan's anguished roar, feeling his vitality waning. The agony was unbearable, as if her heart was being incessantly torn apart. She longed to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. Memories of the car accident flooded back, her parents' blood splattering across her face as she held their lifeless bodies. Feeling their warmth fade into coldness, the blood congealing. She wanted to scream, to cry, but tears eluded her. Only fear remained. A web of terror that had ensnared her for years. She had finally found family, love, in the warmth of Bayan, who cherished and protected her. What would it mean if Bayan were no longer in this world? Perhaps death would allow her to return to a cold, unfeeling modern life. The thought of returning to that world haunted her. It meant she would never see Bayan again. No, she refused to go back. She needed to find him. The pain was overwhelming, and she yearned for Bayan to come and hold her. Amidst the suffering, she sensed a flicker of awareness. There seemed to be many people around her. She gazed into the endless darkness, unable to see their faces, but she knew they were not Bayan. He would never leave her alone in this cold void without comforting her. Bayan was indeed forsaken by the gods. Even the divine contract had failed, leaving the female in such a state. The voice of Jean echoed, followed by a chorus of agreement and humiliation directed at Bayan. Had he truly failed? Where is her yin now? Is it true that she is injured? No, she must seek him out. She needs to find him immediately. Yet, amidst the boundless agony, she struggled for what felt like an eternity, unable to move even a finger, with an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her heart. The curse from the gods cannot harm us. I have already severed his neck, Qing Rui declared coldly. He stood tall, accepting the reverent gazes of the clan beasts. Resembling a hero who had vanquished a demon, his words pierced through Yujing's heart like a sharp blade, inch by inch, pulling away and leaving her heart feeling increasingly frigid. This is not good. The little female is so cold. Is she in danger? Jean was intensely focused on Yujing's condition. He felt elated at Bayan's demise, believing this would allow him to pursue the beautiful female and mate with her soon, helping her to forget Bayan. However, the current situation was dire. The shaman could not discern her ailment. As he caressed Yujing's pale visage, the silky smoothness of her skin stirred his emotions, compelling him to squeeze her gently. Were she not gravely injured at this moment? He would have longed to mate with her immediately. Yujing felt a hand brushing against her, the insubstantial touch igniting a surge of anger and revulsion within her. Where was Bayan now? Even in death, she longed to open her eyes once more and behold his ethereal visage, to caress his soft fur might ease her pain, quell her fears. As these thoughts consumed her, her consciousness began to wane gradually. The occupants of the room observed as Yujing's body grew colder, her heartbeat weakening, a shared sense of regret enveloping them. Such a beautiful female, on the verge of vanishing. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from afar, startling everyone in the room, particularly Qing Rui, who trembled in fright. Yujing's fingers twitched slightly in response. She could not succumb to slumber. Her yin was coming to retrieve her. Despite the excruciating torment that ravaged her body, she resolved to endure a little longer. Bayan would soon embrace her, soon. Before the beast in the room could fully comprehend the situation, a white shadow flashed by. Jean, closest to Yujing, had yet to transform when he collapsed into a pool of blood, a swift and absolute annihilation. Fear had no time to settle before a blinding flash caught their attention, followed by a scream from Qing Rui. At that moment, Bayan's icy blue eyes shimmered with a chilling murderous intent as he hurled Qing Rui's severed arm against the wall, the dismembered limb crashing down. He uttered slowly, "Block my beast, die." Qing Rui trembled before Bayan's formidable power, astonished at how much stronger he had become in such a brief span. Yet, he gritted his teeth defiantly. A beast punished by the gods still seeks to harm the entire tribe? If I were truly punished by the gods, could I still stand here? Bayan transformed into his human form, carefully cradling the increasingly faint Yujing in his arms, not sparing a glance at the beastmen around him. His light blue eyes were veiled in a mist of sorrow, as though they might weep torrents of rain at any moment. It was then that the beastmen realized Bayan had ascended. Achieving such a transformation typically required decades of relentless effort. Yet Bayan had not only healed but also experienced a sudden surge in power. Who but a deity could accomplish such a feat? The beastmen bowed their heads, silenced by the realization that they had wronged this pair of companions. The air in the room felt as though it had solidified, none daring to utter a sound. Chapter 13. Is there still the elven race? All right, I shall heed you. I will go nowhere. Bayan sighed in relief, knowing that if the little female discovered they had labored for an entire day and night, she would surely be infuriated. He could not afford to provoke her wrath. Let us forgive him this benevolent falsehood. Upon hearing Bayan's agreement, Yujing felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. Suddenly, she recalled that despite his prolonged abstinence from food, Bayan had always adhered to her wishes during his hunts, refraining from consuming raw meat, and upon his return, he would prioritize her preferences. It was as if a tender part of her heart had been gently nudged. Some words, when spoken to certain individuals, seem to perish upon their ears, while others resonate profoundly within the heart. Bai Yin had consistently showered her with unconditional affection and support, though their acquaintance was brief. It felt akin to a love at first sight. Once enamored, she was irrevocably captivated. In a modern context, it might be likened to a whirlwind marriage. Noticing her silence, Bai Yin observed her absent gaze, which betrayed no discernible emotion. In the past, even when she was silent, her eyes communicated her thoughts to him incessantly. But now, he felt a surge of panic. Was she upset? What was amiss? Bai Yin was not one to engage in excessive conversation, nor was Yu Jing. To put it plainly, they often exchanged more through glances, and their profound affection was largely kept within the confines of their hearts. Yet now, Jing? What are you thinking about? Thinking of you. Then allow me to lie beside you. Please eat first. I do not wish for you to hold me. What would you like me to do then? Rogue. Yu Jing's face flushed suddenly, and she scolded him, her thoughts soaring far beyond the mundane. Biting back the words with determination. How could her husband be so audacious? She nestled beneath the covers, declaring that he was not permitted to join her in bed that night. Bai Yin was utterly bewildered. All he desired was to exchange a few more words with Yu Jing. Their conversations had always been sparse, so what did she mean by rogue? Was it edible? It certainly didn't sound like a compliment. What would you like me to do? Did this question hold any fault? He found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. With great caution, he finally spoke. Jing, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. His voice carried a hint of grievance. In that moment, Yu Jing felt it was a blessing to be unseen. Otherwise, the sight of his expression and his ethereal beauty would surely conquer her heart in an instant. As these thoughts traversed her mind, a pang of sadness struck her. Would she ever see him again? Would she be deprived of that face that ignited both admiration and ire? Those silvery strands of hair, and those fluffy ears, forever? In an instant, she felt both fear and sorrow, and the urge to weep arose within her. Noticing that Yu Jing remained silent, her shoulders trembling slightly, Bai Yin hastily dropped the items in his hands and enveloped her in his embrace. Observing that she was otherwise unharmed save for her reddened eyes, he deduced that she was likely upset, recalling how she had previously forbidden him from sharing her bed. He turned and leaned against the wall with her in his arms. Jing, tell me where I went wrong. I promise I shall never do it again. Please don't be angry, will you? Bai Yin's voice had taken on a pleading tone that tugged at the heartstrings. Yu Jing suddenly felt a mix of laughter and tears. Her heart was undeniably heavy. Not due to Bai Yin's inadvertent actions, but rather the thought of never seeing him again. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, Yin. Is the Eagle clan very far away? Hearing this, Bai Yin's heart ached even more. Do not fear. I will find a way to heal you. It is said that the Eagle clan resides in the distant south, and as the cold season approaches, the journey will be arduous. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Yu Jing. However, we are not far from southern Beast City. We shall arrive in 2 or 3 days. There, we may find traces of the Eagle clan. What is southern Beast City? Yu Jing inquired, puzzled. Yu Jing, from where do you come? What was your life like before? Bai Yin was genuinely perplexed. How could she lack such fundamental knowledge? In the Beast clan, it was almost inconceivable for anyone to be unaware of these things. Yu Jing felt a flush of embarrassment. Well, even if I tell you, you might not believe me, and if you do, understanding it might be another matter. Bai Yin's interest was piqued. So, go on. I hail from another world, where I am the proprietor of a publicly listed company. Essentially, I am a merchant. Though not in the sense of merely setting up a stall. Picture a tribe where everyone is engaged in trade, and I am the chieftain, overseeing all matters reported to me for management. Do you grasp this? Yu Jing patiently elucidated, even employing the analogy of a tribe. You must have been quite busy then. How did you end up in this forest? Bai Yin nodded, somewhat perplexed. I went camping in the park with a group of friends, and somehow, I ended up here. What is a friend who travels together, and what does camping mean? Bai Yin's confusion deepened, and despite his intelligence, modern terminology eluded him entirely. Yu Jing was momentarily stumped, pondering the definitions. A friend who travels together refers to companions who enjoy outings, and camping means residing and engaging in leisure activities within the forest. Did you enjoy living and playing in the forest before? Was it not perilous? Bai Yin frowned, finding her audacity rather alarming. The forests where I come from are not as dangerous as this one. Yu Jing replied with a hint of resignation. Will you return? Bai Yin's expression turned anxious. He had considered the possibility that Yu Jing was not from this place. But the thought of her leaving tightened his heart. Probably not, but with you here, I have no desire to return. Yu Jing extended her finger, tracing Bai Yin's features. Wishing she could gaze upon his ethereal visage once more, regretting not having studied it more closely in the past. What exactly is South Beast City? Is it a city? She inquired. The land we tread upon is called the Moonlight Continent, divided into 4 regions. To the north lies the Elven Forest, to the west the frigid snow mountains, and to the South Luotian River, characterized by its sheer cliffs where only the eagle and feather tribes can thrive. The east, however, is said to harbor great dangers, being the lair of demons. We are situated near the center of this land, surrounded by boundless forests. Beyond these woods lies the perilous Beast City, a treacherous locale rife with magical beasts lurking at every turn. As for the journey from Beast City to the southern extremities, I cannot say how long it would take. Bai Yin sought to clarify for Yu Jing, his voice carrying a husky resonance tinged with a sense of ethereality. He was genuinely concerned for her well-being on this treacherous journey, feeling a pang of heartache, yet utterly helpless. Is there truly such a thing as elves? Have you ever seen one? Yu Jing, otherwise uninterested in various topics, suddenly perked up at the mention of elves, as they were often depicted as extraordinarily beautiful beings in nearly every book. No, it is too far away. They exist only in legend, Bai Yin replied, gently placing Yu Jing upon the bed. It is late, and you should rest. I was afraid you might be upset. In truth, it is already the dead of night. Yu Jing listened, and as expected, she became somewhat angry, stating resolutely, "Humph. Then turn into a white tiger and give me a massage, and I shall spare you." Indeed, she was reluctant to part with him. All right. I will do as you say. If you wish to bite, so be it. Bai Yin lovingly ruffled her hair, then transformed into a white tiger, quietly lying on one side of the bed, appearing as if inviting her to come and torment him. The Yu Jing was unable to see this. Chapter 14. Departure and reunion with Hong Ling in the early morning. Bai Yin busied himself with packing their belongings, heeding Yu Jing's instructions. I must bring my backpack. Everything inside is quite useful. A few sweet potatoes, that green radish. I also want to take the stone pot, though it is too large. And the cotton balls, the fluffy white ones, must come along. Currency. I mustn't forget the currency. I won't take the sleeping bag. It takes up space. Having you is enough. This was Yu Jing's first time being so talkative, fearing that Bai Yin might forget something. The backpack was already stuffed to the brim, and she also carried several beast skin bags. Bai Yin hoisted everything onto his back, and Yu Jing, perched atop him, turned to glance at the stone house, feeling a twinge of sadness. Ah, Yin, will we come back? She murmured, for this was her first home in this world. If you wish, we shall, Bai Yin replied. His heartfelt words carried by the wind, resonating within Yu Jing's heart, creating ripples of emotion. As they journeyed, Yu Jing lay lazily on Bai Yin's back, unable to see the azure sky or the peculiar flora, and she found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Bai Yin was not oblivious to Yu Jing's feelings. A sense of helplessness enveloped him, akin to a great weight pressing upon his heart, leaving them in silence for a long while. By noon, Bai Yin caught a prey, ignited a fire, and silently roasted the meat while Yu Jing leaned against him. The days of blindness were undeniably dull. Suddenly, Bai Yin tensed. Ah, Jing. There are beastmen approaching. There are quite a few. Should we avoid them? Yu Jing replied, harboring little fondness for the nearby beastmen, other than Bai Yin. Her feelings toward them were rather lukewarm. Bai Yin, thinking she was afraid, gently stroked her back. There's no need for that. Just then, Yu Jing heard footsteps. Indeed, there were many. If only Yu Jing could see, she would recognize the blue-haired figure with fox ears walking at the front, none other than Hong Ling. What a coincidence. Bai Yin, without raising his head, finished roasting the meat, tearing it into small pieces to feed Yu Jing in his arms. Is it really you, Hong Ling? Upon recognizing the couple before her, fixated her gaze on Bai Yin, sniffing the air filled with the scent of the female. You two have actually made it. Wasn't the divine contract supposed to fail? Isn't she supposed to be dead? She had heard that the two were involved in some absurd divine contract, and that the little female had faced divine punishment, nearly losing her life. She was overjoyed. Leave if you have nothing to say, utter another word, and I shall kill you. Bai Yin's voice was icily cold. Hong Ling's word die had struck a nerve. He glared at the brown-haired male beastman beside her, remaining silent. Enraged, Hong Ling was about to retort when the beastman beside her stopped her, urging her to step back. A triumphant gleam flickered in her eyes, as the figure before her was a formidable being from the Beast City, with 3 circles of soul rings. Bai Yin, undeterred, helped Yu Jing to her feet, lightly kissing her cheek. Ah, Jing, wait for me. Yu Jing nodded instinctively, sensing that the arrival was not friendly. Seeing her agreement, Bai Yin transformed into a white tiger, his aura radiating outward in a starry cascade. As he approached the brown-haired male, the latter abruptly morphed into a massive brown bear, his 3 circles of red light expanding instantly. When their auras collided, it was as if a battle had begun, the edges of their light trembling incessantly. However, Bai Yin's green thorns, encasing his soul ring, remained unaffected, reaching the place where the bear star brilliance lay. The surrounding beastmen suddenly realized that a fight was imminent. In an instant, they transformed into beasts, spreading their own soul rings beneath them. Yet, as their auras neared Bai Yin's, they recoiled in fear. In the face of a powerful confrontation, those with only 1 or 2 circles of soul rings could only watch from the sidelines. If they charged in their beast forms, they would surely be obliterated. Below the soul rings lay an absolute domain, not to be infringed upon. Then, with a mighty roar, the brown bear's aura transformed into a golden-red flame, eager to engulf Bai Yin's pale golden soul ring. Bai Yin remained unfazed, even slightly disdainful, as he narrowed his azure tiger eyes. In that brief moment, Bai Yin's pale golden soul ring trembled violently. Deep purple hues intertwined within the gold, and the sound of crackling thunder resonated from within the soul ring, bursting forth with tremendous force, shattering the brown bear's aura. The bear leaped back, transforming into human form, a respectful smile gracing his lips. Esteemed warrior, I am Qi from the southern Beast City. My father is the shaman Zhuge. You are immensely powerful, and I hope you will join our ranks to escort these beautiful females to Beast City. Once we arrive, we shall treat you and your even more beautiful female companion splendidly. Bai Yin felt a flicker of interest but did not retract his soul ring. He merely turned, nudging Yu Jing's shoulder, and she instinctively reached out to touch his ear, softly agreeing. It would be splendid to enter Beast City. It would facilitate gathering information. Bai Yin regarded the brown-haired beastman coolly, stating, I am Bai Yin. Make sure they do not disturb us. We will depart once my female has eaten her fill. With that, his soul ring vanished without a trace. He continued to feed Yu Jing roasted meat, his tender demeanor igniting jealousy in Hong Ling, who vowed to take revenge on the two beastmen before her. Perhaps killing the seemingly frail female would be a splendid choice. In truth, with Bai Yin's strength, he could easily tear apart their foes. His claws and fangs, enveloped in soul power, were far superior to this exchange of blows. However, he feared unexpected complications. If he strayed too far from Yu Jing, he could not protect her. What if? He dared not think. He would not allow any mistakes to occur with Yu Jing again. Chapter 15. Hong Ling's thoughts. The journey was quiet, with Hong Ling several times wanting to speak to Bai Yin, only to be deterred by Qi Ye's warning gaze. Her male companion, Lan, also held her back, feeling wronged. That Bai Yin had thwarted everyone around her, even the powerful beings from Beast City who had come to escort them, seemed to have fallen to his might. And his soul rings had inexplicably increased. Watching him carry the female on his back made her feel profoundly miserable. He consistently ignored her, even contemplating her death. Yet, within her heart, she was confused by her emotions. Was it love, fear, or hatred? She glanced at the other females in her group. None were more beautiful than herself. Yet her beauty had only resulted in a mere partner. Reflecting on her current companion, her heart grew colder. Initially, she had consented to mate with Lan upon seeing his young age and his awakened beast soul, having become a powerful being with a circle of soul rings. Yet now, before Bai Yin, he scarcely dared to breathe, resembling a frightened rabbit. Indeed, he was merely a rabbit. Hong Ling began to doubt her own judgment. Seeing Hong Ling lost in thought again, Lan understood her distress but felt helpless. He wanted to comfort her by wrapping his arms around her waist but was brusquely pushed away by Hong Ling, her gaze filled with disdain. He was momentarily taken aback, his heart aching deeply. He was well aware of the disparity between himself and Bai Yin, yet what could he do? The group continued onward for quite some time. And Bai Yin, concerned for Yu Jing's fatigue, frequently inquired if she was thirsty or hungry, and whether she wished to take a rest. His incessant questioning began to wear on her patience. In truth, Bai Yin was deeply affected by the notion of death, and in that moment, the image of Yu Jing's blood splattering upon him flashed through his mind. Each time that memory resurfaced, his heart tightened anew, as the beast journeyed into the night. Most of the female fox beasts, being naturally frail, were cradled by their protective male counterparts on the way to the Beast City, rendering them oblivious to fatigue. However, it was a different plight for Hong Ling. Being carried by Lan proved to be an arduous task. He was not robust enough to keep pace with the group. And even if he could manage to bear her, the jostling was unbearable for her. Regret washed over her. She truly regretted it. Although she had mated with Lan and acquired some of his strength, her endurance was still far less than that of an ordinary female beast, and after a day's journey, she felt utterly exhausted. Qi Yi, may we take a brief respite? She implored, her lavender eyes glistening with vulnerability, her fox ears drooping slightly. She spoke carefully to conceal her teeth, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Despite knowing that her words might embarrass Lan, she could no longer afford to care. My beautiful lady, are you fatigued? He asked, glancing at Lan, who was currently silent and downcast. With a proud bear-like demeanor, he continued. I invite you to ride upon my back, if you would be so inclined. Hong Ling nodded eagerly, her gratitude palpable. She thought to herself, see, even the envoy of Beast City is captivated by her beauty, her chest swelling with pride, her lavender eyes sparkling with triumph. For reasons unknown. Ever since Yu Jing had lost her sight, her hearing had sharpened remarkably. Their voices were not particularly hushed, and naturally, their words reached her ears. With a gentle smile, she remarked, you beastly females are indeed quite liberated. Bai Yin, his eyes twinkling with mirth, responded, you were truly one of a kind. Yu Jing could not help but feel her cheeks flush, as everything seemed to revolve around her. In my eyes, there is only you, in my heart. It is the same, Bai Yin replied earnestly. In her heart, Yu Jing felt a sweet sensation. Bai Yin, this beast, spoke of romantic sentiments with the utmost seriousness. If transported to the modern era, he would undoubtedly attract a swarm of admirers. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but inquire. Have you ever liked another female before? Even a secret crush counts. I had yet to encounter you. There were no other females in my eyes. Bai Yin replied once more with sincere honesty. Yu Jing was taken aback. This fellow truly resonated with her. What about Ah Jing? Bai Yin suddenly inquired, feeling a tightening in her heart at the thought that Yu Jing might have someone she cherished in her own world. Yu Jing, intrigued, wished to tease him a bit. As for that, I won't divulge anything. During my school days, there were countless admirers of this queen. Flowers and love letters arrived daily. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin abruptly halted his steps. You are my female, he declared. Only I am worthy of accepting those flowers, and as for love letters, they belong to me as well. His eyes, laced with a hint of anger, conveyed that in his view, no one else was qualified to pursue his precious female. Yu Jing couldn't help but chuckle. If she did not appease him, he might linger here all night, perhaps to gather fresh flowers and pen love letters. Therefore, She earnestly replied, "Indeed, I share your sentiment, which is precisely why I discarded it without a second glance." Bai Yin remained silent, continuing to stride with a steady and cheerful gait, his azure eyes sparkling brightly, his heart brimming with joy, rendering his spirits ineffably elevated. For those who hold significance in our lives, a single utterance can elevate them to the heavens, while another can plunge them into the depths of despair. When such a person enters your world, they may become your vulnerability or your shield, do they not? Chapter 16. They have moved me to tears. The multitude of beasts proceeded onward, pausing only for essential sustenance and hydration, without rest until the evening of the third day. Apart from Bai Yin and Qi Yi, the others were utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Although Yu Jing did not personally attend to her meals or hygiene, Bai Yin's body radiated warmth, providing her with a sense of comfort amidst the crowd. However, the presence of so many people rendered numerous tasks quite inconvenient. A hint of fatigue lingered on her fair visage, despite Bai Yan's meticulous care throughout their journey. She may have lost her sight, yet in Bai Yan's company, her condition felt akin to paralysis. "We shall rest here tonight and set forth in the morning, arriving at Beast City by noon," Qi Yi remarked, turning his bear-like head to address the orc behind him, while his gaze remained respectfully fixed upon Bai Yin, who exhibited not a trace of weariness. A true powerhouse, he mused, as he felt the weight of his claws growing heavier, ever vigilant of the surroundings, mentally exhausted from the journey. Gradually, Bai Yin lowered himself to assist Yu Jing. She began to feel around, attempting to remove the items from his person. As she bent to place her backpack down, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over her waist, followed by a warm flow trickling down, crimson blood cascading from her calf to her ankle, forming a glistening bead. Her face flushed in alarm. How could she have forgotten such a crucial detail? Nearly a month had passed since her arrival, and relatives had come to visit. The cotton she had brought was intended for personal hygiene, and to use it as padding, she would need to extract the white fluff within. Contemplating this, she felt utterly helpless. Her blindness rendered her immobile, frozen in place, terrified that even the slightest movement could lead to a disastrous outcome. Fortunately, her robust constitution had spared her from significant pain during her relative's visit. The orcs, with their keen sense of smell, quickly detected the sudden infusion of a sweet, metallic scent in the air. Their expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was not the season for mating, so why was that distant, captivating little female exhibiting signs of estrus? Yu Jing is exceptionally beautiful, possessing a remarkable charm that reflects her impeccable self-care in contemporary times. However, in this realm, she undoubtedly stands as the epitome of beauty. Yet, the orcs dare not provoke her, for her partner's strength is widely acknowledged. Overwhelmed by the intoxicatingly sweet aroma, they can only suppress their primal instincts, stealing furtive glances before hastily averting their eyes, fearful of being discovered by Bai Yin. The moment Yu Jing's relative arrived, Bai Yin detected the alluring scent. He had encountered the fragrance of a female in heat before, yet none had been quite as sweet. Confounded, he pondered how it could be that his little female was suddenly in heat when it was not the appropriate time. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him both elated and anxious. However, this moment of bewilderment was fleeting. Bai Yin swiftly scooped Yu Jing into his arms and dashed off. Only halfway through their hurried journey did Yu Jing come to her senses, stammering for him to retrieve her backpack and cotton balls. Bai Yin turned back to fetch her backpack, and after a brief search of about 10 minutes, he finally located a water source. Jing, is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" he asked, cradling her by the stream, his slender fingers gently massaging her abdomen. He retained a semblance of common sense. "I'm perfectly fine. I don't feel any pain," Yu Jing replied, her cheeks aflame. At that moment, the only sound she could hear was the babbling of the water, her surroundings fading into obscurity, leaving her in an overwhelming state of embarrassment. "Allow me to assist you with the cleansing," he said softly, though his expression bore a hint of tension, for he was uncertain about the situation. He intended to remove her athletic pants, but Yu Jing's delicate hand stopped him. "I want to do it myself. I can manage," she insisted, feeling as though her face could fry an egg from the heat of her blush. Have you forgotten? I'm your male, and we have received the blessings of the gods as partners," Bai Yin asserted firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Yu Jing remained silent, closing her eyes. In truth, it made little difference whether they were shut or open, so she decided to abandon herself to the moment. What was so remarkable about it? She had already experienced far more embarrassing situations. Why fear these? It was not as though she had never seen such things before, though these thoughts raced through her mind. Her body remained tense, the blush on her cheeks showing no signs of fading, even spreading to her earlobes and neck. Bai Yin observed her delightful expression. His gaze deepened intense as he pressed his soft lips against hers in a profound kiss, releasing her only after a considerable time. "Be obedient and do not resist, or I may find it hard to contain myself," he said, his tone laced with restraint and longing. "I understand. Just hurry up and stop teasing," Yu Jing replied with a hint of annoyance. Bai Yin chuckled indulgently at her shyness, for she was truly endearing. He cleaned his clothes in the rushing stream, the crimson stains dissolving into the water, vanishing without a trace. Under Yu Jing's direction, he pressed a few cotton balls. Yet Yu Jing felt troubled. In modern times, she had only a set of sportswear and a white dress. At this moment, she was unwilling to wear the white one gifted by her relatives. Bai Yin, however, had crafted several garments from animal hides for her, but she simply could not bear the thought of donning the revealing outfits typical of female beasts. Bai Yin seemed to sense her discontent and retrieved a red skirt from his backpack. The hem was voluminous, the material surprisingly light. Crafted from at least 2 pieces of red deer hide. He carefully helped her into it and gently ruffled her hair. Knowing that his Yujing preferred not to dress like the others, Yujing touched the soft, ankle-length skirt and grasped Bai Yan's hand, her eyes shining with delight. "What color is it? Is it beautiful?" she inquired. Bai Yan's throat tightened at her words, a sudden pang of heartache striking him. In an instant, his azure eyes misted over, and transparent tears rolled down his cheeks, falling to the ground. "It is red, beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. It has moved me to tears," he said, struggling to steady his trembling voice, raising it slightly with a teasing lilt. Yujing let out a soft giggle, her beauty captivating. How delightful it is to hear such modern expressions again, a rarity in her ears. Bai Yin, witnessing her laughter, felt his spirits lift. His Jing was occasionally so resilient, it tugged at his heartstrings. Chapter 17. The ambush. After Bai Yin and Yujing finished their preparations, they returned to the vicinity of the campfire where the beastmen rested. Embracing Yujing, he ignited the flames and buried a few sweet potatoes in the embers. According to Yujing's senses, autumn had arrived. The days were pleasantly warm, yet the nights bore a chill. As winter approached, she realized they were ill-prepared, and she herself felt utterly blind to the challenges ahead. Was there anything more lamentable than her predicament? The heroines she had read about possessed some golden finger, exuding confidence and dominance while aiding the male lead in conquering lands and uniting kingdoms. At the very least, they would ascend to positions of queens or favored consorts, reveling in luxurious lives, engaging in palace intrigues when boredom struck, living blissfully. Yet here she was, on the verge of tears, feeling utterly despondent. Nevertheless, upon reflection, meeting Bai Yin had filled the void in her heart that had lingered for years. If given another choice, she would still choose Bai Yin. As the two finished their meal, the night deepened, autumn's essence permeating the air, and a cool breeze stirred, playing with the flickering flames of the campfire. The sounds of the beastmen's snores echoed from a distance. Yujing instinctively nestled closer into Bai Yan's embrace, sensing her potential discomfort from the cold. Bai Yin transformed into a white tiger, curling around her, encapsulating her in warmth. Instantly, she felt the chill dissipate, and drowsiness began to envelop her as danger stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. The beastmen slept soundly, oblivious to the rustling sounds emanating from the nearby underbrush. Even Qi and Bai Yin, without any fluctuations in soul power or scent, would dismiss it as insignificant insects scuttling about. The noise grew closer, emerging from the ground and the grass. In an instant, several perceptive beastmen began to stir, awakening from their slumber, including Qi, who turned his gaze towards Bai Yin. Bai Yin's blue eyes sparkled like stars in the night, betraying no sign of sleep, only a cautious vigilance towards the surrounding movements. Seeing Bai Yan's demeanor, Qi dared not be careless, for it was not Bai Yin who was encircled, but rather themselves. The sound slithered past Bai Yin, who remained still, perhaps out of consideration for his female companion's slumber. Just as Qi contemplated awakening the sleeping beastmen nearby, shadows suddenly sprang forth from the darkened underbrush. The serpents. They were the exiled cold-blood clan. Unlike the giant python clan, which thrived in warmth and coexisted amicably within the beast community, the cold-blood clan was entirely the opposite. They were smaller in size, cold-blooded, devoid of emotions, viewing their females merely as vessels for reproduction. Even if a female perished, they could shed their skin in a timely manner, evading the constraints of mating contracts unscathed. Thus, after mating, they would often shed their skin to renew themselves. Qi had no time to ponder further before he heard the horrifying screams of several beastmen still lost in slumber. The cold-blood clan could control serpents. They were venomous. The remaining slumbering beastmen awakened to the chilling cries of their companions. The female shrieked in terror, huddling beside the towering figure of Qi, who had transformed into a giant bear, too fearful to move. Amidst the blazing soul halo, the venomous serpents that recklessly charged and writhed in agony on the ground, consumed by flames in mere moments, leaving behind a heap of charred corpses around the giant bear Qi. Yet, Qi did not lower his guard. He understood that the true threat remained unseen, coldly watching him from the shadows. This was merely the prelude. Yujing had long been roused from her slumber. As Bai Yinro's delicate, boneless tail gently brushed against her back, unable to perceive the unfolding scene, she remained unaware of the circumstances. Yet as long as Bai Yin maintained her composure, Yujing felt little anxiety. "Bai Yin, what has transpired? Should we offer assistance? Perhaps your previous scent during estrus has attracted the Hanqi clan here. But fear not, there are more females on their side, with an even stronger aroma. Let us observe the situation." The white tiger's tone was nonchalant, devoid of discernible emotion, though his eyes were filled with caution. He pressed his ears against the ground, silently attuning to the vibrations, confirming that the target was not them. Then, he released a breath of relief, his expression easing slightly. Meanwhile, Qi sensed the ground beneath her feet shifting uneasily. Suddenly, a female was ensnared and pulled underground by a shadowy tail. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, the crimson glow at his feet intensifying. Yet, barely 20 meters away from Qi Yin, a triangular black serpent had emerged slowly from the earth, accompanied by a magnetic, haunting sound. Its body gleamed obsidian, with a notably expanded neck. Had Yujing been able to see, she would have instantly recognized it as resembling a cobra, albeit significantly larger. It coiled the female tightly within its tail, its beady green eyes emanating a chilling gaze. The ground beneath it was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its true power, while tendrils of black smoke wafted outward. Coldly, it remarked, "The prowess of the beastmen in Beast City is truly declining. Furthermore, this female's appearance leaves much to be desired, but it will suffice." The Hanchue's serpent's tone was laced with arrogance, carrying an unmistakable hint of provocation toward Beast City. Yujing harbored such thoughts. However, the reality far exceeded her expectations. It was not merely a provocation. The orcs, unable to tolerate a blood-cold beast seizing their female, charged at the black serpent in a frenzy without waiting for Chi Ye's orders. 1, 2, 3, like the reckless common viper before them. Upon making contact with the inky darkness enveloping the serpent, their bodies curled up on the ground, howling in agony, their faces turning a shade of purple. It was poisonous. The darkness was indeed toxic. Without sufficient soul power for protection, they could not penetrate its defenses. The black serpent grinned ominously, its mouth stretching to the very bone of its jaw, a sight most terrifying. It extended its forked tongue, swiftly tearing away the clothing that bound the female, casting it aside. Then, a piercing scream of anguish erupted from her lips. "You cannot treat her this way. She is merely a fragile female. If you desire her, treat her kindly, and she will surely accept you as her mate." Chi was engulfed in fury, intertwined with a plea. He could not rescue the female, for there were others nearby, yet his heart ached at the thought of her suffering. To them, the females were treasures beyond measure, symbolizing reproduction and the future. The serpent scoffed disdainfully, regarding the female as nothing but a useless waste, incapable of bearing offspring as it was not yet her mating season. She should feel fortunate to please him, and rest assured, he would not end her life in a single strike. Its tail writhed incessantly, and the flicking of its tongue suggested a sinister delight. The female ensnared by its tail was enveloped, her cries stifled, leaving only heart-wrenching muffled sobs to be heard. The other females clung tightly to Chi, with Hongling, terrified, climbing onto his back. They dared not look, nor call out, trembling in silence. The only one oblivious to the situation was Yujing. "Ah Yin, is there a serpent that has seized the female? She seems to be in great pain. Can you defeat it? If you won't be injured, please save her." Her words trailed off. After all, she was a person of the modern age. This female bore no grudge against her, yet witnessing her suffering stirred her compassion. Bai Yin understood Yujing's thoughts, his eyes reflecting hesitation. However, upon seeing her furrowed brow, he felt reluctant to see her distressed. He listened intently to the surroundings, ensuring no disturbances lurked nearby, before reluctantly nodding. "Be careful, stay here, and do not move. I shall return shortly." Yujing nodded in affirmation, hoping that Bai Yin would succeed in rescuing the suffering female. With that, Bai Yin rose to his full stature and bolted forward like a streak of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. A brilliant purple radiance suddenly erupted from his pristine white fur, dazzlingly bright, causing Chi Ye to instinctively shield his eyes. Yujing felt as if she had witnessed a purple meteor streaking past her, a surge of joy filling her heart. Could she truly see it? In an instant, Bai Yin shattered the dark haze. The black mist could not permeate his powerful soul force-wrapped fur. With a swift and fierce swipe of his claw, imbued with a purplish glow, he struck the serpent's eye before it could react. In an instant, the serpent's visage was reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his fangs into the serpent's tail. The black snake, overcome with pain, instantly relinquished its grip. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, astonishingly swift. Bai Yin quickly seized the fallen female and, without a backward glance, flung her towards Chi Yi. He turned to glance at Yujing, his heart suddenly constricting. She was nowhere to be found. Where is Ajing? Chi Yi caught the female but was too stunned to check her injuries. Where, indeed, was that beautiful little female? This was merely a fleeting moment. The black snake seized upon Bai Yan's momentary distraction, turning back to bite fiercely into his back, blood erupting forth instantaneously. At that moment, Bai Yin could not afford to concern himself with the pain in his back. He dashed forward with wild abandon. Chi Yi, recognizing the peril of the situation, knew things were dire. With a powerful shake of his massive frame, he violently tossed Hongling aside. Roaring, he charged at the black snake. Fully aware that the Cold Blood clan's objective had been achieved, these females were no longer in danger, and Bai Yin had completely lost his sanity. Chapter 18. Awakening. Bai Yin disregarded the wound oozing black blood on his back, paying no heed to the struggle between Chi Yi and the black snake behind him. Regret was a luxury he could not afford. He meticulously sniffed the air by the campfire, searching for Yujing's scent. Yet, it was as if she had vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. He emitted a heart-wrenching roar, a thunderous tiger's howl, and turned, his blue eyes now a fiery crimson, charging at the black snake entangled with Chi Yin. The black snake, observing the oncoming Bai Yin, understood that its victory was assured. It was no match for the united strength of the two beasts. Without engaging further, it swiftly burrowed into the ground, fleeing with great haste. Yujing found herself ensnared by a slippery entity, her body engulfed in a mist emitted by this unknown substance, leaving her utterly nauseated. Regret consumed her, realizing that she had fallen victim to a cunning ruse. How could she have been so foolish? She could surmise the mist's effects, yet her body was tightly bound, rendering her immobile and blind. unable to leave any marks. She needed to remain composed and devise her own escape. This creature must be a serpent beast. What could be its intention in capturing her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she shouted defiantly, "I do not understand your motives for seizing me. But I have already bonded with a divine partner. Even in a state of heat, I shall not mate with you." She sensed the serpent beast's swift movements falter, confirming her suspicion, yet what followed was unexpected. "Ah, that is even better. I can mate with you without any concern. And it saves me the trouble of shedding my skin, does it not? Beautiful little female, tell me, why must you be so enchanting? I was captivated by you at first glance. Remember my name." He eyes. With that, he licked Yujing's face with his icy serpent tongue before resuming his relentless pace across the ground. At this moment, Yujing gritted her teeth, the faintly metallic and chilling sensation making her feel nauseous. She exclaimed with anger, "But my partner is incredibly strong. He will undoubtedly kill you." Haikei's responded with a sinister laugh, his laughter chilling to the bone. The bite from He Yin was indeed severe, and it would not be long before the wound began to fester and spread throughout his body, causing his fur to fall out. Would you like to witness the grotesque sight of his decaying and foul form? But rest assured, he will not perish. He will continue to live on, hideously and wretchedly. Yujing could see nothing. How could she possibly know that Yin was injured? Once again, she felt that heart-wrenching pain tearing through her chest. The excruciating agony compelled her to scream out in anguish. At that moment, a voice drifted beside her. "Heisei, this time I have truly aided you. Look at the scratches on my face. It's from that tormenting female serpent beast. Hyan, you enjoyed yourself too, didn't you?" Heisei's tone was nonchalant, as if they were merely engaged in a trivial game. "Don't mention it. That female, enough. Give her to me. Let us not forget, she is a tiger. And I am entwined in her venom." It was him. He had injured Yin. Yin's fur was the most exquisite in the world. No one was permitted to inflict harm upon him. Rage, overwhelming and all-consuming, threatened to burst from her chest. Simultaneously, she felt something surging forth from within her. At this moment, her heart brimmed with fury. Whatever the force, as long as it could annihilate the two before her, she would gladly make a pact with the devil. Kill, kill, kill. Every cell in her body screamed for vengeance, and in an instant, her obsidian eyes snapped wide open. A surge of green energy erupted from her chest, illuminating the heavens and momentarily brightening the entire night sky. She beheld the two grotesque cobras before her. Heisei and Hyan could hardly react. Yujing's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Power. This was the power she sought. In a flash, a torrent of thorns sprouted from within her, as if they were ravenous mouths ready to devour everything, swirling like a tempest and consuming all vitality in their path, leaving behind charred desolation. In an instant, the serpentine bindings that held her captive vanished, while Heisei's serpent form visibly shriveled as the thorns absorbed him, little by little. Hyan was suspended in the air by a thick emerald thorn. "Do you wish to experience a magnificent death?" Yujing's raven hair danced in the wind, her icy black eyes gazing at Hyan with a semblance of a smile. Though her expression bore a grin, it was as if a demon from hell had emerged. Instilling dread, countless thorns swirled around her feet, elevating her into the air as she locked eyes with Hyan. "Well then, let me grant you a splendid demise." She coldly chuckled, her delicate hand raised, transforming a formidable thorn into countless slender tendrils that gradually infiltrated Hyan's body. He cried out in agony, yet it was futile, for innumerable tiny thorns had already obstructed his mouth. They continued to spread and writhe, the dense blood-red thorns sending shivers down one's spine. Yet Yujing appeared to savor the scene as if admiring a splendid vista, coldly taunting. "How does it feel?" Then relish in the exquisite torment that death brings. No sooner had she spoken than Hyan's body convulsed violently, and within moments, he succumbed to lifelessness, transforming into a shriveled, riddled corpse. As Yujing's gaze gradually dissipated alongside the desiccated corpse, countless green orbs danced in the air before her, reminiscent of fireflies shimmering in the night sky. A vision of exquisite beauty. Yet, Yujing understood that these were the life forces of flora consumed by thorns nearby. She beheld the trees around her, each one withering and charred, while vibrant flowers lost their hues, and the surrounding thorny vines grew ever more lush and robust. She did not wish for destruction. She merely sought to safeguard herself, to protect the flames of existence. Her eyes, once full of vitality, increasingly lost their luster, ultimately becoming devoid of all expression. Standing like a serene statue bathed in ethereal light, akin to a divine apparition, the robust thorny vines seemed to comprehend their master's intent. Their verdant leaves swaying in the breeze, the entangled tendrils transforming into transparency in a mere instant, akin to shattered glass. The fragmented light coalesced once more before Yujing's chest, ultimately morphing into a dazzling brilliance that cascaded across the realm. Instantly, life surged forth anew, vitality blossoming. The flowers regained their vibrant splendor, and towering trees stood tall and full once more. When Yin arrived, this was the scene that met his eyes, the sacred maiden bowing her head slightly, her hands clasped in prayer, her form elevated. Waist-length black hair dancing with the gentle breeze, a face pure and flawless, with the corners of her mouth curving slightly, as if caught between a smile and something more. "Ah Jing." Yin's voice trembled as he called to her, his body weakened to the brink of collapse. At this moment, Yujing found herself enveloped in a profoundly mystical state, as if a continuous stream of warmth flowed within her. Before she could fully comprehend her sensations, a voice resonated from the depths of her heart by Yin. What has happened to Bai Yin? Daring not to dwell on her thoughts, she opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Yet she could feel it. She could sense that Bai Yin was right there, like a celestial being. She plummeted through the air into his embrace. Countless green orbs hovered around her, but she remained oblivious to them, anxiously caressing Bai Yin's back until her fingers slipped onto a wet, foul-smelling wound. The injury was not extensive, yet the flesh surrounding it had become loose, and merely brushing against it left her fingers smeared with flesh. This was flesh from Bai Yin's body. A profound pain surged within her heart. It was all her fault. Had she not gone missing, Bai Yin would not have been injured. She clung tightly to his neck, her hollow eyes shedding silent tears. Bai Yin, still in disbelief, could scarcely fathom what he had just witnessed, a power that should not have manifested in this realm of force that, if discovered, would be ruthlessly exploited. Panic seized his heart. How could he possibly conceal her? He must not let her know, must not let her worry, absolutely not. Faintly, he heard her weeping. Jing, I am here. I will not go anywhere from now on. His azure eyes brimmed with mist, his voice choked with emotion. He was truly frightened. In the blink of an eye, his Jing had been taken away, and if she were to suffer a similar fate, he dared not imagine what he would endure, whether he might completely lose his sanity. I am fine. I am fine. Do not cry. I wept only because I saw you were hurt. It aches in my heart. I will search my bag for medicine. Jing hastily wiped her tears away, appearing utterly flustered. Where am I injured? Huh? Bai Yin gazed at her with a heart full of tenderness. How could he be the one injured? Just moments ago, the life energy from her frail form had entirely merged with his, leaving behind only faint pink scars where the wounds had healed. Do you not realize you yourself are hurt? Jing was infuriated that he did not cherish himself, as her hand instinctively reached toward the wound. Where is it? Was it not just a bloody mess moments ago? She froze, and Bai Yin gently inquired, Jing, do you know what transpired just now? As Jing's expression changed, she became lost in thought. What had just transpired? How had Bai Yin's injuries suddenly healed? She had not lost her memory. She vividly recalled the fleeting moment of clarity in the act of vanquishing the serpent beast, yet her body had been entirely beyond her control at that moment. A possibility struck her like a thunderclap. Could there be two souls? But she was not a soul transmigrant. This was her own body. How could there possibly be another soul? The more she pondered, the more implausible it seemed. Could it be that she harbored a dual personality? And what of the overwhelming destructive power she had just wielded? Had she transformed into some sort of monster that gained strength and fury? Her mind felt as if it were swelling, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 19. The True Jing. Additional update. Seeing Jing lost in her thoughts, Bai Yin transformed into his human form and gently pressed his hand against her furrowed brow. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. Perhaps finding the eagle tribe will bring clarity. No matter where you are, or who you may be, I will always stand by your side. For in my eyes, you are simply my beloved. Jing lifted her gaze, though she could not see Bai Yin's visage. The warmth and depth of his words dispelled her inner turmoil. Indeed, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, his presence rendered life vibrant and full. No matter how long the night may be, the dawn would inevitably break. Jing softly recounted the events that had recently transpired, deliberately omitting the part where she had been teased. Bai Yin listened intently, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Are you suggesting that within you resides another persona? One that can fragment? Indeed, she replied. Otherwise, why would I feel so foreign to myself? I am not as cold and formidable as I seem. You're mistaken. Jing, that is undeniably you. Do you realize? From the very first moment I encountered you, I sensed you were an extraordinary female. You exuded an air of aloofness, your gaze both vigilant and detached. Even in fleeting moments of distraction, you would swiftly return to your icy demeanor. When you rescued me, you stated that life and death depended solely on my choices. Those words bore little emotion, yet marked the first instance of someone genuinely caring for me. Is that truly myself? Was I ever so indifferent towards Bai Yin? Jing pondered, momentarily lost in thought. Her mind drifted to the present, reflecting on how, in her past, she would employ every tactic imaginable to seize what she desired. She would not hesitate to dispose of any unsatisfactory proposals, regardless of the time and effort others had invested in them. If an adversarial business owner caught her ire, she would skillfully undermine them, drawing their associates to her side. What had she once been? What had she become? In her earlier days, she had been confident and exuberant, steadily carving out her own domain in commerce. Yet now, she felt a sense of fear and fragility, accompanied by a laughable sense of pity, perpetually reliant on Bai Yin. She had even grown accustomed to her current state of vulnerability, finding it difficult to accept her once aloof and powerful self. Indeed, she had changed. All because of the person before her. Perhaps it was true that a woman in love could lose her wits, regardless of her previous status, wealth, or influence. Love could render one susceptible to profound vulnerabilities. But if her vulnerabilities were merely weaknesses, she would no longer be Jing. She intended to transform them into armor, into fervor and motivation. If she possessed formidable strength within her, why not learn to wield it? Why continue to portray herself as weak? To cower behind Bai Yin, awaiting his constant concern for her? She wanted to be strong. Strong enough to protect Bai Yin, to safeguard her own future. After a period of deep contemplation, she felt as though her mind had been invigorated by a sudden epiphany. Jing smiled, a genuine smile that resonated from the depths of her heart, bright and enchanting. Do you prefer me, or the person I am now? She playfully nudged Bai Yan's chin, her tone teasing. I merely wish to help you see yourself clearly. Not to instill any doubt about how deeply I adore you, Jing. Though her words were light-hearted, Bai Yan's tone remained earnest. Yujing couldn't help but smile. Her Bai Yan was indeed so stubborn. She lifted her head and gently pressed her lips against his, like a dragonfly touching the water. Bai Yan, thank you for helping me see myself clearly. I love you. She whispered softly into his ear. Under the luminous moonlight, the two embraced tightly, enveloped in tranquility. Is loving someone truly so difficult? Oftentimes, loving another can be effortless, perhaps just a glance, a gesture, or a phrase. Yet in the end, one may realize that despite loving her deeply, one does not truly understand her. To comprehend another person is indeed a formidable task. Yujing considered herself fortunate to have encountered Bai Yan. She had found someone who understood her. In her moments of vulnerability, he guarded her tenderly. And when she grew strong, he stood silently behind her, brimming with pride and joy. Chapter 20. The City of Beasts. By the time Bai Yan returned to Qi Yi with Yujing's hand in his, dawn was breaking. The situation at Qi Yi's location was dire. Of the 13 male beastmen who had set out, only 3 remained alongside Qi Yi. The assaulted females now lay on the brink of death. What was once a joyous quest to find mates in the City of Beasts had been abruptly overshadowed by this unforeseen crisis. With bloodshot eyes, Qi Yi approached Bai Yan. And upon seeing Yujing return, he sighed with relief. I must first take the injured females back to the City of Beasts for my father's treatment. Esteemed Bai Yan, could you please look after these poor females until we reach the city? I will wait for you at the city gates. Bai Yan nodded, though he cautioned. If we encounter the Han Shui clan again, I cannot guarantee their safety. Qi Yi understood, yet he could not abandon the severely injured female. This was his oversight. Thank you very much, he said, before swiftly carrying the female on his back and departing amidst the reluctant gazes of the beastmen. With Qi Yi gone, Bai Yan became the strongest beastman present. Although the females were intimidated by his aura, they cautiously approached to greet him. They dared not speak much to Bai Yan. But one slightly bolder female beastman addressed Yujing. Greetings, black-haired female. I am Yi Yin from the Rock Fox clan, and your skin is truly fair. Yujing could not see her own reflection, yet she offered a friendly smile and nodded in the direction of the voice, introducing herself. Hello, my name is Yujing. At that moment, the beast realized with a start that her eyes were eerily vacant and devoid of life. Previously, Bai Yan had kept his distance. And Yujing had not spoken much to draw attention, so no one had noticed. The beastmen assumed that Yujing must have been injured the previous night. And their resentment towards the Han Shui tribe deepened. When Yi Yin saw Yujing smile at her, she felt that this female was not particularly fearsome, merely reticent. Noticing the emptiness in her gaze, she instinctively waved a hand in front of her. Upon realizing her actions, she was startled. For she had already caught sight of Bai Yan's cold, piercing stare fixed upon her. Her gesture was not intentional. A flicker of sympathy crossed her mind. And she quickly apologized. I am sorry for any unintended offense. I simply thought it a pity that someone as beautiful as you has lost their light. Yujing was uncertain about the unfolding events, yet she could surmise the general situation. It's all right. My light resides within my heart. She grasped Bai Yan's hand, gesturing toward the source of the sound with a gentle smile, seemingly indifferent to the circumstances. Bai Yan looked at her and smiled in return. The two of them, with their white hair and dark strands, appeared strikingly elegant together, their entire being seemingly enveloped in a radiant glow, a beauty that captivated the onlookers. The solitary beast was momentarily dazzled, yet again presented with a delightful spectacle from the stars. Simultaneously, this sight pierced the heart of Hong Ling, who stood nearby. Her face was clouded with gloom. Although Yujing's blindness brought her some solace, the departure of Qi Yi left her feeling vulnerable and exposed. The thought of having to depend on others ignited a surge of resentment toward the still thriving Lan beside her. Upon reaching the Beast City, she vowed to seek out the most formidable beastman, one even stronger than Bai Yan. Among the 3 surviving male beastmen, though sorrowful, they were not idle. While one stayed behind to comfort the frightened female, the other 2 ventured out to hunt nearby. After some reorganization, the beastmen were reluctant to remain in place, aware that lingering would only deepen the shadows cast by the previous night's events. Lord Bai Yan, I am Gaigu. One of the lion beastmen spoke respectfully. Many females do not feel safe here. If we escort the female humanoids, we should be able to reach Beast City by sunset. Do you think we can set off? Bai Yan, as per usual, first sought Yujing's opinion. Seeing that she had no objections, he nodded at Gaigu, transforming into his beast form. He carried Yujing upon his back and led the way at the front of the group. Last night, Yujing did not have a restful slumber. Now, with relatives visiting, she found unparalleled comfort resting on Bai Yan's soft back. Before Bai Yan could take many steps, she had already succumbed to sleep, occasionally rubbing his little tiger ears in her dreams. Bai Yan, unable to resist, exhaled heavily, feeling quite helpless. This little female was indeed mischievous. Once she finished her heat, he would certainly return the torment. The thought of their little tiger cubs made him yearn with anticipation. Aside from Bai Yan, the other beastmen walked in their human forms. Before noon, several females were already panting with exhaustion. Only Hong Ling maintained her composure, as she had Lan to carry her. The other females, however, were not as virtuous. They were young, had high standards, and coincidentally, the 3-year invitation to the Beast City was upon them. The Rock Fox tribe's females were often more beautiful than those of other tribes, raising their standards even higher. Among the small Rock Fox tribe, how many had awakened their soul rings? Even among the nearby 3 major tribes and 6 smaller clans, there were few young male beastmen who had reached the second circle of soul rings. The individuals sent to accompany them were the best from their tribes, but it seemed they would be unable to surpass even 3. Observing the other females, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, Hongling fell victim to her princess complex. No, her chieftain's daughter complex. She haughtily lifted her chin and remarked to the surrounding females, "Oh dear, how pitiful are the females without partners. Lon, don't they look like black water buffaloes, panting so?" Lon remained silent, sweat trickling down his fair forehead and along his cheek. He nodded in tacit agreement with Hongling. Disappointed by his lack of enthusiasm, Hongling wondered why he couldn't be more like Bai Yin. The nearby females, unable to contain their indignation, shot back at her. "If you're so capable, why don't you make him transform so you can ride him? Just because you found a rabbit beast doesn't mean you can act like a big shot." Hongling's face turned ashen. Their words struck a nerve. Lan's face reddened as he bit his lip, remaining silent. After walking for a while, the females could no longer continue and finally paused to rest. They leaned against a tree, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Bai Yin stood nearby in the shade, still carrying Yu Jing, showing no intention of sitting down to rest. It was evident that he would not wake her while she slept. Seeing this, Hongling turned to Lon and said, "You mustn't put me down either." Lon nodded with a smile, assuring her he wouldn't. This made Hongling feel a little better. The females had intended to rest only for a short while, but exhaustion from the previous night's fright and lack of sleep overwhelmed them. Once they lay down, they refused to get up, sleeping until the sun set. After consuming some game caught by the males, they hurried on their way, all determined not to spend the night in the forest, perhaps out of fear. Their pace quickened considerably compared to the morning. Fortunately, they encountered no magical beasts or cold-blooded creatures along the way and finally reached the Beast City as darkness fell. Chapter 21. The Beast Tower. Beast City is a gathering place for powerful beings. Aside from females, anyone wishing to enter must either have sufficient crystal coins to pay for monthly lodging or have awakened their beast soul. For the strong, this is not particularly challenging, as the city itself is perilous, situated deep within the inner forest, surrounded by many magical beasts, with even more formidable creatures in the southern forest nearby. The crystallized soul gems here are considerably larger. By gathering here, they can acquire more crystals. Magical beasts are ordinary animals that have awakened beast souls, unlike beastmen, who can transform into human forms. Magical beasts exist solely as animals. The weak are preyed upon by beastmen, while the strong, having awakened their beast souls, consume beastmen. It's as simple as that. However, the chances of magical beasts awakening their souls are quite low. Their intelligence is limited, making it difficult for them to grasp the essence of combat and power. Yet, their lifespans are remarkably long, but that is a topic for another time. Before reaching the gates of Beast City, they saw the imposing walls built of massive stones, standing tall and robust. The city gates were immense, towering several meters high, with numerous guards stationed at the entrance. Beastmen from all directions were bustling about, and indeed, they were all formidable beings. From a distance, they spotted Qi anxiously waiting at the gates, accompanied by several tall beastmen. Upon seeing them, Qi was overjoyed, running over while exclaiming, "Thank the gods! You have finally arrived. I was just about to send people to look for you." The beastmen greeted Qi warmly, and she turned to Bai Yin, saying, "Thank you for today, Bai Yin. As a token of my gratitude, you need not pay any fees to stay at the Beast Tower." Bai Yin nodded. He was indifferent about where to stay. Qi then addressed the females, saying, "Beautiful females, I will arrange for you to stay at the Beast Tower, in the building closest to the new elders. The food is already prepared, so please rest well tonight. Tomorrow evening, we will attend the bonfire banquet hosted by the city lord. Every 3 years, new elders are selected in Beast City to serve as a stabilizing force, while the former elders continue their roles in the council to safeguard and develop the city. It is said that the lifespans of the elders are several times longer than that of ordinary beastmen, and the death of a female does not significantly impact their strength or lifespan. This is one of the well-known secrets of Beast City. Thus, many beastmen strive to join the council, and the young male elders become the object of competition among females, a unique phenomenon found only in Beast City. Yu Jing lay upon Bai Yan's back. Although she had long been somewhat awake, she still languidly remained in bed. As Bai Yan approached the city of 10,000 beasts, she felt a sudden stir of energy within her, and her spirit momentarily tensed. The ancient aura emanating from the city walls struck her as oddly familiar. Yet she was at a loss to articulate why. She calmed her mind and attempted to sense the energy that had just stirred within her, yet found herself without results. A sense of discouragement washed over her. This power arrived swiftly only to dissipate just as quickly, leaving her small frame perplexed as to where it could possibly reside. Having never perused any cultivation manuals, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. However, she understood that every journey begins with a single step. And if this power were indeed hers, it would require her diligent exploration and study. Meditation and contemplation were always prudent paths to tread. The 10,000 Beasts Tower, situated at the heart of the city of 10,000 beasts, was a vast courtyard filled with uniquely designed black brick structures. It could also be regarded as the affluent district of the city, a gathering place for those who wield power. The Council of Elders and the City Lord resided at the southernmost point, where the architecture was notably more exquisite. Guards and formidable beastmen occupied the outer periphery, and the stone towers were 2 stories high, offering ample space. The journey was largely silent, though Ye Yin, with her warm-hearted nature, inquired about the condition of an injured female. Shi Ye's face registered concern as he shook his head, offering no reply. As the group of beasts arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts Tower, a female stood at the gate, scanning the surroundings. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled, and her short brown hair framed her petite face, exuding a lively charm. "Brother Qi Yi, you're here. I thought you'd be later," she exclaimed with a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her gaze first fell upon Qi Yi, then shifted to Bai Yin, before becoming momentarily lost as it lingered on Hong Ling. Her eyes filled with an inscrutable meaning, yet her smile remained bright. "Hong Lian, why are you out here? But it's for the best. You can lead these females to the vacant stone towers beside the new elder. I'll take the rest to the outskirts to rest." Upon seeing the adorable Hong Ling, Qi Ye's melancholy lifted considerably, and he affectionately pinched her cheek. Hong Lian smiled cheerfully, her voice sweet as she greeted the group. "Hello, sisters. I'm Hong Lian, and I will take you to rest." Her eyes sparkled with joy, her words melodious, and her beauty was endearing. It was not only the males who found her charming. Even the females couldn't help but feel an influx of goodwill towards her. "Thank you, little sister," one of the females replied graciously. As for Hong Ling, upon seeing Hong Lian, her eyes brimmed with disbelief, and she nearly pressed against Lan in fright. Lan, perplexed, gently comforted her. Qi Yi arranged for the 3 males to settle in first, then led by Yin further inside, stopping at a somewhat larger stone tower, and respectfully stated, "I have reported yesterday's events to Lord Senluo, the city lord, who greatly admires your strength. He invites you to attend tomorrow's banquet, and if you wish, I will personally come to escort you and your female tomorrow evening." Bai Yin nodded, recalling the purpose of his visit, and inquired, "Do you know if there are any feather or eagle tribes within the city of 10,000 beasts?" Qi Yi paused momentarily. The city lord is indeed one of them, though he is not a man of great patience. With that, he offered a polite smile and turned to leave. Chapter 22. The sudden appearance of a little bundle by Yin cradled the seemingly slumbering Yu Jing, his heart heavy with concern. His little female must have been utterly exhausted from their journey. Without further thought, he gently laid her upon the beast for bed. After days of travel, he too felt wearied. Pressing against Yu Jing's waist, he reassured himself that there should be no danger within the city of 10,000 beasts, allowing his tense nerves to relax. And soon he too succumbed to slumber. Yu Jing was initially immersed in meditation, yet she suddenly felt as though she had entered a dream. Surrounding her were vast expanses of white clouds, and she floated amidst them, experiencing sheer delight. In this dream, she was not blind. She could see the azure sky and flocks of geese. As she floated, the surrounding mist abruptly vanished. In an instant, she plummeted from the sky, astonished not by the fall itself, which bore no pain, but by the magnificent ancient tree that emerged before her. This tree towered over 1,000 feet. Soaring straight into the clouds, its trunk lush and upright, with umbrella-like branches sprawling outwards. The entire tree radiated an aura of antiquity and resilience, embodying the indomitable spirit of life. Sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Beneath the colossal tree, a vine as thick as a bull's rim twisted upward along the sturdy roots, reaching towards the canopy. The tender green leaves of the vine danced gently in the breeze, adorned with heavy clusters of white blossoms. As the wind caressed the flowers, they fluttered down like exquisite butterflies, gracefully swirling around the giant trunk in an enchanting ballet, captivating and intoxicating all who beheld it. The cascading petals adorned the great tree, enhancing its beauty to an overwhelming degree. This enchanting scene resonated deeply within Yu Jing's heart, an impression that lingered, impossible to shake off. Yu Jing sighed as she stepped forward, noticing how the colorful petals seemed to take a liking to her, gliding across her cheek and through her hair, lifting her from the ground and carrying her to the treetops. At that moment, she could only feel that her dream was becoming increasingly surreal. However, considering it was merely a dream, it mattered little. She had always held a fondness for plants, and appreciating the beauty around her was delightful. Standing atop the treetops, high above the clouds, she discovered that at the end of the vines, there was a bud poised to bloom. Remarkably, this flower bud bore no color yet encompassed every hue in existence. It shimmered with radiant light, exuding an enchanting allure. It was ethereal, it was divine. No words could adequately capture its appearance, for this was its inaugural revelation to mortal eyes. Before Yu Jing could fully comprehend the situation, she discovered a tiny creature, no larger than the palm of her hand, nestled beneath the flower. It possessed delicate pink wings and was currently sobbing quietly in its floral sanctuary. Yu Jing, in a moment of bewilderment, felt a pang of compassion as she observed the creature weeping before her. "What are you? Why do you cry?" she inquired with a furrowed brow. The diminutive figure, upon hearing her voice, sprang to its feet, revealing a pair of disproportionately large yet endearingly captivating eyes, gazing at her with astonishment. It was then that Yu Jing discerned the nature of this tiny being, an elf, perhaps. Its pink hair, entwined with miniature blossoms, cascaded down to its ankles, and from beneath its tresses peaked pointed ears. Its eyes, a crystalline green, brimmed with a sorrow that tugged at the heart. and it donned a dress fashioned from pink petals. Yet, this elf was rather smaller than she had envisioned. Before Yujing could ponder further, the fluffy little creature flapped its wings and darted towards her, exclaiming, "Mama." Sob, "I have finally found you. All my brothers and sisters have vanished." Sob, "Soon I too shall disappear." The tiny being wailed, breathless and inconsolable, clinging tightly to Yujing's neck in a fit of despair that was utterly tragic. Yujing, taken aback by the intensity of its sorrow, found herself bewildered by the creature's cries. "Mama? What on earth is this?" she thought, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Clearing her throat, she gently replied, "I genuinely sympathize with your plight, but I am not your mother." Upon hearing her words, the little creature's sobs intensified, its body quaking as if to convey, "If you do not acknowledge me, I shall weep myself into oblivion." Yujing felt increasingly helpless as she tugged at the small bundle encircling her neck. With a furrowed brow, she irritably commanded, "Stop." The bundle, seemingly startled by Yujing's impatient tone, instantly ceased its free-flowing tears. It fixed its gaze intently upon Yujing's face, its tear-streaked eyes filled with confusion, and timidly inquired, "Mom, why have you turned into this? You look so ugly." Yujing was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly unattractive? She could not deny that the little one before her was exquisitely beautiful, no, breathtakingly so. Yet, could it be that she herself was indeed unappealing? Noticing Yujing's silence, the little one cautiously lifted her head and said, "But it doesn't matter. You are still my mother. Even if you are a bit less pretty, it's perfectly fine." Slowly, she wriggled free from Yujing's grasp, playfully stuck out her tiny pink tongue, and smoothed out her wrinkled pink petal dress, nodding in satisfaction. Yujing felt utterly helpless. Even the manifestations of her own dreams appeared to scorn her. Or perhaps this was not a dream at all. Where was she? "Are you a fairy?" Yujing queried, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. "This is the sacred tree of the fairies." "I am not a fairy, but your little celestial companion, Fintuan. "Oh, mother, you must be the new mommy now. Surely you have forgotten." "Wait, that is not quite right. We are, in fact, within the fairy dream." Fintuan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with realization. This was no mere dream. She had entered the enchanting realm of the fairy dream alongside her mother. Before Yujing could utter a word, a wave of anxiety washed over for Tuan, and she hurriedly reassured, "Mother, please do not panic or become anxious. If you do, you might fall out of the fairy dream. Let me explain everything to you slowly." Her expression shifted to one of solemnity. Yujing did not fully comprehend the meaning behind her words, yet witnessing her earnest demeanor, she nodded in agreement. Perhaps her arrival in this world was not mere happenstance. "Mother, you were once a significant fairy in this realm, thus you must protect yourself diligently. Restore your strength swiftly and return to the fairy forest. Above all, ensure that the demon kin do not discover you. The demon clan incessantly erodes our fairy lineage with their blood magic to fortify the barriers they have constructed against us. The four holy fairies, alongside the Snow Wolf clan, are currently enduring immense strain. The boundaries between our fairy kin and the demon clan are perilously close to merging. My elder siblings sacrificed their own life forces years ago to reinforce this barrier." As she gazed into the little one's verdant eyes, filled with profound sorrow, Yujing could not help but believe in the gravity of the situation, feeling utterly helpless. "While I understand your anxiety, I am currently blinded and possess no power. Even if I were once your mother in a past life, in this existence, I am merely Yujing. Mother, every fairy is born unseen. It is only when they can perceive the life force of nature and grasp the laws of existence that they can bask in your light. When you return and gain the recognition of the four holy fairies, receiving the baptism of the cloud dream sacred flower, you shall reclaim all the powers of a fairy. Our lineage shall once again give rise to celestial beings. I am the last fairy princess." As she uttered this, the little one's previously animated expression dimmed, her eyes once again brimming with tears. "To feel the power of life," Yujing murmured, her gaze momentarily drifting. Struggling to assimilate such an overwhelming influx of information, she gently massaged her temples, about to speak when a sudden fragrant breeze swept in, carrying delicate white petals. Tears, the size of beans, cascaded down her cheeks once more. "Mother, you are about to depart. When you arrive, I may no longer be here. Soon, I too must sacrifice my own strength. Mother, I am not saddened. I am luckier than my siblings, for I can still embrace you, my mother." With that, she choked on her words and threw herself into Yujing's embrace once more. Yujing felt a slight chill in her chest. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in the darkness and sat up with a start. "Tuanzi," she exclaimed involuntarily. Bai Yin was instantly awakened, hastily pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Ah Jing, was it just a dream? Do not be afraid, I am here." Bai Yin's slender fingers gently caressed Yujing's back. He too was greatly startled. She had never reacted this way before. What kind of nightmare had she experienced? Panting. Yujing's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke of Tuanzi, lamenting that she too would soon vanish. Upon awakening, Yujing vividly recalled every detail of her dream, particularly Tuanzi's tear-streaked visage, which pierced her heart with an inexplicable pain. "Tuanzi, was it merely a dream?" Bai Yin inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Indeed. I had a lengthy dream," Yujing recounted. "In it, I ventured to the realm of the elves and encountered the elf princess. She revealed to me that I was once part of the elven lineage, and she was my guardian spirit. However, due to the machinations of the Dark Ones, She must sacrifice herself and fade away. Her voice carried an indescribable sorrow as she narrated the dream's haunting events. Bai Yan's heart ached for her. He comprehended Yu Jing's feelings, having long sensed her profound difference. Embracing her, he expressed his unease. Last night, when you harnessed that life force, I had a fleeting suspicion. Such power is not something a mere beastman can wield. For the first time, I felt a twinge of distrust towards myself. I fear I may not be able to protect you. Your strength may attract the attention of the Dark Ones, and if they were to discover it. I shudder to think of the consequences. Though Yu Jing felt a tinge of hesitation within her heart, she nonetheless turned back to embrace Bai Yan. As long as you remain by my side, I am unafraid. I will always be by your side. By the way, regarding your eyes. I heard from Qi Yi that the Lord of Beast City is of the Feather Clan. Tomorrow, we shall inquire with him. Perhaps he possesses the knowledge of a restoration method. Yu Jing shook her head gently, her brows furrowing slightly as she bit her lip and spoke. I have come to understand the situation. Every fairy is born in this manner, ultimately destined to attain the light. However, my circumstances are somewhat unique. If I can truly grasp the essence of natural life, perhaps I can behold the illumination. Let me attempt it now. Bai Yan was filled with delight, cradling Yu Jing's face and showering her with affectionate kisses. Is that true? Then I can rest easy. I shall accompany you. His joy surpassed even Yu Jing's. As if he too were on the brink of rediscovering the light. Chapter 23. Return to the light. Seeing Bai Yan so joyous, Yu Jing felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. In truth, she was quite uncertain. Understanding should not be overly arduous for every fairy. She sat cross-legged on the bed, recognizing that tranquility of mind was essential for any insight. Thus, she cleared her thoughts. A question arose in her mind. What is life? Should she not ponder the essence of existence first? Suddenly, a saying from Buddhism came to her. Life arises from conditions. Death is also conditioned. This famous phrase often eludes comprehension. If it pertains to life, then there is neither birth nor death. The laws of nature resemble a circle. Death leads to rebirth. A cycle of life and death, endlessly intertwined. With this realization, a spark ignited in her mind. Indeed, life is ceaseless. The vitality of existence is imbued with boundless power. Akin to thunderous roars or cascading waterfalls, boisterous and ever-flowing. Why can a seed, no larger than a grain of rice, break through the pressure of a boulder? Because of life. Its force is limitless, and what is lost can be reborn. Existence may fade, yet it will never be exhausted. What then are the laws of nature? No one can control life or nature, yet one can hold a profoundly reverent heart to honor the strength of life and respect the arrival of every being. The elven folk cherish prayer and excel in singing hymns celebrating life's grandeur. They revere the birth of each life, finding meaning and discovering beauty within existence. Thus, with sincere prayer and her understanding of life's essence, she believed she could regain the light. No longer hesitating, she brought her hands together, softly chanting, "Life is a gentle stream, originating from snow-capped mountains or underground springs, meandering through lofty peaks and valleys, joyfully leaping toward the azure sea. Life is an evergreen vine, drawing nourishment from the earth, basking in the warmth of sunlight and rain, quietly and subtly revealing its green tendrils on hillsides and cliffs. Life is a stream of light, fervently burning itself, adorning the heavens, ultimately merging its energy with other entities. I wish to understand life, to respect life, and to walk along the path of existence until its conclusion, only to joyfully embrace the dawn of life once more." She softly sang the ancient song of life, her voice a melodious blend of beauty and solemnity. A scattering of green orbs of light emanated from her, swirling around her in a graceful dance. As if attuned to the hymn of existence, Bai Yan's gaze fixated on Yu Jing's ethereal visage, unable to blink even for a moment. The love he harbored for her surged within him, overwhelming him in waves. He adored her to the point of madness, even with her before him. He longed to hold her, to kiss her, to claim her as his own. Yu Jing's voice, though soft, resonated through the enchanted forest. For there exists an innate harmony and sensitivity among the elves when it comes to singing prayers, no matter the time or place. They joined in her melodic supplications, and the entire forest once again radiated with a dazzling brilliance. The eyes of the dumpling filled with tears, as it finally felt the power of its mother coursing through it. That strength infused its being, revitalizing the waning vitality within. And perhaps this time it would not vanish like its elder siblings. Unbeknownst to Yu Jing in the city of beasts, upon concluding her prayers and opening her eyes, she was captivated by a pair of pale blue irises, unable to look away. It was him, Bai Yan, the ethereal being from her dreams. His silver hair shimmered with exquisite luminescence, his brows remained artistically defined, and beneath his straight nose, his thin lips quivered slightly. He appeared somewhat thinner, yet exuded an aura of greater maturity and restraint. "Ah Jing, you see me, don't you?" Bai Yan's voice trembled as his fair, distinctly knuckled hands gently caressed Yu Jing's eyes, which sparkled like black gemstones, no longer vacant. Her Jing had finally awakened to see, with a gentle smile. Yu Jing nodded, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance, more captivating and lustrous than ever before. Those enchanting eyes were enough to ensnare one's soul. Bai Yan could no longer contain the exhilaration and fervor within him. He leaned in and pressed his lips fervently against her rosy ones. He could not resist. His love for her surged forth in a fervent declaration. His kiss was passionate and profound, imbued with an intense longing. Yu Jing gazed back at him, wrapping her delicate arms around his slender waist, reciprocating his ardor. Time seemed to stand still as they remained entwined, lost in each other's embrace. Until Yujing felt a sudden warmth below. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson as her hand brushed against his face, which bore the marks of their shared desire. Her fingers intertwining with the soft, silvery strands of his hair. Ah Yin, not now. My relatives are still here. Bai Yin froze. Propping himself up with his hands on the bed, his body hovering over her fragile form. I'm sorry, I forgot. I just want to possess you. Over and over again, no matter how much I have, it never feels sufficient. His voice was laced with remorse. You're silly, Ah Yin. Must you always be so serious? Yujing chuckled, her fingers playfully entwining with his silvery locks, her heart swelling with delight. I love you, and thus, I must be earnest, Bai Yin replied once more. His honesty illuminating the warmth in his heart as he observed Yujing's evident fondness for his hair. Silently, Yujing felt a sense of helplessness. Truly. She was like a spirit in a painting, incapable of even making a jest. Yet, she relished it. In contrast to the warmth and tenderness within the stone tower shared by Bai Yin and Yujing. The atmosphere in the most majestic and solemn stone tower not far away was chillingly dreadful. Chapter 24. Senluo in the vast and intricately crafted stone tower located at the southernmost and deepest part of the Beast Tower complex. An alluring and devilishly charming beastman lounged languidly upon the central stone chair. His elongated and well-proportioned figure was strikingly pale, almost to the point of translucence, exhibiting a sickly pallor. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his remarkable elegance. His almond-shaped eyes, more exquisite than those of any woman, were slightly upturned. And his pupils were a pure, captivating red, not orange, nor brown, nor bloody crimson, but the kind of red that flickers like sparks and flames. Reminiscent of the ethereal blooms of a flower in water, a hue so pure and translucent it ensnares the heart. Before him knelt two beastmen, one clad in azure beast hide, possessing an air of refined elegance that would be enhanced if only his expression were more relaxed, the other, adorned in brown beast hide, robust and muscular, with flowing chestnut red hair. This was Chi-Yi. Bamboo Gu, I give you 3 days to ascertain the location of that elf. Otherwise. Senluo's enchanting gaze lingered on him, a beguiling smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes bore no mirth. His voice was melodious, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, seemingly indifferent and casual. Nonetheless, Bamboo Gu understood the dire consequences that awaited him should he fail to comply. He was merely a shaman, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of celestial rites, yet he dared not defy Senluo's command. The high priest who had once defied Senluo's orders had seen his entire family obliterated, for to Senluo, females and younglings were merely delectable morsels. The denizens of Beast City believed that the Lord's formidable strength stemmed from the enigmatic Feather Clan, unaware of the bloodthirsty and sinister methods at his disposal. Even the 8 elders of the council remained oblivious, assuming the Lord to be a promising youth, devoted to the welfare of the beastmen and the protection of the city. As the Grand Shaman of Beast City, Bamboo Gu had spent years at Senluo's side, and who could fathom how he had endured these years? I shall do my utmost. Yet the elves are unlike any other race, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. I have never encountered one before. I can only rely on the faint aura I sensed earlier. Bamboo Gu replied, trembling. I have already caught a whiff of its delightful fragrance. Right here in Beast City. Chi-Yi, from this moment forth, close the gates of Beast City. Do not reopen them until we find it. Senluo's crimson gaze blazed with an inner fire, his fiery hair cascading over his bare, exquisitely sculpted chest, a visual temptation of the highest order. I shall attend to it immediately. Chi-Yi bowed respectfully before turning to leave, daunted by the figure behind him, despite being male. He found the Lord's every expression and gesture utterly ineffable. Once Chi-Yi had departed, Bamboo Gu exhaled in relief, rising from the ground to approach Senluo, his expression grave. My lord, the elves are mutually restraining with the demon clan. If the elves appear, does that not imply the demons may also? He hesitated to voice his concerns, fearful that the demon clan might breach the barrier. Then send more elders to assist the Feather Clan. Ideally, dispatch all 8 elders. And I shall have some peace. Senluo's voice was languid, devoid of discernible emotion. This is inconceivable. Bamboo Gu exclaimed in astonishment. The 8 elders have guarded Beast City for a century without ever leaving. Enough, I was merely attempting to frighten you. The demon kin have not emerged from the eastern dark domain. As for this elf, it has been ages since I last encountered one, and of course, I must extend a proper invitation. However, before the city gates close, ensure a new group of young and bonded elders is sent to the Feather Clan to jointly safeguard the barrier. A subtle smile graced Senluo's lips, as if this task could elevate his spirits considerably. Yet, none have returned from the previous dispatches. The council has expressed some grievances. Bamboo Gu's brow furrowed deeper, troubled by the frequency of the Lord's recent request for assistance. Senluo raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze. His slender fingers gently rubbed together, conjuring a small yet intensely burning flame that flickered at his fingertips. Let them bring their grievances to me. However, Bamboo Gu, your words are becoming increasingly plentiful. Bamboo Gu felt a jolt of alarm. I shall attend to it at once. Only then did Senluo smile, his long eyelashes casting a delicate silhouette in the glow of the flame. He gazed dreamily at the fire dancing between his fingers, before raising his hand to consume the flame within him. Perhaps only the blood of an elf can warm me, he murmured. Chapter 25. A night of surprises and frights. More updates requested. Yu Jing and Bai Yin were naturally unaware of the matters concerning Senluo. She was presently engrossed in another intriguing affair. Ah Yin, take a look at this. Yu Jing cupped her palm and called out to Bai Yin. Who is boiling water? What delightful treasure are you hiding? Bai Yin lifted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Take a guess. Yu Jing, her palm still covered, sparkled with mischief in her dark eyes as a glimmering light peeked through her fingers, hinting at something luminous within. Did you shrink the glowing stick? Bai Yin gazed at Yu Jing's adorable demeanor, utterly perplexed, and couldn't he help but ruffle her hair. That essay flashlight. No, look closely. This is something I just discovered, and you've definitely never seen it before. Yu Jing's voice brimmed with pride as she observed Bai Yan's skeptical expression, a smile gracing her lips as she revealed her hand. In the palm of Yu Jing's hand, a delicate ginseng flower floated gracefully. With 8 petals as pure as jade and a soft golden stamen, its tender filaments glistening with a gentle warmth. Is this the ginseng flower? How can it be so small, and why is it growing on your hand? Bai Yin was filled with confusion. He cared little for the flower's beauty or usefulness, only concerned for Yu Jing's safety. It absorbs my life force to grow. Yu Jing replied playfully with a slight smile, increasingly enamored with the flower in her hand. You silly thing, you can't play with this. I'll burn it. Bai Yan's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger crossing his features, his body trembling slightly with suppressed rage. No. Yu Jing had no inkling of Bai Yan's intense reaction and quickly withdrew the ginseng flower. She had never witnessed Bai Yan's anger before. His ethereal visage now bore a tight expression, his pale lips pressed firmly together, and his dark brows twitching slightly. Yu Jing stared in astonishment, resembling a bullied little victim, feeling somewhat decadent in this modern world. At this moment, Bai Yan's appearance mirrored her fantasies, causing her to break into an unexpected silly smile. Bai Yin, noticing her foolish grin, was momentarily taken aback, surveying himself as if he were unchanged. Little did he know what Yu Jing was envisioning. Ah Jing, I must destroy it. Vitality is not something to be trifled with. Please, be good, all right? Bai Yin said, a mixture of laughter and tears in his voice, tinged with a hint of pleading. No, the little white lotus protects me. We can communicate simply. During the divine contract, I awakened her with spirit, and she doesn't require much vitality, just a little. Yu Jing hurriedly explained, knowing that although Bai Yin's angry demeanor was quite stoic, it was best to dispel his thoughts. Only then did Bai Yin slightly ease his worries. His eyes filled with deep contemplation. Ah Jing, the mysteries surrounding you are becoming increasingly numerous. Was the previous thorn indeed your power? The golden stone flower is inherently a plant enveloped by thorns, its blossoms resembling a mysterious maw, while the interwoven thorns symbolize her very being. Yet, the flower in Yu Jing's hands is undeniably too diminutive. Yu Jing nodded gently, a hint of melancholy glimmering in her eyes as she listened to Bai Yan's words. She spoke slowly. My presence here may not be a mere coincidence. However, since I am here, I shall not shy away from whatever lies ahead. If Bai Yin cannot shield me, then I shall be the one to protect you. If I must return to the elf clan to safeguard this world, it is also for you, for our future, and for our... A warm smile spread across her face, her skin radiant as snow, her dark eyes sparkling. Yet she left her words uncompleted. Nevertheless, Bai Yin understood. He gently wrapped his arms around her delicate form, his heart stirred with emotion, boiling with feelings of tenderness. He inhaled her unique fragrance, softly placing her by the bedside. My Yu Jing, you are forever one of a kind. Yet, it is essential to conceal our powers from others. Do you understand? Now, shall I assist you in cleansing yourself? If we delay any longer, dawn will break. Yu Jing nodded, fully comprehending the adage that possessing a treasure incurs a sin. If her abilities were under the scrutiny of the demons, they would undoubtedly seek to exploit her. An enemy lurking in the shadows is far more terrifying than one in plain sight. As she pondered this, Bai Yin had already placed the basin by the bedside and was poised to remove her half-skirt. In a sudden burst of instinct, she leaped up, only to collide with the 2-meter-high stone ceiling with an astonishing force. Yu Jing, in excruciating pain, clutched her head, her expression more shattered than when she first traversed into this realm. Bai Yin swiftly lifted her from the ground, gently massaging her aching head. How could you be so careless? I had helped you clean it before, and now you seem so shy, he remarked. Yu Jing, still in a daze, stared blankly and asked, why are you not surprised at all? Did I not inform you that upon forming a partnership contract, one would acquire certain powers of the male? Bai Yin replied, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at her naivety. Are you really that strong? Does this mean I am to transform into a formidable Barbie? Yu Jing said, cradling her head and gazing up at the towering stone ceiling above. Bai Yin, unfamiliar with the term formidable Barbie, found it somewhat amusing but responded earnestly. I can certainly jump much higher than you. Yu Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter, her originally cold ink-black eyes transforming into crescent moons. Come, let us engage in an arm wrestling match, she declared, playfully waving her delicate little fist. The night was brimming with surprises and shocks. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled with even greater mirth, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. His azure eyes shimmered like rippling waters, glistening with unshed tears. Was this the rhythm of laughter that could bring one to tears? Was it truly so amusing? This was hardly in keeping with his ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. Yujing furrowed her brow slightly, her almond-shaped eyes wide with discontent. Her pristine teeth biting down on her rosy lower lip, clearly dissatisfied with Bai Yan's current demeanor. Bai Yan chuckled awkwardly, cleared his throat, and couldn't resist pinching Yujing's delicately straight nose, his expression taking on a hint of seriousness. "We can engage in an arm wrestling match," he said, "but first, allow me to clean you up. Behave yourself and don't cause any trouble." Yujing, feeling helpless, once again felt her fair complexion flush with embarrassment. Although she and Bai Yin were already married, and he had assisted her during her blindness, she could not fathom why she still felt such shyness. Resolving to take refuge, she buried herself under the blankets like an ostrich. Bai Yin observed her bury her upper body beneath the covers, leaving only her two strikingly white thighs exposed. His throat tightened and his gaze deepened, yet he dutifully completed the task of cleaning her. At that moment, he too felt that the arrival of relatives was rather ill-timed. He took out the scant cotton remaining in his backpack and fashioned a makeshift sanitary item for Yujing. Noticing her reluctance to emerge from the blankets, he handed it to her from within the cocoon of fabric. With the cotton nearly depleted, he suggested, "Tomorrow we shall visit the market to procure some furs, so I may craft you a few winter garments." He continued, "This evening, Chiye has invited us to a banquet, where it is rumored that the lord of the city is of the Feather Clan." Now that Yujing's eyesight had been restored, the search for the Feather Clan seemed less significant. As for saving the world, what mattered most to him was simply being by Yujing's side. Yujing softly murmured. Having tossed and turned throughout the night, filled with both sorrow and joy, she, too, felt weary and nestled into Bai Yin's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Bai Yin, too, was not unaffected. Her contentment brought him joy. Wherever she was, there he would be. He held Yujing in his arms as if she were a precious treasure, gently bestowing a soft kiss upon her. Yet, what awaited them with the dawn? Chapter 26. Bai Yin's jealousy. On the following morning, Yujing and Bai Yin awakened. It was not that they wished to rise. Rather, the Wanshou Tower was far from the tranquility of their previous quaint stone cottage. Here, during the day, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. The beastmen were predominantly tall, and the sounds of certain races boomed with a rugged resonance. Yujing thought they would be well suited to sing on the Qing Haidebet Plateau, each voice louder than the last. After tidying up, Yujing realized her stomach was beginning to growl, pondering if there were any eateries in Wanshou City. "Ah, Yin, do you think there are places to eat in Wanshou City?" Yujing inquired, puzzled. "Food vendors? I am uncertain. After all, those who come to Wanshou City are formidable beastmen. Do they even require sustenance?" Bai Yin replied, equally unfamiliar with Wanshou City, having only heard tales from others. "If you are hungry, let us venture out to hunt first." Yujing nodded, eager to test her own strength. After all, she had transformed into a formidable figure, akin to a Barbie doll that could leap 2 meters high. Previously, she had not even realized her potential nor exerted herself. But upon careful reflection, she indeed felt a significant increase in her strength. Her steps were light and agile, as if imbued with the ethereal grace of the celestial. As the two ventured out, it was fortunate that Bai Yin remembered the path from yesterday. Otherwise, they might have found themselves lost amidst the intricately arranged yet winding stone towers. Upon regaining her sight, Yujing could keenly observe this ancient city, characterized predominantly by neatly paved black stone streets. The thoroughfares were bustling with a considerable number of orcs, many of whom resided within the towering structures of the Beastmaster's Pavilion. Remarkably, the area was impeccably clean. It seemed that the city lord managed affairs quite well, she mused, as this was the Beastmaster's Pavilion. The orcs traversing these paths were predominantly the mightiest among their kind, most having already won the favor of females and secured companions. Thus, Yujing found herself receiving little attention. Upon seeing this, Yujing felt a sense of reassurance, finding it much more comfortable and growing increasingly fond of this place. After all, who enjoys being subjected to lewd gazes all day long? Bai Yin discerned her thoughts and inquired, "If you find solace here, shall we make this our permanent residence?" As Yujing was about to nod in agreement, the image of the little round-faced child, tear-streaked and sorrowful, flashed through her mind, causing a pang of discomfort in her heart, and she shook her head instead. Bai Yin smiled wryly, deep down. He understood her desire to venture into the most perilous of places, yet he chose not to dissuade her, wishing instead to make one last appeal. For his subconscious harbored a reluctance to let Yujing embark on that journey. "Ah, are you both heading out as well?" A sweet, melodious voice interrupted the delicate atmosphere between Bai Yin and Yujing. The young girl, clad in a brown leather skirt, possessed a sun-kissed complexion and eyes that sparkled with vitality. Her short, chestnut hair framed her diminutive face, and as she smiled, delightful dimples appeared, revealing pearly white teeth. A brown foxtail swayed playfully as she spoke. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful female beastman Yujing had ever encountered. The sight of her fluffy tail immediately endeared her to Yujing. However, it seemed that Yujing had never met this enchanting creature before. She cast a puzzled glance at Bai Yin, then turned back to the girl and, with a polite smile, inquired, "And you are?" "I am Hong Lian. I saw you both last night, though it appeared you were asleep at the time. Your eyes are truly stunning. I have never seen such beautiful eyes." Hong Lian, exuberant and warm-hearted, was captivated by Yujing's beauty and eagerly grasped her hand. "Well, Your skin is so fair and smooth. If I were a male, I would surely pursue you, Hong Lian exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she fondled Yujing's hand with delight. Upon encountering such an exuberantly enthusiastic orc maiden for the first time, Yujing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. In stark contrast, Bai Yan's expression darkened instantly. The smooth, pale skin of his forehead revealed faintly pulsating veins, indicative of his mounting agitation. He was clearly suppressing his emotions, given that Hong Lian was female. He felt restrained from taking any action, yet he nonetheless tugged at Yujing's other hand, drawing her closer to his side. Yujing could not help but smile, surely. Her companion Bai Yan would not be so petty as to be jealous of a woman's affections. Ignoring Bai Yan's sulky demeanor, she turned to Hong Ling with a gentle smile and said, I am Yujing, and this is my partner, Bai Yan. You are quite charming as well. Indeed. We are planning to venture out for a hunt. However, it seems you may not be able to leave, Hong Ling replied. My brother mentioned that numerous Cold Blood clan members have appeared outside the city of 10,000 beasts, and they need to thoroughly inspect the city. The gates will remain closed for 3 days. I was also heading to the market for supplies. How about we go together? Hong Ling's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And Yujing found it hard to refuse, nodding in agreement. The gathering of women in a fierce shopping spree has, throughout history, been one of the most effective ways to strengthen female bonds without a second contender. Like a cheerful lark, Hong Ling chattered away, sharing amusing tales about the city of 10,000 beasts and detailing its layout. The city bustled with life, its streets intertwined yet remained orderly, with neatly square houses that exuded a sense of cleanliness. Hong Ling's melodious voice captivated Yujing, who listened with great interest. Her originally cold demeanor occasionally brightened by a smile thanks to Hong Ling's lively spirit. Although the surrounding beastmen cast longing glances at Hong Ling, none dared to approach. The reason was simple. Hong Ling had grown up in the city of 10,000 beasts as the adopted daughter of the great shaman and the sister of Lord Qi. While her status was not particularly lofty, it was certainly respectable, and everyone knew she preferred to maintain her distance from males. Those who dared to harbor intentions towards her could only brace themselves for a stern reprimand from Lord Qi. Sister Yujing, let us go to that street. There are so many fun things there, Hong Ling exclaimed, pointing toward the bustling street to the east, her eyes sparkling with anticipation like a small creature longing for affection. Before Yujing could respond, Hong Ling took her hand and led her toward the lively thoroughfare. Bai Yan felt utterly overlooked. His handsome face darkened further. Did his little female not understand the concept of vigilance? What about maintaining a safe distance? How could she be so easily captivated by a seemingly adorable female? Had he lost all allure for her? She hadn't even glanced at him for ages. Instead, she was busy smiling at that charming little fox. Such ignominy. Such pressure. No, he had to divert his attention. Feigning a pitiful demeanor was child's play. With that thought, he tugged on Yujing's other hand, lowering his head and muttering, let us purchase food first. There are too many people over there. Yujing glanced back at him, and he looked up at Yujing, his clear, light blue eyes gazing at her with an earnestness that seemed to shimmer with a hint of mist. His pearly white teeth gently nibbled on his delicate, crimson lips, resembling a vulnerable soul who had just endured a moment of torment. Yujing's face flushed as she gazed at the enchanting figure before her. Oh, how you have captivated the streets, she exclaimed. It is quite impossible for me not to let my thoughts wander with you behaving this way. What has happened to your aloof demeanor? What has become of your image? She clicked her tongue in disbelief, remarking, indeed, time reveals one's true nature. Your tastes are rather peculiar. Casting a disdainful glance in his direction, she added, you seem rather odd to me. With that, she turned and walked away with Hong Ling. Bai Yan stood there, utterly stupefied, as Yujing released his hand, catching the unmistakable hint of disdain in her eyes. He felt as though his beastly existence had come to an end, completely finished. His beloved Jing had been taken away by another, and that person was, astonishingly, a female. He had no affection for Hong Lian. No, he found her utterly distasteful. She was now his foremost rival in love. Yujing harbored a disdain for his feigned misfortune. Pondering alternative strategies, how could Bai Yan possibly lose confidence in his own appearance? He swiftly caught up with Yujing. Grasping her hand once more, which brought him solace, he felt secure only when he could hold her heart. Chapter 27. An unconventional approach. Yue set Hong Ling aside. His gaze fixated on her tear-filled eyes in the tumultuous waves of emotion. He instinctively swallowed hard. I shall prove my strength to you. With that proclamation, he transformed into a colossal, spiky, brown-fanged porcupine. His imposing figure radiated a brilliant light from the 4 circles of soul aura beneath him. As he morphed, the street vendors hastily packed their wares, moving to other locations to sell their goods. Brawls were a common occurrence in the Beast City, and the locals were well accustomed to them. Furthermore, the city lord mandated that any damages incurred during fights had to be compensated by the defeated beast. If a beast were to perish, the surviving one would still be liable for reparations. Those unable to pay would be relegated to wall-watching duties in the Beast City, without compensation. Mind you, unwilling? Then prepare for demise, as the Elder Council would pursue debts to the ends of the earth. Moreover, this practice was linked across the 4 major beast cities, ensuring remarkable efficiency. You, that ominous white-haired one, I challenge you. Yue shouted vehemently at Bai Yan's retreating figure, his 2 azure fangs glimmering ominously. The commotion behind him was considerable, The three of them were well aware of it. Hong Lian looked at Yu Jing with a face full of regret. Her eyes, already reddened, now shimmered with tears. Sister Yu Jing, I apologize for causing you trouble. Yu Jing smiled nonchalantly, for she now possessed a golden finger. The divine contract's ability to heal injuries instantaneously in perilous moments was sufficient for Bai Yin to traverse any challenges with ease. That foolish beast seemed to be courting death. With a hint of amusement, she turned to glance at the grotesque, plump porcupine not far away. How truly ugly it was. Ah Yin, I feel like hitting someone. Well, go ahead, enjoy yourself, but do not resort to that. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yin transformed into a resplendent white tiger, casting a disdainful gaze toward Yue. Indeed, it was an eyesore. That was the shared language between him and Yu Jing. Yue was furious, infuriated beyond measure. As a venerable elder of the Beast City, he could not tolerate being looked down upon by an enigmatic beastman. The creature had not even revealed its strength. Such disrespect. He roared, his fury echoing as he dashed forward, stirring clouds of dust. The soul aura beneath him expanded relentlessly until it abruptly halted just an inch away from Bai Yin, its edges trembling with intensity. Before he could register his astonishment, a violent purple radiance erupted from Bai Yin's flawless ivory fur. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the oncoming Yue, carving a path of purple brilliance across Yue's soul aura. Instead of a frontal assault, he vanished like a specter, materializing behind Yue. The force of Yue's soul aura was formidable. They were evenly matched. Moreover, he adeptly harnessed the power of soul energy as lightning. Mastering such an appropriate attribute at a young age was a remarkable feat. He could no longer hold back. Suddenly, Yue's spine stood on end, glistening with a menacing light, enveloped in golden soul energy. A single bite would bring excruciating pain. His hind legs kicked fiercely toward Bai Yin. That previous strike had merely been a test. Bai Yin was well aware of Yue's prowess. Recognizing his movements was inevitable. With a powerful push, Bai Yin leaped like a brilliant arc, landing atop a stone platform. The tiger's mind was somewhat melancholic. The little female wanted to play. He couldn't strike too swiftly, so he needed to toy with him. He gracefully leaped, showcasing his elegant form. Yue clumsily chased after him, while Bai Yin occasionally turned back, casting a contemptuous glance. A distinguished four-circle beastman, yet he was utterly inept. How could he not even transform his soul energy into a suitable attribute? Weaker than Qi Yi. At that moment, Qi Yi sneezed, proclaiming his innocence. With such youth, mastering the combat attributes of soul energy made him undoubtedly the foremost individual in Beast City. Should he gain the favor of the city lord? Chaos would ensue if every young beast achieved such understanding. Meanwhile, on Yu Jing's side, the scene was far more riveting. You scoundrels, what brings you here? Hong Ling glared at the two approaching figures, her teeth clenched in anger. Yu Jing's eyebrows were slightly raised, and a wicked smile danced at the corner of her mouth as she exchanged a glance with Hong Lian, conveying a silent challenge of who would proceed first. Hong Lian, having been pulled over by Yu Jing, remained oblivious to her intentions. Yet, upon witnessing the glint in her eyes, could it be that implication? She blinked at Yu Jing in response. Yu Jing glanced at her delicate little fists, her smile growing brighter as she winked at Hong Lian. Realization dawned on Hong Lian. Her mouth fell open in astonishment, forming a knot shape. Subsequently, she turned to see the flames of fury dancing in Hong Ling's eyes. Without uttering a word, she strode forward and delivered a resounding slap across Hong Ling's face. This strike had been long anticipated. Hong Ling immediately let out a scream, and then, regaining her composure, she engaged in a fierce scuffle with Hong Lian. I grabbed your hair while you tugged at my strap. Ah, this battle was indeed a spectacle. The onlooking beasts expressed their delight. Yu Jing pressed her forehead, speechless. Are all female orcs a bit foolish? Without hesitation, she stepped forward to confront Hong Ling, seizing her hair to separate her from Hong Lian. Let me show you how a scoundrel gets beaten. Before her words could fade, Hong Ling, wincing in pain, lunged to claw at her face. Yu Jing let out a cold laugh, suddenly seizing her left wrist and twisting it sharply around the axis of her arm. Then, she raised her left leg, bending her knee to thrust forcefully against Hong Ling's abdomen. In immense pain, and despite having a partner, Hong Ling, as an orc, possessed considerable resilience. Reluctantly, she retaliated by fiercely grasping Yu Jing's hair with her right hand. With a cold smile, Yu Jing transformed her fist into a palm, seizing her opponent's arm and swiftly leaning her body against her. Then, with a sudden force, she hurled her adversary violently to the ground. Her strength had indeed increased significantly, and it felt effortless. Subsequently, she delivered a kick to her chest, precisely where the waves of turmoil surged. Hong Ling let out a muffled groan. She attempted to scream but was choked by Yu Jing's grip around her neck, trapped under a gaze that chilled to the bone. Its meaning unmistakable, either await death or endure a beating. Hong Lian, it's time to strike. Feel free to unleash your fury. Yu Jing's voice was icy. Yet a faint smile graced her lips, and she felt an exhilarating rush within. How could she not smile? She had long harbored resentment towards the female who had been flirting with her beloved Bai Yin, relishing the sensation of pummeling a rival. Then her gaze shifted towards Bai Yin. Hong Lian had been completely captivated by Yu Jing's method of fighting, her eyes brimming with admiration. However, when she glanced back at Hong Ling, her expression morphed into one of sheer terror, wishing she could devour her whole. What followed was a frenzied and brutal beating. A scene too grim to behold. Hair was pulled, slaps were exchanged, and clothing was torn. Truly, such ferocity seemed unbefitting of her striking appearance. What enmity must exist? The surrounding onlookers, a gathering of beast folk eager for entertainment, dared not intervene. The beautiful female was indeed a sight to behold as she battled, and they were, of course, referring to Yujing. As for the other one, she was utterly terrifying to the beasts. Bai Yin sensed Yujing's gaze fall upon him. Her movements were undeniably graceful and light, even as she leaped into the air. Her tiger-like eyes narrowed slightly, her pristine white fur tracing elegant arcs through the sky. Yujing pressed her forehead in exasperation. Bai Yin's beauty and intellect were truly not on the same level today. She frowned slightly, her stomach still growling in hunger. What was Bai Yin playing at? Although engaged in battle, he was acutely aware of her expression. This was disastrous. His little female companion was displeased. His temper flared, and he turned his icy blue gaze, like frost, toward Yue. Yue was taken aback. Why are you glaring at me like that? I've been pursuing you to the point of exhaustion. Can't you see that? I should be the one angry here. This is just bullying a robust beast, not fat at all. In an instant, Bai Yin charged at him with lightning speed, swift as a meteor, his front claws enveloped in potent electrical energy, striking at Yue. Yue was momentarily stunned. The dense soul power instilled an inexplicable panic within him. He hurriedly retreated, but at that moment, 10 bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from above. Caught off guard, he could only brace himself against Bai Yan's claw. He had thought he could withstand it, perhaps sustaining only minor injuries. But he had assumed Bai Yan would at least be pricked by his sharp spikes. There was still a chance for a comeback. However, the beauty of imagination was starkly contrasted by the cruelty of reality. As Bai Yan's claw descended, he cast a light glance at the deep pit in the distance. Satisfied, the onlooking beasts gasped in awe. The disparity was palpable. Since Bai Yan had never displayed any signs of soul dizziness, they only felt he must be extraordinarily powerful and not to be provoked, regarding him with increasing reverence. Bai Yan approached Yujing with a graceful stride, lowering his front claws to the ground and slightly bowing, his fluffy head nuzzling against her shoulder. His sparkling blue tiger eyes radiating vitality as if to implore her for affection. He had learned this tactic from Hong Lian. Bai Yan had indeed chosen wisely. Yujing could not resist such a fluffy, endearing gesture that warmed her heart. She wrapped her arms around Bai Yan's neck and planted a kiss on his ear, then affectionately ruffled his smooth, soft fur, feeling utterly content. Bai Yan realized something new. It turned out that Yujing preferred his adorable tiger form. He noted this in his heart. Meanwhile, the battle on Hong Lian's side had come to a rather unfortunate conclusion. Hong Ling's current state was utterly dismal. With tears and snot smeared across her face, her visage was swollen like a pig's head, her clothes in tatters. Most notably, she had become a plucked chicken, with blue feathers strewn all around. Even the short fluff on her ears had been completely removed by Hong Lian. Once again, one must ask, how deep was their enmity? As she departed, Hong Lian delivered 2 fierce kicks to Hong Ling, seemingly unsatisfied with her vengeance. Yujing intervened, gently advising her against further trouble. Hong Lian instantly regained her senses and ceased her actions, departing instead. The 3 of them embarked once more on a frenzied shopping spree. Chapter 28, The Tale of Hong Ling after Hong Lian had thoroughly beaten Hong Ling. Her spirits soared. Accompanied by Yujing and Bai Yin, they continued their leisurely exploration. They purchased a considerable amount of food and supplies. With Yujing mindlessly munching on a crisp green radish, her enjoyment evident as she crunched away. It seemed her mood was exceptionally high. The only one suffering was Bai Yin, who transformed into his beast form, burdened with an array of bags, his appearance increasingly pitiable. Yujing gazed at him, smacking her lips, relieved that he did not possess a human form. She could hardly fathom how her ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being, would appear in such a predicament. She offered a half-eaten carrot to Bai Yin, her eyes silently inquiring if he wished to partake. Bai Yin felt a sense of despair. Did his little female truly regard him as a mere pet, perhaps one that was herbivorous? He subtly shook his head, acutely aware that keeping these two apart was imperative, lest his existence be fraught with peril. The duo persevered until noon, having traversed several bustling markets. Yet Yujing stumbled upon a startling revelation. Her hands could not come into contact with energy-infused crystals, for they would be drained of their power. Could this be her method of augmenting energy? She pondered this silently, her expression inscrutable. Upon returning to the vicinity of the beast pavilion, Hong Lian clung to Yujing, insisting on accompanying her home. In her eyes, Yujing's stature surpassed that of Bai Yin by leaps and bounds, akin to a junior follower beside a formidable leader. Had Bai Yin been in human form, he would have undoubtedly erupted with fury. However, he currently existed as a beastly figure burdened with parcels, his mouth stuffed with an assortment of carrots and sweet potatoes. The trio returned to the stone dwelling where Yujing resided. Bai Yin busied himself roasting meat, while Hong Lian, intending to assist, found herself ensnared by Bai Yin's gaze and sheepishly retreated to Yujing's side. Yujing gazed at her with a smile, her eyes as clear and luminous as black gemstones, akin to a tranquil pool of water. Now, perhaps you could share the tale of your grievances with that red spirit. Initially hesitant to meddle in affairs that did not concern her, Yujing felt compelled to speak when she noticed the camaraderie between Hong Lian and herself, which belied the notion that she was merely a girl seeking to stir trouble. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that she had spared the life of the red spirit today. She held no fear, for should the city gates open, she would depart with Bai Yin, either to the Feather Tribe or in search of a means to reach the Elven clan. However, the thought of Hong Lian facing retribution in the future weighed heavily on her conscience. After all, one must eradicate the roots of a problem, otherwise it may resurge with the spring breeze. Hong Lian smiled vacantly, a sight more sorrowful than tears, her eyes beginning to glaze over. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Her voice barely above a whisper. I believe my father's fur was beautiful. After my father passed, they skinned him. His blood was still warm at that time. The weight of that statement seemed to drain her of all strength. Trembling, Hong Lian wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Her voice increasingly choked with emotion. My father was originally the chieftain of the Rock Fox tribe, but he lost a hind leg while protecting my mother. And then my mother accepted it. He was a demon. Though her voice faltered, Yujing understood her plight. Before the age of 16, beastmen possessed only their animal forms, and the thought of Hong Lian witnessing her father's skinning in her youth was indeed beyond words of comfort. She was not adept at providing solace, so she merely patted her on the back. After a moment of weeping, Hong Lian, with reddened eyes, lifted her gaze and sniffed back her tears. But now, I'm living quite well since my brother brought me to the city of beasts. Father Zhuge and the other elders have treated me kindly, and brother Qi Yi is very fond of me. You have a brother? Yujing inquired, somewhat astonished. At the mention of her brother, a spark ignited in Hong Lian's crimson eyes. My brother is truly remarkable. He awakened his beast soul before reaching adulthood. He guided me through the forest to the city of beasts. Now, he is always by the lord of the city's side. However, I seldom see him now. As she spoke, the light in her eyes dimmed once more. But there will certainly be a banquet tonight, because the lord of the city will be there. Sister Yujing, you will attend as well, won't you? Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yujing expressed that she had never encountered a girl with such a rich array of expressions. She nodded, wishing to glean some information from the city lord. For she was utterly unfamiliar with the way to the elven forest. This place was still quite alien to her. Bai Yin fared no better than she did. Throughout their conversation, not a single word registered in his mind. He was in a rather dire state. The little female had not cast a glance in his direction since her entrance. She had not exchanged a single word with him. In fact, she even refused to partake in the fragrant roasted meat he had prepared. At last, unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly transformed into a white tiger. Leaping before Yujing. With a swift motion, he clamped his jaws around Hong Lian and unceremoniously tossed her outside, disregarding her pained cries as she landed unceremoniously on her backside. With a gentle push of his hind legs, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Perfect. He then reverted to his original form. Scooping up the exasperated Yujing and, with great care, began to feed her the golden, dripping roasted meat, one delectable bite at a time. He mused that if the little female's lips were to become greased with oil, he would undoubtedly assist her in cleaning up. He had already endured far too much today. Chapter 29, The Night Banquet. As night fell, the starlight dimmed. Yet, the entirety of Beast City was aglow with resplendent flames. This was the triannual night of courtship. A celebration not only to honor the newly elected 3 elders, but also to facilitate their selection of partners. Such splendid occurrences could only transpire in Beast City. Nowhere else would males choose their females in such a manner. And for those females left unchosen, Yujing was playfully toying with the delicate white lotus within the stone chamber. The petals of the lotus were pure and tender, gently swaying as Yujing communicated with it, providing endless amusement. Meanwhile, Bai Yin was diligently crafting new garments for Yujing. Today, he had procured a bag of feathers from the fierce bird, intending to fashion a splendid feathered cloak for her. The feathers, already as white as snow, were densely woven and silky smooth, shimmering under the flickering light as if imbued with flowing radiance. Although creating a feathered garment was not particularly challenging, achieving an aesthetically pleasing result required meticulous layering of the feathers, each arranged with precision. The tension of the thread varied with each successive layer, demanding both patience and skill. Bai Yin excelled in these aspects. He had devoted an entire afternoon to this endeavor, cherishing the intimate moments spent with the petite female. Should the cloak not meet his expectations? He was uncertain of the fury that might ensue. Unbeknownst to him, Yujing had been stealing glances at him throughout the afternoon, her eyes sparkling with affection. Her ethereal beauty, encapsulated in the painting, showcased a flawless profile, a delicate nose, thin lips, and eyes resembling twinkling stars, radiating an aura of elegance akin to jade and orchids. How could a man appear so handsome while immersed in earnest labor? Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the chamber. Yujing, I'm here to take you to the banquet. It's going to be so much fun, chimed Hong Lian's cheerful voice from outside, her laughter evident. Clearly unbothered by the earlier incident where Bai Yin had unceremoniously dismissed her at noon. Ah, Yen? Yujing ventured tentatively. Yes, I'll be ready shortly, Bai Yin replied softly, notably refraining from lifting his gaze to Yujing, a testament to the significance he placed on the creation of this feathered garment. Yujing smiled softly. Her Yin must be worried about her feeling cold outside at night. It would not be the same as staying indoors. And she couldn't remain nestled in Bai Yan's embrace throughout the banquet. She was also somewhat curious about what an orc feast would be like. She opened the door and exchanged casual pleasantries with the Crimson Lotus outside. Soon, Bai Yin emerged, and she felt a weight upon her, his handsome face magnified before her, his gentle blue eyes locking onto hers. A warmth spread across her lips, the scent that belonged to Bai Yin enveloping her. "Ah Jing, you truly are beautiful," Bai Yin remarked, his smile curving gracefully like a crescent moon in the sky. Yu Jing's complexion flushed slightly, drawing her attention to the cloak draped over her shoulders. She twirled gracefully, and the delicate fabric danced with her movements, its fine white fibers swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath it lay a soft, warm lining of bear fur. Exquisite in its craftsmanship, the stitching, executed with remarkable skill, was nearly invisible, as if the cloak had been conjured into existence. "Well, Sister Yu Jing, this feathered attire is simply stunning. It complements your hair perfectly, though I cannot quite articulate why. It simply suits you," Hong Lian exclaimed, her mouth forming an shape in awe. Her gaze towards Bai Yin tinged with admiration. Male beastmen were often preoccupied with combat or hunting. Few possessed such remarkable artistry in their work. Indeed, with her dark hair and white attire, Yu Jing resembled a graceful inkwash painting, ethereal and serene, coupled with her fair, cool complexion. She appeared as a celestial being from the realm of clouds, one to be admired from afar. "All right, let us proceed," Yu Jing declared, taking Bai Yan's hand. A gesture of praise that warmed her heart. Hong Lian trotted alongside Yu Jing, her childlike curiosity compelling her to caress the snow-white cloak repeatedly. Enduring Bai Yan's relentless icy glares, she wasn't coveting the garment. Rather, she was eager to uncover the secrets of its construction. Regrettably, she lamented not having sought to learn its crafting techniques earlier that afternoon. Throughout their journey, Bai Yan held Yu Jing close, his protective instincts flaring against the stares of single male beastmen. As they approached the central square of the stone tower, the lights grew more plentiful, and the throng of beastmen surged. The cacophony of their voices filled the air, and Yu Jing struggled to discern the square's layout amidst the towering figures surrounding them. Hong Lian tugged at Yu Jing, guiding her around a bend, leading them down a secluded path that circumvented the bustling crowd. The square itself was a circular expanse, paved with black stones, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. On either side, stone benches and tables were arranged neatly, accompanied by a circle of bonfires. At the heart of the square lay a stage, elevated above the surrounding area, encircled by 2 rings of stone benches, presumably the VIP seating. Yu Jing smacked her lips, noting that this was not much different from a modern sports arena, the outdated modern sports venue. Once she settled down with Bai Yin in the future, she would certainly make the beastmen aware of what true architectural artistry and real estate prowess entailed. "Sister Yu Jing, this is my first time attending the bonfire banquet, which is held once every 3 years. It is said that each time, numerous females are invited for the elders of Beast City to select their mates. The surroundings were filled with formidable beastmen from nearby territories, and we decided to wait until the crowd thickened before entering, where the elders and their chosen females were seated." Hong Lian held Yu Jing's hand in the corner, her expression somewhat anxious and her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yu Jing nodded, realizing that she had become part of the social elite. Yet she embraced the local customs and decided to see what performances the orcs had to offer. In no time, the square was nearly filled, and Hong Lian led her to a corner in the center to sit down. Instantly, several gazes were drawn to them, although fortunately, most remained fixated on Hong Lian. Bai Yin, with his tall stature, shielded her from many prying eyes. However, it wasn't long before several orcs settled nearby, each one tall and strikingly handsome. Yu Jing had grown accustomed to this, noting a few middle-aged males accompanied by their female partners, likely there to partake in the festivities. She could hardly fathom the sight of an aging woman, no longer in her prime, with a plump waist, embracing a youthful and handsome lad. Yet, there was no need for her imagination, for right across from her sat a perfect example. The woman possessed deep-set eyes and a face that appeared as if pressed by an iron, adorned with a goat-like beard. Her features were unremarkable, yet her sunken eyes seemed to deepen with her laughter, the wrinkles on her sallow face resembling the petals of a chrysanthemum. One could only imagine. The only indication of her femininity was the man cradling her, who, while not exceptionally handsome, was certainly of robust build, with striking brows and a noble presence. Yu Jing could not help but sigh, lamenting the state of the world. How unjust the heavens are. Bai Yin, mistaking her for being bored, gently inquired, "Are you tired? Shall we return?" Yu Jing shook her head, for Bai Yin could not fathom the depths of her anguish. "The lord of the city has arrived," boomed a voice like a thunderclap, full of vigor, heralding the approach of Qi Yi. Yu Jing had heard the voice of Qi Yi and could not help but turn her gaze in that direction. The figure before her, with his chestnut-red long hair and tall, robust physique, was a striking embodiment of his race. However, upon noticing the person behind him, the world around her seemed to dull, losing all its vibrant hues. The only color that remained was a striking red. He was adorned in a resplendent red feathered garment, and with each step he took, his translucent crimson hair danced in the breeze, akin to flowing silk. The young man, a paragon of elegance, stood like a jade tree swaying in the wind. His mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, with pupils of a vivid red, left Yu Jing utterly speechless. The red was blinding, enchanting, and utterly captivating. His complexion was strikingly pale, almost translucent, enhancing the delicate beauty of his face, which resembled a precious jade, and his gaze held an autumnal allure. With the corners of his mouth curving upwards and a defiant glimmer in his eyes, he approached the center of the square, as if treading upon the hearts of those around him. He was like a vibrant crimson streak against a backdrop of pristine, snow-covered peaks, distant and exquisitely proud. When Senluo's gaze met Yujing's, his smile deepened, and his eyes swirled with a tempestuous vortex, drawing her spirit into its depths. It was only then that she noticed the white-haired beastman beside her, her focus faltering as she turned her attention elsewhere. Chapter 30. All I desire is for you to sit there. Suddenly, Yujing regained her senses. What had just happened? She had been lost in thought. Even though she had an innate weakness for beauty, she should not have been so utterly entranced. There was something unsettling about that orc's eyes. She chose to trust her intuition. Ah Yin, do not look into his eyes, Yujing murmured as she nestled into Bai Yan's embrace. Bai Yan playfully pinched Yujing's petite nose, responding with tender affection. Ah Jing, you were truly obedient. Just moments ago. Witnessing Yujing's dazed expression filled him with an overwhelming sense of fear and anxiety, as if Senluo had presented an unprecedented threat. Hearing Yujing's cautious demeanor eased his heart. However, her next words ignited his jealousy. Are all members of the feather tribe so exceptionally handsome? She exclaimed, bewildered. She considered Bai Yan's looks to be rare in the world, yet found Senluo, well, beyond words. Am I not more attractive? Bai Yan retorted coldly. You and he are not of the same ilk, yet in terms of beauty, you seem to fall short. Yujing analyzed objectively. Completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Bai Yan's striking face above her. I shall duel him. Bai Yan was thoroughly enraged, a fierce fire igniting in his chest. Crackling with intensity. But I prefer your style. Yujing laughed. She had no interest in a pretty face that might deceive. Who knew what he would look like in beast form? Her words flowed through Bai Yan's heart like a sweet, refreshing spring, bringing him immense comfort. A profound sense of ease. Wait, who are you going to duel? Yujing queried, puzzled as she observed Bai Yan's serene expression. Tomorrow night, with you, he replied, blinking his bright blue eyes. In an instant, Yujing's face flushed crimson as she pulled away from Bai Yan's embrace, her clear black eyes wide in surprise. Conveying a playful, I shall ignore you now. As Senluo made his entrance, the cheers from the gathered beast rose like bubbles in boiling water. Sister Yujing. Look quickly. That is my brother. Isn't he handsome? Hongling tugged at Yujing's feathered garments. Fearlessly meeting Bai Yan's piercing gaze while pointing excitedly at the orc clad in dark leather standing beside Senluo. Yujing's gaze was entirely captivated by Senluo, leaving her oblivious to the presence of a figure cloaked in darkness. Upon a closer inspection, she found herself struck by an unparalleled beauty, truly a celestial marvel. Not to mention the cascade of long hair flowing down his back like a waterfall of purple blossoms, but also those violet eyes, seemingly on the verge of freezing. His delicately pressed lips, and the aura of cold pride and untamed spirit that surrounded him. He and Senluo were indeed a match made in heaven. An unparalleled duo in this world. This is not the author's inner monologue, but Yujing's thoughts. Honglian, noticing the admiration in Yujing's eyes, smiled triumphantly and exclaimed, why not become my brother's partner? I would love for you to be my sister-in-law, if you were my sister-in-law. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the heavy stone table shattered into pieces. Yujing was astonished. Honglian appeared perplexed. The eyes of beasts from all directions were fixed upon them. Yujing hurriedly grasped Bai Yan's trembling hand, declaring, I love only you, with unwavering devotion. In comparison to you, they are nothing but insignificant. Although she was unaware of the meaning of insignificant, Bai Yan's heaving chest gradually calmed, and he held her in silence. Yujing's heart ached profoundly, attributing her distress to Honglian. How could she, now a wife to Bai Yan, ever consider marrying another? Honglian, with an awkward smile, chirped that her elder brother was merely helping her with pests, urging everyone to continue. The assembled beasts, momentarily distracted, returned their gaze and offered their admiration, exclaiming about her brother's formidable prowess. Honglian, however, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bai Yan's inner turmoil unfolded as he lamented his inability to control the situation. Panic gripped him. Had he frightened the young female away? She was no longer speaking to him. Consumed by jealousy, he feared losing her affection. Their bond was forged by a divine contract, unassailable by any force, yet he questioned the depth of his insecurities. Resolving to return and apologize to the young female, he contemplated his next steps. Upon witnessing Bai Yan's delicate brow furrowed with concern, Yujing noted the melancholic expression that graced his visage. Beneath the thick lashes, his captivating eyes trembled with intensity. Alas, it seemed that Bai Yan's recent bout with adolescent angst had intensified, oscillating between fury and sorrow. In that moment, Yujing felt an overwhelming sense of the arduous journey that lay ahead in her role as his guiding partner. The movements of Yujing did not escape the crimson gaze of Senluo. He cast a fleeting glance at the man beside him, Ri Yang, who immediately shuddered, pondering whether he had unwittingly offended the city lord. Senluo's slender fingers rubbed together, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Since the table is broken, let us sit here. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared between his fingers. With a delicate flick, the small crimson flame landed upon the stone table beside him, dancing with a lively spirit, showing no signs of extinguishing. That spot was originally reserved for Zhu Ge, who, due to his advanced age and pressing obligations, seldom attended such gatherings, yet his seat remained a mark of honor. The other beasts, including the elders, began to murmur amongst themselves. The city lord had always remained distant from females. Could it be that he has taken a liking to Honglian? She felt a surge of panic. Honglian was her beloved younger sister. While marrying the city lord might seem advantageous, the lord's temperament and methods were far from those of a noble man. In haste, she turned to Senluo, bowing deeply as she spoke. Hong Lian may take my seat. There is no need for the esteemed city lord to trouble himself. Senluo raised his gaze slightly, responding with a soft, affirmative hum, before looking towards Yu Jing, his smile captivating. As long as you take that seat, it shall suffice. His voice was as soothing as the wind caressing willow branches, deep and beguiling. Hong Lian was momentarily stunned. Qi Yi was equally taken aback. Ri Yong wore an impassive expression. Bai Yin remained shrouded in ambiguity. In the serene stillness, Yu Jing, with her cold demeanor, merely exhibited a fleeting surprise as she grasped Bai Yan's hand and rose to her feet. The corners of her lips gradually lifted, standing with a regal poise, as if to convey her gratitude. Her voice was devoid of emotion, conveying an air of indifference towards this honor. At that moment, the beasts beheld her true visage. With raven black hair and clad in white, her cool expression and dark eyes sparkled with brilliance, her skin as flawless as jade, almost ethereal in form. As she moved with an elegant grace, the wind caught her pristine feathered garments, swirling her inky tresses. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, hugging her lithe figure, as graceful as a startled swan, as delicate as a gliding dragon. As for Bai Yin, equally handsome, he remained an ordinary beastman. Once Yu Jing settled down, Qi Yi sensed an inexplicable strangeness in the atmosphere that night. Chapter 31. The Blessing of Senluo. Qi Yi first gestured to Senluo, and upon seeing no objections, cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Welcome, dear friends, to the triannual courtship banquet of the Beast City. Tonight, those who forge bonds shall receive a year of complimentary residence in the Beast City. Now, I invite the lovely female beasts to select their partners." Qi Yi's voice resonated powerfully. Accompanying his words, the fervent roars of the male beast erupted, and soon nearly 100 females emerged from behind the square. The beastmen were instantly envious. These females were treasures, and most were unclaimed. Only the esteemed title of Beast City could attract such a multitude of females from neighboring tribes. Naturally, the most stunning among them belonged to the Rock Fox tribe, characterized by their large eyes and alluring figures. Even though Yu Jing was as beautiful as a celestial being, she ultimately remained unattainable. The females before them were the ones who could truly belong to them. Qi Yi shouted to quell the tumultuous beastmen below. These females were to be selected first by the powerful elders. Now, let the youngest and mightiest elders of the Beast City step forward to choose their favorite females. The surrounding beastmen were consumed by envy. The elder beastmen, calm and composed, encircled the central females. Observing this, the beastmen began to cheer. The shouts surged in waves as radiant soul halos flickered beneath the elders' feet, their robust forms moving with gallant vigor, igniting a fervor within the crowd. Each was a handsome youth, each exuding their unique charm. Yet to Yu Jing, it was but a dazzling spectacle of chaotic revelry. As the fervor peaked, the group of beastmen tore away their scant fur skirts, tossing them into the air. The females erupted in delighted screams. In an instant, Yu Jing found her eyes covered. These orcs truly lacked any artistic flair in their performances. Indeed, an enigmatic dance. Awkward and perplexing, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Following this was a cacophony of deafening cheers. Each elder radiated joy, embracing their favorite females. The remaining females were not disheartened. Within the city of 10,000 beasts, powerful orcs were in abundance. Many of these formidable beings, despite their strength, were reluctant to be confined within the city. Thus, the power of choice lay in their hands, allowing them to select from the most powerful orcs freely. The square soon erupted with excitement. One by one, the orcs stepped onto the platform, engaging in solo dances, commanding attention. If a female found favor, she would descend from the stage to join him. Subsequently, pairs of couples approached Senluo, bowing respectfully, signifying their intent to remain in the city of 10,000 beasts and serve it loyally. As an indeterminate number of couples presented themselves before Senluo, he slightly raised his slender fingers, prompting Rian to step forward and half-crouch beneath him. Senluo's crimson lips brushed against Rian's ear, whispering softly, and a flicker of understanding passed over Rian's proud visage. Approaching Qi Yi, Rian nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Jing had long contemplated a discreet escape. Yet her position was rather awkwardly conspicuous. Was she not too noticeable? Just a few paces away stood Senluo. The subtle fragrance emanating from him lingered at the tip of her nose. It was reminiscent of green bamboo, and she had to admit it was quite delightful. However, she lacked the courage to gaze upon Senluo, for his allure was so potent that it rendered one spellbound. Qi Yi intercepted her companion just before he could approach Senluo, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Lord Senluo will, in celebration of today's festivities, bestow the blessings of the feathered tribe upon 3 fortunate females present." As soon as Qi Yi's words resonated, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into cheers and fervent shouts that echoed endlessly. "What is blessing?" Yu Jing inquired softly of Bai Yin. "Why not ask me?" Senluo raised his gaze to her, a hint of displeasure flickering in his peach blossom eyes, though his lips curled into a smile that was both enigmatic and intentional. Bai Yin tightened his grip on Yu Jing's hand slightly. This feathered tribe was indeed perilous. Yu Jing narrowed her dark eyes, vigilantly observing Senluo. She understood that this man, who toyed with fire, was perilous. Senluo, seemingly bored by her scrutiny, turned away to play with the flickering flame at his fingertips. The flame danced erratically, casting shadows beneath his long lashes, obscuring his thoughts from all. How does one choose a fortunate female? Indeed, are there any criteria? I believe the females of the elders are quite fortunate. Amidst the joy of the beasts, they began to chatter anxiously, their voices a ceaseless cacophony. Senluo slightly raised his head and, in an instant, found himself at the center of the stage. His feet stood upon a crimson halo of souls. A fiery feathered cloak billowed behind him, while his scarlet hair obediently cascaded down his back. The dazzling red light illuminated his face, pale as snow, making him appear as if reborn, ethereal and translucent in white, enchanting in red, and blinding in brilliance. The flame at his fingertips suddenly split into 3 clusters. Is this how one decides? He arched an eyebrow, his crimson gaze filled with arrogance, and his aura deepened profoundly, as if the very cosmos lay within his grasp. Bai Yin's pale blue eyes narrowed, and he grasped Yu Jing's hand, saying with a hint of remorse, "Arjing, he is formidable. Is a circle of several small soul halos truly powerful? What of it? I only have eyes for you." You gently comforted her. Indeed, Senluo's aura was remarkably formidable. However, in her heart, Bai Yin remained the epitome of her admiration. It was not merely a single circle, but 10. And now it had reached 13. Bai Yin helplessly remarked that Senluo's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Yu Jing nodded lightly as if acknowledging the matter at hand, her gaze fixed upon the soul halo of Senluo, which appeared thicker than the usual soul halos. Suddenly, a small flame materialized before her, flickering gently. Yu Jing could only sense countless fiery gazes converging behind her. Could I refuse? Yu Jing frowned slightly, her fair complexion adorned with an air of coldness. Yu Jing's voice was not loud, yet amidst the clamor of voices, several nearby orcs, including Hong Lian, caught her words. Hong Lian's face turned pale as she hurried to Yu Jing's side, speaking in a hushed yet anxious tone. Sister Yu Jing, the blessings from the sacred feather clan cannot be refused. Otherwise, it will bring calamity. Look at their eyes. They seem ready to devour you. In their sight, you have shown disdain for both the feather clan and the divine. Yu Jing nodded, her dark eyes sparkling with life as she offered a gentle smile to Hong Lian. I was merely jesting, she said, alleviating the tension in the air. Hong Lian seemed to exhale in relief, pouting playfully as she gazed at Yu Jing. From now on, you mustn't be so mischievous, sister. With that, she turned and walked away, in a state of contemplation. Yu Jing was determined to uncover the tricks that Senluo was employing. With her divine contract with Bai Yin and the indomitable power of immortality coursing through her veins, what was there to fear? Bai Yin observed Yu Jing in silence, harboring an unsettling suspicion that Senluo's intentions were solely directed at her. Chapter 32. The blood of Senluo. At the center of the Grand Plaza, the radiant figure of Senluo stood tall, while before him stood a female, her eyes alight with eager anticipation and infatuation. With unabashed disdain, he furrowed his brow yet raised his finger, slicing it to draw forth a drop of crimson, which he placed upon the female's forehead. However, his expression remained concealed from view, shrouded by the blinding barrier of light. As the crimson touched her, the once dull skin of the female transformed instantaneously into a smooth and delicate surface. The mouse-like nose vanished, replaced by a refined and prominent bridge. The onlookers were captivated, exclaiming in awe at the mysterious power of the feathered clan, which truly lived up to its reputation. Were it not for the knowledge that such a transformation would only last a few months, one could easily imagine the females flocking daily to seek Senluo's blessing. Even Yu Jing was momentarily taken aback. It was akin to a modern-day miracle of transformation, swift, effective, and entirely painless. Truly remarkable. The second female stepped forward, undergoing a similar metamorphosis, as if she had donned a new visage. When it was Yu Jing's turn, she gently patted Bai Yan's shoulder, signaling him that all was well. Though he remained apprehensive, witnessing the 2 preceding females merely receiving a blessing, he refrained from intervening and allowed her to proceed. Yu Jing's visage resembled the cool radiance of the moon as she gracefully approached the shimmering halo of Senluo, adorned with a myriad of lights. Her heart inexplicably raced with fervor. The enigma of Senluo instilled a peculiar fear within her, as each step felt akin to traversing the treacherous path of the underworld. The brilliance that danced in Yu Jing's eyes appeared to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. You have arrived. Senluo smiled, a warmth finally reaching his eyes, revealing the crystalline allure of his peach blossom gaze, which now beheld Yu Jing's exquisite countenance. What is your purpose? Yu Jing inquired, a trace of cold amusement playing upon her lips. Merely to prove a point. Senluo's voice was soft, yet his actions were swift. Suddenly, he seized one of Yu Jing's delicate hands, sinking his teeth gently into her fair fingertip, drawing forth a tender sip. In his clear crimson eyes, emotions flickered like the fleeting shadows of a flame before settling into a serene calm. As Yu Jing was taken aback and attempted to withdraw, Senluo had already released her grip. There were no visible wounds on his fingers, nor did he feel the slightest pain. Within Yu Jing's heart, an even greater doubt emerged. Could it be that the feathered clan possesses a unique method of discerning elves? Was Senluo merely curious about her elven identity? Perhaps she should not regard Senluo with such suspicion, considering that elves and the feathered clan share a bond with the diabolical beings of hell. As Yu Jing pondered these thoughts, an astonishingly radiant crimson light suddenly erupted from Senluo, enveloping his form in a luminous halo, while enormous wings, akin to roaring flames, unfurled behind him. He abruptly clutched at his heart, prompting Yu Jing to instinctively shut her eyes, feeling an intense heat wash over her face as blood unexpectedly splattered upon her. When she finally opened her eyes, she found Senluo's bloodied hand poised delicately between her brows, whispering, "A true dream, one that belongs to you." Senluo laughed resoundingly, his laughter echoing with wild abandon and unyielding pride, oblivious to whether his eyes were originally crimson or had turned so. In any case, his laughter resonated far and wide. He then spread his wings and vanished into the expanse above the square, leaving Yujing alone, disoriented in the wind. Would he truly not perish from such a deep wound to his chest? What was his purpose? Yujing initially believed she would appear disheveled. Yet the gazes of those around her were filled solely with envy, devoid of any judgment. She touched her face, finding no marks, nor any sign of alteration. Lost in thought, she barely registered as Bai Yin swept her off her feet, disregarding the astonished exclamations behind them, and departed the square. Ah Yin? What did you just witness? Yujing clung to Bai Yan's neck, still haunted by the earlier scene. I couldn't see clearly in the light. But I am genuinely worried about you. Ah Jing, we shall not return there again, Bai Yin replied, his voice muffled. A sense of inexplicable irritation brewing within him. His little female had undoubtedly been spied upon. Moreover, the adversary left him feeling utterly uncertain. A profound sense of defeat weighed heavily on his heart. However, Yujing pondered, I distinctly felt blood spraying over me. How is it that there is none now? With the prowess of Senluo, battling her would have been effortless, yet he had chosen to exert such force against her. It simply did not add up. Bai Yin carefully inhaled her scent, his attractive brows knitting tighter, detecting no trace of anything amiss. Just then, a breathless figure rushed towards them from behind. Sister Yujing, what was Red Lotus doing here at such a time? Shouldn't she be choosing her partner? Yujing found herself bewildered. Nevertheless, she urged Bai Yin to halt. Sister Yujing, have you seen my brother? Red Lotus, drenched in sweat, her face flushed, wore an anxious expression. No, I only noticed the city lord flying away moments ago. I didn't pay attention to whether your brother left, Yujing admitted. Having been too shocked by the earlier event to notice anyone else, I haven't spoken with my brother in quite some time. Why did he leave without even looking at me? Red Lotus, having received no news of her brother, walked away in tears. In a daze, Yujing pondered the arduous journey of bringing the Crimson Lotus to the Beast City, realizing that it was no simple task. The enigma surrounding the city loomed large in her mind, and her intuition urged her to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 33, the city under lockdown, however. On the following morning, Yujing learned from the beasts that currently only males were permitted to enter and exit the Beast City, while females were allowed to enter but not to leave. Reports indicated a growing number of cold-blooded creatures outside, and many elders from the city had ventured forth, only to vanish without a trace. Tension enveloped the city, and the beasts, gripped by anxiety, took extra precautions to safeguard the females within their homes. That day, Bai Yin and Yujing visited the marketplace, procuring an abundance of ingredients, spices, and vegetables. The two moved in harmonious synchrony, their spirits undeterred by the weighty bundles they carried. Bai Yin's broad grin remained radiant, and without the interference of the Crimson Lotus, he became the sole focal point of the little female's attention, though he was perplexed by the quantity of spices Yujing had purchased. He merely nodded in acquiescence to her desires. Upon returning home, Yujing fell into deep contemplation. What was she pondering? The dire state of their finances. The expenses in Beast City were exorbitant, and after their shopping spree, her purse was utterly depleted. Observing the melancholy etched on her face as she stared at the gem pouch, Bai Yan's heart ached for her. He set down their belongings and enveloped Yujing in his embrace. Ah Jing, would it be all right if I went hunting later? Even though he was reluctant to leave the little female alone at home, he could not bear to see her troubled expression. Reflecting on the nature of Beast City, where females were diligently protected by nearly all the males, he felt a modicum of reassurance. Yujing, however, broke into a smile. All right. But you must assist me with the task. Go ahead, Bai Yin replied, observing Yujing's sudden laughter with a hint of confusion. In that corner over there. Yujing indicated towards the southeast corner of the room, gesturing to illustrate the size. This is a simple matter. As soon as Bai Yan's words fell, he transformed into a white tiger, and with a few swift strikes of his claw enveloped in soul power, he swiftly dug a deep pit. The tiger's claws sliced through stone as if it were mere clay. Yujing clicked her tongue, initially believing that additional tools would be necessary. The enchanting figure in the paintings at his home was indeed quite formidable. In the future, we shall reside above. And you can venture out with my waterproof sleeping bag to catch a bag of fish, preferably alive, she mused, resting her chin on her delicate hand. Fish? Very well. Is there anything else? Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had been quite astonished when he first encountered the petite female, especially since she indulged in such a pungent and unappetizing fare. Nevertheless, he listened intently to what Yujing had to say. Why choose fish? It was simply because Yujing had a genuine fondness for fish and could only prepare dishes involving it. Indeed, she aspired to open a restaurant. As the saying goes, food is of utmost importance to the populace, and the same holds true for beasts. Having spent a considerable time in this place, she felt as though she might lose her sense of taste, surviving solely on a diet of radishes. First and foremost, she needed to sustain herself before contemplating an exit from the city. The current circumstances were rather intricate, necessitating a focus on self-sufficiency for the time being. As she pondered, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yujing chuckled softly, thinking how thoughts often manifest into reality. Sister Yujing, look what I brought for you. Yujing gazed intently at the large, round, and dark object resting on Hong Lian's shoulder. She could not discern its nature. Yet she held a deep respect for Hong Lian, recognizing her as a robust individual. The burden seemed significantly lighter for Hong Lian than a mere bucket of mineral water. Curiosity piqued, Yujing approached Hong Lian and gently tapped the dark sphere. Finding it surprisingly firm, surely it must be a melon. Hong Lian's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, "Oh, so you know too, Sister Yujing. Here, my brother gave this to me, and I'll gift you one." Her eyes sparkled with joy, and her smile radiated sweetness, resembling a small creature basking in affectionate attention. Yujing nodded nonchalantly as she accepted the watermelon. It weighed a bit hefty in her hands, yet her stomach had already begun to protest. The desire to taste the watermelon was overwhelming. Just the thought of it made her salivate. Turning to Bai Yin, she requested assistance in slicing the fruit. Bai Yin deftly wielded his claws, swiftly cutting the watermelon. "I shall go hunt," he declared. "Jing, stay at home, and do not wander." Bai Yin cast a worried glance at Yujing. "Yes, be cautious," she assured him, her eyes conveying a sense of trust. She then began to devour the watermelon. Its crimson flesh and white seeds, though slightly unusual in appearance, were equally delectable. Bai Yin had barely taken a few steps when his concern resurfaced. He turned his head towards Hong Lian and said, "Please keep Yujing company. I promise to make you a skirt from South Sea shark silk." Before Hong Lian could express her surprise, he swiftly dashed away, eager to return quickly. A trace of watermelon juice lingered at the corner of Hong Lian's mouth as she exclaimed, "Jing, sister, did he speak to me?" Yujing nodded, displaying an expression of mild curiosity. It was not as if Bai Yin was incapable of speech, however. Upon hearing that Bai Yin intended to make clothes for Hong Lian, she felt a tinge of displeasure. "I had assumed he would only converse with you. I would never allow him to craft garments for me. I have always enjoyed the company of Sister Yujing," Hong Lian remarked with a smile, and then added, "This melon is exceptionally sweet. It only grows on the highest of vines, accessible solely to the Yu clan." Upon hearing that Hong Lian did not wish for Bai Yin to craft garments for her, Yujing felt an immediate sense of relief. It seemed she had succumbed to jealousy. Alas, love indeed renders one bewildered. Yet, why Hong Lian was so closely associated with the Feather Clan remained a mystery. The mere thought of Senluo sent a shiver down her spine. She was not one to engage in idle chatter nor pry into matters. So she merely nodded in response. Then, she inquired of Hong Lian, "Do you know how one might rent a place to sell goods in the Beast City marketplace?" After a moment of contemplation, Hong Lian replied, "You could seek Elder Zhu, though he is quite busy. I am not well acquainted with him. But you could always approach my father. He is exceptionally kind." "Your father? The shaman Zhuge?" Yujing hesitated, pondering the mystical nature of shamans, akin to charlatans. What if he disowned her true identity? Noticing Yujing's reluctance, Hong Lian assumed her hesitation stemmed from concern about her father's temperament. She grasped Yujing's arm and led her outside, murmuring, "My father is not only the most formidable shaman, but also a truly wonderful person. You will see for yourself." Yujing felt helpless, yet driven by the necessity of earning a living, she pressed on with determination. Hong Lian urged her along at a brisk pace. The deeper they ventured into the Beast Tower, the more imposing the stone edifice became, complete with courtyards. It appeared that the orc elders indeed possessed a distinct hierarchy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Hong Lian's stone tower, Yujing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "A courtyard. A three-tiered stone villa with a pond," and to her surprise, there stood guards resembling orcs at the entrance. It was evident that Hong Lian was a child of privilege. Before Yujing could gather her thoughts, Hong Lian energetically pulled her inside, exclaiming, "Father, Father, I've brought my sister Yujing to meet you. She is truly beautiful." No sooner had the words left her lips than a remarkably refined middle-aged orc descended the stone steps, accompanied by a rather unremarkable yet pleasingly attractive female orc. Though Yujing considered her appearance to be ordinary. "Hong Lian, you've gone wandering again today." The female orc glanced at Yujing and smiled before gently chiding Hong Lian with a tap on her forehead. "You must be Yujing. You are lovely. Full of life and vitality, the divine will surely bless you," Zhuge remarked, his gaze momentarily pausing as he spoke with a warm smile. Yujing felt that there was an air of literary elegance in Zhu Ji's words, a certain refinement that made her ponder whether the beastmen possessed a written language. She recalled that Bai Yin was illiterate, and she felt the weight of her own responsibilities. "Great priest, I have received the blessings of the divine. I have come today with a request for your assistance." Yujing offered a faint smile, her inky eyes glimmering subtly. The other two were oblivious to her meaning. Even if they understood, their thoughts would not venture in that direction. However, Zhuge grasped her intent instantly. In his clear, luminous gaze, there was a fleeting moment of distraction before he replied, "You helped Hong Lian dispel years of resentment a few days ago. I am willing to offer my assistance to you, and no recompense is necessary." Yujing nodded, a smile gracing her face. "Thank you for the blessings. I simply wish to sell my wares in the Beast City." Zhuge understood, realizing that the divine blessing was bestowed only once in a lifetime, and that a solitary male had to endure a challenging existence. A pang of sympathy stirred within him for Yujing. He extracted a thumb-sized azure crystal from his chest and instructed Hong Lian to take the crystal imbued with his soul energy to Elder Zhu, ensuring she was allocated a more favorable position. Instantly, Hong Lian's face lit up with joy. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Yujing, her fluffy fox tail swaying animatedly. I told you, my father is the most agreeable. Hong Lian, remember to return early. Although the beast city is not as perilous as the outside world. Before Zhuge could finish, Hong Lian grasped Yu Jing's arm and darted off. Calling back over her shoulder, I know. Yu Jing could not help but chuckle. Despite a childhood shrouded in darkness, Hong Lian blossomed into such a pure and kind-hearted individual. Perhaps a testament to the influence of her family or the admirable character of the priest Zhuge, with Zhu Ji's token and Hong Lian's endorsement. The efficiency of their endeavors was remarkably swift, and soon everything was arranged. The location was at the intersection of East Street and West Street, the most bustling area. Comprising a modest stone house of less than 10 square meters, which could accommodate various items. The stall at the entrance extended 5 to 6 meters and required rent to be paid weekly, amounting to 5 medium-sized crystal stones per payment, which Yu Jing found quite satisfactory. Naturally, Hong Lian was unaware of Yu Jing's intentions regarding what she planned to sell. Typically, a female would only sell the spoils from hunts or gathered goods when she had multiple powerful females to share the bounty. Yu Jing had only Bai Yin, who, although indeed formidable, was of no help to her current predicament. Chapter 34, The Dreaming of Senluo, over 1,000 collections, after Yu Jing and Hong Lian had walked away. Zhuge hurriedly made his way towards the mysterious and exquisite stone hall at the southernmost point. If he was not mistaken, Yu Jing was indeed of the elven race. While other beastmen might be unaware, he was cognizant that, apart from the female elves and demonkin who possessed long hair, other races seldom exhibited long-haired females. The lustrous black hair was emblematic of potent vitality. In the realm of beastmen, white hair signified aging, while black hair represented rebirth. He could not afford to dwell on this thought. He was eager to report to Senluo. Otherwise, once the 3-day deadline arrived, their family would be in dire straits. Before he could step through the hall's entrance, he was halted by the towering figure of Ri Yang, who informed him that Lord Senluo was resting. Ri Yang's cold brow and icy demeanor matched his frigid voice, each word uttered like shards of ice, devoid of emotion. Although Zhuge had grown accustomed to this, he sometimes questioned whether this was truly the same resilient and kind youth who had once fled with Hong Lian. With a resigned tone, he spoke. The city lord has awakened. Please inform him that I have news regarding what he asked me to investigate. Ri Yang nodded, remaining silent. I am awake now, Zhuge. The languid voice of Senluo drifted from within, soft yet sufficient to reach Zhu Ji's ears. Ri Yang then lowered his hand, permitting Zhuge to enter. Inside the lord's chamber, Senluo reclined lazily upon the stone bed, his eyes still shut. His already pallid complexion had taken on an even more ghostly hue. The once vibrant lips now devoid of color. He appeared fragile, akin to a heavy-laden pear blossom, beautiful yet delicate. Zhu Ji's expression shifted markedly as he hastened to say, Please, my lord, allow me to examine you. However, Senluo offered no reply, his eyes slightly fluttering, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting as he murmured. Have you found her? Yes, she is at the 10,000 Beasts Tower. It seems you have already discovered her. Zhuge furrowed his brow. For he had not attended the banquet that day, and was thus unaware of the events that transpired, nor could he predict how Senluo would react. Remember, I do not wish for any beastmen to learn of this. Senluo's crimson eyes suddenly opened, sharp and frigid, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Zhuge felt as though the air had been knocked from his lungs, the weight of that moment rendering him breathless, and he swiftly replied, Yes. Only then did Senluo retract his murderous intent, retrieving a crystalline vial from within his garments and casually tossing it to Zhuge. He caught it hastily. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead. My lord, do you realize this is water from the eternal well of the elven race? To toss it carelessly like that, what will I say to the elders if it shatters? My life cannot withstand such turmoil. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire the lord's ability to return to the Feather Clan in a single day, silently giving him a thumbs up for his prowess. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Send it to those ancient relics, so they may cease pestering me. Senluo's tone was impatient, as if a thought had crossed his mind. His crimson eyes flickering. Also, prepare a vial of forget-me-not potion. I will send the materials to you in 10 days. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Zhuge was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly felt as though struck by thunder. Forget-me-not potion, while not difficult to concoct, required rare ingredients, including the ghostly grass from Snow Ridge Peak and the spirit flower from the Cloud Sea Summit. Even if the other materials were not challenging to gather, they were seldom encountered. Some elders in the city had solicited him to prepare it, but it held no value for the divine contract. Despite the fear that gripped him, he finally spoke. My lord, that elf is a divine contract. Senluo made no move, merely fluttering his eyelids, then let it be a dream. Zhuge felt struck by lightning. Had the lord gone mad? When had he developed an interest in a female? He acknowledged that she was indeed beautiful and a sacred descendant of the elves, but dream? He had only heard of it. It was a legendary forbidden substance. With a trembling voice, he said, But I cannot. It matters not. In a few days, I shall send Ri Yang to the Feather Clan. You may leave now. Senluo sounded utterly fatigued, his words airy and weightless. Once Zhuge departed, he slowly opened his eyes, which were red. The surrounding area also tinged crimson. His pale thumb instinctively rubbed against his index finger, a flickering flame dancing at his fingertips, only to be extinguished by a single scalding tear. Chapter 35. I desire you. By the time Yu Jing finished her farewells with Hong Lian, it was already evening. perhaps due to the impending winter. The evening air had grown quite cold. Upon returning home, Yujing noticed that Bai Yin had not yet arrived. She casually picked up the leftover watermelon from lunch. Its sweetness was refreshing, and she wished she could indulge in it more frequently. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Was she not a reincarnated member of the elfin race? Perhaps. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She decided to venture outside to gather some soil, carefully burying the watermelon seeds. Crouching down, she focused intently on the mound of yellow earth, murmuring, "Grow, grow quickly. Abracadabra, open sesame." After a while, she found herself amused by her own antics. How foolish this was. If not mentally ill, she was certainly teetering on the edge of eccentricity. She extended her hand, calming herself as she summoned a little white lotus. The fragrant lotus floated gracefully, and Yujing, feeling invigorated, gently inquired, "Little white lotus, how can I accelerate the growth of these seeds?" The little white lotus swayed its pure white petals, indicating that it was utterly clueless. Yujing, feeling disheartened, suddenly conceived an idea. Was it not the case that the little white lotus had acknowledged her as its master by consuming her blood? If that were true, she could wield the tendrils of the white lotus. Thus, if she were to establish a bond with the watermelon, she would surely have an inexhaustible supply of watermelons at her disposal. With that thought, she retrieved a folding knife and sliced her fingertip, allowing her crimson blood to drip slowly onto the yellow earth, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. She was taken aback. It seemed her plan was futile. If Tawanzi were present, she would certainly chide her for being foolish. Initially, she had been drawn into the realm of the bloodstone flower due to divine intervention. But lacking the baptism of the sacred flower, her body possessed no energy to promote plant growth. Essentially, she was merely a half-human, half-elf hybrid. Even if she punctured her skin repeatedly, it would amount to nothing of significance. Reluctantly, Yujing acknowledged that she had been overly optimistic. Such fortuitous occurrences and magical abilities were unlikely to manifest in her life. To avoid the embarrassment of being seen by Bai Yin, she tidied up the yellow earth and, in a huff, resumed gnawing on the watermelon. Where could her Bai Yin be? This thought gnawed at her, and she found herself increasingly anxious. Compared to her, Bai Yin was the one endowed with extraordinary powers, so he should be safe. Yet, as her thoughts spiraled, her unease only intensified, and the hours felt interminable. Suddenly, unable to remain seated any longer, she rose and opened the door, intending to seek him out. In that instant, she collided with the solid, luminescent expanse of his chest. Listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. Yujing wrapped her arms around Bai Yan's waist. Her cherry lips pressed tightly together as she playfully chided, "Bai Yan, you returned far too late." Bai Yan, momentarily lost in thought, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He gently set aside the items in his hands, lifted her effortlessly, and placed her onto the bed, tenderly kissing her displeased little mouth. "Be good, I shall first attend to raising the fish you desired." Yujing nodded, watching Bai Yin step outside to fetch water, which he then poured into the meticulously prepared pond. He subsequently released the lively silver fish into the water, counting them to find there were as many as 20 or 30. Her yin was indeed remarkable, more than just a large cat, although the pond was not extensive. The chill in the air would ensure the fish survived for a couple of days. Tomorrow, she could begin preparing braised fish, steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, and fried fish. The mere thought made her feel hungry. "Ah Jing, are we truly going to eat these?" Bai Yin frowned, visibly disdainful as he glanced at the fish in the pond. He opened his palm to reveal a piece of purple crystal, roughly the size of a palm, resting quietly in his hand. A glimmer sparked in Yujing's eyes. This crystal is truly magnificent. She contemplated seizing it, yet recalled her unique constitution. Perhaps it would be best to forego that notion, as it seemed she was not destined for wealth. Immediately, her thoughts shifted to examining Bai Yan's condition. Was this magical beast formidable? "Are you injured anywhere?" "Not particularly fierce, just too swift. I pursued for quite some time. There is no need to worry about the absence of crystals now, Bai Yin smiled, his azure eyes radiating warmth. He cherished the concern of the little female and delighted in her thoughts of him, yet he hesitated at the idea of her worrying, for her thoughts of him invariably stemmed from anxiety. At last, Yujing felt reassured as she gazed at the lively silver fish, remarking, "This is not for us to eat, it is for sale." Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, the small female was always right. If there was any doubt, he would refer back to her words. "You go prepare the barbecue and boil some water to wash up. I will tidy the bed upstairs." Although Yujing delighted in eating fish, she could not tolerate the faint fishy scent lingering on Bai Yin's hands. By the time they finished their chores, it was already late into the night. Yujing lay on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, contemplating tomorrow's menu. As for Bai Yin, he was as usual, sewing clothes for Yujing. He constantly believed that she looked beautiful in anything, and no amount of clothing he made for her was ever sufficient. "Bai Yin? I felt a bit upset today when you mentioned making clothes for Hong Lian." Bai Yin paused his movements, his gaze softening. "Then I shall pay in crystal stones for someone to take care of you in the future." Yujing nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah Jing, we had an agreement." Bai Yin set aside the leather and needlework, turning towards Yujing. A few playful strands of silver hair brushed against her face as he moved. He leaned in slowly, his slender fingers cradling her chin, his blue eyes shimmering with clarity. "What did we agree upon?" Yujing's bright, inky eyes blinked several times. Ah Jing. Bai Yan's frost-white visage gently brushed against her cheek, his warm lips whispering against her ear. You and I shall engage in a grand battle. Yujing felt an itch in her ears, akin to a delicate electric current coursing through her. Instinctively, she wished to retreat. Yet Bai Yan firmly held her head in place. Ah Yan, I believe we should take it slow. Truly. Previously, when engaging in intimate moments with Bai Yan, she was oblivious, but now that she is aware, it only intensifies her embarrassment. Her entire face flushed as if it had been simmered. Bai Yan's slender, pale fingers initially caressed her cheek gently, but soon became increasingly audacious. However, what was she to do when her patience wore thin? His clear blue eyes, now fathomlessly deep and shadowed, bore traces of a rosy hue on his cheeks. His little female companion was utterly intoxicating. He could hardly contain himself for even a moment. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Each word Bai Yan uttered sent waves of warmth swirling around her ears, leaving her feeling particularly tantalized. Very well, I shall remain silent. I will act. No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt a chill. Her delicate garment inexplicably vanished. As for Bai Yan, he needed to wipe away the drool. Bai Yan shed his outer garment, his silken silver hair cascading down to his muscular waist, reaching the curve of his backside. His flawless, jade-like physique unfolded before her eyes. Those brows, those eyes, those lips. Each feature was nothing short of perfection. No matter how many times she beheld her ethereal beauty, it never ceased to astonish her. Her throat felt parched, a thirst igniting within her. Merely a longing for water, nothing more. After a considerable while, his intentions fulfilled, Yujing could no longer restrain herself. She bit down on his shoulder. I desire you. Right now. Bai Yan flashed a wicked, mischievous grin. Then let me indulge you. Ah Yan. I wish to sleep. Then sleep. Bai Yan. Get off me at once. Can't you see that dawn is broken? Abstinence. From this moment forth. Right now. Yujing was finally enraged, gritting her teeth. She rubbed her waist and delivered a fierce kick to Bai Yan's backside. The scene was simply too exquisite. Chapter 36. The Pursuit of Wealth, a Night of Entanglement. The following morning, as Yujing awakened to the clamor from outside, her gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of sorrowful azure tiger eyes, accompanied by a set of fluffy, slightly drooping tiger ears. The delicate, rosy tiger nose twitched gently from time to time. However, this day was unlike any other. Such charms proved ineffective. She rubbed her aching waist and legs, maintaining a cold demeanor and choosing to ignore Bai Yan's adorable antics. Observing Yujing's indifference, Bai Yan hurriedly presented her with a basin of warm water, assisting her in cleansing the sticky residue from her body, dressing her with care, and offering her a crisp green radish. Yujing grasped the radish, her face cold as she glared at Bai Yan, who had once again transformed into an adorable tiger. With a swift motion, she struck the radish against his tiger head. Have you realized your mistake? Yujing pursed her cherry lips, her expression decidedly unfriendly. The white tiger lowered his head, his delicate nose twitching once more. Ah Jing. I cannot help it. You are simply too enticing. Recalling the previous night, his blood surged with primal fervor, and he sensed a certain part of himself stirring once again, prompting him to quickly conceal it. He absolutely could not allow the little female to discover his predicament. Quietly retracting his tiger paw. Yujing was infuriated, biting her lip with vexation, yet a hint of an unnatural blush crept onto her face. Am I to blame for this? Ah Jing, please do not be angry. My strength has increased. I feel my soul's turmoil is about to break through the fourth circle. Bai Yan dared not meet Yujing's gaze. Instead, he pretended to dig at the ground with his thick, snow-white paws, though in truth, he exerted no force at all, leaving no trace behind. Could it be that the connection with Bai Yan truly enhances his power? Was this the strength granted by the divine contract to partners? If so, did that mean she and Bai Yan were destined to? She could hardly bear the thought. Yujing mused internally, maintaining a composed facade. I do not care. You must exercise restraint from now on. With that, she huffed and turned, heading downstairs to check on the fish. Bai Yan followed, thinking that perhaps this time they might welcome a little tiger cub. Yujing suddenly halted her steps, her cold, dark eyes quivering slightly, and her lips pressed together more tightly as she murmured. Is it possible that we might have children? Bai Yan, thinking that she was growing more upset, quickly transformed into his human form and embraced her, his slender fingers gently caressing her back. As if he had made a resolution, he spoke softly. If Jing does not wish for it, then I shall not pursue it. I will go seek the priest for medicine. Yujing gently wrapped her arms around Bai Yan's neck, caressing his soft white hair. No. I simply never thought I could have a home. Bai Yan held her tightly, his heart aching profoundly. He could empathize with Yujing's feelings, for he too shared a similar sentiment. There is me, there is you, and there is our child. However, we have yet to see the first signs of this. The notion of her forgiving him so easily was nothing short of a dream. As Yujing recalled the events of the morning, a sudden surge of anger overcame her. She abruptly threw Bai Yan's hand aside and glared at him, exclaiming, It's all a trick. Just a scheme. Bai Yan was taken aback, although he was uncertain of what the first signs entailed. Was it true that females were so capricious? Yujing chose to disregard Bai Yan, retrieving a silver fish from the pool, weighing approximately 3 pounds. With the current seasonings available, she found chili peppers, though most of the beastmen did not consume them. Ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic were accessible, and some beastmen Akin to humans, relished raw garlic, particularly the herbivorous tribe. As for oil, she had only found wooden sticks and had yet to locate soybeans or similar ingredients for brewing soy sauce. She preferred not to complicate matters, considering her stay in the Beast City would not be prolonged. If only there were some wine. She had once delighted in fruit wines and grape wines. Yet she had yet to encounter grapes here. Directing Bai Yin, she had him tidy up and use his sharp tiger claws to fashion some pots, bowls, and small wooden sticks. With the ingredients in tow, she proceeded to her shop, instructing Bai Yin to assemble 10 stone cauldrons in the stone house. The advantage of free labor was undeniable. Bai Yin was taken aback. He could sense the assistance from the Hong Lian gang at the shop. But was she truly selling fish? Surely, his Ajing couldn't be losing her mind. However, Yujing's subsequent actions left Bai Yin even more astonished. Yujing gathered her ink-black hair, her visage serene and gentle, as she stood before the cutting board, wielding a folding knife. With a deft motion, she scooped up a silver fish, striking its head with the handle of the knife. In a flash, the blade glimmered as she eviscerated it, meticulously scraping its gills and scales, slicing along its spine, and creating delicate leaf-like patterns on both sides. The belly was filled with scallions and ginger, while a touch of salt was applied to the knife's edge. Her movements were as fluid as flowing water, displaying an astonishing familiarity with the task at hand. Bai Yin watched in a mixture of awe and trepidation. His little female companion was indeed formidable. "Ah Yin, you continue." Yujing casually tossed the folding knife to Bai Yin, confident in his intelligence to manage the task. She had to prepare the meat, as noon was fast approaching. Bai Yin took the knife, living up to Yujing's expectations, yet even the act of gutting the fish could not conceal his extraordinary talent, leaving Yujing momentarily dazzled. Yujing grasped the bone blade, which was significantly sharper than her folding knife. She utilized it to carve the meat from the red deer that Bai Yin had hunted the previous day, intending to prepare a dish of steamed meat with radish. The deer leg was minced, seasoned generously, and oil extracted from tree branches was added. The radish was sliced thinly, layered with the meat filling, and then rolled up on both sides to form a neat platter. The bones of the deer were cast into boiling water, previously infused with ginger and scallions. While she diligently skimmed off the froth, in another stone pot, heated by licking flames, she set up a rack and placed a stone plate atop it. Only then did she position the marinated fish in the steamer within the room. Upon raising her head, she noticed a throng of faces. Were they encircled? Or had business arrived? It seemed as though it was just beginning. "Beautiful young lady, are you selling food?" inquired a robust and handsome orc, leading the group. Yujing nodded in confusion. The multitude of orcs exchanged swift glances before promptly forming an orderly queue. "We are lining up." The leading orc grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. His gaze reminiscent of a loyal hound, quite akin to a husky. "Yes, we are indeed forming a line." The others echoed in agreement. Could this be the opportunity to converse with the enchanting female? A young orc at the rear of the line inquired of the towering male ahead. "Surely, those who sell goods will engage us in conversation. Do not be hasty." The imposing male patted the boy's shoulder. "I have encountered that lovely little female several times." At last, a chance to speak with her. A certain orc covered his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Overwhelmed with joy, Bai Yin and Yue rose to fame after their battle, and typically, Bai Yin remained by Yujing's side, not daring to steal a glance at the goddess. With Bai Yin absent, the thought of speaking to the aloof goddess was tempting. Yet who would dare provoke the ire of Qi? But to their astonishment, their goddess was setting up a stall. What momentous news! The male orc surged forth. Spending some crystal stones to converse with such a beautiful female is indeed worthwhile. In a state of bemusement, Yujing found herself pondering the whimsical transformation from the tofu shi sure of the spring and autumn period to the present-day steamed fish shi sure. A title that hardly resonates with elegance. Bai Yin, standing nearby, occasionally added fuel to the fire, although his handsome visage had darkened. He recalled that he had already displeased the young lady in the morning, and thus, he could not afford to chase away her guests. Otherwise, his future would be in jeopardy. As Yujing stepped into the room, she occasionally poured out the fishy water before steaming it anew. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted throughout the entire street. The orc at the door could not help but sniff the air, gazing longingly at the stone pot within, swallowing the saliva that pooled in his throat. "What is that? I have never encountered such a delectable scent." One of the beasts was already drooling. The others could not resist craning their necks to peer inside. Yujing emerged with a plate of freshly steamed silver fish, its fragrance captivating. Beside her were oval-shaped green leaves, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she offered, "You can enjoy it here or take it home." 3 small crystal stones. Does anyone want some? The beasts were already brimming with anticipation, feeling the aroma desperately invade their nostrils, their mouths watering uncontrollably. It was indeed a plate of fish. The beasts were momentarily stunned. The translucent fish meat emitted steam and slightly curled at the edges, appearing exceedingly appetizing. 3 small crystal stones were not inexpensive. Enough to purchase a brown sheep, yet not overly costly, certainly within the means of these distinguished individuals. The orc at the forefront of the group promptly handed over the crystal stones, eagerly accepting the fish and shoveling it into his mouth with a wooden spoon, exclaiming, "I have never tasted such flavorful food. Give me 2 more. No, I want them all." The young orc, with fish meat stuffed in his mouth, unabashedly addressed Yujing. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, Yujing was taken aback. Is it truly that delicious? The orcs behind him instantly grew displeased. They had yet to sample the fare, and that fellow was already claiming the entire venue? The orcs, being creatures of primal instinct, were on the verge of drawing their bows and preparing for a confrontation. Yujing hurriedly spoke with a beaming smile, informing that each person could purchase only one fish. While the soup could be collected at will, she promised to prepare more for the next day, which quelled the tumult. Before long, Baiyan's pace in preparing the fish could no longer keep up with Yujing's sales, and the remaining fish were dwindling. Originally, everyone had intended to eat on-site. But due to the large physiques of the beasts, the stone slab was too small, forcing many to opt for takeout. Nevertheless, some impatient souls stood by, eager to indulge. Old folks, please step aside. I bear no responsibility for injuries or mishaps. Allow me to behold the dish that has kept me awake with anticipation. His voice was low and hoarse. As he finished speaking, the crowd of beasts swiftly parted, and a gray shadow darted to Yujing's side. It was an elderly man clad in a gray feathered robe, his years visibly weighing upon him. Despite his age, he possessed a youthful countenance, though he was exceedingly thin, resembling a fish eagle. His deeply set eyes, however, were remarkably bright and keen. At that moment, those bright eyes were fixed intently on the steaming fish on the plate, accompanied by a hint of confusion. What makes this fish so fragrant? Without waiting for Yujing to respond, he seized a wooden spoon and took a taste, his eyes narrowing in delight as he savored the flavor. Quite good. His audacious act of cutting in line went unchallenged by any of the beasts, whose own actions of swallowing grew increasingly rapid. Truly a testament to the impatience of those who had yet to partake in the feast. It was the first time Yujing encountered an old orc, and her curiosity was piqued. Elder, you have yet to pay the crystal coins. Only then did the old man lift his head, his sharp gaze assessing Yujing. His eyes lit up, and unexpectedly, his expression softened. A young female? Of the Eagle clan? The sudden warmth in his demeanor sent a shiver down Yujing's spine. Yujing shook her head, and the old man, slightly taken aback, turned his gaze towards Baiyan, who was busily working indoors. A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes, and his gray-white brows furrowed into a worm-like shape. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, in all my years, I have never encountered a white-haired beastman, and yet he exudes the aura of a divine contract. After speaking, he tossed a medium-sized crystal onto the table and snatched a fish from Yujing's hands, which he had prepared for another beast. I'll take this for my little darling, he declared, transforming into a majestic eagle soaring into the sky. It turned out to be of the Hawk clan. Yujing was vexed at having let him go so easily. Chapter 37, Ri Yang's visit at noon. The silver fish had long been sold out, and not a single drop of bone broth remained. Baiyan finally managed to disperse the lingering orcs in front of the stall, allowing the two of them some much-needed respite. Yujing retained only 2 silver fish, one for herself and one for Baiyan. Baiyan. That gray-feathered elder was actually from the Eagle clan. It is truly unfortunate that I could not extract any information about the demons or anything else from him. Yujing's ink-black eyes slightly lowered, clearly displaying her displeasure. He will undoubtedly return tomorrow. The food I prepared using Jing's method is exquisite. Baiyan affectionately tousled her hair, though he felt reluctant to see the little female work so hard, witnessing her radiant smile and understanding her thoughts. He could not bear to hinder her and resolved to prepare even more. Yujing nodded and retrieved the steamed radish meat rolls. She had refrained from selling them earlier in the morning, recognizing that the orcs had hearty appetites, and such a small portion would merely serve as a snack. She preferred to let Baiyan savor them first. Just as they were about to commence their meal inside the stone cottage, an unexpected visitor arrived. This individual, Yujing recognized, was none other than Riang, whom she had caught a fleeting glimpse of at the banquet. Are your food items still available for purchase? Riang inquired. His expression cold, his violet eyes narrowed slightly, and his amethyst-hued hair, tied back, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Yujing initially intended to decline the sale. Yet upon reflecting that Ri Yong was indeed brother Hong Lian, and recalling the previous day when she had enjoyed his watermelon, she could only offer a resigned smile. She prepared a platter of fish accompanied by a dozen radish rolls filled with meat, packaging them for Ri Yong. She had intended to say that no payment was necessary. But as Ri Yong accepted the leaf-wrapped bundle, he casually tossed aside a large crystal and vanished without a trace. Did someone just come by? Yujing inquired, her gaze shifting in surprise towards Baiyan. Baiyan, equally exasperated, appeared markedly different from the boisterous Hong Lian, not resembling a member of the beast clan in the slightest. Yujing did not use a beast hide to handle the crystal this time. Instead, she grasped it directly. As anticipated, the energy from the crystal gradually flowed into her meridians through her palm. However, when it reached her heart, it sank like a stone into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. A bold idea emerged in her mind. Perhaps she could enter the elven dream realm once more. Inside the stone hall, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Had she prepared this? Senluo's complexion was pale as he lifted a plate of freshly steamed silver fish before him, gently inhaling its scent. His crimson gaze darkened. No, it was indeed purchased from that female. Ri Yong knelt partially, his violet hair cascading to the ground, a subtle tension evident in his violet eyes. Senluo did not regard Ri Yong but instead pinched a piece of radish meat roll between his slender, straight fingers, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ri Yang's handsome face lifted slightly, his gaze meeting Senluo's crimson eyes, which revealed a hint of satisfaction. The curve of his cherry blossom-colored lips was notably more pronounced than usual. The city lord genuinely smiled. His violet eyes softened. Senluo had merely intended to take a light taste of the meat roll but was unexpectedly captivated by its exquisite flavor, prompting him to devour it in one go. A touch of color returned to his pale and delicate face. I shall fetch more, Ri Yang exclaimed in surprise, turning to leave. There's no need. Go and catch more silver fish to bring to her. If she enjoys cooking, then let her prepare more, Senluo replied lazily as he rose. His translucent red hair cascading down his snow-white chest. Glancing at the plate of fish, he was suddenly filled with aversion. Dispose of it. Ri Yang complied, taking the plate of fish and swiftly departing. Bai Yin finished roasting the remaining venison before feeling satisfied. After tidying up, he returned home as the sun dipped below the horizon. With a beast hide bag in hand, Yujing absorbed the power contained within the crystal stones. Bai Yin found this curious. Despite Yujing absorbing such vast amounts of soul energy, she was unable to wield it. Where, he pondered, did that soul energy vanish to? He decided that since he would be going out to fish shortly, he would gather more crystal stones for Yujing. For the power of the small crystals was rather meager. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the sturdy wooden door was kicked open. Bai Yin instinctively transformed into his beast form. His soft, white tail wrapping protectively around Yujing. The door was flimsy. Backlit, a figure with striking purple hair, the culprit, declared with an unsettling expression. This is for you. Ri Yang casually tossed down 2 wooden barrels, the contents of which were writhing, completely filled with silverfish. He then turned and vanished without a trace. Were it not for the 2 barrels of flopping fish, Yujing would have genuinely believed this was an illusion. He was strong, his power comparable to that of a few days prior. Bai Yin closed the door again, exasperated. Is this his way of expressing gratitude? Yujing mused, puzzled, as she and Ri Yang hardly shared any camaraderie. She was not so self-absorbed as to think he had fallen for her at first sight. Finding amusement in Bai Yan's words, she playfully poked his taut chin with her slender fingers. How much taller are you than him now? Bai Yin was about to respond earnestly when he caught sight of her bright, enchanting eyes, and he could not resist leaning down to kiss her. Give me more. I wish to be even taller than him. Bai Yan's voice was deep and husky, yet irresistibly magnetic. However, in the morning, Yujing intended to retort but was abruptly silenced by a fervent kiss, her body pressed tightly against his. This was a self-inflicted predicament, indeed. Chapter 38. What are the intentions of Senluo? After a sleepless night, Yujing's mind was plagued by the youthful visage of Senluo and his captivating presence, which seemed impossible to reconcile. Meanwhile, the pitiable Bai Yin was still reflecting on his transgressions. The next day, a pair of panda-like dark circles appeared before Hong Lian. Sister Yujing, is your partner treating you poorly? You look so tired. Hong Lian had heard of Yujing's booming business the day before and had come early to witness it for herself. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yan's blue eyes darkened, and his movements faltered. A faint, unnatural blush appeared on Yujing's serene and cold visage as she nonchalantly remarked, I merely had a restless night. Please extend my gratitude to your brother. He brought a significant amount of silverfish yesterday. Hong Lian was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. And she covered her mouth, exclaiming, my brother came by. Yujing observed that Bai Yin had already tidied up, closed the door, and nodded towards Hong Lian, having even purchased some food from me. Your brother may not be very talkative, but he is quite a good person. He is indeed generous. A true tycoon who casually tosses around large crystals. Upon hearing this, Hong Lian grew even more astonished, then proudly lifted her chin slightly. My brother must be quite exceptional. You would be delighted to be my sister-in-law, but perhaps my brother has taken a liking to you. Subsequently, Bai Yan's icy, sharp gaze pierced through Hong Lian like a blade, causing her to shudder. She clasped onto Yujing's arm and stuck out her tongue. Yujing couldn't help but chuckle. Having Bai Yin was sufficient for her. As for Ri Yang, he was simply non-existent in her world. His rebellious demeanor suggested he couldn't even spare her a glance, and it was likely that he held a strong aversion towards her. A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Yujing instructed Bai Yin to tidy up the shop while she and Hong Lian ventured nearby to procure some ingredients. Since they already had an ample supply of fish, there was no need to purchase any meat. Suddenly, they spotted a shop selling eggs, and Yujing's dark eyes sparkled with delight. It had been ages since she savored steamed eggs, and the thought of slicing the silver fish, coating it in egg batter, and frying it to a golden crisp was simply tantalizing. How much for these eggs? She inquired. 1 crystal stone per egg. Jinyao eggs are rather hard to come by, the shopkeeper replied. He had a refined appearance, dressed in a light-scaled green garment, and smiled at Yujing, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Hong Lian chimed in, indeed, only your kind can find such treasures. Yujing was ultimately not an orc. She could not discern races by scent, nor could she perceive any differences. It was no wonder that her garments differed from those of ordinary orcs. They must have been the skin she had shed. Although not inexpensive, Yujing purchased 7 or 8 of them, reasoning that she would profit handsomely when she sold them later, and most importantly, she wanted to indulge in a feast with Bai Yin. After replenishing her supplies, when she returned to her shop, Bai Yin had already steamed several pots. Observing her ethereal figure, draped in silken white strands, bustling about, Yujing felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It seemed that Bai Yin, apart from her overwhelming affection for her, had no other flaws. Perhaps she should not have been so angry the previous night. Setting her purchases down, she embraced Bai Yan's waist from behind. Let's not be angry anymore, shall we? Yujing murmured gently against Bai Yan's back. However, Bai Yin momentarily stiffened, unable to move, and after exhaling softly, she tenderly replied, "Be good, I'm dirty." With a gentle smile, Yujing said, "I shall leave this to you while I prepare some delectable dishes. Are there even more sumptuous offerings?" Bai Yin turned to gaze at her, pondering how the fish before him was the most exquisite meal he had ever encountered. He had never imagined that a fish, often associated with a foul odor, could be transformed into something so delightful. How many ingenious ideas could possibly reside within her mind? Indeed, there are, Yujing replied, her dark eyes sparkling as she flashed a radiant smile at Bai Yin. Hong Lian, however, was reluctant to partake in their shared culinary delights. Instead, she was captivated by the billowing steam emanating from the stone pot, inhaling the fragrant aroma with delight. The enticing scent was enough to provoke the little fox's appetite. Meanwhile, a line had formed in front of the stall, with yesterday's disappointed patrons arriving early, their numbers significantly greater than the day before. Fortunately, Bai Yin had grown quite adept at managing the situation, his movements swift and efficient, leaving Yujing with no opportunity to assist. Even the crystal stones were beyond her reach, rendering her momentarily idle. She took solace in preparing lunch, whipping up a generous bowl of steamed eggs, slicing silverfish, and enveloping them in the egg mixture before frying them to a perfect crispness, adhering to the principle of never resisting available food. Hong Lian had already indulged in quite a few bites. Balancing a small plate of crispy silver fish in one hand, she watched Bai Yin bustle about, remarking, "You know, Bai Yin, you truly are quite remarkable." Yujing raised her eyebrows, naturally referring to my man. Hong Lian smacked her lips, gazing into the distance, her eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. Brother, are you here to buy food as well?" "I'm right here." Upon hearing the sound, Yujing subtly raised her gaze. The red feathers swayed, and the vibrant red hair shimmered, while captivating crimson eyes ensnared the soul. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, her skin akin to pure snow, and the playful tilt of her eyes resembled the hues of blooming flowers. Under the bright sunlight, her beauty was so dazzling that one might find oneself entranced, risking the very essence of one's spirit if not cautious. It was he, Senluo. Yet, the allure of Senluo was not one that all dared to admire. An invisible barrier seemed to surround him, deterring anyone from looking his way. Each step he took felt like treading upon sharp thorns, instilling a profound sense of dread. All the beastmen retreated in reverence, and Hong Lian was no exception. Though she initially intended to rush forward, upon catching sight of Senluo, she instinctively recoiled as if struck by lightning. "You are Yujing, and I am Senluo," he stated, his scarlet gaze lifting slightly, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I wonder what brings the esteemed city lord here." Yujing continued to fry the silverfish fillets, her heart quickening under his scrutinizing gaze. The Senluo of her dreams was far more amiable. "You fear me," Senluo mused languidly, his eyes drifting towards the stone plate she held, admiring the exquisite beauty of her delicate fingers. "Why would I fear you? It is you who frightened away my guests." Yujing replied, avoiding his gaze, her tone laced with unmistakable discontent. "Oh? Then why do you not dare to look at me?" Senluo's lips curled slightly, his gaze never wavering from Yujing. Yujing lifted her head and cast a fleeting glance at him, before turning her gaze towards Bai Yin, whose attention was equally fixed upon her. He looked rather charming. However, my Bai Yin is even more handsome. Senluo's lips twitched slightly, unable to muster a smile, as her crimson eyes instantaneously clouded with frost, discreetly glancing at the white strands of hair cascading over Bai Yin. The hand concealed within her sleeve gradually clenched, then slowly unfurled. As she partially closed her eyes and reopened them, she once again donned her indifferent demeanor. "I came to purchase some food. Am I not welcome?" Senluo approached Yujing, and immediately a refreshing fragrance akin to green bamboo enveloped Yujing's senses. She delicately pinched a piece with her slender, pale fingers and took a taste. It was delectable. Yujing, in her bewilderment, could not fathom the true meaning behind Senluo's actions. As a city lord, what could he possibly lack that necessitated his venture into the marketplace? What was the essence of the true dream? Did he possess an awareness of his own identity? Furthermore, the remnants of yesterday's dream lingered in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed by the orc before her. Was it not commonly believed that orcs were simple-minded yet physically robust? Perhaps she should confront Senluo directly and seek clarity, but certainly not in such a setting. "You may take what pleases you, yet I wish to speak with you privately." "Senluo, there are matters that require your elucidation." Yujing furrowed her brows, uncertain whether Senluo would acquiesce. Seemingly casual, Senluo cast a glance at Yujing's pale and serene countenance. Yet the fingers concealed within his sleeves trembled involuntarily. "Come find me tomorrow. Rest assured, I shall not harm you." Though directed at Yujing, his gaze drifted ambiguously towards Bai Yin, shrouded in obscurity. Yujing initially thought it would suffice to arrive at the stone house, yet she was taken aback by Senluo's words. She sensed that Senluo was not entirely benevolent, but she truly believed he would not harm her. His figure once again overlapped with the Senluo from her dreams. With a soft agreement, Yujing felt her hands suddenly empty as Senluo whisked away the plate. Come to retrieve it tomorrow, he said, his enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking softly. Shrouded in a dreamy haze, before he smiled and departed. Indeed, those eyes possessed a certain toxicity. Oh, how it startled me. Being near the city lord is overwhelming. The pressure is almost suffocating. I cannot fathom how my brother manages each day under such circumstances. Just as Senluo left, Honglian rushed to Yujing, brimming with complaints. Pressure? Why did she feel none at all? Yujing, elder sister, what are you pondering? Are you quite familiar with the city lord? Are you truly going to seek him out tomorrow? I believe the city lord is ill-suited for you. He is far too formidable. My brother is much better. Honglian chattered incessantly, analyzing a myriad of thoughts, completely oblivious to the deepening scowl on Baiyan's face. Enough. Baiyan was genuinely incensed, nearly raising his hand to cast Honglian aside. Yujing hurriedly intervened, exclaiming helplessly, Honglian, my bond with Yin is that of the divine covenant. I shall accept no other male besides Yin. This left Honglian utterly astonished, stuttering, divine blessing. Yujing, however, remained composed and nodded. Soon, her expression shifted to one of urgency and anger as she exclaimed, Sister Yujing, how can you be so foolish? The lifespan of a male is merely 40 years, while a female can live to 80 or 90, sharing a life. He is not an elder of the beast city, blessed with eternal spring water. Indeed, Honglian had never held much fondness for Baiyan. The reason was simple. White hair was considered ominous among all beastmen, and moreover, she was unaware of Baiyan's true strength. The mere thought of eternal spring water made Yujing's heart skip a beat. After all, Honglian was born among these beastmen and had been influenced by their beliefs since childhood. How could she possibly comprehend? Baiyan possessed exceptional skills, and by afternoon, the silver fish were dwindling. The elder of the eagle tribe had indeed returned, casting a glance at Baiyan, then at Yujing, shaking his head before purchasing the fish and leaving without offering a chance for conversation. However, Honglian recognized him, whispering to Yujing that he was one of the 8 elders. Eldering of the eagle tribe, who rarely ventured out but was exceptionally kind to his females. He had refrained from drinking the eternal spring water, which had caused him to age so prematurely. Truly, it was enviable. Yujing nodded. After all, in love, it is not the quantity that matters, but rather the quality. Recalling the little darling from yesterday sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, this is love. Chapter 39. Do I not love you? The night sky was serene and beautiful, with a waning moon casting its cold light upon the ground. The weather had turned chilly, and the biting wind could be felt from outside. Inside the stone tower, beneath the flickering flames, Yujing leaned against Baiyan, who was diligently crafting winter garments for her. They had remained silent for a long while, yet their thoughts were in perfect harmony. Jing, do you truly have to meet Senluo tomorrow? I am quite worried. Baiyan paused his work and asked softly, Who am I? Why have I come here? What is this divine contract and these strange life forces? I no longer know whether I am human or elf. Only Senluo, from the Feather Clan, can provide answers. Yujing sighed gently, reflecting on the extraordinary events that had transpired in just a few months. Baiyan was equally aware of the gravity of the situation. Sensing an inherent danger in Senluo that made him uneasy, he feared that the unfolding events would spiral beyond his control. Be cautious then. Tomorrow, I shall go hunting and gather more crystal stones for you. Baiyan nodded, accepting the reality that as long as his little female was by his side, he would not impede her desires. Hunting would also afford him the opportunity to enhance his own strength as he felt a slight loosening of his soul's restraints. Do not forget, we are recognized by the divine and possess the power of the divine contract. Besides, you mentioned that with me. We can enhance our strength. There is no need to fear Senluo. Yujing's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently embraced Baiyan's waist. Indeed, as long as he was near, her heart found solace, and she felt fortunate for her uniqueness. At the very least, she had bestowed upon Baiyan a remarkable boon, the miraculous ability to recover. Even if Baiyan were to confront Senluo, defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Baiyan smiled, though he dared not to touch his little female again. The lesson from yesterday still vivid in his mind. Perhaps tomorrow night. With that thought, the beast's spirits lifted considerably. The two embraced. A beautiful interplay of black and white, akin to an ink painting. The following morning, Baiyan rose early, preparing warm water and a delightful meal for Yujing before gently waking her. Due to the lack of ingredients, he had no intention of opening the shop. Baiyan, be careful and return early, Yujing admonished him. Baiyan's lips curled into a smile, radiating an ethereal charm. You too, await my return. As Yujing watched Baiyan's departing figure, she steeled herself. She could not rely solely on Baiyan. She must grow stronger and confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The mysteries must eventually be unraveled. In the Beast Tower, at the Lord's Hall, a black-haired maiden ascended the obsidian steps. Perhaps the most exquisite stone edifice Yujing had ever encountered. The structure was monumental, its dark stones emanating an ancient power. There were no guards outside the hall. Given Senluo's prowess, such precautions seemed unnecessary. Yujing stood before the hall, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Strangely, she found herself somewhat intimidated by Senluo. Not solely due to his formidable strength, but rather because of his inscrutable gaze and his extreme temperament. She inwardly scolded herself. After all, she had signed off on projects worth billions for the company, yet here she was, apprehensive about meeting a mere person. It was evident that she had been overly shielded by Baiyan. Resolving her doubts, she stepped into the dimly lit hall. You have arrived. I thought you would be a bit later. Senluo lounged languidly upon the stone throne at the center, his fingertips toying with small flickers of flame. Upon noticing Yujing's presence, he astonishingly consumed them all, drawing them into his being. Yujing, feeling helpless, realized that this individual was indeed a captivating spirit, with an appearance that was simply too alluring. Help yourself to some snacks. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Senluo gestured towards the stone table beside them, which surprisingly bore an assortment of peeled and neatly sliced fruits along with wooden skewers. The presentation was remarkably modern, piquing Yujing's curiosity. Are you a person of the modern age? I am of the Feather Clan, the young master of the Feather Clan, Senluo, he replied. A hint of exasperation in his voice. It seemed the dark-haired girl before him had a memory even more fleeting than his own, though her charm was undeniable. Very well. I only seek the city lord's assistance in unraveling 3 enigmas. First, what exactly is the blessing of the gods? Second, who am I? And third, what is the purpose of the dreamlike whispers directed at me, and how can they be dispelled? Yujing exhaled softly, finally addressing the crux of the matter. Senluo's crimson eyes flickered momentarily as he rose to his feet. Please, take a seat. I am more than willing to divulge the answers you seek. Yujing held no objections, her dark eyes fixed upon him. Speak your mind. The blessing of the gods is a unique form of covenant bestowed upon the loyal members of the Feather Clan by the divine. A partner who receives this blessing shares a life together, and the male's strength increases at an accelerated rate. That white-haired beastman has gained more than mere power from you. He has acquired immortality. At this point, Senluo slightly lowered his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. Immortality? Yujing was taken aback. What else could it be? Senman, do you still remember the Cloud Dream Blossom? It is the place of your birth. As long as the Cloud Dream Blossom does not wither and the elven sacred tree remains standing, you shall attain eternal life. Senluo's voice was laced with hoarseness. His eyes tightly shut. Then what I dreamed of was indeed real. In a previous life, was I called Senman? And the dream was your way of connecting with my subconscious. Why have you chosen to do this? Despite her astonishment, Yujing regained her composure. Why? Senluo suddenly smiled, sorrow reflected in his exquisitely delicate peach blossom eyes. He delicately twirled a flame with his slender, pale fingers, the firelight casting a glow on his pallid face, while the long lashes created shadows that obscured the brilliance in his eyes. Yujing felt a sense of helplessness. He seemed to have a fondness for Senman, yet she was not Senman herself. Her presence was futile. Matters of the heart were beyond her assistance. And it felt utterly wrong to involve her. A wave of confusion washed over her. Why should she be the one to clean up Senman's mess? I have waited for over 60,000 days and nights, fearing that everyone would forget you. I yearn for your return to tell you that you are Senman. And I'm Senluo. You may choose to forget me, but as long as I can carry you across the clouds, soar over the snowy peaks, and traverse the endless seas as I did a century ago, you will remember me once more. The dream you wish to escape, unless I perish. Senluo's voice trembled slightly, yet he articulated each word with gentle precision. No, 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 it is futile to go anywhere, for I am merely Yujing. And you do not love me. Yujing pressed her forehead, feeling utterly powerless. Besides, she was involved with Bai Yin, and had no feelings for Senluo. It was merely a dream. She would not go so far as to harm Senluo, especially since she was no match for him. The Senluo of her dreams possessed a comforting familiarity, while the Senluo before her was both alien and intimidating. I do not love you? I have waited day by day for your return. 8 years ago, the Yu clan's oracle foretold that you would appear in this beast city. I have remained here, waiting endlessly. He spoke with a laugh, his voice rising, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. I love you. Whether as the person you once were, or the one you are now. As long as you live, my love endures. If you were to die, I would wait for you. I would fight to survive against all odds. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and Yujing felt as though she were choking on her own emotions. Senluo slowly approached her, gently removing the crimson feather cloak draped over his shoulders. Upon his delicate and beautiful chest lay a shocking scar, a painful reminder of his past. I regret it so much, Yuming. If only I had dreamt this a century ago, I would not have had to wait until now, allowing that white-haired beastman an opportunity. But it matters not. You have returned, and as long as you are in this world, that is enough. Yujing, unable to bear the weight of her emotions, took a step back and sighed softly. Senluo, I apologize. In this lifetime, I will only ever have Bai Yin as my one true male. With that, she turned to leave. Senman, Senluo called out gently, as Yujing lifted her gaze. She was met with a pair of crimson eyes that seemed to swirl with an enchanting vortex, exquisite. So exquisite. Then, she lost consciousness. Senluo caught her gently, cradling her in his arms. His delicate fingers traced her brow, her eyes, her lips, and only then did he smile with satisfaction. Senman. Look, now I am afraid to even touch you. What am I to do with you? Chapter 40, The Fury of Bai Yin Noon. Beast City. Stone Hall. Senluo remained motionless, holding Yujing close, his translucent red hair cascading over her fair neck, his slender fingers caressing her thick, dark lashes. Senman, what if I had eyes like yours? I cannot bear to harm you, so I shall wait until you forget him. We will ascend to the peak of the clouds, to watch the sunrise over the sea and the stars at dusk. You once said the crimson sunset resembled my eyes. but now you have forgotten it all. Senman, you are so cold and unappealing now. It seems that even a glance from me would anger you. When we reach the peak, you must not behave this way. Otherwise, I shall deny you the fruits of my labor. Senluo rambled on as he held Yujing, and after a long while, he slowly lifted his gaze to the horizon, his scarlet eyes darkening. He gently placed Yujing on the stone bed within the room and turned to leave but paused, returning to bestow a soft kiss upon her pale hand. A streak of violet light, like a shooting star, darted through the labyrinthine stone towers, arriving swiftly at the Lord's palace. Upon returning home and finding Yujing absent, Bai Yin nearly lost his mind. Entering, he discovered her fainted upon the stone bed. An overwhelming fury surged through his chest, and without hesitation, he unleashed his soul power, charging towards Senluo. A cold smile adorned Senluo's wicked face, as he summoned a soul barrier that repelled Bai Yin effortlessly. With a sudden movement, he conjured a fiery chain, raising it high as the red flames, like serpents, coiled tightly around Bai Yin, scorching his very soul. Under the searing agony, Bai Yin's blue eyes gradually darkened to an inky black. Senluo's lips tightened, his gaze turning more ruthless as he loosened his grip on the fiery chain. His words pierced through the air like shards of ice. I will not kill you, nor harm you, but how much power have you drained from her to satisfy your greed? Draining energy? Bai Yin paused, realizing that his union with Yujing was perhaps siphoning her strength. No wonder his own power had surged so rapidly. A pang of pain struck his heart. Yet he concealed it well. He could not fathom why Senluo cared so deeply for the petite female. He and Yujing shared a divine bond. Senluo should not have been oblivious to this, for it was a covenant established by the Eagle Feather clan. My female does not require the Lord's concern. Bai Yin shot a cold glance at Senluo before transforming into his human form and lifting the tranquil Yujing from the stone bed. Outside, demons were already searching for her. He would let fate decide her path. Senluo lowered his gaze, leaning against the stone seat, resuming his languid demeanor. Senman would ultimately belong to him, no one else. Watching the two depart, his heart ached severely, and he could not suppress the surge of blood rising in his throat, violently spewing forth a stream of black blood. In this game, he could not afford to lose again. He had to survive. Senluo slowly closed his eyes, a pair of fiery wings unfurling behind him, radiating an indescribable brilliance, enveloping his pallid form. In the realm of dreams. Ah, is that not Senluo, the young master? Have you summoned me? Desiring the charms of Jiame? Before him stood a woman with white hair, clad in nothing but her flawless skin and exquisite figure. Were it not for the mysterious black markings adorning her face, she would surely be a beauty of the world. She yearned to approach the alluring and wicked Senluo. Yet he repelled her with an icy aura that kept her at bay. I desire the demonic pearl, she stated. Senluo grimaced in disdain, unwilling to spare even a glance at the bare Jiame. Jiame gazed at him with feigned hurt, her voice sweetly coaxing, if you embrace me just once, I shall grant you. In an instant, she vanished and reappeared behind Senluo, pressing her bare body against him. Senluo's expression shifted slightly, and he spun around, kicking Jiame to the ground. Rather than anger, she laughed, reclining with her white hair cascading over her immaculate chest, her crimson lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile, surrounded by 20 beastmen, each with a soul aura exceeding 3 circles. Why does the young master seek the demonic pearl so urgently? Have you perhaps employed the soul-devouring flame? That is a skill specifically designed to combat my kind. Jiame mused, her dark eyes glinting with intrigue. Is it not possible to simply slay a weaker demon? Senluo mocked, a small flame flickering at his fingertips, only to extinguish it moments later. Of course, if it pleases you, I could offer you some to toy with, as long as you. Jiame teased, her smile enchanting, her gaze filled with affection. 7 days later, as her words faded, Senluo had vanished without a trace. Jiame gazed into the endless starry sky, her smile radiant. I do enjoy your style. The skills of the Feather Clan and the Cold Realm Clan seem divinely bestowed to counter demons, with the Elven Clan responsible for barriers, while the Feather and Cold Realm Clans hunted down the escaping demons. This arrangement existed solely because demons were a race disdained by the gods. Of course, there were other races that the gods held in similar contempt. Chapter 41. The joyous event of the Red Lotus. As Yujing gradually awakened, a refreshing scent lingered at the tip of her nose. It seemed she had been entranced by Senluo's gaze, followed by a moment of bewilderment. Now, nestled in Bai Yan's embrace, her heart found solace. Slowly opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of his pristine chest. She recounted her conversation with Senluo to Bai Yan, omitting the dreams that haunted her, for she wished not to burden him with excessive worry. Knowing Bai Yan's temperament, if he were to learn of her being schemed against by Senluo, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, an outcome she wished to avoid at all costs. Bai Yan listened intently, yet remained silent, merely tightening his hold on Yujing slightly. Ah Yin, you're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe, she exclaimed. A twinge of regret washed over her, lamenting the bond they had forged. Realizing that perhaps he needed the protection of more masculine figures rather than being solely hers, Bai Yan appeared somewhat lost, his heart heavy with guilt. Yujing, truly enraged, tugged at his ear in a huff, deliberately provoking, oh really? Then I shall immediately seek the embrace of Senluo. Bai Yan, alarmed, swiftly turned the tables, pinning her down. His azure eyes surged with intensity. You belong to me. He claimed her luscious lips with a punishing kiss, fervently seeking the sweetness that resided within her. Yujing's cheeks were tinted with a delicate blush, her lips slightly swollen, and her ink-black eyes shimmered with indignation. "You still dare to bully me?" she exclaimed. "Ah, Jing. I cannot bear to imagine a life without you by my side, nor can I fathom the thought of you with another male. Please, do not seek Senluo." Bai Yan's eyes were filled with a plea, his thin lips trembling slightly. "Are you foolish? I have no affection for him. I have already declared that you are the only male I shall ever have. Do not speak of this again. Do you understand?" Yujing chuckled softly. Wondering how Yin could be so insecure, he appeared strikingly like a bullied innocent, when in fact, it was she who was being wronged. Bai Yin obediently nodded. A demeanor that was utterly incongruous with his celestial, otherworldly appearance, with but a single utterance. Yujing can elevate him to the heavens or plunge him into the depths of hell. The question remains, are these circumstances fated, or a calamity? Contemplating the notions of past lives and present existence, an unusual sentiment fleetingly washes over my heart, yet it eludes my grasp. I yearn to depart from the city of 10,000 beasts, for the ties between Senluo and the Feather Clan run profoundly deep. And he does not strike me as one willing to relinquish easily. Perhaps we should venture to the Elven Forest, or perhaps find a way in the Western Snow Territory. Ah, Yin, what are your thoughts? As Yujing pondered deeply, an unsettling feeling enveloped her regarding Senluo. She sensed that he was far from ordinary. After all, he was a beastman who had lived for over a century. She wished for no unforeseen incidents to arise between herself and Bai Yin. However, with winter already upon them, traveling had become inconvenient. It would be wiser to observe the unfolding events while she gathered more crystal stones to provide him with strength. Would that be agreeable? Bai Yin, rarely opposing Yujing's suggestions, found himself in agreement this time, although he had never encountered a demon. He acknowledged the truth in Senluo's words. Nothing was more paramount than the safety of the young female. At present, the only truly secure haven in this region was the city of 10,000 beasts. With a slight furrow of her brows, Yujing nodded. Bai Yin was not wrong. She had long heard Hong Lian mention that the northern elven forest was not a place one could simply visit at will. Without the guidance of the Feather Tribe or the Snow Ridge clan, one could hardly find their way. Countless powerful beasts had sought the enchanting elves, only to return empty-handed. Beneath the icy, snow-laden winter, it was likely that even the paths were obscured. Merely walking in a direction would not suffice. One would need to inquire for guidance. Yujing, open the door. Hong Lian's melodious voice rang out from outside. The two inside exchanged glances. Ever since Hong Lian had deemed Yujing her big sister, she had not missed a single day of pestering her, embodying the very essence of an adoring little sister. Bai Yin rose to open the door, and Hong Lian joyfully dashed towards Yujing, her demeanor suggesting she had delightful news to share. "Today, I specifically went to the market with Brother Chi to find you, but you didn't answer the door. Brother Chi didn't even get to enjoy the delicious food." Hong Lian's eyes sparkled, her excitement palpable, completely devoid of disappointment. "But can you guess what happened next?" she continued, her anticipation evident. What happened?" Yujing responded, following Hong Lian's lead. "Brother Chi confessed to me. He wants to be my mate." Hong Lian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with joy. Yujing's black lines. "Is it also fashionable here to celebrate weddings? Sister Yujing, are you not excited? Chi is about to become my fierce beast. I am so happy. I just wanted to share this with you." Hong Lian spun around joyfully, seemingly unable to stop, observing her innocent and candid demeanor. Even Yujing felt a surge of excitement. "Congratulations. Wishing you both happiness." "Yes, it will surely be so. Sister Yujing, does it hurt the first time? I am a bit nervous as I will mate with him tonight." Suddenly, the topic took an unexpected turn. Yujing's face flushed as well, and Bai Yin could hardly bear to listen any longer. The matter concerning females was simply too much for him, prompting him to turn and exit the room. "Yujing, please tell me," Hong Lian exclaimed, her small face flushed crimson as she vigorously shook Yujing's arm. "I need to be prepared. You have no idea how well-endowed Brother Chi is." Yujing felt as if a lump of saliva lodged in her throat, threatening to choke her. This girl, her words are relentless. Fierce, indeed fierce. She must not be allowed to continue speaking. In truth, it was tea that painful. It's nothing. I wish you well. Yujing cleared her throat and spoke with righteous authority. Surely, Brother Bai Yin is not as formidable as Brother Chi. Hong Lian looked at Yujing and shook her head slightly, then sighed. "What? Are you saying that Brother Bai Yin is small? How can that be tolerated?" No, I can endure it. However, the hearing of the beastmen is extraordinarily acute. There is no comparison. Can Bai Yin truly endure? In the blink of an eye, a shadow flickered before her, and Hong Lian vanished, tracing a black parabola. Bai Yin's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon Yujing, his thin lips moving as if to speak, but Yujing hastily covered his mouth. You are grand. There is no need to be angry." She let out a breath, realizing that indeed, beastmen females are remarkably fierce. Chapter 42, The Hunt. The moon hung high, stars sparse, and the cold wind howled. The once boisterous beast city now lay in serene quietude. The city had gates at both the front and rear. The front gate still saw a fair number of beastmen entering and exiting, while the rear gate was seldom used. This was primarily due to the perilous South Luo forest beyond, with its steep cliffs and rugged peaks, imposing and treacherous. A tribe of eagle folk resided here. Beyond that lay the endless sea, home to the merfolk, leading to the legendary sanctuary of the feathered tribe. Yujing's destination was the Senluo forest, which, unlike the inner forest, was teeming with far more formidable magical beasts. An array of exotic flora flourished all around. The two stealthily approached the city wall. Jing, I will help you jump over. Hold on tight to me. Yujing lifted her gaze to the towering city wall, which loomed approximately 10 meters high against the night sky. Is the heat really that intense? She mused. Yet, a cunning glimmer sparkled in her dark eyes. As if to say, now, watch me. She extended her pristine hand to summon the little white lotus. The lotus, in perfect harmony with her intentions, floated from her palm. Expanding in size, countless delicate green tendrils sprouted from its flower bud, climbing up the wall and reaching the opposite side. Alas, her current energy was insufficient to allow the little white lotus to transport them directly. She resolved to absorb more crystal stones to see if it might enhance her abilities in this regard. Yujing expressed her dissatisfaction, remarking that this skill had become somewhat redundant. Yin felt a pang of guilt, realizing that he had been overly demanding. Although the divine contract mating would enhance the male's strength, the young female belonged to the elven race, whose power surpassed that of ordinary orcs. Yet, he was merely an ordinary orc, prone to becoming intoxicated by the exhilaration of power absorption, lacking moderation, which could ultimately harm the young female. Yujing was unaware of Yin's thoughts and climbed ahead, lost in her own world. Thanks to Yin, her physical stamina had significantly improved, enhancing both her agility and visual clarity, which she found quite satisfying. Yin, what are you thinking? Are you perhaps too astonished by the wonders around us? After a prolonged silence without a response from Yin, she turned to call out. My little female is becoming increasingly remarkable. Yin lifted his gaze, his silvery hair shimmering under the moonlight, while a gentle, enchanting smile graced his ethereal face. His blue eyes sparkled with a clarity unmatched by the stars. Yujing sniffed, lamenting the perils of male beauty. Oh, the folly of being ensnared by handsome men. Yin, why don't you ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon? The gods and mortals alike are indignant. Hurry up. Yujing feigned impatience, lightly chiding him. Yin transformed into a tiger, retreating a few steps, and astonishingly took flight. In the stillness of the night, the forest revealed a serene beauty that belied the anticipated terror. Glimmering insects danced among the towering trees, their ethereal glow illuminating the verdant leaves, which shimmered under the moonlight's embrace. Yin refrained from transforming into a white tiger, consciously tempering his presence. Unlike mere beasts, magical creatures possessed a certain cunning. They would evade confrontation, growing bold in the face of weakness yet retreating when met with strength. After approximately half an hour of traversing the woods, they encountered a scarcity of ordinary wildlife, with not even the shadow of a magical beast in sight. Yin, are there truly magical beasts here? Yujing expressed her disappointment, sensing an absence of excitement, though numerous rabbits flitted about. Sure, they are following us, Yin whispered softly into Yujing's ear. Yujing was taken aback. She felt nothing at all. No wonder they say beasts are clever. This was a test of their strength. After walking for a while, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes, and a colossal creature resembling a completely black tortoise suddenly leaped forth. Yin transformed into a tiger beast in an instant and lunged back at it. The tortoise's head was the size of a football, and its body was comparable to that of a small car. Its sinister green eyes gleamed with light, moving with astonishing speed. It actually darted back and forth, evading Yin's claws. Yin, not one to hold back, unleashed an overwhelming aura, with flickering lightning striking the tortoise's shell without restraint. Yet, astonishingly, the tortoise remained unscathed. Jing, keep your distance. This charcoal tortoise is no easy foe. All right, I will summon little white lotus to assist you. Yujing did not hesitate, conjuring a pure little white lotus from her palm. Having recently summoned it, she felt a strain this time, a sign of fatigue, and a slight headache ensued. The summoned little white lotus sensed its master's intent and instantly enlarged dramatically. Thick, robust vines entwined around the little white lotus, while its core transformed into serrated edges shimmering with a cold light. Each tooth was the size of a dagger, radiating a chilling glow. Yujing felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that the seemingly delicate little white lotus was, in fact, a man-eating flower. The carbon turtle was so engrossed in its battle that it had entirely overlooked the frail female. However, to its dismay, countless slender vines swiftly entwined around its body. The carbon turtle struggled desperately, but the vines constricted tightly, and though it gnawed with its sharp teeth, breaking some of them, many fine, needle-like tendrils pierced into its flesh. Soon, the turtle's body began to visibly shrink. Yin was astonished. The vines were indeed siphoning its life force. The little white lotus, no, the ferocious white lotus, suddenly devoured it whole, releasing a puff of foul air. As for Yujing, she felt a lightness in her consciousness, warmth enveloping her body. An inexhaustible power surged from her dantian, bringing an indescribable comfort to her limbs and bones. Yin was struck with terror. Is this the power of the little female? After the great white lotus had satisfied its hunger, it slowly retracted its vines, once again transforming into a pristine, delicate form. By the time Yujing gathered her wits, Yin, has the little white lotus become this formidable? The stone flower was already known for consuming prey, but this one absorbs life force. It must be a power belonging to the essence of the elven race. Does this mean I can walk with unchallenged confidence in the future? Yujing exclaimed with delight. This truly is the art of star absorption. The demon race lacks life force. Upon uttering this, Yujing felt disheartened. Nonetheless, with such a formidable weapon at her disposal, she found joy in the fact that she would no longer need to fear ordinary beastmen. However, this method was excessively cruel. It would be wise to use it sparingly, and besides, the absorbed monster crystal stones were gone. Those were worth money. As she pondered, she noticed subtle changes in the stone flowers she held. Bai, look, one of the flower petals has turned a pale gold. This must be a way for it to enhance its abilities. Is this how the elven fairies come into being? As she spoke, Yujing thought of Tuanzi. I wonder how Tuanzi is doing now. She suddenly felt a bit lost in thought. Don't worry. If the demon comes out of the shield, the beast city will surely receive news. Otherwise, shall we inquire with the elder of the Eagle clan tomorrow? Bai affectionately brushed Yujing's fair cheek, wanting to alleviate her worries. Since Bai did not venture far, they did not encounter any formidable monsters later on. But they did manage to hunt quite a bit. She had grown weary of fish, and next on the menu were fried crispy meat, stewed potato and meat chunks, and rib soup with radishes, delicious. Moreover, they stumbled upon a delightful surprise, vibrant green grapes, though they were rather sour. She saw Bai's eyes welling with tears from the sourness, and he stubbornly refused to let her taste any. For brewing wine, the sweet leaves would suffice. So she insisted Bai collect quite a few. Chapter 43, Are we leaving again? Upon returning home, Yujing ignored Bai's somewhat peculiar gaze and proceeded to wash the grapes, removing the stems, adding clean sugar leaves, and placing them into a stone vat to cover. Ah Jing, can this really be eaten? Bai looked at the jar of sour grapes with trepidation, feeling an acidic sensation rising in his throat. It can't be eaten. It can be drunk. Then I shall drink it. This food is far too unpalatable. Bai gritted his teeth, resolute. How naive. Yujing huffed lightly. What she was brewing was indeed a fine creation, something Bai simply could not comprehend. The following morning, Yujing and Bai were, as usual, preparing food in their shop. However, today, the pots were filled with meat, steamed deer hoofs, stir-fried kidney, and crispy fried meat. The prices had skyrocketed several times over. Nonetheless, the queue of customers remained unending. Had it not been for the purchase limits, they would have sold out long ago. The aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting Elder Grey Feather of the Eagle clan. This time, Yujing did not let him escape easily and learned from Elder Eagle that the demons had not made an appearance, and the Feather clan was safe and sound. Moreover, the demon prince had perished over a century ago. No matter how much chaos the demon race stirred, it would amount to naught. As he spoke, he cast a few glances at Bai. However, Yujing was not entirely convinced. The image of Tuanzi weeping lingered in her mind, making her feel that this was still shrouded in mystery. Yet, Elder Eagle's words did indeed bring her some comfort, loosening the tension in her mind. She longed to dream and ask Tuanzi, but she truly feared meditating again, dreading another encounter with Senluo. Sister Yujing, I'm here, make way. Make way. Before she could even see her, she heard the voice of Hong Lian, who was undoubtedly here for a free meal. Due to the crowd, Hong Lian's petite frame struggled to push through, until she bellowed, Didn't you hear my female voice asking you to clear the way? Her roar was thunderous, shaking the ground beneath them. The beast hurriedly created a path. After all, that was Lord Qi. To not let her through would be courting death. For while gourmet food is precious, life is far more valuable. Hong Lian, filled with joy, held Qi's hand, her every movement exuding a certain charm. Yujing smiled gently, acknowledging Hong Lian's presence, while Qi remained in unspoken shadow. His expression darkened, as if it were unnecessary to feign ignorance. Sister Yujing, I bring you delightful news, Hong Lian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mystery. What is it? Qi and I are moving next door to you. We shall have our very own stone tower. Isn't it a surprise? Aren't you taken aback? With that, Hong Lian threw her arms around Yujing's, her tail wagging with uncontainable joy, as if she could scarcely contain her excitement. When Yujing observed her animated demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, sincerely wishing her surprise and delight. Wishing you both happiness. Hong Lian dashed in front of Qi, exclaiming, Don't you think that Sister Yujing is a wonderful person? With a gaze full of affection. Qi embraced her, replying, Indeed, she is splendid. Sister Yujing, please bring me a portion of this. And this one. Oh. And the golden-hued delicacy over there, there is only enough for one. Hong Lian, brimming with excitement, began to explore the culinary delights. Alas, her desire to taste each dish was matched only by her eagerness to showcase to Qi how delectable her idol's creations were. As Yujing was preparing to pack for Hong Lian, an unexpectedly familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. I shall take this. Came a voice as cold and unyielding as a millennium of ice. It was Ri Yang. Brother. Hong Lian initially expressed surprise, which soon transformed into delight, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents. Ri Yang merely acknowledged her with a soft hum, his gaze fixated solely on the food, devoid of any discernible emotion. Pouting, Hong Lian sighed and said to Yujing, If my brother wants it, then I shall forego it. It's all for him. Yujing nodded. Although she had a fondness for the spirited young girl, Hong Lian, the peculiarities between the siblings were beyond her control. Ri Yang procured some food and paid with crystal coins, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, approaching Hong Lian and Qi. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled with delight as she wagged her tail. Was her brother about to speak with her? Qi Yi. Tomorrow accompany me to send another group to the Yu tribe. His tone was as frigid and unyielding as ever. Initially taken aback, Qi Yi eventually nodded in understanding. Once Yang departed, Hong Lian's indignation began to surface. Qi Yi, didn't you just return from the Yu tribe? Why must you go again? Qi Yi, equally baffled, could only respond, I am at a loss as well. This is rather excessive. With her eyes slightly lowered, Yu Jingma casually inquired. Does Qi Yi often visit the Feather Clan? It must be quite splendid there. No, we cannot cross the endless sea. We merely escort individuals to its shores, where someone awaits them. Qi Yi answered without much thought, but soon felt she had revealed too much, and gently cleared her throat. Yu Jing smiled gently at Hong Lian, saying, all right. You may take it home to enjoy. Hong Lian expressed her gratitude and attempted to offer crystal stones, but Yu Jing gracefully declined. Overjoyed, she took Qi Yi to relocate. Once the food was sold out, Yu Jing leaned against Bai Yin, sighing, Yin, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Bai Yin, absent-mindedly toying with her glossy black hair, inquired, what is it? If there are no issues on the demon side, why send someone to the Yuzu tribe? Does such a powerful tribe truly require the assistance of beastmen? Perhaps there is another underlying reason? Dear, do not dwell on it. Let us return and absorb these crystal stones. If the Jinshihua were to become a fairy, she would surely be delightful, much like the one in your dreams. Bai Yin's azure eyes flickered. He was aware that a demon had indeed emerged. This was a truth that Senluo would not deceive him about. In the Beastmaster's tower, Senluo leaned pallidly against the stone bed, his elongated eyes half closed. Upon hearing Riang's footsteps, he remained still. City Lord, you should eat something, Riang urged, kneeling on the ground, his ordinarily tense features softening. Did she make this? Have you met her? Senluo's eyelids fluttered, his voice faint, almost melodious due to his weakness, lacking the usual coldness. Shall I try? Riang cautiously presented the food before Senluo, his light purple eyes filled with anticipation. Senluo remained motionless, opening his crimson eyes. But did you inform Qi Yi? Yes. I encountered him today, but City Lord, he is the son of a shaman. Could it be? Riang hesitated, his delicate brows furrowing as he posed the question. It is sufficient to gather. Let us see what Senman has prepared. He then rose and accepted the stone plate from Riang's hands. Observing Senluo eat, warmth flickered in Riang's cold violet eyes. Riang, I am curious as to why you insist on staying by my side. After eating, Senluo's mood lightened, and he regarded the respectfully attentive Riang with newfound interest, recalling that he had never utilized his crimson gaze to control Riang's mind. From the moment I first laid eyes on the City Lord, I believed you to be the king I wished to follow. Riang's voice trembled with excitement. The City Lord had spoken to him. It appeared that delectable food could indeed uplift the City Lord's spirits. Chapter 44. Injured in the evening, Yu Jing sat at home, able to hear the incessant chattering of Hong Lian next door, reminiscent of a yellow oriole. It seemed that she and Bai Yin would often be disturbed by their lively neighbor. However, as Hong Lian and Qi Yi were newlyweds, lost in their affection for one another, they naturally had little inclination to seek her out. Yu Jing absorbed the power of the crystal stone and, noticing that night had fallen, took Bai Yin out once more for a hunt. Just as they were about to exit the gates of the Beast Manor, a female suddenly halted them, accompanied by two strikingly handsome male beastmen. Are you Jing? I saw you at the banquet that day. Your eyes have miraculously recovered. The female, possessing a pair of pale golden eyes, a fox-like nose, and soft brown hair, spoke with enthusiasm, her impressive curves leaving Yu Jing momentarily stunned. Who are you? Yu Jing inquired, somewhat perplexed, as she did not recognize the beastman. Yes. It's true you couldn't see me then. I'm Ye Yin, and these two are my males. Do you remember? Ye Yin replied with a smile. Ah, now that you mention it, I recall, Yu Jing said politely, offering a faint smile. My males are remarkable. Today they received permission from the elders to reside within the Beast Manor. We shall encounter each other frequently from now on. I must take my leave. Ye Yin spoke candidly, her pride evident, yet somehow endearing. Yu Jing nodded, pulling Bai Yin towards the rear city gate. Is the Fox clan truly so grand? As Yu Jing walked, she remained astonished by what she had just witnessed, indescribable in nature. What grandeur? Bai Yin inquired, puzzled. Yu Jing gestured slightly, and Bai Yin suddenly laughed, his eyes sparkling like stars. He playfully ruffled her hair, saying, You are the greatest. In my eyes, there is no one else. Yu Jing's face flushed crimson in response. With a light huff, she ignored Bai Yin, exclaiming, You rogue. Today, Yu Jing absorbed a considerable amount of power. As the vines crawled over the wall, extending a thick tendril that entwined both her and Bai Yin, effortlessly transporting them to the opposite side. The pure white petals of the little white lotus swayed gracefully, seemingly flaunting their newfound abilities. Yu Jing gently touched the petals, causing them to sway with increased joy. Even Bai Yin offered a few words of praise. At that moment, Yu Jing's spirits were exceptionally high. Her intuition had indeed proven correct. She needed to take the little white lotus to absorb energy, much like a battery requiring a recharge. The prior outburst had likely served as a reserve of energy. Thus, her own absorption of such an abundance of soul power seemed to have vanished into the depths of the ocean, attempting to fill the void. However, she did not anticipate encountering something entirely unexpected. It was a flat, greenish centipede, an astonishing 18 meters in length, towering as high as a 10-story building when upright. Thousands of slender legs quivered gently as it lay concealed against a towering tree in the forest, eluding the notice of both Yu Jing and her companion. By the time Bai Yin discerned the creature, the centipede had already coiled and lunged towards Yu Jing like an arrow, capable of piercing her body in an instant. In a state of panic, Bai Yin pushed Yu Jing aside, sacrificing his own body as a shield. Fortunately, his soul power erupted in that fleeting moment, halting the centipede's advance for but an instant. Despite his agility, one of Bai Yin's arms was still pierced by the centipede's venomous appendage, revealing bone and spilling forth a torrent of blood. In an instant, Yu Jing also reacted, summoning the small white lotus, whose delicate vines swiftly ensnared the multi-legged creature in a firm grip. Bai Yin, his expression fraught with urgency, disregarded the injury on his arm and lifted Yu Jing, fleeing with haste. Meanwhile, Yu Jing discovered that the small white lotus had not penetrated the body of the colossal centipede. Instead, it was gradually being corroded by the venom spewed forth by the creature, turning black. Do not look back. The golden stone flower will return. I have never encountered such a being. It is impervious to soul energy and possesses not a shred of vitality. Bai Yin, panting yet patient, explained to Yu Jing, though his complexion began to pale from excessive blood loss. After running for half an hour, they finally reached the gates of the beast city, and the small white lotus returned to the palm of Yu Jing. Upon arriving home, Yu Jing finally beheld the extent of Bai Yin's injuries. The gaping wound on his arm was horrifying, with flesh nearly consumed beneath the bone, mingled with the dark venom, leaving a festering mess. It's nothing. Beastmen possess remarkable recuperative abilities, so do not worry. Bai Yin's spirit seemed somewhat diminished, and his once radiant complexion was now tinged with a ghastly hue. At this moment, Yu Jing had never felt such panic. What to do? What to do? She frantically took out antibiotics and forced them into Bai Yin's mouth, then applied Yunnan Bai Yao to the wound. Yet, the wound was so large that such a small amount of medicine seemed utterly insufficient. Ah Yin, don't sleep. I will find Hong Lian. I will seek the witch doctor. Yu Jing gently caressed Bai Yin's face, fearful that he might slip into slumber at any moment. She was aware that Bai Yin possessed a golden finger, yet his current condition filled her with profound concern. She had to act swiftly. By the time she located Hong Lian and summoned Zhuge, nearly an hour had elapsed. However, Bai Yin clung to Yu Jing's words, forcing himself to stay awake, lest the little female worry. This modicum of pain was bearable for him, yet if the little female were distressed, his heart would feel as though it were being sliced by a knife. What could have inflicted such a bite? Upon seeing the wound, Zhuge was first taken aback, then furrowed his brow deeply. A long, large insect? Do you have any medicine? Yu Jing let Bai Yin lean against her, her gaze fixated on the gaping wound, stifling her tears time and again, unwilling to let Bai Yin see her distress. Zhuge's frown deepened, and without further hesitation, he instructed Qi Yi a few times, then fetched a bowl of dark, muddy paste to apply to the gaping wound. This can heal the injury. But as for the poison, I am uncertain how to counteract it. I have never encountered such a creature as you described. Zhuge shook his head, offering a few final words of caution before departing. Hong Lian had initially wished to stay and assist, but Yu Jing declined. She simply wanted to remain by Bai Yin's side. Do not overthink it. This was merely an accident, Bai Yin said softly, offering a gentle smile as he raised his other arm to caress Yu Jing's face as if nothing were amiss. Yu Jing maintained a stoic silence, yet tears fell uncontrollably. A soft patter against the ground. In my childhood, I insisted on visiting the amusement park, unaware that my parents would soon be gone. If only. If you. How could I possibly endure such pain when I have you by my side? No matter how grave the wounds I bear, I would find the strength to heal. Be good. Hold me close. I wish to sleep now. Bai Yin, utterly fatigued, felt the vibrant blue of his starry eyes gradually dimming. As usual, Yu Jing nestled into Bai Yin's embrace, carefully avoiding his wounds. Yet her heart burned with a fierce determination to crush that vile creature. Bai Yin was deep in slumber, and the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat provided her with a sense of calm. She felt guilt, yet it was intertwined with anger. How could she bear to see someone she wished to protect come to harm? The night stretched on, and as dawn's light seeped into the stone chamber, the two remained in a deep slumber until a knock at the door roused Yu Jing from her reverie. Listening to the steady thump of Bai Yin's heart, she rose to open the door. The visitor was Zhuge, who had been sent by Hong Lian in his capacity as a shaman to assess the situation. There had been some improvement, but the poison had infiltrated Bai Yin's body. Although the beastmen possessed remarkable recuperative powers, it would still take time for him to recover fully. There was no need to worry excessively about the beautiful female. Zhuge applied a dark, viscous ointment to Bai Yin before departing hastily. He needed to report to the city lord, for the appearance of insect beasts outside the 10,000 beast city was no trivial matter. It was a legendary race. Upon arriving at the stone hall, he noticed that Senluo was conspicuously absent, which raised his suspicions, yet he proceeded inside. He was aware that Senluo had always borne a pallid countenance, but witnessing the current state of Senluo, who lay against the stone bed with a noticeably ashen face tinged with dark energy, was unsettling. City lord, I must ascertain what ails you, Zhuge declared with concern. Senluo was the sovereign of the 10,000 beast city. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly lead to chaos and bloodshed, a scenario Zhuge dreaded. There's no need for you to be here, Senluo replied, his tone as placid as still water, seemingly indifferent. The use of soul-devouring flame had left him even more depleted. He relied on magical pearls to sustain his life, and aside from Senman, no one else could provide any assistance. Zhuge felt anxious yet powerless. Senluo's obstinacy was not a new phenomenon, so he finally spoke up. It appears that insect beasts have emerged in the 10,000 Beast City. A male beast was bitten yesterday. Senluo's heart stopped momentarily. He bolted upright, eyes wide in alarm. What of that female? Is she injured? No, City Lord. Rest assured. I saw her last night. She was unharmed, Zhuge stammered, nearly gasping under the weight of Senluo's imposing presence. The concerns of the City Lord and his own were not aligned. City Lord, your focus should be on the 10,000 Beast City. Unfortunately, he dared not voice his thoughts. Senluo exhaled slowly, resuming his languid posture against the stone chair. His crimson gaze lowered. If there is nothing more to discuss, you may leave. I understand. But, Zhuge hesitated, wanting to say more. Senluo's slender thumb rubbed against his index finger, igniting a flicker of flame at his fingertips before swallowing it into his being. It was merely an escaping insect. The Eagle Feather clan will handle it. Send an elder to tend to her in the meantime. Zhuge, recognizing Senluo's resolve, refrained from further protest. Since Senluo had declared it was not a matter of concern, he, as a shaman, possessed little authority to argue. With a resigned sigh, he exited the stone hall. Observing the ominous clouds gathering over the 10,000 Beast City, he looked up, sensing that calamity was looming over the city. Chapter 45. A flourishing business. Sister Yujing, you needn't fret excessively. The beastmen have excellent recuperative abilities. I've brought some fruits for you to eat, Honglian said. Cradling a bag made of beast skin, her brow furrowed with concern as she noticed Yujing lost in thought. After Zhu Ji's departure, Yujing remained by Bai Yan's side, unwilling to leave even for a moment. She recalled their first meeting. He had appeared like an ethereal being, his brows perfectly drawn as if painted, emanating an otherworldly charm. He still possessed that allure. Memories flooded her mind, the fear of their initial encounter, the shyness when she declared her desire to be his mate, the tension during their soul bond, and the terror of his blindness. Bit by bit, those moments replayed in her mind, and she realized how much time had passed. Sister Yujing, you really should eat something. It's already noon, Honglian urged, anxious that even while concerned for the male beast, Yujing had neglected her own nourishment. Ah, Bai Yan must be hungry too, Yujing murmured. Finally acknowledging Honglian's words, she began slicing the venison from her home to prepare a nourishing broth for Bai Yan, determined to help him regain his strength. Noticing Yujing's movement, Honglian decided not to press her further, as Chia would be leaving soon, and she wished to spend as much time as possible with her. Bai Yan remained asleep, his porcelain-like cheeks showing signs of improvement as the dark energy dissipated. Yujing felt a wave of relief as she spoon-fed him the broth, and Bai Yan obediently drank it. Before long, Zhuge returned, accompanied by an elder named Bo Jian, a robust tiger beast with dark skin, a strong physique, and bright eyes that conveyed integrity, though his smile was quite endearing. Zhuge indicated that since Yujing was attending to Bai Yan, the nearby elder would oversee her needs, offering assistance whenever necessary. Yujing did not ponder much and expressed her gratitude to the two. Bo Jian promptly replied that it was unnecessary, as he already had a beloved female, and this was merely his duty, not requiring thanks from other females. With a sense of helplessness, Yujing noted the excessive thoughts of the orcs here. It was not until the following dawn that Bai Yan slowly awoke. In the moment consciousness returned, he was greeted by a familiar fragrance. It was the scent belonging to Yujing, who gently caressed his face, making him feel utterly content in this beastly existence. Ah Yan, your eyes, how? Yujing, filled with joy at sensing Bai Yan's awakening, lifted her head only to discover that a swirling black mist enveloped his azure gaze. It's nothing, my vision is merely a bit blurred. Likely a result of that insect's venom, which has yet to fully dissipate. Be good, don't be afraid. Bai Yan softly reassured Yujing, anxious not to see her distressed. Yujing's heart felt as though it were under immense pressure, constricting painfully. Ah Yan, always considerate of her, truly resembled a foolish sprite in a painting. Well, I shan't worry. Ah Yan is the strongest male. However, from this moment forth, you must heed my words. Yujing pinned Bai Yan beneath her, gently pinching the soft and delicate contours of Bai Yan's cheek, while grasping her chin. Bai Yan seized her enchanting grip, placing it upon a certain hard and indescribable area. Yet, if a Jing were to entice me, I fear I would be unable to resist defying your wishes. Yujing's face flushed a deep crimson, huffing in indignation, yet her thoughts wandered to the possibility that if mating could enhance Bai Yan's strength, perhaps it might also yield benefits against the mists. She was determined to absorb the crystal stones once her energy was replenished. The first matter at hand would be to settle the score with that many-legged creature. As long as the little Bai Yan could firmly ensnare it, she would assuredly sever its vile limbs cleanly. Unbeknownst to Bai Yan, who mistook her silence for anger, he hurriedly said, Jing, I was only teasing you. How long have I slept? Are you hungry? I'll prepare some food. You just lie there quietly, and later, accompany me to the market. With that, Yujing prepared some meat soup and fed it to Bai Yan. Although he attempted to decline, insisting he was fine, Yujing sharply flicked his arm, causing him to wince in pain, leaving him speechless and compliant. Yujing intends to acquire some food items and prepare them for sale, hoping to earn a profit. She is in dire need of crystals at the moment. Thus, as he held Bai Yan's hand tightly throughout the journey, he was reluctant to let go. Bai Yan chuckled, suddenly realizing that not being able to see clearly was not such a bad thing. The sensation of the little female's gaze fixed upon him was quite delightful. In truth, even without clear sight, his extraordinary sensory ability allowed him to perceive the movements of their surroundings with great clarity, such as the presence of a beastman who was trailing behind them, yet harbored no malice. Yu Jing purchased a considerable amount of meat, which was rather heavy. Concerned about Bai Yan's injury, she was reluctant to let him carry it, so she intended to have the shopkeeper deliver it instead. However, Bo Jian unexpectedly appeared before her, grinning broadly and transformed into a yellow floral tiger, exclaiming, "I shall take it, I shall take it." Yu Jing was puzzled about where he had suddenly appeared from, but then recalled that it must have been Zhu Gu who had instructed him. She smiled politely and expressed her gratitude. "When you were injured, Zhu Gu came to visit and arranged for this elder orc to assist us," Yu Jing explained to Bai Yan, concerned that he might misinterpret this as yet another romantic entanglement. "We will pay him with crystal stones shortly." Bai Yan nodded, unable to discern the appearance of the formidable beast before him, yet he could detect the scent of a female emanating from Bo Jian. Naturally, he harbored no undue worries about a male beast that had taken a mate. Upon returning to the shop, they were greeted by the sight of a figure sitting forlornly at the entrance, with his head bowed and his fluffy foxtail dragging on the ground. It was Hong Lian, whose mate had departed shortly after their wedding. "Hong Lian, what brings you here?" Yu Jing inquired. "Sister Yu Jing, I knocked on your door, but when I didn't sense your presence, I figured you had gone out. I didn't know where else to look, so I came here." Hong Lian managed to muster some energy, rising to assist with the items, yet his spirit seemed notably diminished, as if he were but a shadow of his former self. "It's all right, your mate will return in a few days. Today, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies," Yu Jing reassured him. Although Hong Lian's incessant chatter could sometimes be bothersome, she cherished his vibrant spirit. Hong Lian nodded. "I can't shake this strange feeling." "Oh, never mind." The three of them busied themselves. Yu Jing was in charge of marinating the ingredients. Hong Lian tidied the workspace and washed, while Bo Jian handled the meat. Meanwhile, Bai Yan had received strict orders to remain still on the ground. "Sleep," commanded the little female. Obediently, he did not dare to disobey, lifting his soft, furry tiger paw to cover his eyes, pressing his chin to the ground, and feigning death with a disgruntled demeanor. Before long, the delectable aromas of pan-seared venison, 5-spice steamed meat, and a large pot of translucent meatballs wafted through the air, irresistible and mouth-watering, causing even Yu Jing to swallow hard. Such visual temptation. It was undoubtedly an assault on the senses. She had to resist. Gaining weight would be undesirable. Hong Lian, however, paid no heed to such concerns. Ignoring the scalding heat, he plucked a meatball from the stone pot and stuffed it into his mouth, yelping from the heat yet exclaiming, "So delicious. Truly tender." Yu Jing, feeling helpless, realized that foxes are likely driven by insatiable greed. Without a doubt, the area outside was bustling with a throng of people, a scene more splendid than the previous night's banquet in Beast City. There was no denying it, after all. Food is the essence of life. Even Bo Jian had taken the back door, discreetly packing food to take home to his female, hoping to win her favor, perhaps even securing a night in her embrace. The business was far more prosperous than Yu Jing had anticipated, with customers continuously arriving, each purchasing bowls filled to the brim with precious crystal stones. In an instant, profits soared, and his spirits lifted considerably. By midday, aside from the lunch left for Yu Jing, everything else had been sold out, yet the beastmen lingered, reluctant to leave until Yu Jing assured them that he would prepare even more for the following day. Gradually, they dispersed. Bo Jian mentioned he would not stay for lunch, as the meat would be cold and unpalatable. He intended to return home to deliver it to his female. Yu Jing did not insist on keeping him, expressing her gratitude and attempting to offer him a crystal, but he steadfastly refused to accept it, which she ultimately accepted. In truth, Bai Yan had long been enticed, yet he was restrained by his own petite female companion. His formidable frame remained still, though his delicate, crimson nose quivered slightly. Yu Jing removed his claws from his eyes, gently massaging his exquisitely textured tiger's head, before picking up a stone bowl and feeding him mouthful by mouthful. The sensation was akin to raising a Siberian husky. Indescribable. It seems that despite my prolonged stay in this realm, I have yet to fully embrace this setting. After finishing the meal, there was yet another round of tidying up. By afternoon, when Hong Lian noticed that Bai Yan's injuries had not healed, she wisely chose not to linger further with Yu Jing and obediently returned home. Once Hong Lian departed, Yu Jing revealed today's spoils, a hefty bag brimming with medium-sized catches, weighing around 10 pounds. "It appears that my humble culinary skills have blossomed in this world." As she gently stroked Bai Yan's fur while absorbing the energy from the crystal, the sky grew dark, and her internal power surged. Summoning the small white lotus, its 8 petals swayed, with the second petal already exhibiting a gradient of pale gold. Yu Jing was overjoyed. Her conjecture had proven correct. Her gaze then shifted to Bai Yan, contemplating whether she should sacrifice herself for righteousness. Chapter 46. The Coming Storm. Zhu Ji's demise and Qi Ye's death. Bai Yan pressed his lips together, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy as he regarded the crimson lotus. The crimson lotus remained half kneeling on the ground, her body trembling violently, unable to utter a word. The pain was akin to a heart-wrenching lament, almost causing her to faint from anguish. Crimson Lotus. If Qi is perished, do you not wish to know the cause of his death? Do you not yearn for vengeance? Yujing did not intend to pressure her. Yet seeing the Crimson Lotus on the verge of tears, she feared that if she succumbed to despair, she might never return. However, I cannot restrain myself. Qi, Yi, my brother, has been with me since childhood. How could this be? How? The Crimson Lotus lifted her head, her eyes reddened like fresh blood, swollen beyond recognition. Her throat quivered incessantly. Consider this, your brother has also departed. When he returns, perhaps he will unveil the truth. The deceased have passed on. Qi Yi would surely not wish to witness your current state. Though Yujing spoke thus, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. If she were in the Crimson Lotus's position, she feared her despair would be even greater, leading her to follow suit. Bai Yin wrapped an arm around Yujing's shoulders, signaling her to refrain from overthinking. As for the Crimson Lotus, it was best to allow her a moment of tranquility. Until dusk settled in shades of gray, the trio remained silent, with the Crimson Lotus's face streaked with tears. Yet she could cry no more. Yujing pondered deeply, recalling that Qi Ye had previously remarked on the frequency of such occurrences. What then? Could be the reason behind Senluo's continuous dispatch of beastmen to the Yu tribe? Moreover, they were merely sent to the Endless Sea, as far as she was aware. The Yu tribe, the Shuling clan, and the Elven race were revered among the 3 divine tribes, all favored by the gods. What purpose could ordinary beastmen serve? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet it eluded her grasp. She absently tapped her fingers against the stone bed, her agitation mounting. Bai Yin, concerned for her, gently lifted her chin and said, Jing, shall we seek out Zhuge for answers shortly? Only then did Yujing notice that the dark mist in Bai Yan's eyes had dissipated. However, due to the matters concerning Hong Lian, she could not bring herself to feel joy and merely responded with a soft hum. Hong Lian knelt on the ground, and upon hearing Bai Yin mention the bamboo spear, her hoarse voice stirred as she said, Let us go. We shall depart immediately. As she spoke, she attempted to rise but, hindered by the sluggish flow of blood in her legs, she fell back to the ground once more. With a sigh, Yujing helped her to her feet. All right. You sit for a moment. I will accompany you. However, Hong Lian was unwilling, mustering her strength once more to stand. Yujing, feeling helpless, could only assist her as they limped toward the cluster of stone towers. As they approached the center, they could hear the commotion in the square, where numerous beastmen appeared to be engaged in fervent discussion. Disturbingly, cries from females echoed in the distance, causing both Bai Yin and Yujing's hearts to sink. Had they all perished? Was there an incursion from the demon clan? Hong Lian, too, had heard the uproar and, beyond that, caught the scent of Zhuge, her father's familiar aroma. She urged Yujing onward toward the square. The closer they drew to the square, the louder the clamor became. A crowd of beastmen encircled the area, while even more were gathered within, numbering over 100, exuding formidable strength. In the center stood several weeping females, one of whom Yujing recognized as Ye Yin, lamenting with deep sorrow. Most astonishingly, 8 middle-aged beastmen with strands of silver hair stood among them, one being the aging elder of the Eagle clan. Such a tumult hinted at a grave crisis within the beast city. Zhuge, you are closest to the city lord. It is imperative that Senluo provides these females with an explanation. The one boldly demanding accountability from the shaman was Elder Yuqing of the Tiger clan, known for his fiery temper and impulsive nature. Yuqing, are you becoming more foolish with age? To demand the city lord address these females is preposterous. Sacrificing oneself for the protection of the beast city is a noble duty. Before Zhuge could respond, another elder clad in black leather barked back at Yuqing. That cannot be said. The Feather clan has sought assistance from the beast city for years, sending countless unmated males. If this is the outcome, are we to become the Feather clan's mere protectors? The elder of the gray feather eagles interjected with a disdainful snort, his piercing gaze fixed on the speaking beastman elder. For a millennium, my clan has safeguarded this region. Now, with a few beastmen lost, you dare to insult the city lord? I, an old man, shall challenge you today. The elder, though fearless in battle, hesitated when facing the Eagle clan. How many on the ground can contend with those in the sky? The color drained from his face, rendering him speechless. Zhuge, trembling with trepidation, felt his heart sink. As a shaman, he had no choice but to remain, yet as a father, how could he not worry for his son? His heart ached with urgency. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Only he knew how many beastmen Senluo had sent to their doom. There were no unmated males left among the elders of the beast city, not a single one. They had all been sent away, and this time, they were accompanied by mates. Had he known, he would have certainly opposed it. But what good would opposition do? He was reminded of the initial resistance from the priest of the beast city against Senluo sending elders to the Feather clan, as the divination had predicted misfortune. Yet, how ruthless were Senluo's methods, devouring the priest's family right before his eyes. How terrifying. The memory still left his legs trembling. Amidst the chaos of the square filled with discussions, uproar, and weeping Hong Lian, fueled by an unknown strength, wrenched free from Yujing's grasp and dashed into the throng toward Zhuge. Father, Qi Yi, brother, is dead, she wailed, as if Zhuge were her last lifeline. Zhuge was taken aback, his lips quivering as he caught her, grief-stricken and tearful, his anger boiling over. Senluo, I shall challenge you, his voice thundered. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he transformed into a massive black bear, the aura beneath him swirling with 8 rings. He roared and charged toward the direction of Senluo's stone hall, leaving all the beastmen, including the elders, in shock. The usually reserved Zhuge possessed such overwhelming power. His speed was such that even the Eagle Clan elder could not intercept him. Yu Jing was filled with frustration. How could she have allowed Hong Lian to ascend so easily? With Zhuge charging forward, considering Senluo's temperament, the outcome appeared grim. Since her arrival in the Beast City, Zhuge had treated her with kindness, assisting her on numerous occasions. Moreover, he was the father of Hong Lian, leaving her emotions in turmoil, a bitter taste in her heart. Yet, she could barely perceive Zhu Ji's speed. As expected, in less than a moment, a dark shadow descended from the heavens, growing larger. It was the lifeless body of Zhuge, drenched in his own blood. Following this, a fiery phoenix soared majestically through the air, its resplendent red tail feathers igniting half the sky with flames. His gaze was icy. Every feather enveloped in fire bore exquisite and luxurious patterns, evoking both fear and admiration. His form was unparalleled, possessing a striking grace. Yet the aura of his power instilled profound terror. The elders trembled, nearly kneeling, while the beastmen prostrated themselves on the ground, leaving only Yu Jing and Bai Yin standing awkwardly. Hong Lian struggled on the ground, her eyes aflame with anguish, for before her lay her father. She was engulfed in sorrow, anger, and self-reproach. Chapter 47. The Holy Maiden of the Feather Clan Senluo, suspended in mid-air, looked down haughtily at the beastmen, his gaze lingering on Yu Jing. Transforming into his human form, with translucent red hair and dazzling crimson eyes, he bore a bloodthirsty smile. Casually, he conjured a flicker of flame that instantly consumed Zhu Ji's body, leaving not even a trace of ash. Hong Lian's hands hung limply in the air. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. In a moment of urgency, Yu Jing hurriedly rushed to the stone platform to assist her, casting a wary glance at Senluo. Senluo's eyes darkened slightly, and his thin lips curled into a smirk. Senman, you remain as you always were. Nearly a swarm of feeble beast ants. Why bother caring? Although Senluo spoke softly, the elders, all possessing formidable strength, could hardly miss his words. A pallor swept across their faces. After all, beastmen are driven by their primal instincts, particularly the fiery Yu Qing of the Tiger Clan, who promptly retorted. The bamboo spear shaman attempted to challenge the city lord. His demise is of his own making. Yet, with so many powerful beings in the Beast City disappearing without a trace, shouldn't he, the city lord, offer an explanation? Yu Qing's arguments were sound and well-reasoned, prompting a chorus of agreement from the gathered beastmen. Indeed, shouldn't he, the city lord, protect the Beast City? Exactly, who knows, I might be dispatched one day. What will become of my female then? Yes, we demand an explanation. Provide us with answers. Senluo's crimson gaze brimmed with murderous intent, a bloodthirsty smile playing upon his lips. In the midst of tranquility, a sudden voice pierced the air, exclaiming, "How dare you question the young master? For centuries, my feathered kin have perished in the defense of the barrier." From the square emerged an exceedingly beautiful maiden, adorned in delicate pink feathers. Her flowing pink hair cascaded like silk, gracefully like a startled swan, her face resembling pure jade. Yet her gaze was frigid and filled with ire as she glared at the crowd. The beastmen gasped. This female was undeniably stunning. Even Yu Jing could not suppress her astonishment. This was unequivocally the most exquisite woman she had ever encountered. Were it not for the tireless efforts of the feathered clan to uphold the barrier, you worthless beastmen would have long been devoured by the demons, she declared. Those who insult the young master shall meet their demise. The speaker was a striking young beastman clad in orange-red feathered attire, his words sharp as cold steel. A group of ignorant beastmen had unwittingly aroused the wrath of the saintess. Approaching with a graceful demeanor was a handsome azure-feathered beastman, his expression warm and inviting. However, Yu Jing discerned the insincerity of his facade. She had not overlooked the fleeting flicker of ruthlessness that crossed his eyes. Only Senluo displayed a modicum of interest in the 3 appearing feathered beings, his smile gradually waning, his gaze becoming obscured and languid as he reclined upon the central stone seat. The 2 young feathered clan members, witnessing Senluo's repose, bowed respectfully. "Young master, please give your orders." "Saintess Qingxin, your arrival is quite timely," Senluo remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the pink-feathered maiden, imbued with an oppressive chill. Qingxin trembled slightly, hastily bowing in respect. Having spent an extensive time among the feathered clan, she had grown accustomed to their reverence. Even the king of the feathered clan treated her with deference, causing her to forget that the true sovereign of the feathered clan stood before her. "Senman, if you desire her, I could pluck her pink feathers and craft you the most exquisite feathered garment," Senluo proposed, turning his gaze toward Yu Jing, his expression earnest. He was ever mindful of her, yet her attention rarely lingered on him, instead favoring a mere minor saintess. How could he not feel a twinge of jealousy? The white-haired beastman was one thing, but was he truly inferior to this female, Qingxin? As Yu Jingxin was about to speak, Bai Yin interjected coldly. "There is no need for the city lord to worry. I shall take my female companion and leave." With that, he lifted the unconscious Hong Lian with one hand and took Yu Jing's hand with the other, leading her away. "Wait." The white-haired beastman, Sheng Xian, suddenly rose, her gaze fixated on Bai Yan's stunningly handsome face, unperturbed by Sun Luo's outrageous claims about plucking feathers. She understood that Senluo intended to dream of this half-elf female, and one of the necessary ingredients was the Holy Maiden's feather, which could only be obtained willingly. Moreover, as the Holy Maiden of the Feather Clan, she was not someone the young master would easily harm. Despite her discomfort, she found herself entranced by the white-haired beastman, every inch of him radiating perfection. In the Feather Clan, only those in power understood that white hair did not signify misfortune, but rather another possibility. Chapter 48. Has Riyang been controlled? On the way back, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky, crystalline flakes cascading down in a delicate dance. As Yujing observed the snowflakes drifting with the wind, she felt as if she too were being carried by the whims of fate into this world. Looking back, there were no traces to follow. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. She was lost for the first time since the passing of her parents. She had gradually transformed from an innocent child into her current cold demeanor. Apart from Bai Yin, she found little concern for others or the circumstances around her. Perhaps this was the essence of human selfishness. She felt sympathy for Hong Lian and loathed Senluo's actions. Guilt lingered in her heart. Yet if given another chance, she would still not have allowed Bai Yin to intervene against Zhuge. She was no savior, nor did she possess fervent passion. However, the scene with Zhuge today was seared into her memory. He, a formidable eight-circle soul, had been instantaneously vanquished by Senluo. She could no longer view this place as the 21st century, where police would intervene in matters of life and death. Here, strength reigned supreme, and the weak's demise would elicit no sympathy. Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than mere hearsay. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Challenges among beastmen may result in injury or death, and others have no right to interfere. Since Zhuge chose to challenge Senluo, victory would grant him the title of new city lord, while defeat leading to death is simply the way of things. Bai Yin noticed her dazed expression and tightened his grip on her hand, gently explaining. He wished for his little female to remain untroubled by any matter, especially since, to him, both Hong Lian and Zhuge were inconsequential. In his eyes, there was only Yujing, and since her arrival, she had become his sole focus. I understand. Yet, Hong Lian is truly a pitiable female. Bai Yin, what are your thoughts on that Holy Maiden of the Feather Clan? She seemed intent on calling out to you just now. Although Bai Yin did not gaze at the Holy Maiden, it did not mean Yujing was oblivious. That dreamy look in her eyes. Her male beast was evidently being coveted. We both cannot get enough of each other. What need have we for a Holy Maiden? Bai Yin's voice flowed like a gentle stream, and within his pure blue eyes, only Yujing's delicate, fair visage was reflected. Yujing smiled faintly. Her companion Bai Yin was indeed capable of speech, a quality she cherished. With Bai Yin by her side, her heart found a refuge. Upon returning home, Bai Yin prepared some food, and they shared a modest meal together, while Hong Lian only awakened by dusk. She did not cry, but sat up in a daze, her gaze vacant. With a timid voice, she addressed Yujing. Sister Yujing, did I cause Father's death? Yes and no, whether you confess or not. He will eventually find out, Yujing replied honestly, lacking the gift of consolation except when it came to Bai Yin. Hong Lian paused momentarily, then wrapped her arms around herself, trembling. Sister Yujing, what should I do? What can I do? I feel so much hatred. Even if father died challenging the lord of the city, that does not apply to brother Qi Yi. He obeyed the lord so well. Why did brother Qi Yu have to die? Why? You must ask Riyang, Yujing suggested, though her heart ached for Hong Lian. The mention of Riyang piqued her curiosity. She wondered about the relationship between Riyang and Senluo. For the description she heard from Hong Lian contrasted starkly with her own observations. My brother is no longer the brother I once knew. Ever since he followed the Lord, he has not come close to me again. Hong Lian's despair was palpable, her eyes red but devoid of light. Could Riyang be under some form of control? Bai Yin remarked suddenly. Are not the eyes of the feathered people capable of manipulating one's mind? Yujing recalled that it was the sight of Senluo's eyes that had rendered her unconscious. However, she mused that given Senluo's indifferent nature, he would hardly expend much effort on a mere guard. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled at Bai Yan's words, only to be extinguished in an instant. Indeed, it was very likely that her brother was under some form of control. What should she do about it? You were unaware while unconscious. But today the Holy Maiden of the Feather Clan also arrived. This must be related to your brother's journey. Therefore, tomorrow, as the shop opens as usual, he will undoubtedly come to purchase food. Intercept him, and then you can inquire about the reasons behind it. As Yujing fell into contemplation, she remained utterly ignorant of these enigmatic races, compelled to forge ahead without any foresight of the path ahead. Chapter 49. Is Riyang a homosexual? A night of snowfall had draped the entire beast city in a blanket of snow, while the biting cold wind, laced with tiny shards of ice, swept across her, delivering a chilling sensation deep into her bones. Fortunately, Bai Yin had previously prepared ample winter attire for Yujing, and she was now encased in a warm, plush red deer cloak, complemented by a thick, snug layer of animal hide beneath. Meanwhile, Bai Yin busied himself with the affairs outside, while Hong Lian huddled in a corner, seeking refuge among the food supplies. Yujing rummaged through her belongings to find a leather coat crafted by Bai Yin, which she draped over Hong Lian, who shivered from the cold. Yet, Yujing's heart felt even colder. Having been raised in the south, Yujing had never experienced such frigid weather. She estimated it to be at least 7 or 8 degrees below zero, and yet, This was merely the onset of winter. It was not until noon that Ri Yong finally arrived, clad in a thin black animal hide coat, his wisteria-colored hair adorned with numerous ice crystals. Upon noticing Bai Yin preparing food, he frowned slightly, expressing his intent to purchase her culinary creations. Hearing Ri Yang's voice, Hong Lian dashed out of the stone house, eager to embrace him, only to be effortlessly evaded by Ri Yong. Brother, how did Chi Yi die? Can you please tell me? Hong Lian's eyes brimmed with pain, her tone laden with desperation. Hong Lian, I am here to buy food. Ri Yang's voice resonated like a winter's ice cave, chilling Hong Lian to the core. Yu Jing narrowed her ink-black eyes, declaring, if you do not provide Hong Lian with an explanation today, I shall not comply. The chill in her voice surpassed even that of Ri Yong. She felt a deep chill on behalf of Hong Lian. Upon hearing her words, Ri Yang's anger stirred. Yet he was suddenly pinned to the ground by the transformed Bai Yin, who pressed his powerful forepaw heavily against Ri Yang's chest. The purple energy surged beneath Bai Yan's claws, crackling ominously. Ri Yong winced in pain, rendered immobile, his eyes wide with shock at the sheer power of Bai Yin, far exceeding his expectations. The violent purple lightning caused him to tremble involuntarily. This was an absolute suppression. Hong Lian, witnessing the scene, was filled with urgency. She wanted to plead with Bai Yin to release Ri Yong, yet hesitated, knowing she must uncover the truth behind Qi Ye's death. Otherwise, she would never find peace in her life. How had Qi Yu truly perished? With her eyes reddened and glistening with unshed tears, she fought to hold back her sorrow, feeling a profound hatred for her own helplessness, and for Ri Yang's callousness. The weight of Bai Yan's paw on Ri Yang's chest was immense, and the words that escaped his lips felt as though they were forced through clenched teeth. Yet those 4 words astonished all 3 present, especially Yu Jing. Had the demon truly emerged? The thought of that entity from the elven realm filled her with dread. She had long felt a sense of belonging to that beautiful place. Then why do you still live? Yu Jing asked coldly. I will only speak of the cause of death. If you have the ability, seek revenge on the demon clan. Ri Yong replied. Brother, you have changed. You now instill fear in me. You know Qi Yu would die, don't you? You have never considered my feelings. In your eyes, I no longer exist as your sister, only the demon-like lord remains. Hong Lian shouted at Ri Yong in a frenzy, having realized his transformation. Yet she had been deceiving herself all along, convincing herself that her brother still cared for her. Had her brother truly been taken over? But Ri Yang's subsequent words struck her like a bolt from the blue. As Hong Lian yelled at him, Ri Yang's purple eyes flickered with emotion before he scoffed. Hong Lian, you may kill me, but I will not allow you to insult the Lord. I love him. I would do anything for him. How could you possibly understand? In that moment, Hong Lian was paralyzed by shock, her sorrow forgotten. Bai Yin, too, was frozen in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. The paw pressing down on Ri Yang's chest loosened, leaving them both in a state of utter astonishment. How could one beast accept this? A male beast loving another male beast? Heaven! Yu Jing cleared her throat softly. As an avid fan of Danmei literature, she had long indulged in her fantasies. Yet, hearing it spoken aloud still caught her by surprise. The orcs indeed expressed their feelings in a refreshingly direct and forthright manner. However, the prospect of Ri Yong and Senluo becoming a couple seemed quite appealing, if only to ensure that Senluo would no longer harbor designs on her. Lost in thought, she unwittingly blurted out, Does Senluo have feelings for you? Upon her words, Bai Yin and Hong Lian regarded her with icy glances. Ri Yong appeared momentarily stunned. The mention of Senluo brought a noticeable shift in his expression. Ultimately, his gaze hardened with resolve. Regardless of whether he was reciprocated or deemed unworthy, he declared, I shall not yield. Well, best of luck to you then. At this moment, Yu Jing's latent potential as a Fujoshi has been fully realized. Moreover, if Qi Yu was indeed slain by a demon, vengeance must be sought from the demon itself. Even if there are unspoken conspiracies involving Senluo, how could she dare to disturb the territory of others? Furthermore, Ri Yang's affections for Senluo stem from genuine admiration rather than manipulation. Must they insist on meddling in matters that do not concern them? As for the demise of Zhu Gu, it was merely a result of his desire to challenge Senluo, which hardly relates to Ri Yong. Contemplating this, some matters cannot be forced. Whether Hong Lian can overcome this trial ultimately depends on her own resolve. Bai Yin observed his little female companion, who appeared utterly unfazed and even subtly delighted, leaving him feeling helpless. Allowing Ri Yong to rise from beneath his grasp, he remarked, You can prepare food now. This is a crystal. Unperturbed by this interruption, Ri Yong extracted a palm-sized purple crystal from her bosom, its surface shimmering with vibrant light and abundant soul energy. Yu Jing acknowledged her fluttering heart. What she craved most at the moment was crystal stones, and she had to engage in any opportunity that fell from the heavens. The task of placing the marinated shredded meat and shredded radish into the pot was completed in a few swift motions. Hong Lian was completely lost in thought. As Yu Yang's words struck like a bolt from the blue in this traditional Orcish realm, it was truly more astonishing than anything else. After all, the orc's nature is to reproduce above all else. How could 2 males possibly procreate? Being a native orc, she lacked the enlightenment that Yu Jing possessed. Chapter 50. An unsettled situation. Once the food was sold out, Hong Lian followed Yu Jing back, her head hung low, lost in contemplation. She moved as if she were a mere shell of her former self. Hong Lian, what do you plan to do next? In a state of helplessness, Yujing realized that having Hong Lian follow them was not a viable solution. Although the true culprit was the demon, the situation had arisen from Senluo. Hong Lian lacked the strength, and it was futile to discuss seeking revenge against Senluo or the demon, with her current abilities. She could offer little assistance to Hong Lian. I yearned a journey to the Snow Ridge. For my father once spoke of the Snow Clan as a force that suppresses the Feather Clan. The Beast City is a place my elder brother and father have steadfastly protected. My father's final wish was to confront Senluo, and I share that sentiment. Regardless of whether Brother Chi's demise was due to the city lord, I am determined to find a formidable beastman to challenge him and to conquer him. I had anticipated that Hong Lian would be at a loss, yet to my surprise, a spark of determination ignited in her gaze. Yujing did not refute. Regardless of right or wrong, the mere existence of hope for the beast is a good thing, although she seeks a male companion with a purpose. For the females of this world, Hong Lian can be deemed as loyal and affectionate. Do you know the way to the Snow Ridge? Yujing inquired. As she had long desired to traverse through the Snow Ridge clan to reach the Elven Forest. My father possesses a peculiar stone tablet adorned with numerous locations. It may hold clues. I shall retrieve it tomorrow. Very well, today we shall indulge in wine. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Bai Yin, go fetch my wine. Yujing was delighted that Hong Lian could emerge from her sorrow, so she decided to treat her to a drink. Tomorrow. They would thoroughly study the map. Having a route would bring forth new hope. Bai Yan's temple twitched slightly, and his complexion turned a shade pale. The thought of that concoction was dreadfully sour. Just imagining it made him feel a bitter sensation spreading in his mouth. Yet, he obediently lifted the stone lid, and immediately, the aroma of the wine wafted through the air. The clear liquor, rich in fragrance, genuinely startled him. A resounding admiration surged within him. He poured a little into a stone bowl, took a tentative sip, and relished the sweet and refreshing taste. His blue eyes sparkled with delight. Hong Lian, unfamiliar with what wine entailed, felt herself float after taking a sip, seemingly forgetting all her troubles, her mind no longer heavy. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Yujing merely sipped a little, for her relatives had not visited for nearly a month. Perhaps, like the last time, she feared it would be a futile hope, and thus she chose to remain silent. The three indulged in their drinks, with Hong Lian's petite face flushed. Her words becoming increasingly incoherent. Sister, actually, I truly believe in brother. He has a fondness for that. City Lord. I also have feelings for you. Indescribable feelings. If you were male, I would not bind myself as a partner with Brother Chi. Oh, my Brother Chi. She burst into tears once more, her face awash with snot and tears. Bai Yan's face darkened ominously. Resembling the bottom of a pot, it seemed he would have to be wary of females as well. The mere thought of male with male sent shivers down his spine. Yujing had merely indulged in a modest amount of drink, her face adorned with a delicate blush. To Bai Yan, she appeared so enchanting in that moment that he could not resist drawing her into his embrace, his fingers gently caressing the rosy hue of her cheeks, utterly captivated. Suddenly, a series of impatient knocks echoed from outside. The trio, thoroughly enjoying their revelry, had no desire to respond, yet to their astonishment, the door was forcefully kicked open. Where is that female who can prepare food? Hurry out and make something for the saintess. The voice belonged to a beast clad in an orange-red feathered garment. A youth hailing from the Feather Clan. His gaze was haughty and condescending, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority that irked Yujing. Xianqi. Your words are rather impetuous, she remarked. This female, after all, is of noble elven descent, not one of those lowly common beastmen. Soon after, a blue-clad beastman entered as well. Noble? She is merely a half-elf who has yet to undergo the rite of passage. Can she possibly compare to the saintess of the Feather Clan? Xianyu, you are overestimating her. The young man named Xianji scoffed. Have you come here to put on a grand performance? It's time to pack up. We're not serving you. The Yujing felt a surge of astonishment within her. The members of the Feather Clan had indeed perceived her true identity, yet they showed her no semblance of respect. This irked her. Regardless of their lineage, she possessed an indomitable spirit. Xuanji and Xuanyu were oblivious to the meaning of putting on a grand performance, yet it was evident that the seemingly beautiful female among them held them in disdain. They had only come, having heard tales of her culinary prowess, to heed the command of the saintess. But little did they expect Yujing to dare refuse to prepare food for the saintess. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, two bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from above, while Bai Yin languidly flicked his tiger claw. The strands of orange-red and azure hair bristled upright, standing defiantly like a lightning rod. Indeed, they were of the Feather Clan. After taking a hit from me, not a single hair was ruffled. Bai Yan's tiger mouth curled slightly, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling malice, daring to claim that his little female was not esteemed. This was a true test of the beast's patience. The atmosphere became charged with tension. At that moment, a melodious laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, echoed from outside the door. My saintess's two attendants have made quite a spectacle, haven't they? Handsome white-haired beast man, what is your name? The pink feather saintess, Qingxin, glided into the room with graceful steps, her enchanting gaze resting with great satisfaction upon Bai Yin. In Yujing's heart, it felt as though a myriad of alpacas were galloping wildly. Do not provoke her. What nonsense about a saintess, to her. She seemed merely a meddlesome Mary Sue under the influence of too many pills. Chapter 51. A violent encounter with the Mary Sue by Yin, who turned his head dismissively, showing no interest in engaging with her, instead choosing to attentively listen to Yu Jing's instructions. Sister Yu Jing, look over here. There's a pink bird. Oh, little bird, don't run away. Hong Lian is coming to catch you. Hurry and lay an egg, I want to eat it. Hong Lian, slightly intoxicated, felt dizzy. The saintess, adorned in her pink feathered attire, moved with an alluring grace, resembling a large pink bird. Although the situation was inappropriate, Hong Lian's words still elicited a chuckle from Yu Jing. Seeing that Hong Lian was truly about to chase after it, Yu Jing quickly grasped her arm. Hong Lian, stop fooling around, that is the saintess. Despite her inner displeasure towards this Mary Sue who coveted by Yin, she was nonetheless a member of the Feather Clan, and Yu Jing could not afford to openly confront her. Oh, not a bird, but a saintess bird? Sister Yu Jing, is the food made from saintess bird eggs delicious? Hong Lian smacked her lips, appearing hungry, and unsteadily lifted her wine bowl. The saintess, Chung Xian, blushed and paled in succession, while the two individuals behind her were equally infuriated. Yu Jing offered a slight smile, pointing at Hong Lian's head. I apologize. My sister here has a bit of an issue. Please do not take offense, saintess. Chung Xian snorted lightly. She had heard of beastmen who had suffered from head injuries. Your female speaks quite nicely, but let your male take a stroll with me. Are you truly lacking in intellect? A brain is a marvelous thing. Did you forget to bring yours when you stepped outside? Yu Jing expressed that she had never encountered such shamelessness in a creature. Even Hong Ling paled in comparison to this drug-infused Mary Sue before her. What could she possibly be thinking? Did she believe she could have Bai Yin accompany her on a leisurely stroll, as if she were already deceased? Qingxin's enchanting eyes blazed with fury, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, nearly causing her to faint from rage. Given her status, even if she visited the Elven clan, she would receive nothing less than respectful treatment. Yet, this insignificant half-elf dared to assert that she lacked intelligence. In an instant, her anger surged to a boiling point. You are courting death. Qingxin's eyes widened in fury, and her entire demeanor transformed dramatically, clad in powdery plumage that danced without a breeze. Individual feathers began to hover before her. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, the feathers ignited, hurtling like sharp blades towards Yu Jing. Bai Yin reacted swiftly, channeling his soul power to shield Yu Jing, forcefully repelling the crystalline pink feathers by several inches. Xuanji and Xuanyu, unwilling to remain passive observers, joined the fray as soon as the saintess made her move. Their coordination was impeccable as they ensnared Bai Yin. Qingxin's brows arched with determination, her gaze reflecting a fierceness that belied her beauty. I am the saintess of the Feather Clan. You are but a lowly half-elf. You are the first to dare insult me. Ha! Those consumed by my heart-devouring feathers cannot be extinguished. Consider this a gift for today. Yu Jing, instead of expressing anger, smiled. This Mary Sue clearly sought trouble out of sheer boredom. Competing in skills? She would let her understand the true essence of the star-absorbing technique. Just because she appears harmless doesn't mean she can be underestimated. Very well, you are impressive. Here, I present you with a flower. With a light laugh, Yu Jing casually tossed the small white lotus aside. Chung Xian, momentarily taken aback, instinctively caught it, truly believing it to be a flower. With a cold snort, she declared, Do not think that just because you offer me a gift, I will spare you. No, you misunderstand, Yu Jing replied, her blinking innocently, accompanied by a charming smile. Before Chung Xian could comprehend the situation, that seemingly delicate and harmless white lotus suddenly expanded. Countless vines surged forth from the flower's base, tightly binding Chung Xian's body. Chung Xian attempted to ignite the vines with flames, only to discover that the more soul power she expended, the more the thick vines thrived. Having never encountered such a scene in her life, she felt an overwhelming fear, yet pretended to remain composed and gritted her teeth, saying, You are indeed an evil female, daring to treat the holy maiden of the Feather Clan this way. I possess the ability to pray to the gods. If you do not release me, I shall curse you. I will curse you to wither, to become ugly, and to meet your demise. Xianji and Xianyu, witnessing the holy maiden's predicament, hurried to withdraw from the battlefield. However, Bai Yin was not the type of beast to be easily placated. Bolts of purple lightning struck without restraint, and Bai Yin understood that the strength of the young female was beyond what ordinary beastmen could contend with. If the small white lotus were to fully transform into gold, even Senluo would likely be unable to escape unscathed. That is contingent upon your opportunity. For now, I shall ensure your decline, your ugliness, and your death. With a serene smile, Yu Jing approached Chung Xian step by step, wielding a bone blade, instilling a sense of dread in Chung Xian that rendered her speechless. Speak. What is your purpose in Wanshou City? Yu Jing lightly tapped the back of the blade against Chung Xian's fair forehead. If you remain silent. Oh, those few strands of hair are rather lovely. As Yu Jing's smile deepened, the chill in her dark eyes intensified. Chung Xian felt the vines around her tighten suddenly, as if her very organs were on the verge of bursting. She had no doubt that if she hesitated for even a moment longer, her body would be crushed. I will speak. Ri Yong came to inform me that young Master Wang might encounter difficulties in Wanshou City, so we came to assist him. Will you let me go? Cheng Xian spoke cautiously, acknowledging that half of her statement was true, while the other half stemmed from her belief that if she divulged too much, Senluo would ensure her demise would be far worse than her current predicament. However, I believe the city lord does not require your assistance in extricating himself from any troubles, she continued. It was evident that Senluo was displeased upon encountering the holy maiden of the Yu clan. She was not blind and could see the situation clearly. Moreover, given Senluo's undeniable strength, was there truly a need for assistance? Yujing let out a cold laugh as the dagger glided down her forehead, her delicate hand flicking. A cascade of pink hair drifting to the ground. Oh, my hand slipped. Perhaps you should reconsider your words? Qingxin silently cursed, wondering why Xuanji and Xuanyu were so ineffectual. Why weren't they coming to her rescue? Yet she truly could not speak out. Being slain by this female would bring the wrath of the entire Feather clan upon her. Who could escape the relentless pursuit of the Feather tribe? What of the elves? But if she were to be killed by Senluo? A tremor ran through her heart, and a flicker of determination ignited in her gaze. I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, then go ahead and kill me. Yujing's eyes flickered, revealing the underlying issues. Under the scrutiny of the situation, it was inconceivable that she could truly eliminate Qingxin. To speak of killing her was one thing, even if she were to ruin her. Escaping the ensuing troubles from the Eagle Feather clan would be equally impossible. I shall place my trust in you for now. Yet, why have you taken an interest in my male companion? I find it hard to believe you are unaware of the divine contract binding him and me. Or do you possess some means to dissolve it? Qingxin's heart sank momentarily, but then she felt a wave of relief. It seemed she was oblivious to everything. Today, her life appeared to be spared. The divine contract could not be undone. My desire to befriend him stems from his potential as a reincarnated demon child. His future power is incalculable. Naturally white-haired, he belongs to no other race than that of the demons. Moreover, his beauty surpasses that of the Snow Ridge King, Binglan. What exactly is a demon child? Is there any danger involved? Yujing pondered, unable to fathom that Baiyan harbored such an identity. As for the Snow Ridge King, her mind was left in a whirl. I do not know much, just that a demon child is a demon bestowed with a soul by the demon god alone. As long as he does not return to the demon clan for awakening, he will merely be a powerful beastman. I only wish to cultivate a friendship with him. Can you release me now? I am on the verge of suffocation. Yujing remained indifferent to Bai Yan's identity, to her, whether he was a beast or a demon. He was simply her Bai Yan. Probing further would be futile. There were things she feared to utter even in death, so she retracted the little white lotus. Freed from the entanglement of vines, Cheng Xn's face flushed crimson as she gasped for breath. Her gaze fell upon the severed strands of hair on the ground. Heaven knows how much she cherished her hair. This was the very aspect that set her apart from those despicable females. The grievances of today would be repaid once she returned to the Feather clan. Yet, on her face, she displayed utmost respect, cautiously retreating a few steps. Seeing Yujing did not retract her decision. She disregarded the looming presence of Xianji and Xianyu and fled in a state of disarray. Bai Yan, witnessing Yujing letting the saintess go, lost interest in the entanglement and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that chilled both individuals to the core, causing their souls to soar away. Begone. Chapter 52. The failed scheme. The crescent moon hung low. The cold wind howled. On their way back to their dwelling, Cheng Xian and her companions fortuitously encountered Ri Yong, who had come to retrieve the saintess's essence feathers. It dawned on her that the female was someone Senluo had taken a liking to, and she had almost used the heart-devouring flame on her. If Senluo were to find out, she would surely face severe retribution. However, fate seldom aligns with one's wishes. Ri Yong had just been suppressed by Bai Yan's tiger claw in broad daylight, and how could the familiar aura surrounding Xianji and Xianyu be concealed? Without hesitation, they were all taken away by the unyielding Ri Yong. On the way, Xianji and Xianyu exchanged glances, deciding to place the blame on Yujing, distancing themselves from the saintess. Yet, the beauty of imagination pales in comparison to the ruthlessness of reality. Senluo was merciless. Inside the stone hall, the three individuals kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from the chilling smile of Senluo. He toyed with the flames dancing on his fingertips, gazing silently at the three before him. His gaze was inscrutable, concealed beneath the heavy veil of long, thick eyelashes casting shadows, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Ri Yong, you have performed poorly this time. I merely requested you to retrieve the saintess's essence feathers, yet you brought her here. If Senman's identity were to be disclosed, Senluo began slowly, addressing not the three beasts kneeling on the ground, but rather Ri Yong beside him, half kneeling. With purple hair cascading to the ground, Ri Yong replied, I acknowledge my mistake, but I am concerned for the city lord. The city lord's health is fragile. It is unwise to waste soul power on those beasts. Forget it. Since the dream is nearly realized, she will eventually return to the Feather clan with me. But if there is a next time, Zhuge will be your fate. Perhaps due to the effects of the demonic pearl, Senluo's complexion appeared significantly improved, exuding an even more enchanting allure, causing Ri Yong to avert his gaze in trepidation. Now it is your turn. Speak, what do you seek her for? Senluo's tone was languorous, seemingly indifferent, yet his alluring peach blossom eyes flickered with intrigue. The saintess merely wished to befriend her, yet that elven female insulted the saintess, which prompted us to engage in battle with the white-haired male. Moreover, the saintess was nearly ensnared by her schemes. Xianji began, but before he could finish, a flicker of flame landed on his forehead, burrowing into him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, his eyeballs threatening to pop out as his entire body contorted in a grotesque manner, and then, boom, like a catastrophic explosion, he was engulfed by a sudden blaze, leaving not a trace, not even ash. The other two trembled like leaves in the wind. This is too brutal. It terrifies the beasts. Such needless chatter. What did she insult you about? Cheng Xian, what did she say? Senluo exhibited no remorse for having slain a kin. His interest peaked as he turned towards Cheng Xian, eager to learn what Senman had uttered. Cheng Xian felt a mix of shock and fear, her thoughts racing as she perceived Senluo's sadistic nature. She never expected the young master to be so ruthless even towards his kin. She had always assumed it was merely a small punishment. Now, it seemed she had ventured too far. Fearing Senluo's impatience, she hastily spoke. A brain is a good thing. Did you forget to bring yours when you stepped out? The air seemed to freeze momentarily as Cheng Xian realized her slip of the tongue. Had she just insulted the young master? An overwhelming dread pierced her heart, rendering her breathless. Senluo's crimson eyes flickered, thawing the icy chill within his alluring gaze. A smile crept upon his lips, growing into a full grin, and he could not help but burst into laughter. His translucent red hair swayed with the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, a sight so breathtaking it left onlookers in awe. Ri Yong, blinded by the brilliance of Senluo's laughter, wished fervently that Yu Jing would scold a few beasts daily, just to witness that smile. Indeed, she spoke the truth. A brain is a valuable asset, yet regrettably, you seem to lack one. Senluo's mirth lingered, as if his mood had lifted considerably. With Senluo's laughter, Cheng Xian's terror dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of humiliation. She was the future saintess of the Feather Clan for a century. She possessed her pride, her dignity. Resolutely, she drew forth a drop of blood-red feather from her forehead, respectfully presenting it to Senluo, her pallid countenance betraying her anxiety as she spoke. I am willing to expend another essence feather to utilize the dreaming melody. Let Bai Yin mistakenly believe I am that female. When that female sees me with Bai Yin, she will be disappointed and use the dreaming melody again. Not only will she think it was merely a dream, but she will also come to despise it. I beseech the young master to grant this. Senluo raised an eyebrow, accepting the blood feather. This is indeed a splendid idea. You, saintess, are not entirely without merit. He then added nonchalantly, Ri Yong, Xianyu. Ensure her safety, and inform the guards that she must not leave the beast city under any circumstances. I am in need of several materials, and I shall return in 2 days. Contemplating Senman's imminent arrival, a genuine smile graced his lips. Cheng Xian, however, understood that failure in this endeavor would lead to her demise. A saintess would possess only 3 essence blood feathers in her lifetime, in the dreaming melody. A sacred skill unique to the saintess was originally devised to combat the invading insect race, inciting them to turn on one another. Little did she know that she would now be forced to use it against a beast. Moreover, it would only yield effects for a single night. Yet, if she could capture the unawakened demon child and control him, it would be worth it. She was determined to gamble. She could not afford to fail. Chapter 53. The endless schemes after a fierce battle. Peace finally descended. The little red lotus lay with a flushed face, peacefully asleep upon the ground. Yu Jing conversed with Cheng Xian in a voice that was not at all subdued, and Bai Yin naturally overheard their exchange. He enveloped Yu Jing in his embrace, contemplating the words of the female from the Feather Clan, who spoke of possessing greater strength. If that were indeed the case, he would be better equipped to safeguard her in the future. Bai Yin found no fault in this. His need for power was paramount. What did it matter if he was feared by all the beastmen? As long as Yu Jing remained by his side, that was all that truly mattered. With a gentle smile, Yu Jing's expression remained serious. As long as we are together, that is sufficient. However, residing in Beast City is truly untenable. I sense an ominous presence. In any case, we shall depart tomorrow once Hong Lian acquires the map. The weather has turned colder, and the outside world has grown increasingly perilous, yet you are with me, are you not? I shall heed your words, but must we truly bring her along? Bai Yin hesitated, reluctant to be in the company of anyone other than Yu Jing. It seemed to be both his nature and his destiny. Let us discuss this later. For now, let us allow Hong Lian to rest downstairs. I, too, am weary. Yu Jing stifled a yawn, having been ensnared in a tense atmosphere these past few days, with scarcely any time left for slumber, leaving her both physically and mentally drained. Bai Yin rudely picked up the red lotus from the ground and tossed it onto the stone bed. He then gently lifted Yu Jing in his arms, carrying her upstairs to lie beside her, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her, holding her a little tighter. Yu Jing had never anticipated that the mindless saintess would return once more. In her dazed state, it seemed as though she could hear a melodic song, enchanting yet reminiscent of a lullaby, rendering her consciousness increasingly light. Bai Yin experienced a similar sensation, but to a greater extent. The night enveloped the entire beast tower in darkness, where 2 figures stood vigil before the stone door that sheltered the slumbering Yu Jing. not far off. A massive blue rabbit was digging a hole, instinctively burrowing without employing any soul power, unnoticed by anyone. The crisis had only just begun to unfold. Bai Yin. I am cold. The call roused Bai Yin from his stupor. He shook his heavy head, perplexed as to why Yu Jing was sleeping so far from him. He shifted closer, intending to embrace her, but when his fingers brushed against her soft, jade-like skin, he instinctively recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. He suddenly sat up, gazing at Yu Jing's delicate, fair visage, her dark hair cascading around her, and her expressive black eyes looking at him with an air of grievance. Her ruby lips appeared pale from the cold, as if something were amiss yet nothing felt overtly wrong. How could he be so indifferent to her shivering form? Bai Yin pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by an inexplicable frustration. Bai Yin. I am cold. Yu Jing, noticing his dazed expression, was prepared to draw closer to him. Yet, Bai Yin, feeling more agitated, leaped from the bed and took a step back, causing the bare figure on the bed to tumble to the ground. Alarmed, Bai Yin rushed to assist Yu Jing, but at that moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest, akin to a blade being plunged in and swiftly withdrawn. The agony made him break into a cold sweat. Bai Yin, do you no longer love me? Lift me up. Yu Jing's voice was tinged with irritation as she reached out for him. Bai Yin suppressed the pain and was about to grasp her hand when his gaze fell upon her empty fingers. A realization dawning upon him that something far more significant had slipped his mind. What could it be? At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a female figure. She clutched her chest, blood seeping from her wound and staining her garments, dripping onto the snow and crystallizing into crimson ice. Her raven hair was like ink, her starry eyes dark, but her lips were pallid and tinged with purple. Who are you? Bai Yin disregarded Yu Jing's calls as he approached the female, who raised her hand and struck him across the face. Strangely, he felt no anger, nor did he dare to evade her. The scent of blood wafted toward him, and his gaze fixated on her wound, captivated by the beauty of her blood, which pierced his heart with an unbearable ache. Have you been ensnared by that drugged saintess? Then I shall relinquish you. The female turned to leave, and Bai Yan's heart felt as if it had been struck fiercely. His instincts screamed that he could not let her depart, and he instinctively rushed forward, embracing her, though she appeared quite irate and ignored his hold. Behind him, Yu Jing called out, and inexplicably, he felt a wave of irritation as the female in his arms stirred. From her palm blossomed a beautiful little goldstone flower, while Yu Jing's face contorted in a comically terrified expression as she witnessed the tendrils of tender green vines slowly emerging from her nostrils, ears, and skin. Strangely, he felt no alarm. Instead, he lifted the female in his arms, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. This angry female looked rather endearing. Chapter 54. Nightmare. When Yu Jing awoke, she discovered herself bound. Her head felt heavy, and two indistinct figures loomed before her. Could it be Qing Xian? Impossible. She had T-shaved Qing Xian's head. A figure materialized in her mind. It was Hong Ling, without a doubt. The ensuing words only confirmed her suspicion. Didn't he expect this? Did you, wretched one? You've fallen into my grasp. Seems your male left you in the dead of night, abandoning you, huh? At last, I have the chance to capture both of you. Rest assured, I shall torment you slowly. Then I'll dispose of your body through the underground to feed the beasts. No one will ever know. Ha! Hong Ling revealed a sinister grin, her teeth gleaming white against her dark visage as she raised a sharp blade, aiming it at Yu Jing. Eradicating the roots will only allow them to sprout anew. Yu Jing truly regretted the situation. The pain in her chest awakened her control over her body, igniting her fury. A radiant emerald light erupted from her form. The small white lotus followed suit. Her body convulsed from the pain, yet her consciousness sharpened, and before the terrified gazes of Hong Ling and Lan, she ensnared them tightly, continuously constricting and absorbing, until the agony in her chest subsided, until Hong Ling and Lan were reduced to lifeless husks. Yu Jing pressed her hand against her chest and glanced at Hong Lian, who was bound in the corner, her face etched with terror. I will retrieve the map. I shall seek Bai Yin. With that, she tossed the bone blade at Hong Lian's feet and pushed herself up, stepping outside. She had never been a saint. In fact, she was somewhat selfish and indifferent. Whether Hong Lian could accept her mattered little now. Her only concern was the whereabouts of Bai Yin. The first thought that crossed her mind was Senluo. As she treaded upon the soft, icy snow, the eerie silence enveloping the beast city sent shivers down her spine, the only sound being the crunch beneath her feet. Before reaching the stone hall, she heard the delicate voice of Qingxin calling out for Bai Yin from a nearby exquisite stone building. Her mind erupted in chaos, her wounds reopening from the surge of emotions. A conjecture formed in her mind, yet she found it impossible to believe. This could not be. But when she kicked open the door, her gaze fell upon Bai Yin, Bear, and Qingxin, similarly unclad, sprawled on the ground. She had anticipated feelings of sadness and fury upon witnessing such a scene, yet a profound calmness enveloped her instead. Bai Yin approached her, inquiring her identity. His words ignited a nameless fire within her chest, and she struck him with a sharp slap, declaring her disinterest in him. Disappointment and sorrow coursed through her, yet she remained remarkably composed, a feeling that was ineffable, like being abandoned by the entire world. Suddenly, her heart felt hollow. He came forward to embrace her, his warmth enveloping her like a soothing balm. The pleasant scent that lingered, devoid of any other female essence, was refreshing. Yet, in an instant, fury surged within her. Dark whirlpools brewed in her ink-black eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss. How dare Bai Yin scheme against her? Did he not realize that he was her very sky? How could he defy the heavens? Summoning the little white lotus, she watched as it fled in terror. Did it think it could escape from the encroaching vines? Did it think it could scream? She commanded the vines to invade its body, tearing through its throat, silencing its cries. The sensation of the vines piercing its veins, expanding relentlessly, and the impending rupture of those vessels must be excruciating. She laughed. Her gift of death was indeed splendidly beautiful. Watching Qingxin gradually fade away, she felt an unexpected wave of exhaustion wash over her. Bai Yin held her close, and the sound of his enchanting heartbeat lulled her into a sense of security. The weariness of her body and spirit beckoned her to sleep for a while. Chapter 55. Reunion with the dumpling. The vast expanse of the Linhai Sea lay shrouded in mist. The ancient, rugged elven divine tree seemed to have undergone a transformation. The branches of the elven divine tree stretched forth, adorned with countless tender green buds, dancing in the gentle breeze, embodying the essence of nature's renewal. The vines, winding upwards to the misty canopy, had completely transformed into ethereal ribbons of light, shimmering in soft green hues, interspersed with specks of vibrant colors, entwining the elven divine tree until it reached the majestic crown above the sea of clouds. A gentle breeze swept through, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that penetrated the heart and soul. This was undoubtedly a beauty that sent shivers through the spirit. In that moment, Yujing's weary body and soul felt as if they were healed, bringing an unprecedented tranquility to her previously ruthless and bloodthirsty heart. Yujing was uncertain how she had found herself here. She had not engaged in meditation. Yet, an undeniable joy blossomed within her, for it signified that she would soon encounter the little pink dumpling. As expected, a flurry of movement caught her eye, and a tiny figure nestled into her embrace, nuzzling against her affectionately. In her delight, the dumpling's sparkling emerald eyes shimmered with excitement, and her small mouth broke into a radiant smile, revealing a row of pristine miniature teeth that seemed almost too joyous to contain. She was still adorned in her dress fashioned from delicate pink petals, complemented by dainty shoes crafted from tender green leaves, as if these garments were intrinsically woven into her very essence. At last, she had successfully summoned her mother. Come, give the dumpling a kiss. Isn't she remarkable? The pink dumpling, brimming with pride, sensed a peculiar energy radiating from Yujing and immediately entered a meditative state, striving to establish a connection. And indeed, they finally made contact. With a smile, Yujing gently cupped the little dumpling and bestowed a tender kiss upon her soft, delicate face. The dumpling is truly wonderful. In an instant, the dumpling's small face flushed a rosy hue, and with a flutter of its wings, it joyfully spun around several times. Tilting its head slightly, its emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I have a little brother now. Mother, hurry. Summon him forth, so I can see. I want to see. The dumpling, too small to shake Yujing's arm, desperately wiggled Yujing's fingers instead. The sight of such enthusiasm was irresistible, prompting Yujing to laugh as she opened her palm, revealing a small white lotus resting in her hand. The pristine petals swayed gently, as if delighting in the touch of the dumpling. Wow, I wonder what my brother looks like. But, mother, how did you form a contract with the plant without undergoing the baptism? The pink dumpling, having momentarily reveled in joy, now gazed up with curious, glistening eyes. To understand this, we must journey back in time, to when I forged the divine contract and she entered my being. It was during the restoration of light that I could summon the little white lotus. Yujing felt quite perplexed as to why the contract with the watermelon had failed. Perhaps it was due to the miraculous event that briefly stirred the elven bloodline. However, mother, which father are you with now? The fluffy little dumpling nodded thoughtfully, then grew curious. Did you have many fathers before? The dumpling's question took Yujing by surprise. Oh, Senman, please do not conjure up any more of those divine beings. That would truly bring me to tears. No, mother never had a partner before, but there were many elves who admired her, including one mischievous fellow from the feathered tribe who, relying on his good looks and swift flight, constantly clung to her side. In any case, I do not like him. Yujing felt as if she were choked by a wave of words. The mischievous boy of the feather clan? Senluo? Handsome and swift in flight, yet seemingly unappreciated by Tuanzi, which inexplicably amused her. She felt a sense of relief upon realizing that in her previous life, she had no partner. It seemed the mess was not as extensive as she had feared. Tuanzi, gazing at Yujing with a look of curiosity, tentatively spoke. Mother, you haven't encountered him, have you? It is said that he is still alive, and recently, the feather clan has been rather peculiar. Mother, you must not go to the feather clan. Her tone grew resolute as she spoke the last words. In Yujing's heart, a flicker of curiosity stirred as she inquired. What is strange? The little creature, cradling its chin, soared to Yu Jing's shoulder. After Mother comprehended the essence of life, the spirit tree began to flow with the elixir of existence once more, and the barrier has become significantly more stable. Even I have received an abundance of vitality. However, the barrier of the feather tribe continues to manifest fissures. Moreover, those feathered beings who seek the water of eternal life are exhibiting traces of demonic energy. Mother, do you not find this perplexing? The feather tribe is, after all, a race specifically designed to counteract the forces of darkness. Yu Jing felt a sudden chill of trepidation. Could it be that the demise of Chie was indeed orchestrated by the alliance of the demon and the Feather Clan? What could their motives be? The unsettling thought of having just slain the Feather Clan's holy maiden lingered heavily in her mind. I have just slain the holy maiden of the Feather Clan. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to confide in Tuanzai. Conversely, Tuanzai nonchalantly brushed off her dress, asserting that the maiden was unworthy of life, unworthy of possessing hair of the same hue as hers. It was she who had incited the benevolent fairies to sacrifice themselves to mend the shattered barrier of the Feather Clan a few years prior. Subsequently, her siblings had surreptitiously followed suit. Had it not been for Mother's return, I too would have succumbed to the same fate as my siblings. At this point, a wave of sorrow washed over her, and she sniffled, embracing Yu Jing tightly. Yet, I am most fortunate. I have my mother. And soon I shall have a younger brother. Mother, do come and see me soon. Yu Jing felt a warmth in her heart. Yet she did not forget the matter at hand. How could she reach the enchanted forest the quickest? Indeed, how could she have overlooked this? At present, the boundary between the elves and the demonkin was merging, aside from the feathered folk who could effortlessly soar through the molten volcanic fires. The only other passage available was through the subterranean caverns of Snowy Ridge. What to do? As she pondered, her anxiety grew. Do not fret, my dear, came the reassuring voice. I have already resolved to journey to Snowy Ridge. I shall reach you in no time. Alas, I am bound by the reverie of Senluo and cannot actively meditate to seek you. Yu Jing let out a sigh. She had a profound fondness for Tuanzi, who evoked an inexplicable sense of warmth within her, especially when he affectionately called her mother, a moment that filled her with immense satisfaction. Upon learning that her mother had been enchanted by that feathered youth, Tuanzi's emerald eyes ignited with fervor. It was as if a spark had been cast into a pile of dry kindling, igniting a fierce blaze. Her adorable face instantly puffed up with indignation, hands on her hips, declaring, I shall vanquish him. Yu Jing's momentary sadness was instantly dispelled by the adorable antics of the little dumpling. She gently poked its tiny belly with her finger, reassuring herself, it's all right, I'll find a way when I return. Stay calm, stay calm. The dumpling, being ticklish, flapped its wings vigorously while bursting into a fit of giggles. However, Mother, I do have a way to reach you, but it's not easy to manage. The dumpling hesitated, an unusual occurrence for it. You see, I too wish to see you, little dumpling, often. Yu Jing smiled. She feared not the difficulties, but the lack of solutions. If she could frequently meet with Tuanzai, many matters would become clear, and she would not wander in confusion along her journey. Mother could communicate with Yun Minghua in her dreams. Once she acknowledged you and bestowed upon you her blessing, Mother would transform into a true life spirit. Although the absence of the blessings from the four sacred spirits would limit the restoration of her powers, from that moment onward, I would be able to converse with Mother. However, that possibility is not present now. The baptism may take a considerable amount of time. If Mother were to awaken suddenly, it could be perilous. Yu Jing listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully. The restoration of strength merely required the blessing of the Holy Spirit? Was it truly that simple? The round figure shook its head, indicating that there were still some aspects that needed to be acquired by her mother herself. After all, it was her mother who foolishly leapt into the eternal well. The fragments of life had no clue where they had dissipated. Was I suicidal? This time, it was Yu Jing who was left in a daze. Had she truly been so foolish in her past life? She had no answer. But it was indeed her mother who had jumped into the well. It seemed there was no other means to bring about her mother's demise. The round figure blinked innocently, its meaning unmistakably suggesting that it was indeed Yu Jing who was the foolish one. Yu Jing gazed at the mischievous and lively expression of the little dumpling, unable to resist the urge to gently tickle her tiny belly. It was simply impossible to disrupt the warmth of this moment, for the little dumpling was irresistibly adorable. This time, it was the little dumpling who took the initiative to contact Yu Jing, resulting in a more stable dream. Yet, dreams inevitably come to an end. As they prepared to part ways, the dumpling, embodying a sense of maturity beyond her years, earnestly reminded Yu Jing to take good care of her younger brother. The fairy's power derives from the essence of the spirits. The more energy Yu Jing accumulates within her, the faster the little white lotus will flourish, enabling the use of more abilities. Yu Jing allowed the little dumpling to hold her finger, feeling a deep reluctance to part with the charming creature. Chapter 56. Departure from the City of Beasts. When Yu Jing awakened, it was already the following day. Her gaze fell upon Bai Yan's exquisite, porcelain white collarbone, gently rising and falling with each breath, flickering in and out of focus. One could not deny that Bai Yin possessed a physique that could make her swallow hard. However, recalling the events of the previous night ignited a fierce fire in her chest. That wretched saintess had nearly taken advantage of Bai Yin. Though Bai Yin was undoubtedly ensnared by some form of enchantment, it did not diminish her fury. She was exceedingly angry. The thought of slaying the saintess was insufficient to quell the blaze in her heart. How could that insufferable Bai Yin sleep so soundly? Without hesitation, she seized his ear, causing Bai Yin to grimace in pain, abruptly awakening. A fleeting shadow crossed his gaze. "Ah Jing, did I dream that you hit me last night?" Bai Yin appeared utterly oblivious to the previous day's events, his expression one of innocent bewilderment, exuding a charmingly dazed aura. You, just look where we are." Yu Jing's words left him momentarily speechless, as he had apparently forgotten everything. Suddenly, Bai Yin sat up, his blue eyes filled with alarm. "Ah Jing, you're hurt. Does it hurt? How could I be so unaware of anything?" Yu Jing found herself at a loss for words, frustrated with the foolish Bai Yin, whom she disparagingly referred to as stupid Bai Yin and scoundrel Bai Yin. Resolutely, she decided to ignore him and hurried to seek out Hong Lian. She sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Meanwhile, Hong Lian was engulfed in her own trepidation, initially intimidated by Yu Jing's formidable power. However, she soon regained her composure, her admiration for Yu Jing intensifying immeasurably. Yet, upon returning home in the dead of night to retrieve the stone tablet with the intention of finding Yu Jing, she spotted two beastmen standing in front of Yu Jing's door from a distance, one of whom she did not recognize, while the other was unmistakably her brother. She hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, but given that her brother was already affiliated with the Senluo, she refrained. The memory of her and Yu Jing being captured by Hong Ling the previous night, coupled with Bai Yan's mysterious disappearance, left her uncertain about the underlying conspiracy at play. For the first time, she made a deliberate choice to observe the situation unfold. It would not be too late to enter once they had departed. With this resolution, she nestled in the shadows of an alley, biding her time. The winter chill made her shiver uncontrollably, yet she reminded herself that she could no longer act impulsively. Had she not been so rash at that time, her father might still be alive. His death was intertwined with her own actions. She was no longer the naive Hong Lian of yore. As Yu Jing and Bai Yin were walking back, searching for the Red Lotus, they were unexpectedly seized by a hand that suddenly emerged from the alley. After a conversation among the three, the events of the previous night were clarified. Yu Jing's considerations were quite thorough. With Ri Yang's involvement, it implied that Senluo was informed of the matter. As for her falling into Hong Ling's hands, it should be purely coincidental. To avoid alarming Senluo, she could only depart discreetly. Regarding this vendetta, she attributed it to Senluo. She would not spare anyone who plotted against Bai Yin, regardless of past lives or present circumstances. Bai Yin was her everything now. However, Bai Yin had no intention of letting the beast that dared to scheme against the little female escape unscathed. Moreover, he had crafted many precious garments for Yu Jing at home. The rare divergence between Bai Yin and Yu Jing was notable. He could not kill a person, for disturbing too many beasts would lead to dire consequences. Not to mention, Senluo was not easily dealt with, and the elders of Beast City were also formidable opponents. Ultimately, he could not go against Bai Yan's will and decided that Yu Jing would wait with Hong Lian near the back city gate while he retrieved Yu Jing's belongings. Bai Yan assured her that he would take only the items and would not disturb any beasts. As he was about to leave, however, Hong Lian grasped Bai Yan's sleeve, her eyes pleading, "Please, do not harm my brother." A flicker of hesitation crossed Bai Yan's azure gaze as he shook off Hong Lian's hand. Indeed, this time, he had no intention of dutifully complying with Yu Jing's wishes. "Ah Yan," Yu Jing called softly. Bai Yin was remarkably obstinate in certain respects, and the matter concerning Chung Xin had truly touched his bottom line. Yet, Chung Xin was already dead. They were at most accomplices, and there was no need for complete annihilation. With a resigned sigh, Bai Yin nodded. Chapter 57. I will take Sun Luo's life. When Xianyu died, he was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his demise, or who had taken his life. All he perceived was a white shadow and the blood gushing from his throat. "Who are you? Why do you conceal your power?" Even the usually calm Ri Yang's countenance altered drastically, feeling terror in the presence of Bai Yin. He had never witnessed such a suffocating darkness emanating an overwhelming energy. "You are not worthy of knowing. Inform Sun Luo that I am grateful for the melody he has provided. I will come to claim his life at any time. If he wishes to avoid an early demise, he may divulge this information." Bai Yan's once clear blue eyes had transformed into dark whirlpools, seemingly capable of devouring all that existed. He simply stood there, allowing the sunlight to cascade over him, resembling the tallest deity in this realm. The aura he exuded could annihilate mountains and rivers, capable of swallowing the sun and moon, evoking an impulse in Ri Yang to kneel. Yet, Ri Yang gritted his teeth and endured. Nevertheless, a mere disdainful glance from Bai Yin rendered him prostrate on the ground, as if a colossal stone had pinned him down, making it difficult to breathe. It was only after Bai Yin had finished collecting his belongings and departed from Beast City that he managed to rise, gasping for breath. His mind was fixated on one thought. He was no longer a beastman. He must protect Senluo at all costs. Yu Jing initially believed she would have to wait a while for Bai Yan, but to her surprise, Bai Yan arrived with remarkable speed, gathering everything in less than 15 minutes. Her anxious heart finally settled, and she once again showcased her little magic trick, allowing Xiao Bai Lian to leap over the city wall with her. She was also quite curious. Typically, during the day, there would be guards stationed every 10 steps. It was surprising that the defenses were so lax at night, but even more so that they had passed through so easily during the day. Little did she know, as she had not seen the corpses piled at the city gate, Bai Yan understood that he could no longer recklessly manipulate the magic soul, as disturbing the demon clan and placing the young female in danger was absolutely unacceptable. He had to exert utmost control. The cold air was pervasive, and the undulating sea of trees was now draped in a silver cloak. Unlike the modern world, the creatures here seemed to have adapted to the frigid climate. Even with the heavy snow weighing down the branches, the greenery remained vibrant and lush, seemingly unaffected by the chill, still bursting with life. Yu Jing lowered her head, holding the stone tablet she had obtained from the Red Lotus yesterday, expressing her bewilderment. It's utterly incomprehensible. The inscriptions bore some resemblance to Oracle bone script, featuring pictographs. The waves likely signified water, while the triangle probably represented a mountain. Yet, beyond that, nothing was decipherable. She couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that had she known she would end up here, she would have chosen archaeology over business studies. Thus, a friendly reminder to all readers, do not choose the wrong path. You never know when you might find yourself in such a situation. Bai Yan observed her distracted demeanor and surmised the reason. Casually, he took the stone tablet from her, scooping her up with one arm and settling her upon his lap. This is our position. Bai Yan traced the map on the tablet with his finger, explaining. The snow tribe resides in the western ridge. If we proceed from the outskirts, we must traverse the Thousand Mist Lake, and then we will arrive here, the endless sea of the west. After crossing the Black Marsh, we should reach our destination. His voice was low and resonant, a magnetic timbre that, to Yu Jing's ears, was exceedingly pleasant. However, she was not swayed by the charm of his voice. How come I never knew you understood all this? She inquired. Bai Yan's clear blue eyes flickered momentarily, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to her ear. Then you ought to learn more about your male counterpart. Yu Jing's complexion flushed slightly. As her Bai Yan had become somewhat compromised, she surprisingly harbored her own little secret. Considering that Hong Lian was still behind, she decided to let it slide for the time being. Chapter 58, The Thoughts of Bai Yan. They continued on their journey without pause until the twin suns set behind the western mountains. Yu Jing is faring well. Her stamina now rivals that of her early days here, and she does not feel fatigued. However, Hong Lian is breathless, gasping for air and exhaling clouds of vapor. Yet she remains silent. She harbors both resentment and determination, fully prepared for these challenges. As evening approached, they discovered a small cave, though modest in size. It offered a refreshing dryness. Along the way, Bai Yan, under the astonished gaze of Hong Lian, casually captured a moose. The term casually is apt, for he did not transform into a white tiger, and by sheer chance, the moose collided with the storm he conjured with a mere wave of his hand. Yu Jing was not very knowledgeable about these matters. She simply thought that Bai Yan had become slightly more handsome. However, Hong Lian was aware that it was rare for orcs to wield such formidable soul power without transforming into their beast forms. At least, ordinary orcs could not. The beast form seemed to be a key, unlocking the wellspring of power within. Senluo belonged to the enigmatic feathered tribe, and Bai Yan appeared to be merely a white tiger. How could that be? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. To her, Yu Jing and Bai Yan were bound by a divine contract. They were one entity. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she would not foolishly pry. To her, Yu Jing was not only her savior, but also the most admirable female beast. The campfire in the cave flickered restlessly in the cold wind. Yu Jing took out a clean sleeping bag for Hong Lian to make do with, and covered her with a layer of beast fur. Only then did Hong Lian begin to feel warmth. She gazed at Yu Jing, who was nestled tightly in by Yan's embrace on the blanket. Perhaps the divine contract was indeed a splendid choice. If she and Qi were also bound by such a contract, would Qi have perished so easily? Their strength would surely be much greater, and she would not be in such torment as she was now, lost in her thoughts. The weariness of the day soon enveloped her, and she fell into a deep slumber. On several nights, Yu Jing found herself unable to sleep soundly. Bai Yan, utilizing his soul power, emanated a soothing warmth that soon rendered her eyelids heavy and unable to remain open. Observing Yu Jing in slumber, Bai Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and a veil of darkness gradually enveloped the cave entrance, allowing the howling cold wind to sweep through, yet failing to disturb the shroud in the slightest. When Bai Yan opened his eyes, his once clear blue irises had vanished, replaced by a pair of obsidian eyes reminiscent of cold moons and distant stars. These dark orbs were profound, as if they encapsulated the entirety of the night, swirling with a deadly allure that ensnared anyone who gazed into them. Bai Yin tenderly caressed Yu Jing's silky hair, his gaze resting on her forehead, where a glaring red hue lingered deep within her soul, a presence he found distasteful. Regrettably, his current strength was insufficient to extract it, a realization that vexed him. This implied that Senluo could easily locate the little female, yet it also meant that Senluo could be swiftly eliminated by him. Contemplating this brought him some solace. As long as Senluo was slain, the contract would dissolve automatically. The little female was a spirit of life, revering existence, and abhorred by violence. He needed to change. To transform, he must not allow her to detest him. Once he dealt with Senluo, he would cease his killings just this one time. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead and nestled her closer to him, feeling the gentle rhythm of her breath against his chest, a delightful tickle. Indeed, he reveled in this self-imposed torment, longing for her proximity, wishing for an eternal bond. How splendid it would be if the world contained only the two of them. All he required was the little female, perhaps accompanied by the fairies she would nurture, and their own offspring. Chapter 59. The tumultuous Sea Clan. On the following morning, as the first chill of dawn seeped into the cave, Yu Jing awoke, having enjoyed her most restful sleep in recent times. With her delicate fingers, she gently poked Bai Yin's long, dark lashes, which fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. I think Bai Yin's voice emerged, low and husky, imbued with a captivating resonance, yet he did not complete his thought. Thereas someone don't mess around. Yu Jing raised her hand to push Bai Yin away, feeling as though he was encroaching upon her space, only to find herself grasping at air. Internally, she cursed, what the so awkward? Where is he? Turning her head, she discovered Bai Yin already standing at the cave entrance, seemingly intent on listening to something intently. Yu Jing was filled with perplexity. Could it be that the Feather Clan had come seeking vengeance? Surely, it was too soon for that. At this moment, Hong Lian had also awakened, having enjoyed a restful slumber. Her complexion had improved significantly, and a glimmer of vitality returned to her large eyes. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, she emerged from her sleeping bag to begin tidying up her belongings. It was the multi-legged creature pursuing a member of the Sea Clan, the very beast that had inflicted injury upon me. Bai Yin seemed capable of sensing events from afar, his voice calm and untroubled, as if he were not particularly concerned. Yu Jing was instantly invigorated, her lips curling into a smile. Indeed, it was as if she had traversed the world in search of something, only to discover it effortlessly at hand. Hong Lian, let us go. I shall stream the battle of Ultraman against the monsters for you. With a spirited rise, Yu Jing now possessed some techniques to control the little white lotus and was eager to find something to practice on. Bai Yin, feeling helpless, anticipated the expression that would adorn the little female's face. He affectionately took her delicate hand, the softness of her touch igniting a delightful itch within his heart. What is Ultraman? Hong Lian inquired, puzzled. She could comprehend monsters, but Ultraman remained a mystery. Was it a new skill of Sister Yu Jing's? In any case, it simply implied something remarkable. Yu Jing pulled Bai Yin outside, with Hong Lian hurrying behind them. The soft, powdery snow crunched beneath their feet. And it was paradoxical that Bai Yin, the heaviest among them, left no trace in the snow, devoid of any romanticism. Yu Jing muttered to herself, recalling tales where the female lead followed in the male lead's footprints, only to be met with a charming smile from him. Assuming she was weary from walking, after all, she had seemed quite fond of the snow. Bai Yin lifted Yu Jing onto his shoulder, disregarding the snow that clung to her shoes and dampened his clothing. His sudden action and the expansive view it afforded her brought Yu Jing immense satisfaction. Indeed, her Bai Yin was becoming more perceptive. Unbeknownst to her, this display of affection was akin to sprinkling dog food upon Hong Lian's wounds. Such an unexpected shower of affection left her longing for tears. While the atmosphere thrived with the affectionate exchange between the two, Hong Lian was relishing in the moment. Meanwhile, the Sea Emperor clan's Hai and I was enduring a far less pleasant experience. Just 2 days prior, they had been relentlessly pursued by the Serpent Shark clan, deprived of rest and sustenance, until they reached the misty shores of Qianwu Lake. Having narrowly escaped the serpent sharks, they sought water in this frozen creek, only to encounter insect beasts. Why was life so arduous for him? It wasn't that he was incapable of defeating the insect beasts, rather, his strength diminished significantly on land. To compound his misery, he was on the verge of starvation. When Yu Jing and her companions finally arrived, they were greeted by an indescribable sight. A man, with skin glistening like diamonds and blue-purple hair cascading down his back, was bouncing about in the thick underbrush blanketed by snow. To be more precise, his skin shimmered under the sunlight, resembling diamonds amidst the white expanse. Chapter 60. A world resembling a game. His hair was long and flowed like gentle waves of the sea, a dreamy light blue that deepened to a captivating blue-purple at the tips. His legs were long and straight as he hopped chaotically through the grass, his speed obscuring his features. Noticing their approach, he kindly shouted, "Don't come over. There are insect beasts. Run." Despite the urgency in his voice, it retained a melodic quality, unmistakably belonging to the sea creature Bai Yin had mentioned. Amused by his comical antics, Yu Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Why don't you just run with your legs wide open? Are all sea creatures this amusing? I can't do that. Hai and I gasped in response. Not only Yu Jing, but even Hong Lian couldn't suppress her laughter, her small face lighting up with two adorable dimples. Sister Yu Jing, why don't you let your male companion help him? Hong Lian suggested with a smile, her inherent kindness shining through as she perceived Hai and I as a good soul. I'll go, Yu Jing declared, eager to leap down from Bai Yan's shoulders. I'll rescue him. You can only save one male. Bai Yan gently set her down, resolutely forbidding her from assisting another male. Yu Jing playfully stuck out her tongue, nudging Bai Yan. Hurry, bring him back. Leave the insect beasts to me. I want to hone my skills. Yu Jing had never refused his requests, yet he did not transform into a white tiger. Suddenly, he leapt forward, landing right before Hain, seizing him and effortlessly tossing him aside. A blue parabola gracefully descended, landing precisely at Yu Jing's feet. Her dark eyes flickered. It seemed that her white flame had undergone a significant transformation. Was it possible to possess such power without transforming into a beast? Was this an elevation in her cultivation, a mutation, or something else entirely? Before she could ponder further, a massive centipede, entirely blackish-green, burst forth from the woods. It had grown considerably since that night, and in the daylight, its myriad of legs were revealed to be covered with mouths, oozing a nauseating greenish-yellow venom. Strangely, upon sighting the white flame, the thousand-mouthed centipede recoiled in terror, as if it had encountered a specter, curling its body in an attempt to flee. It bore no face nor expression, yet its long, slender antennae quivered violently. Though the reason for this sudden fear of the white flame eluded her, given that it had previously bitten without hesitation, Yu Jing would not let it escape. She summoned a small white lotus, allowing the vines to extend and ensnare the creature once more. She attempted to channel the peculiar soul energy within her body into the vines, which became enveloped in a soft green halo, rendering them increasingly verdant and impervious to the venom of the centipede. This was a technique taught to her by Tuanzi, providing armor-like protection to the ethereal beings, applicable even to those who had yet to fully materialize. However, achieving a balanced transmission of soul energy was no simple feat. Her energy resembled a vast river, requiring precise alignment of the outlet with a pipe to facilitate a gradual flow, a challenge that was immensely difficult. Moreover, her internal energy was limited. While others burned their small universes, she relied on the white, glistening coins of her labor. The thousand-mouthed centipede thrashed and writhed in a desperate attempt to escape its bindings. No amount of venom spraying or biting would prove effective. This time, the defense of the vines was absolute. Yu Jing chuckled coldly as she manipulated energy to envelop delicate tendrils, gradually inserting them into the body of the centipede, impervious to the venom, spreading within the creature, extending. The centipede began to convulse, producing an astonishing sound from its mandibles. Venom splattered. In no time, it lay stiff on the ground, lifeless. Little White Lotus did not consume it. Instead, she distanced herself with a look of disdain, using the vines on her body to rummage through the centipede's interior, seemingly searching for something. Subsequently, she extracted a dark, glistening crystal, meticulously cleansing it with a clear vine sap before presenting it to Yu Jing, ignoring the astonished expressions of the Sea Clan and the Red Lotus, who were left speechless. Yu Jing dashed in front of Bai Yan, her expression radiating a sense of pride, as if seeking admiration. Bai Yan, take a look at this. Is it a crystal? Yu Jing smiled, her dark eyes sparkling, and a few glistening beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead, enhancing her delicate beauty that stirred his heart. A Jing is truly remarkable. This is a crystal, but you cannot absorb it. Would you accept it as a gift for your fierce beast? Bai Yan gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, took the black crystal that Yu Jing offered, and embraced her in his arms. His deep blue eyes reflected his growing desire for her, leaving him increasingly captivated. Yu Jing was unaware of Bai Yan's thoughts. Through this practical experience, she grasped the nuances of wielding power and perceived that this world was becoming increasingly fantastical. According to the attributes in the game, she belonged to the mage category, or perhaps the three divine races resembled mages in essence, albeit with varying skills. Orcs awakening their beast souls would resemble warriors, relying on their innate ferocity to overpower opponents. Those orcs who comprehended the elements suitable for them after awakening their beast souls could be seen as dual cultivators of magic and martial arts. Might there also be archers among the elves? Were the four sacred elves grand mages commanding the four elements? Contemplating this, she felt as though she had stepped into a gaming realm, which was quite intriguing. The next time she encountered Tuanzi, she would be sure to inquire further. Bai Yan gazed gently at Yu Jing's thoughtful countenance, which he found increasingly enchanting, stirring within him an unspoken affection. He effortlessly lifted her in his arms, paying no heed to the two orcs behind him, who were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment at Yu Jing's prowess. Chapter 61. The Fish That Cannot Walk. Third update. Enjoying dog food. Hello, lovely female. I am Hain. Are all the females on land as formidable as you? Hain's eyes shimmered like soft golden waters, and her voice was as melodious as a songstress. I am Hong Lian. That was my sister Yujing, the most powerful female in the world. She is unparalleled. The others are not worthy. Hong Lian's large, watery eyes brimmed with admiration, her foxtail swaying in delight, embodying the essence of an adorable maiden. Ah, I see. How fortunate I am to have encountered you. Do you have any food? I haven't eaten in several days. I can exchange some seashell crystals. Hain was genuinely famished, and though slightly embarrassed, she gathered the courage to ask. Are you from the endless sea? Hong Lian tilted her head, pondering the implications. What if taking him back displeased her sister Yujing? Though he was handsome, he appeared rather weak. After all, she relied on Yujing's protection. Yes, I hail from the western endless sea. Then come with me. Although you may be lacking in strength, you know the way, which is not entirely useless. Hong Lian nodded to herself, convinced that as long as he was somewhat stronger than her, Yujing would likely accept him as a guide. Unbeknownst to them, Hain, with his face flushed in indignation, was utterly humiliated by the implication of his inadequacy. How could a fish be deemed weak? It was already a grand achievement for him to leap upon the shore. As Hong Lian walked ahead and Hain followed, the latter's leisurely pace soon exasperated the impatient Hong Lian. She turned back, squatted down, and grasped Hain's ankles, pulling him forward with force, causing him to awkwardly split his legs. Hain's aquatic existence was becoming increasingly troublesome. Was she attempting to tear him apart? Feeling that they were separated too much, she tugged him closer, leading him step by step, repeating the process. Hain had never walked before. Though he yearned to learn by observing them, his instincts would not allow him to move. He felt a deep sense of despair. The merfolk royal family resided in the depths of the ocean, with no opportunity to practice walking as ordinary merfolk might. However, under Hong Lian's insistence, miraculously, Hain began to walk within just a few steps. The new experience filled him with joy, and he dashed forward with a speed that surpassed the wind. Now, it was Hong Lian's turn to feel vexed. Did this fellow know the way? Or did fish possess a keen sense of smell? How could he possibly find her after running so far? To Hong Lian's surprise, when she returned to the cave, Hain was already seated on the ground, enjoying roasted meat. He greeted her with a cheerful smile upon her return. Hong Lian swore that had it not been for his striking good looks, her little fist would have surely landed on Hain's face, for she had needlessly worried herself. Upon seeing Hong Lian return, Yujing beckoned her to take a seat. Just moments ago, she had been concerned about Bai Yan's swift departure and worried about the potential dangers Hong Lian might face from magical beasts while following closely behind. She was just about to venture out in search of her. Sister Yujing, he hails from the endless sea. Perhaps he can assist us in scouting the way. Hong Lian whispered mischievously into Yujing's ear. Yujing couldn't help but chuckle as she unwrapped the cloth bundle containing the spirit-infused coins. I know, she said directly. He just mentioned it earlier. The food was also paid for with these soul-imbued ores. I really need these. Indeed, if there were ores containing spiritual energy, it likely indicated the presence of undersea mines. If she could locate them, the energy within her body could potentially expand into a vast lake. At that point, she could freely experiment with her skills and perhaps even reach a state where her power became self-sustaining. Chapter 62. Bai Yin knows too much. Hain didn't dwell on it too much and instead smiled generously. You saved me. Once I return to the Sea Emperor's palace, I'll give you all the shell crystals I have. You're a merman from the Sea King's lineage? Bai Yin blurted out unexpectedly. He never imagined he'd encounter a Sea Emperor merman. It was as rare as stars falling from the sky. Yes. From the Western Sea royal family. Hain, however, seemed entirely indifferent, his attention solely fixed on the roasted meat in his hands. Are there many different races among merfolk? Hong Lian, unfamiliar with the subject and hesitant to ask Bai Yin, tugged at Hain's arm curiously. Well, it's hard to say whether there are many or few. Not exactly easy to explain. Hain appeared to struggle with giving a clear answer to this question. Yujing cast a glance at Bai Yin, her eyes brimming with significance. Bai Yin offered her the freshly grilled meat, which she nestled in her lap. The oceanic realm boasts a plethora of species, including mermaids. However, the Sea King lineage stands apart from all others. At this point, she glanced at Haini, who was devouring his food ravenously. Legends suggest that they are sheltered by the sea god, residing in an alternate world, impervious to the upheavals and wars of the terrestrial realm. Furthermore, it is said that each Sea King family possesses the ability to forge a Sea King star. As Bai Yin's words lingered in the air, Haini found himself unable to swallow the morsel he had bitten into, his face turning crimson as he struggled to breathe. Hong Lian hurriedly offered him a sip of water, patting him vigorously while exclaiming, How foolish. Why are you so worked up? Haini, regaining his breath, looked at Bai Yin with a face full of panic and stammered, Why you know far too much. Bai Yin merely responded with a mysterious smile, choosing not to engage with him further. Yujing, however, was acutely aware and felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that a Yin had truly awakened. Since when had this begun? Was it that fateful night? It appeared that a private conversation with him was imperative. Yet, she was also quite intrigued by the concept of the Aquaman star. What exactly was the Aquaman star? Hong Lian followed suit, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she gazed at Bai Yan. Hai Nye furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bai Yan's ethereal visage. He could not fathom that this terrestrial male was oblivious to the Aquaman star. Bai Yan, however, chose to disregard their stares, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you." Yu Jing's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she playfully delivered a light tap on Bai Yan's head. "Speak quickly, or I'll give you a beating." "Well, feel free to hit me wherever you like," Bai Yan replied, his smile growing even brighter as he grasped her raised little fist. Hain felt unable to swallow the grilled meat in his hands any longer. "Bro, could you refrain from bullying the single fish like this?" Hong Lian suddenly felt quite full. This display of affection was quite overwhelming. Yu Jing's frustration was palpable. Bai Yan was blatantly teasing her. It was infuriating. Her teeth ground in irritation. Bai Yan, however, relished the sight of her blushing face, finding it utterly enchanting. Noticing her displeasure, he quickly placed a gentle kiss upon her slightly flushed cheek. "I say, don't be angry. The Sea King Star allows females to transform into fish people, granting them soul power and extending their lifespans. The Sea King males begin to gather the Sea King Star from birth. It is the most precious gift for their future partners. Beyond that, I know little else." With a soft thud, Hain's grilled meat fell to the ground. In a mysterious tone, he crouched beside Bai Yan and inquired, "To be honest, I came out to play this time because I wanted to see if I could find any long-lost brothers. Could you possibly be my brother who went missing all those years ago?" Instantly, Yu Jing could not contain her laughter, wrapping her arms around Bai Yan's neck as she burst into joyful giggles, nearly bringing tears to her eyes at the absurdity of the situation. Bai Yan's expression darkened slightly as he coldly remarked, "You mermaids lay hundreds of eggs at a time, and very few survive. You might not actually have a brother." Yu Jing's laughter grew even more pronounced. Bai Yan would not leap about. However, Hainai, upon hearing this, wore a triumphant smile, declaring, "This time, you are utterly mistaken." "In what way?" Hong Lian inquired curiously, gazing at Hainai, whose serious demeanor resembled a blossoming flower upon his face. "Firstly, my father has meticulously counted. My mother laid a total of 1,245 eggs, and I am the last of them. Secondly, I have an elder brother, who was the very first egg laid by my mother. So how about that? You see, you were incorrect." Hainai raised his chin, tossing his gradient blue hair back with casual elegance, his delicate features brimming with determination, finally having caught Bai Yan in a mistake. He felt undeniably handsome. This time, not only Yu Jing but also Hong Lian was laughing uncontrollably, slapping the ground in amusement. Even Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback, his azure eyes shimmering, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, although he resolutely suppressed it. Heavens, where on earth did this jester come from? Chapter 63. The amusing Hainai seeing both females laughing at him. Hainai felt somewhat embarrassed. Was this truly so amusing? A hint of displeasure flickered within him as he settled back onto the ground, falling silent. Yu Jing was aware that this was not ideal. She cleared her throat and inquired about his departure from home and his plans for returning. They were to traverse the endless sea towards the snowy peaks. Seeing that Yu Jing was once again engaging with him, Hainye chose to overlook the previous incident, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his expression. "I left my kin to explore other oceanic realms, only to encounter a sea tornado. After escaping the vortex, I was pursued by the serpent fish. In the water, they were no match for me, yet their numbers forced me onto land, intent on seizing my Sea King Star. I then plunged into the misty lake, and they could do nothing further. Eventually, I encountered frenzied insect beasts chasing me, and then I found you." Hong Lian patted his shoulder and asked, "Aren't you cold with your bare torso? Have you ever seen a fish afraid of the cold?" Hainye shot a glance at Hong Lian. "Moreover, shouldn't the focus be on my plight?" The abrupt shift in topic caught him off guard. Hong Lian giggled, revealing two dimples, while Hainye scratched his head, finding her endearing despite her femininity. "If you wish to return, we shall accompany you. We can protect you on your journey home, and afterward, you could assist us in crossing the endless sea. What do you think?" This was precisely what Yu Jing contemplated. Having a merman's assistance would significantly mitigate the dangers of their voyage, alleviating her concerns about drifting aimlessly across the vast ocean. "That would be splendid. You are the strongest female I have encountered. I am in awe of you." Hainye smiled at Yu Jing, showcasing his pearly white teeth. His ethereal beauty, combined with such a radiant smile, was indeed mesmerizing. Bai Yan did not object. Although he disapproved of other males being near the little female, he would not allow his possessiveness to complicate matters for her. He understood that in her heart, he held an irreplaceable position. Of course, this was predicated on the male's lack of ill intentions towards her, and Hainye, being rather foolish, posed no threat in that regard. Hainye was perceptive enough to recognize that Yu Jing was a female with a mate. Though he admired her, he maintained a respectful distance. In the Sea King clan, their customs mirrored those of dolphins. A female would only have one male partner, requiring no formal contract. It was in their nature to possess only one mate throughout their lives. Accepting the Sea King Star from a male signified acceptance of him. To agree to become his mate, but remain apart would incur the wrath of the sea god. And losing the Sea King Star equated to losing half of one's soul power, which would profoundly impact the male. After tidying their belongings, The group set forth on their journey, buoyed by the presence of Hainia, the Navi fish, which dispelled their earlier gloom, particularly for Hong Lian, who remained cheerful throughout. Yujing felt a surge of joy at the sight of the current Hong Lian. Just a few days ago, the memory of Hong Lian was quite bittersweet. Every time Hong Lian smiled, her fox tail would sway playfully, an utterly delightful sight. Hong Lian, are you feeling weary? Hainai observed that the lively Hong Lian, who had been so chatty and cheerful in the morning, now appeared somewhat fatigued and silent. Yujing was acutely aware of Hong Lian's limited stamina. However, it was imperative to locate a place to rest for the night, for sleeping outdoors in this frigid weather was far from ideal. Hong Lian, understanding the situation, managed a strained smile, surprised that you had learned to walk so proficiently. Hearing Hong Lian's praise, Hainia's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, his pale golden eyes shimmering as he responded, "Thank you. I can hold your hand while we walk." "No need," Hong Lian retorted, "if you hold on to me, I'll only tire more." Once again, she criticized Hainia's foolishness, yet this time it seemed her imagination fell short. Hainia crouched down, his long, bluish-purple hair cascading around him. He pressed his slender, pale hands onto the snow, and an icy azure radiance enveloped him, causing a thick slab of ice to form beneath Hong Lian's feet. Rising to his feet, his fingers danced, summoning numerous snowflakes that swirled at his fingertips before transforming into droplets of water, encircling him, ultimately coalescing into a slender ice pillar, propelling Hong Lian forward at great speed. In the distance, one could still hear Hong Lian's screams, uncertain whether they stemmed from fear or delight. Who would have thought that this young man possessed such charm? Yujing gazed into the distance, marveling at the enchanting world that resembled an exquisite magic trick, both romantic and delightful. "Do you wish to join?" Bai Yin, perplexed by Yujing's words, assumed she too desired to partake in the amusement. "No, but Bai Yin, have you perhaps awakened?" As Hainia and Hong Lian had already ventured far ahead, Yujing finally voiced her thoughts. Chapter 64. The Origin of the Demon Clan. I have not truly awakened. It is merely the dreaming melody of the Feather Clan Saintess that has restored fragments of my former memories. Bai Yin did not conceal this revelation. His gaze fixed on the horizon, an unusual glimmer of concern evident in his eyes. Is it that dreaming melody which caused your amnesia that night? Why would the Feather Clan Saintess resort to such actions? Yujing found herself utterly bewildered by the thoughts of these beastmen. Were they to be considered foolish or naively innocent? The dreaming melody of the Feather Clan has the power to incite fratricidal conflict among soulless races. For those with souls, it merely confounds their will. When forcibly applied to me, however, it inadvertently awakened remnants of my demonic essence and ancestral memories, all of which should be intricately linked to the grand tapestry of the beast city, Senluo. Yujing felt a pang of anxiety. If Bai Yin were to awaken completely, would he forget her? Would they find themselves on opposing sides? Would their identities drive a wedge between them? Bai Yin discerned her thoughts and tenderly took her hand, planting a gentle kiss upon it. "Fear not, I am merely your fierce beast. Since encountering you, I desire nothing else. In this world, I long to exist where you are. Rather than pursuing the title of a demon offspring, it brings me greater joy to craft garments for you. Once I return you to the Elven clan and secure the barriers of the demon realm, let us find a place you adore, and together, we shall raise many little ones, shall we?" Bai Yan's voice was soothing, his silver hair dancing in the gentle breeze, his eyes brimming with overflowing tenderness. He feared not the awakening of the demon god, nor the schemes of Senluo. His only concern was the hint of sorrow etched upon the brow of his beloved. Yujing softly hummed, wrapping her arms around Bai Yan's slender waist, leaning against his chest, listening to his heartbeat and inhaling his scent. Her restless heart quickly found solace. She was unafraid of the world's strangeness, nor of the mystical races, and she feared not the treacherous paths that lay ahead. Her only fear was the absence of Bai Yan, and where her heart would find its home. As long as Bai Yan was by her side, she possessed the courage to face anything. She intended to journey to the elven race. Though she was no savior, her identity carried a responsibility, and she would not place herself in a perilous world. She understood that the clarion call for battle had already resounded. For Bai Yan, for the dumpling, and for the future, she would do everything within her power to protect this world. Along the way, Yujing inquired about many aspects of the demon race, learning why the beastmen harbored such fear of the demon kin. It was said that originally, there was no demon race. The four hidden races, the Feathered Clan, the Elven Clan, the Snow Clan, and the Sea Monarch Clan, rarely ventured into the realm of the beastmen. For the beastmen, the only race they despised was the Insect Clan, which fortunately resided in the dark and remote eastern realm of the insect abyss, encountered only on rare occasions. However, one fateful day, in the heart of the Moonlight Continent, the earth trembled and split, and from the forests emerged a dark pool that occasionally expelled orbs exuding black mist. An unwitting beastman from a certain tribe stumbled upon one of these orbs and consumed it, unexpectedly gaining immense power. He safeguarded the demon pool, and as he consumed more and more of the demon orbs, he became increasingly brutal, developing a taste for beastmen. With his growing strength, He began to capture beastmen for his consumption, becoming increasingly discerning, favoring tender cubs and the mightiest of beastmen. It was not until some beastmen sought aid from the snow and feathered holy clans that he was finally slain. However, by that time, it was too late. The unconsumed demon orbs soon transformed into demon kin, devoid of thought, sight, pain, or emotion. Their sole purpose was to feed. And only through consuming vast numbers of beastmen could they attain the five senses and awareness. Like locusts, they devoured everything in their path, leaving only the oceans untouched. The demon kin felt no pain, no fear of death, akin to lifeless wraiths, presenting a formidable challenge for ordinary beastmen. Even the snow and feathered clans suffered significant losses, their millennia-old foundations ravaged, with half their numbers decimated. Gradually, the demon kin seized control of the world, giving rise to the first demon with a soul, named Naga, who commanded 4 demon generals born of demonic hearts, Jialan, Jiayin, Jiamai, and Jiachue. Beneath these generals were hundreds of demon commanders, thousands of demon warriors, and an uncountable number of demon soldiers. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, a faceless demon emerged from the demon pool, proclaiming himself a servant of the demon god, demanding the sacrifice of beastmen's souls to awaken the demon god, promising eternal sustenance and undying souls in return. The power of this self-proclaimed servant of the demon god instilled trust among the demons, compelling them to obey. Thus, the entire continent was transformed into a slaughterhouse for the demon race. Yet if the demon kin were the nightmare of the beastmen, the elven race was undoubtedly the nightmare of the demon kin. The elves possessed divinely bestowed powers, requiring no direct confrontation with the demon kin. Armed solely with their formidable sealing abilities, they, alongside the snow and feathered clans, managed to confine the demon horde within the eastern insect domain, which was originally the stronghold of the insect clan and subsequently renamed the demon domain. Bai Yan's memories were unclear, mere fragments, yet sufficient for Yu Jing to grasp the essence of this tale. Chapter 65. Do not expect the beastmen to hold their ground. Yu Jing resolved to ignore him, as the more she engaged, the more he seemed to take it for granted. She nestled deeper into his warm embrace, tightening her legs to deter any movement on his part. After a long day of walking, exhaustion enveloped her, compelling her to seek slumber. Yet, while her dreams were idyllic, the allure of fantasy proved to be irresistible. In the dead of night, Yu Jing awoke, startled and drenched. Bewildered, she pondered when she had last bathed. Bai Yan, is your beast form truly so limited? She mused. How did you manage to soak my hair? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? With fiery eyes, Yu Jing posed a series of questions. As for Bai Yan, with his innocent blue eyes, he expressed his bewilderment, offering his tiger ears for Yu Jing to rub. What followed was a tempestuous outburst from Yu Jing. Fortunately, they were situated quite far from Hong Lian and the others, and Haina was peacefully slumbering in the water. Otherwise, this old face would truly be at a loss. A beast is merely a beast. One should not expect them to maintain composure, and the ethereal beings in the painting are no exception. Yu Jing was exasperated. While Bai Yan seemed to maintain an aloof demeanor towards everything, his expression as frigid as an eternal iceberg. Yet, in this particular aspect, he exhibited an overwhelming affection that was almost suffocating. Bai Yan obediently boiled water and tended to her, unable to restrain himself. His little mate was intoxicating, and he had succumbed to her allure far too deeply. Holding her close was a constant torment for him. Just as he finished tidying up the sticky remnants, he heard splashes emanating from the water. The surface of the lake, shrouded in mist, revealed several shadowy figures moving about. Suddenly, Heinai shouted, "Why is it you again?" Accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle, the splashing water inadvertently drenched Hong Lian, who was not far from the shore, leaving her thoroughly soaked and chilled to the bone. Dazed, she emerged from her sleeping bag, but before she could reach Yu Jing, a curtain of water cascaded down from above, drenching her completely. The battle in the water was intense, yet those on the shore could not discern the details. Not only was Hong Lian flustered, but Yu Jing also felt a twinge of anxiety. What was happening? She glanced towards Bai Yan for help, who responded with a reassuring expression, indicating that all was well. As time passed, the conflict in the lake showed no signs of abating. Bai Yan, seemingly impatient, coldly remarked, "Continue your fight, and wait until they exhaust your soul power. I will have Hong Lian collect your remains." But they were all members of the Sea Clan. Oh, why are they so brutal? Don't hit my tail. Heinai's fragmented voice could be heard amidst the fog, clearly in good spirits despite the prolonged battle. Was it possible he didn't wish to kill the beast? Yu Jing expressed that she had never encountered such an adorably Na'vi beastman before. Unsure of what to say, she could only conclude that this creature had survived thus far solely by luck. Hong Lian failed to grasp Bai Yan's intention. Upon hearing Bai Yan instruct her to retrieve Hainya's body, she became even more anxious. She rushed to the shore and shouted, "Hainya, you must come ashore quickly. Once you reach the land, Sister Yu Jing and the others will help you. Hurry." Desperately peering into the mist, she could see nothing. Suddenly, A wave shimmering with blue light surged towards Hong Lian from the lake's surface. Yujing attempted to reach out for help, but was stopped by Bai Yan, who signaled her to remain calm. Hong Lian was struck by a wave and suddenly swept away, choking on the water, unable to cry out. Heh. This terrestrial female is quite appealing. She would surely please the Sea Serpent King. The speaker was a serpentine merman, possessing the upper body of a human and a tail as thick and long as that of a python. His pursuit of Hain had ceased as he keenly observed Honglian's exquisite form. Hurry and release Honglian. Otherwise, I shall be enraged. Hain exclaimed anxiously, believing that this group of mermen sought only to seize the Sea King's star and would let her go afterward, never anticipating they would capture Honglian as well. Or else what? With your meager abilities, we chased you for days without you managing to produce a single sound. What do you think will happen? The merman mocked, raising a watery blade toward Hain, who swiftly dodged. Chapter 66. Incredible Hain. It is all your fault. You have forced my hand. We are both of the sea. Killing you serves no purpose. Why must you compel me? Hain murmured, lowering his head, his melodious voice filled with sorrow and reluctance. Just you? Ha. Let us hurry, seize the Sea King's star, and take this female back to satisfy the Serpent King. We shall surely reap great rewards. Then perish. Hain suddenly lifted his head, his gentle, pale golden eyes transforming into deep golden vertical slits. Beneath his fishtail lay a soul aura unlike that of beastmen, shimmering with the colors of a mesmerizing aurora. His formidable soul power illuminated the entire bottom of the thousand-mist lake, as if the lake's depths were a starry sky aglow with radiant hues. The mist around him surged wildly, and in mere moments, it had entirely cleared the fog covering the lake's surface. Before him, a vortex of mist began to take shape. As he gestured, the whirlwind roared past, causing the water on the lake's surface to boil, a colossal waterspout shooting skyward amidst the tempest. Within the confines of his absolute soul aura domain, the 6 mermen were utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger. Hain's azure and violet-scaled tail splashed against the lake's surface, leaping forth to embrace Honglian in a single bound, allowing the serpents behind him to be torn apart by the water tornado, their chilling screams echoing. The blood splattered into the lake, gradually fading, disappearing. The mist began to rise gently once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yujing has finally come to believe in Bai Yan's malevolence. The power and intellect of Haina are utterly disproportionate. The sheer terror of such formidable might is akin to a lethal weapon, an absolute instrument of destruction. Although she may not fully comprehend this world, she realizes that while her vines possess great strength, her current control allows her to manage only one individual at a time. Once the little white lotus has consumed its fill, it requires time to digest. If the adversary's number 2 and reacts swiftly, she lacks the confidence to ensnare even one. And Haina, with her capacity for area attacks, can obliterate any number of foes with ease. She suddenly feels that her previous confidence was misplaced. If her opponent is Haina, it matters little whether the little white lotus can extend in the cold waters, as Haina's remarkable ability to manipulate the lake's waters would easily send her vines crashing back. Haina, cradling the crimson lotus, emerged ashore and gently patted her back. The crimson lotus coughed up the water that had choked her throat, shivering uncontrollably as she exclaimed, "What took you so long? Are you foolish? Why didn't you strike sooner? You nearly cost me my life." Haina scratched her head, pondering that they were not mere prey. It was quite unfortunate for everyone involved in this conflict among the sea tribes. In a fit of rage, the crimson lotus kicked Haina, causing her to stagger, before casting a pitiful glance at Yujing. "Sister Yujing, please bring me a garment. I feel as though I shall freeze to death." Yujing first handed her the fur blanket, allowing Bai Yan to gather some dry twigs to rekindle the bonfire, which provided a semblance of warmth to Honglian. Hainian, seemingly in a contemplative state, once again immersed herself in the lake, perhaps seeking atonement for her transgressions. "Bai Yan, do you think the Sea Emperor's merfolk are truly that formidable?" "Not as formidable as me. Their strength diminishes significantly upon reaching land," Bai Yan replied with a light chuckle, cradling Yujing in his arms, clearly disapproving of the notion that other males could surpass him. "Can you do the same in the water?" Yujing blinked in disbelief. This time, Bai Yan was not pleased. "I shall challenge him." No. I know you're strong, but getting wet would be uncomfortable." Yujing hastily grasped Bai Yan's hand, secretly eager to witness his magnificent prowess in battle amidst the water, wondering if he would appear equally striking. Considering Bai Yan's formidable control over the lightning element and the conductivity of water, it would undoubtedly be impressive. Indeed, her Bai Yan was the most exceptional. Certainly, as dawn was still far off, following this brief interlude, the group remained vigilant. Hainai volunteered to keep watch through the night, while Honglian changed into her attire to take a moment of rest. Yujing nestled in Bai Yan's embrace, listening to the soft murmurs of the waters, soon drifting into slumber. Chapter 67. The Demon Lord, Qi, however, in the wilds of the Eastern Domain. The realm of demons possesses a different kind of splendid beauty. With black mandalas sprawling across the earth, their petals adorned with a crystalline frost from the biting cold. In the sunlight, they shimmer resplendently. The frigid wind dances through the flower sea, carrying fine shards of ice into the majestic, dark palace of the demon god, causing the tranquil black pool at the center of the palace to ripple in gentle waves. Contrary to the orc's assumptions, the demon lord's palace is not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it can be described as luminous, with fist-sized pearls embedded in the ebony walls, sourced from the merfolk. Surrounding the central black pool are countless azure flames, eternally burning, fed by the oil of the royal merfolk. Ascending from the black pool, traversing several steps, one finds a bed adorned with fiery light feathers, seemingly untouched for ages, covered in dust. Jia Mei brushed the dust from the feathers. Unlike her appearance when meeting Senluo, she now donned a white veil that gracefully enveloped her exquisite form, maintaining an air of elegance. Her gaze was distant, as if lost in recollection. Jia Yin, the demon's servant, announced, "My king has returned. You must seek him out." As her voice echoed, the once calm surface of the water erupted into a frenzy, and 3 unclad demons emerged from the pool, their feet marked with mysterious black patterns. Gliding effortlessly across the water's surface without causing a ripple, Jiaqi, remain here to guard the newly birthed demon pearls. Jialan, continue your efforts to capture orcs and sacrifice their souls to aid in the awakening of the demon god. We shall soon shed our blood once more to assist Jia Yin in her successful departure. Our strength pales in comparison to the demon warriors and guardians. The price we pay is too steep. The current king is likely weakened. It would be prudent to send a demon warrior to retrieve him. Moreover, upon his awakening, he would not need to heed the servant's call to summon the demon god, would he? Capturing so many orcs without the means to consume them is exasperating. The speaker was Jia Yin, a female demon, resembling Jia Mei with her white hair and black eyes, yet her visage was pure, marked only by a few magical patterns on her right ear. Her words drew a sarcastic retort from the male demon Jiaqi beside her. To disregard the servant's orders is to court oblivion. If you wish to perish, do so alone, and do not drag us down with you. Jiaqi's words rang true. To escape this confinement, they must heed the servant's call to awaken the demon god. The servant insisted that the king must be found, though the reasons remained undisclosed. Surely tied to the resurrection of the demon god, Jia Mei calmly assessed. Indeed, we have languished in this black prison for far too long, reveling in the taste of blood and the thrill of tearing apart orc souls. Had it not been for Senluo's need for demon pearls in exchange for life, we would be confined even longer. The opportunity has finally arrived. I understand. I shall bring the king back, Jia Yin responded, her head bowed, her eyes ablaze with determination. Among us, your strength is the weakest, yet you are favored with such a fortunate task. I envy you for the chance to feast upon a hearty meal upon your return. Jialan leaned against a pillar within the palace, clearly dissatisfied with the distribution of roles. Why should the chance to hunt fall upon the weakest demon servant among them? It is precisely because you are the weakest that you have this opportunity. Moreover, your enchanting voice can easily beguile the orcs outside, providing us with information. Jia Mei paused, then instructed, Jia Yin, alter your appearance and take a pouch of demon pearls. If there is no news, you may seek assistance from Senluo in the city of 10,000 beasts to the south. Remember, do not reveal your identity unless in dire circumstances. Especially do not offend the Feather Clan. Else, we shall face the wrath of the servant, and destruction will surely follow. Jialan scoffed, a plume of black smoke emanating from his palm, coalescing into a figure that writhed as if struggling against unseen chains. The black pool began to bubble once more, this time revealing 2 soulless orcs, their eyes vacant and their bodies rigid. One bore its head twisted in an unnatural manner. They were devoid of spirit, mere shells of their former selves. Yet when the demon souls entered them, they began to contort grotesquely, emitting sharp cracking sounds before kneeling before Jialan. Prostrating at his feet, Jialan chuckled, squatting down to grasp one orc's russet hair, twisting it with a satisfying crack to align the head, then patted it with great satisfaction. If Hong Lian were here, she would surely recognize him. That is Qi Yi. Chapter 68. Departure on a misty morning. Yujing pushed aside Bai Yin as plush paw to gaze outside, where the surroundings were shrouded in a thick fog. Awake? Bai Yin's soft, warm tongue gently licked Yujing's face. We shall gather some wood to construct a raft and hunt for our sustenance. Yujing pondered, considering that traversing the Qianwu Lake to reach the endless sea was too distant. It would be more prudent to directly navigate through the lake's channel into the vast ocean. Bai Yinhu cast a glance towards the direction of Qianwu Lake, his tone tinged with a hint of delight. Very well, we shall part ways with them. That royal mermaid has already prepared one in advance. Prepared one already? When did he become so astute? Yujing was taken aback, wondering if Hai Nye was truly that remarkable. Bai Yin gently elucidated that ordinary female sea dwellers, upon reaching adulthood, no longer possessed their beastly forms, which led most of them to inhabit the islands. Thus, the endless sea was far from deserted. In fact, it could be described as quite lively, with numerous islands and tribes scattered throughout. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Hai Nye could craft a boat. as it was an essential item prepared for the adult females of the sea tribe. After hearing Bai Yan's explanation, it seemed that the journey would not be dull. "Come and see Hong Lian. She appears to be unwell," came Hanya's somewhat anxious voice from not far away. "She must have caught a chill yesterday. Bai Yan, please help me over. I have some medicine in my bag." Yu Jing held Bai Yan's hand, enveloped in thick fog, which rendered the surroundings a ghostly white. As she touched Hong Lian's forehead, it was indeed burning with fever. It was truly unfortunate to be ill at this moment. She had assumed that the body of a beastman would be robust. Had she known, she would have insisted that Hong Lian drink more hot water last night. "Haina, could you possibly disperse this fog? I need to prepare some hot water and medicine for Hong Lian. But the humidity is so oppressive that I cannot even light a fire." Yu Jing recalled the skill Haina had demonstrated yesterday and inquired tentatively. In response to her question, Haina remained silent, leaping directly into the frigid waters of Qianwu Lake. Instantly, the surrounding fog surged towards Haina, coalescing into a substantial misty sphere in his grasp. Only then could Yu Jing discern the true visage of Hong Lian. Her face bore a slight flush, yet her lips were pallid. Bai Yan utilized his soul energy to dry the branches and boil water. He administered the few remaining pills to her and offered some warm water, allowing her to gradually regain consciousness. Supporting her head, she spoke in a hoarse voice, "Sister Yu Jing, I have caused you trouble. It is of no consequence. We shall rest here for a day, and we will depart once you have fully recovered." Yu Jing is a candid individual, undeniably troublesome at times. However, the troubles brought by Hong Lian, which bestow upon her immense joy, can be effortlessly disregarded. "I believe we should indeed proceed. For the endless sea is far warmer than Thousand Mist Lake." Bai Yan furrowed his brow, feeling the biting cold of the surroundings. During their conversation, the mist on Hai Ni's side had nearly solidified. With a casual toss into the air, a sudden downpour erupted on the tranquil lake surface. To this, Yu Jing could only exclaim in awe, "Remarkable! The West Sea Dragon King is truly unmatched." At that moment, Hong Lian was equally astounded, recalling the events of the previous night and the consensus reached with Yu Jing. Were it not for such formidable power, Hai Ni's clumsiness would have left his survival to mere luck. Upon noticing that Hong Lian had awakened, Hai and I hurriedly approached to inquire about her condition. Hong Lian, in a huff, ignored him, while Yu Jing smiled, observing the two before her, a scene reminiscent of a love-struck suitor and an indifferent maiden. Jing, wait for me here and do not wander off." Bai Yan seemed to recall something, removing his outer garment and plunging into the frigid depths of the lake, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Yan, be quick, it's very cold." Though Yu Jing was curious about Bai Yan's intentions, she was equally worried he might succumb to the chill. Fortunately, Bai Yan was swift, not keeping Yu Jing waiting for long. As he emerged from the icy waters, she wrapped him in a fur blanket to shield his damp form. Bai Yan felt warmth envelop him as his icy fingers brushed against Yu Jing's cheek, while his other hand cradled 6 grape-sized obsidian stones, soul crystals from the merfolk that had perished yesterday. Consuming these would allow the beastmen to breathe underwater for a short duration, and they would also benefit Hong Lian's ailment. "Then you should let Hai and I dive. He is not afraid of the cold," Yu Jing remarked, a frown of discontent forming on her face, puzzled by Bai Yan's foolishness. Hai and I chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "I rely on my sense of smell underwater. My eyesight is rather poor. If you ask me to find such tiny stones, it could take until nightfall, brother. You are truly remarkable." "How did I not think of this?" Bai Yan's forehead twitched slightly at the address. "I am not your brother." Hai and I pondered seriously for a moment. "Then shall I be the younger brother?" "It cannot be," as the younger sister before he could finish. Bai Yan seized his leg and hurled him back into Thousand Mist Lake once more. Yu Jing stifled a laugh, exasperated by Haina's confusion regarding familial ties, that befuddled fish. Since Yu Jing's hands could not directly touch the crystal, Bai Yan tossed one to Hong Lian and stuffed the rest into the pockets of Yu Jing's cloak, a request she had specifically made. When Haina emerged from the lake, still obstinate, he clung to Bai Yan, addressing him as brother incessantly. If not for Yu Jing's restraint, Haina would have been tossed overboard at least 20 times. Yet, Haina harbored his own thoughts. Bai Yan's profound understanding of the Sea King clan and his elusive power suggested he might unravel the mysteries and save the future of the Sea King lineage. But now was not the time to speak of such matters. Chapter 69. The fragile friendship. Hong Lian consumed the merfolk's soul crystal, finding it far more effective than any over-the-counter medication, and soon her fever subsided. She gazed at Bai Yan with gratitude. As for Haina, the foolish fish, it was best left unattended for now. The group tidied their belongings, prepared some fresh water provisions, and set sail towards the boundless sea. This was not Yu Jing's first boat ride, but it was undoubtedly the most exhilarating. Bai Yan propelled the vessel, his tall, slender frame silhouetted against the sea breeze, his silver hair billowing, features strikingly clear, and skin as radiant as jade. In the distance, the sunlit sea appeared as if scattered with shimmering silver flakes or crumpled emerald satin, merging seamlessly with the sky, an endless expanse of beauty. Truly, a splendid scene complemented by a handsome figure. What a marvel! Alas, without a camera, Yujing couldn't help but feel that modern life had its advantages. In stark contrast to Yujing's serene elegance, Haina was full of life and energy. His inherently goofy personality shone through. Hong Lian, brimming with curiosity about the ocean, blinked her wide eyes, fearful of missing any excitement. The water was warm and glistening, and her fascination grew as she busied herself on the boat, lost in joy. Clumsy in her rowing, Haina, seeing Hong Lian's delight, joined in her antics, diving in to retrieve shells and sea clams, knowing full well that those clams could bite. Unbeknownst to Hong Lian, her fascination with the beautiful seashells led to the clam seizing her tail from behind. She yelped in pain. The boat rocked precariously, nearly capsizing on several occasions. Indeed, it had flipped completely more than once, though many times it had only tilted dangerously close to tipping over. Haina, having never encountered a clam's bite before, danced around Hong Lian, drenched in sweat, attempting to pry the clam open, only to find it clamping tighter. Fearing for Hong Lian's tail, he hesitated to use force. Yujing found amusement in the situation, as Hong Lian's tail had recently endured quite a bit of suffering. With a gaze filled with pleading, she turned to Bai Yan, imploring, Yan, could you lend her a hand? Bai Yan crouched down, gesturing towards his own cheek. His intention unmistakable, he desired a reward. Yujing's dark eyes sparkled brightly as she planted a sweet kiss. Bai Yan, brimming with pride, casually unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck a clam. The stunned clam immediately opened its mouth, feigning death. Hong Lian, saved, held it in her hands and blew on it, letting out soft cries of pain. Haina, unable to coax Hong Lian, recognized his own fault and vented his frustration on the dazed clam, lifting it with all his might and hurling it towards the azure sky. The gray arc it traced pierced through the clouds. Haina's strength was indeed remarkable. In a Chinese odyssey, Master Tang had once advised his beloved disciple not to carelessly discard items, for it would pollute the environment. What if it fell upon a child? Even if it didn't it would still harm the delicate flowers and plants. Clearly, Haina lacked the guidance that Wukong received from his master, and thus he was oblivious to this principle. Consequently, with that toss, 3 unidentified objects plummeted from the sky. Quite coincidentally, they landed on his boat. And, quite fortuitously, the boat capsized once more. Ignoring the mysterious objects, Haina swiftly retrieved the water-averse Hong Lian, who spluttered water and blushed, declaring she would never board his friendship vessel again. Just then, a gigantic eagle suddenly surged from the water. Its eyes, swollen and bloodshot, glared fiercely at Haina. Without hesitation, it charged directly at him. Haina reacted swiftly, instinctively manipulating the seawater. A wave infused with blue soul energy surged towards the beast. I shall strip. Hong Lian flailed in the water, having fallen in so many times that she had finally mastered the dog paddle. This time, Bai Yan did not hold back, transforming into a white tiger as he leaped on a Haina's boat, then propelled himself backward with a powerful kick. Leaping even higher than the giant eagle, like a streak of lightning, he left a white trail in the air. He clamped his jaws around the eagle's neck, blood raining down from above, spreading across the sea's surface. Bai Yan's massive form plunged into the water, creating a tumult of white splashes. Under Yujing's astonished gaze, he devoured the giant eagle. Bai Yan, using the water's buoyancy, leapt onto Yujing's boat, his eyes filled with remorse, resembling a child who had erred. Timidly murmuring, I'm sorry, Yujing, I couldn't control myself. Indeed, after awakening his beast soul, the scent of beastmen's blood awakened a primal desire within him. He had thought he could master it, but alas, he fell short. Yujing gently stroked his tiger's head. In this savage era, Bai Yan had altered much for him. However, Bai Yan was not one to act impulsively. Thus he inquired, is it truly necessary to slay it? He is of the Eagle clan, and should he witness us, he might relay news back home. Bai Yan's azure eyes glimmered with a profound depth. He disdained any disturbance to the delicate female, for in his eyes, there was not a single noble beast among the Eagle clan. Yujing nodded. She had indeed slain the holy maiden of the Feather clan. At this moment, she needed to be wary of the threats that soared above. It was her oversight. Bai Yan's throat moved as he expelled a dark crystal from his mouth, placing it gently into Yujing's palm. Though diminutive in size, it contained a greater essence of spiritual power than that of the beast crystals. The moment Yujing came into contact with the soul crystal, her inner soul power surged, filling her substantially. In a hushed tone, she inquired, what is the level of the eagle beast soul? Approximately 5 circles. Bai Yan smiled. Content that it was beneficial for Yujing. A look of astonishment crossed Yujing's serene face. Bai Yan, how many circles do you possess now? She recalled that during their time in the beast city, Bai Yan's soul halo had nearly reached 5 circles. Now, slaying a 5-circle eagle beast seemed as effortless as chopping vegetables. None, Bai Yan replied helplessly, unabashedly revealing his soul halo. Beneath his feet, only a solitary circle of blue stars radiated, resembling the night sky, while the outermost layer remained ensconced in a pattern of green thorns. How remarkably pristine. Yujing rested her chin on her hand, nodding gently. believing that Bai Yin had likely grown strong enough to no longer require the beast soul. Bai Yin concealed his soul halo. In his current battles, there was no need to display it, as it had altogether vanished. If he were to awaken the demon soul, it seemed that even the stars would be absent. There was little to be done. His soul was not of a beast, but of a demon. Sister Yujing, please take a look at Hain. It appears he has vanished. As Yujing pondered the matter concerning Bai Yin, a somewhat anxious voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. How could this be? She directed her gaze upon the surface of the water, which appeared crystal clear, yet offered little insight into its depths. Indeed, there was no sign of Hain yet to be found. Bai Yin, can you sense where he is? He's beneath the water. And there is also the presence of a female. It seems the Eagle tribe has recently captured a female from the Sea clan, which that fellow inadvertently caused to fall. Bai Yin too glanced towards the depths, his eyes reflecting impatience. This royal merman truly knows how to stir up trouble. Upon hearing Bai Yin's words, Hong Lian felt a surge of anger. How could he silently seek out another female? She herself was puzzled by her own emotions, yet she was irrefutably vexed. When he returns, I shall ignore him completely. When Hainya finally emerged from the water, the sight that greeted him was that of an irate Hong Lian, which immediately struck him as utterly adorable. He playfully poked her puffed cheek with his finger. Simultaneously, a youthful female from the Sea clan, appearing to be in her teens and possessing a fishtail, affectionately grasped Hainya's arm and inquired, "Is this Big Brother's female?" Chapter 71. An invitation. Hong Lian cast a glance at the girl, noting her tender age and immaturity, which inexplicably lightened her mood. "I am not this foolish creature's female," she retorted disdainfully. The young female beamed with delight, coveting a glance at the Sea King's star adorning Hainya's navel, before swiftly diverting her gaze. "That is wonderful. It was Big Brother who saved me. I shall be of age in a year. I want to be Big Brother's female." "Humph. What does that have to do with me? Why tell me?" Hong Lian replied testily, refusing to even glance at the blooming smile of the Sea clan female. Hainya, transforming into his human form, awkwardly led the Sea clan female onto the ship, his expression fraught with embarrassment, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Yujing observed the visibly distressed Hong Lian and surmised that Hong Lian had developed an interest in Haiyan. It was not entirely surprising. After all, Hong Lian's inherently innocent and spirited nature mirrored that of Haina, suggesting a mutual affinity. Yet, the sudden emergence of this underage female was perplexing. She had no intention of accommodating another enigmatic individual. "Haina, if you wish to bring her along, we shall part ways. One Hong Lian is sufficient to occupy her concerns. Given Bai Yan's formidable strength, having Hainu as a guide is merely a luxury. Introducing an additional complication is unacceptable." "Ah, so your name is Haina, and I am Meisha. Why must we travel together? They are not of the Sea clan. Separating is ideal. Let us journey together. I will take you to my tribe, where there is an abundance of delectable treats." Meisha clung to Haina's arm, displaying an unreserved familiarity. Noticing Haina's silence, Hong Lian's frustration flared. "Yujing Jiejia, steer your boat closer. We are leaving." "Wait, Hong Lian. I do not wish to bring her along either, but my father advised against dismissing a female's request lightly." Haina turned to Yujing, seeking assistance, utterly bewildered. Yujing cast a meaningful glance at Haina, raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, and departed. However, to his surprise, Haina seized the tail of Yujing's boat. His eyes filled with an earnest plea. He felt compelled to escort Yujing and her companions to the Sea Emperor's palace, for he was counting on Bai Yin to help them uncover the grave issues plaguing their tribe. Moreover, he genuinely could not bear to part with Hong Lian, who held an even greater significance for him. "Big brother, big sister, I apologize. I should have considered things more carefully. In truth, you merely need to take me back to my tribe. It is not far, just ahead in your direction, and we can rest well tonight. You are friends of Haina, and I will ensure your well-being. It would be perfectly fine to leave tomorrow." Misha, unlike the foolish Haina, swiftly altered her demeanor, becoming exceedingly sincere, extending a heartfelt invitation as a gracious host would to her guests. The Navi Haina, upon hearing this, found her reasoning compelling and eagerly nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Hong Lian, you did not rest well last night. How about you sleep well on the island today? We can depart together tomorrow." Yujing was indifferent. Since it had been expressed, it would be impolite to decline. Spending the night on the island was, after all, a commendable choice. As for Misha, she was clearly a scheming siren, likely intent on clinging to Hainya. Unlike the Navi beastmen, Misha's concealed avarice could hardly escape her discerning gaze. The eyes of an individual are seldom deceitful, and that holds true for beasts as well. Hong Lian's eyes were undoubtedly pure and clear, which led her to believe Misha's deceptive words, even finding her to be somewhat agreeable. The atmosphere lightened momentarily. However, whether a restful slumber could truly be achieved remained a question mark. Chapter 72. The Sea Tribe. Although Hong Lian found that the female mermaid was no longer as bothersome, she still harbored resentment towards Hainya. Sullenly seated on Yujing's boat, she remained silent, lacking the enthusiasm she once had. Yujing smiled faintly, remaining silent. The two individuals before her, Haina, accompanied by Misa, felt a certain discomfort in his heart. Misa was undeniably beautiful, possessing a beguiling charm. However, in Haina's eyes, her flaws were apparent. Her eyes lacked the brilliance of Honglian, and though her skin was fairer, it lacked the vitality that Honglian exuded. Her long, orange-red hair could not compete with Honglian's short, brown locks, which were both playful and endearing. And let us not forget Honglian's adorably fluffy tail. In short, to Haina, Misa paled in comparison to Honglian. He had no desire to claim Misa as his mate. Noticing Haina's gaze upon her, Misa felt a surge of joy and tentatively inquired, "Haina, which tribe do you belong to?" "The Sea King clan." Haina's reply was brief and lacking enthusiasm, yet it sent ripples of excitement through Misa's heart. She had initially thought her day was going poorly, but instead, she stumbled upon incredible fortune. Indeed, he was the Sea King's star, a being capable of granting longevity and soul power to females. The best part was, she would have to pay no price for it. "Haina, you are truly remarkable. The Sea King clan is the most mysterious and noble of all tribes. Once we become mates, will you take me with you?" Misa gazed at Haina with admiration dancing in her eyes, her smile radiant. However, Haina's expression shifted abruptly. "The Sea King clan does not welcome outsiders. Our females can only have one mate for life, unlike your South Sea mermaids." He had heard tales of the South Sea mermaids. Females oftentimes had numerous mating partners, indulging together for days until their bellies were full. The mere thought of it sent shivers down Haina's spine, filling him with revulsion. Upon receiving Haina's outright rejection, Misa's countenance faltered momentarily, yet she quickly brightened, her smile even more dazzling. "Please don't be upset, Haina. I was merely jesting. Thank you for saving me. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast of delicious fish roe for you and your friends." This softened Haina's heart a bit, and he responded with a non-committal hum. Misa's tribe was indeed nearby, and before long, they approached a cluster of islands. From a distance, 3 or 4 verdant oases appeared to coalesce, resembling modern-day paradises, coconut palms casting shadows, crystal-clear waters lapping against white sands, a veritable haven for vacationers. As the boat drew closer, towering coconut trees and lush banyan groves came into view, alongside sea mangoes and wild pineapples. Yujing was elated. It had been ages since she had savored fresh fruit. Notably, the temperature here was pleasantly mild, hovering around a comfortable 10 degrees. Could it be that this world also had tropical and subtropical climates? Upon reaching the shore, Yujing joyfully urged Bai Yin to fetch a coconut. She discreetly summoned Xiabalian to fashion her a hollow vine, and the refreshing sweetness was simply divine. As a glutton, how could Honglian resist such a treat? Yujing knew it would be delightful. With a pitiful gaze directed at Bai Yin, he initially intended to ignore her. Yet, realizing that even if he declined, Yujing would still enlist his help shortly, he reluctantly decided to show kindness, plucking 7 or 8 coconuts to toss to Honglian. With the straw Yujing offered, Honglian indulged, exclaiming, "Sister Yujing, have you been to the sea before? How did you know this would taste so good? It's truly delicious." Yujing playfully pinched the adorable nose of Honglian, exclaiming that this delightful item, once opened, would make the meat even more delectable. "Let's give it a try tonight." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Bai Yan's azure eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 73, The Sea Tribe. Bai Yan and Honglian, captivated by the thought of the scrumptious feast Yujing described, were practically drooling, eagerly nodding in agreement. However, to Misha, they appeared rather uncouth, like country bumpkins. She continued to hold onto Haina's arm, inwardly mocking Yujing and Honglian for their lack of worldly experience, yet her smile remained radiant. "Allow me to take you to my home first. It is quite spacious, and you may rest there." Yujing and others expressed no objections, bringing along several coconuts and a myriad of bags as they advanced towards the cluster of wooden and stone houses ahead. The group arrived at the foot of a prominent hill and pushed open the gate to a simple courtyard. Indeed, it was quite spacious. There were over a dozen wooden cabins made of lightweight timber, with the central structure being the largest, measuring several meters in length. Unlike the buildings in Beast City or other places, the architecture here predominantly featured a walnut wood hue, adorned with numerous decorative pearl shells on the walls, creating an exceedingly pleasing aesthetic. "Mother, I have returned." Misha slithered gracefully to the entrance, pushing open the door of the main house, where a palpable atmosphere of intimacy permeated the air. Yujing instinctively retreated several steps. Under the clear blue sky, it truly was a wave amidst waves. However, Misha seemed unfazed, as she entered with an air of familiarity, engaging in a lengthy conversation with the woman inside. The crowd kept their distance, as the sounds of moaning and the muffled roars of men resonated more loudly than Misha's voice. Particularly, Honglian, whose delicate face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Yujing remarked that she only blushed in by Yan's presence. She had seen snippets of such films, though never the entirety. After all, this particular scene held only sound, devoid of imagery, leaving little to discern. Fortunately, Misha was swift, soon returning with her mother. Her mother was draped in a delicate green veil, a testament to her enduring grace despite her years. In the hazy light, Hints of her form were tantalizingly revealed. A breathtaking sight indeed. Following closely, 5 males emerged from the room, prompting Yujing to silently commend their audacity, truly formidable. I'm Xiaoying, Misha's mother. A noble sea spirit. I am grateful for your rescue of my daughter. As a token of my appreciation, I shall present you with the most delectable fare. With each step Xiaoying took, her bosom swayed rhythmically, captivating the gaze of all present. However, she seemed oblivious to Yujing and Bai Yan, her focus solely on the esteemed Hain. Hong Lian scoffed softly. It was indeed Bai Yan who had vanquished the eagle tribe, and her regard for Xiaoying plummeted to zero. Though not particularly adept at reading the room, Hain understood basic etiquette and felt a tinge of displeasure. It was not solely I who saved your daughter. The eagle tribe was also dispatched by my brother Bai. We merely accepted her invitation to rest and seek lodgings, which we are willing to pay for with crystal coins. Noticing Hain's frosty demeanor, Xiaoying offered a sycophantic smile, accustomed as she was to young men with fiery tempers, especially those of noble birth. She failed to discern that the white-haired beastman was his brother, but nonetheless greeted Yujing and her companions warmly, instructing her males to prepare 3 rooms for their accommodation. Meanwhile, Misha lingered closely behind Hain, her sweet voice inquiring after his well-being, much to Hong Lian's disquiet. After the group settled their belongings, Misha unexpectedly diverted to Yujing's room, recognizing her as the most influential among the company. With careful consideration, she spoke with a smile. Beautiful female, our tribe connects to a maritime market with nearby tribes, just to the west. You and your males might find it quite enjoyable. Very well, I understand. Yujing replied courteously, her demeanor cool and inscrutable, leaving Misha perplexed, prompting her to depart awkwardly. Chapter 74. The Market in Truth. Yujing was indeed eager to visit. It was still afternoon, and daylight lingered before dusk. Shopping was undoubtedly one of her greatest passions. Bai Yan, attuned to her sentiments, seized the rare moment of solitude with her, unable to suppress his excitement. He embraced her, one hand caressing her smooth neck, his blue eyes reflecting unspoken emotions. Do not tease, it is still daytime. What are your thoughts on Misha? I sense she may not be as benevolent as she appears. Yujing grasped his wandering hand, her spirited black eyes glaring at Bai Yan, yet they seemed to penetrate deep into his heart, leaving him feeling a profound affection. I'm asking you a question, she exclaimed. You're merely a female attracted to the Sea King star. What is so captivating about that? I want to see you. Bai Yan nuzzled against Yujing's ear, his voice low and enticing, igniting a delightful itch within her. Don't tease, it tickles. Shall we go shopping? I've never visited the market of the Sea tribe. Yujing felt reassured that Bai Yan saw through her so clearly, indicating that he possessed a high emotional intelligence among the beastmen, alleviating her worries of him being deceived. However, Bai Yan's desires were something she found hard to resist, prompting her to swiftly change the subject, resorting to playful charm to ensure her safety. Yet, it seemed Bai Yan was not swayed by her tactics. He found her soft and adorable demeanor even more irresistible, his affections intensifying, but their moment was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon her rescue, Yujing freed herself from Bai Yan's warm embrace and opened the door. What greeted her was the sight of Hong Lian, her eyes glistening with a pleading gaze, accompanied by the swaying tail of a fox. Sister Yujing, shall we visit the market? I have heard that the Sea tribe's market here holds many wondrous items I have yet to see, all of exquisite beauty. Yujing pressed her forehead in amusement. That Misha must have been whispering sweet nothings into Hong Lian's ear once again. Sure enough, as they strolled past Haina's room hand in hand, the unmistakable sound of Misha's enchanting, almost spine-tingling laughter reached them. Hong Lian made a face as if to retch, while Yujing gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Who Haina chose to admire was his own affair. Whether he could handle the ardent affections of this underage mermaid was a matter for him to navigate. As they made their way, the exquisite beauty of Yujing and the delicate allure of Hong Lian captured the attention of numerous male sharks, all astonished by the arrival of these terrestrial maidens. Particularly striking was Yujing, with her mesmerizing black locks and skin as radiant as polished shells. She was simply enchanting. Yet, it seemed that female beings on land were not typically so alluring. The absence of any masculine aura surrounding Hong Lian only intensified their fervor, causing their blood to surge. Bai Yan was not fond of the lingering gazes. Any bold soul daring to approach was swiftly dismissed with a flick of his hand. When impatience grew, he unleashed a formidable aura that deterred any further advances. Sister Yujing, why do we look so different? And your strength is remarkable. What race do you belong to? Hong Lian inquired, grasping Yujing's other hand, her demeanor unexpectedly shy. Yujing smiled gently. Although Hong Lian was innocent and carefree, she possessed a certain delicacy. Throughout their journey, Yujing had no intention of concealing anything from her or pretending to be mysterious. She whispered, I am an elf. Hong Lian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret, covering her mouth in disbelief. Are you scared? Yujing teased, confident that Hong Lian would not fear her. Hong Lian hurriedly shook her head, eager to explain, No, I adore you, Sister Yujing. It's just that I didn't expect it. I've never seen. Ah, right. Hong Lian seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly shifting. Chapter 75. Encyclopedia of Bai Yin. What's wrong? Is something amiss? One night, I overheard my father complaining while preparing medicine in his room, lamenting something about elves, and how he could never seem to do it. I inquired about the difficult potion, but my father merely shook his head and remained silent. Hong Lian pondered carefully, though her recollection was vague. Now, she suspected it must be related to Sister Yujing. Fortunately, they had made it this far, and there should be no imminent danger. Bai Yan's expression darkened, his blue eyes betraying an unmistakable fury as he spoke coldly. He can no longer create it. The saintess is dead. What is that thing? Yujing found herself utterly perplexed, caught between the dreamlike reverie and the emergence of a new term, dream murmurs. The feathered clan certainly knew how to amuse themselves, enveloped in dreams and fantasies. Akin to the puppeteers of the mind. Was it akin to the realm of dream invasion? Bai Yan tightened his grip on Yujing's hand, his gaze softening, relieved that the clandestine skill was no longer a concern. Yet, fury simmered within him, and he vowed that when next he encountered Senluo, he would ensure his demise was excruciatingly painful, allowing him to relish the sensation of his soul being devoured. No beast that dared to scheme against his little female would escape unscathed. Senluo had already pushed him to his limits. If not for the need to accompany Yujing, he would have eagerly ventured to the feathered clan to enact a thorough cleansing. Upon hearing Bai Yan's words, Yujing and Hong Lian felt a wave of relief wash over them, redirecting their attention to the shimmering treasures ahead in the bustling market. The market stretched long, constructed from numerous wooden planks floating upon the azure sea, resembling a bridge between two islands. Walking upon it felt slightly unsteady, yet the merfolk had long since acclimated, most gliding gracefully with their fishtails as they procured their wares. The scene was indeed picturesque. The merfolk possessed a remarkable flair for adornment. Regardless of gender, they were bedecked with glistening treasures from the ocean depths, making Yujing and her companions appear rather stark and out of place in their simplicity. However, this was not the first time for the beastmen to visit. Aside from Yujing and her companion's striking appearances, there was little of note. The merfolk were generally not averse to outsiders, except for the eagles, who often hunted young merfolk or their eggs for sustenance. The swimming merfolk were utterly powerless against the eagles, leading to a long-standing enmity between the two factions, marked by lethal encounters. Naturally, the casualties predominantly fell upon the merfolk, as the eagles, beneficiaries of the divine covenant, typically boasted superior strength, which only augmented with age. Yujing, look at that enormous white pearl, Hong Lian exclaimed, mesmerized by a lustrous pearl the size of a fist. 5 crystal shells, quite inexpensive. Would you like to purchase them? Outsider female. The vendor, a middle-aged merfolk half submerged in water, inquired amiably. Hong Lian shook her head, indicating she would like to browse further, as such a large item would be cumbersome to carry. Do you think there are any rare treasures in this world? Yujing gazed at the plethora of exquisite items and, with an air of mystery, inquired of Bai Yan, aren't stories always like this? Discovering some magical rings or unlocking realms, obtaining powers that lead one to divinity in an instant. What exactly are celestial materials and earthly treasures? Bai Yan, bewildered, confessed ignorance of the term. They are the kinds of wondrous treasures that grant immortality or enhance one's soul power. Do you comprehend? Yujing explained, casting an expectant gaze towards Bai Yan. It's you. Bai Yan suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes twinkling with joy, his lips curving into a beautiful grin. With such ethereal charm and a captivating smile, didn't he have any self-awareness? He found Yujing's question to be utterly endearing. Yujing misinterpreted Bai Yan's smile, mistakenly believing that Bai Yan was thinking of something else, and in a moment of annoyance, she resolved not to be foolish around him again. Bai Yan cleared his throat and spoke. If you are referring to the treasures left by the deities, then indeed they exist. For instance, there is the eternal well of the elves, the sea of flowers on the other side of the demons, the phoenix statue of the feather tribe, and the lava giant of the snow tribe. As for other small artifacts, they do exist, but they would not be found in such a place. Apart from the eternal well, Yujing is utterly oblivious to everything else, marveling at how Bai Yan has truly become an encyclopedia. Chapter 76, Afraid of the Dark. Shall we sleep together? Sister Yujing, you must see this. Wow. It's so beautiful. Come take a look. Hong Lian exclaimed, capturing Yujing's attention. In her hands, Hong Lian held 2 strands of exquisite pink pearl bracelets, both in luster and roundness of the highest quality. Yujing became intrigued, envisioning the adorable little face of the pink dumpling. This bracelet was perfectly suited for the pink dumpling. How much does it cost? 1 crystal bead for 2 strands. Quite reasonable, as they are merely common little beads. The merman proprietor, a man of integrity, was genuinely pleased to see a lovely female patron shopping. Bai Yan paid with crystal beads. Yujing handed a string of beads to Hong Lian, while tucking the remaining string into her pocket. Sister Yujing, aren't you going to wear one? They look so beautiful, Hong Lian exclaimed as she immediately adorned herself with the beads, puzzled as to why Yujing, who clearly cherished them, chose to keep the other hidden. They are for someone else. Yujing smiled faintly, for this was her intended gift for the. Bai Yan immediately felt a twinge of jealousy, asking, what about me? Yujing turned her head, her dark eyes shimmering as her slender fingers entwined with the soft silver hair. You, with such ethereal beauty, are beyond the worth of any earthly jewel. Upon hearing Yu Jing's heartfelt compliment, Bai Yin felt an urge to smile, yet he suppressed it. Leaning closer to Yu Jing's ear, he spoke with a hint of displeasure. Then give that to me, and I shall overlook it. Yu Jing blushed once more, wondering how her ethereal beauty seemed to attract nothing but flirtation. With handsome men surrounding her, it was a challenge to maintain her composure. In response, Hong Lian declared that dinner was unnecessary for the evening. The trio wandered about, discovering many previously unseen wonders, such as garments woven from seaweed and gauze crafted from silks produced by a peculiar sea creature. It must be acknowledged that the merfolk are indeed skilled in the art of weaving. Bai Yin, indifferent to other matters, found great joy in the prospect of creating new attire for Yu Jing, as he busily selected several different hues of gauze for her. Just as the trio prepared to depart the marketplace, a voice rang out from the other end. Hong Lian, wait for me. It was Haina. Arriving in a state of disarray, her brow glistening with perspiration. Why aren't you with your little sister? Why come looking for us? Hong Lian retorted somewhat irritably. I've never encountered such a chatty female. I told her there were eagles in the sky, and she leapt out the window. Haina bent over, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly having run a considerable distance. It seemed her home was quite nearby. Yu Jing felt puzzled as Haina gasped for breath, wondering why his powerful legs were not proving effective. Fearing she might follow him, he circled the entire island twice, exhausting himself in the process. The trio was once again bewildered by Haina's foolishness. With his strength, a mere flick of his tail could send that female flying. Yet he seemed to have no intention of educating her. Oh, shall we head back then? Hong Lian grasped Yu Jing's hand and began walking back in the direction they came from. We're going back again. Hong Lian, wait, can we discuss something? Haina, reluctant to return, nonetheless scampered after Hong Lian and Yu Jing. What is it? Hong Lian turned to face Haina, who was walking to her right. Can you sleep with me tonight? Haina cautiously inquired. Yu Jing nearly choked on Haina's audacious proposal, fearing the next words might be about his fear of darkness. However, before Hong Lian could respond, Haina continued. Mei Sha is afraid of the dark and insists on sleeping with me. I don't want to accompany her. Can't we share a bed instead? Hong Lian's face darkened in an instant, and she kicked Haina in the rear, exclaiming, Get lost. She was genuinely furious and swore not to pay attention to this foolish creature again. Yin, are all members of the Sea King clan this dim-witted? Yu Jing chuckled, swinging White Yan's hand. Surely not, he is an exception. Even the well-informed Bai Yin had never encountered such a foolish beast. Haina scratched his head in contemplation, recalling his father's teachings about being tolerant towards females and accommodating their needs, as no female would appreciate a male who treated them poorly. Yet, why was Hong Lian so harsh with him? Shouldn't she find him reliable for being gentle with the weaker female? Chapter 77. Poisoned silently, Haina followed the others, feeling dejected as he pondered why Hong Lian was so distant. Hong Lian stomped back to her room and slammed the door, paying no heed to Haina, who nearly got hit by it. Haina wished to follow Yu Jing but was halted by Bai Yan's fierce gaze. Who could explain to him why he was so unappreciated? Yu Jing, just before the door closed, offered a friendly warning. Haina, be more mindful. Haina was filled with questions. Was it possible he lacked awareness? He certainly felt alive and kicking. Moreover, could a fish survive without a heart? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a melodious voice interrupted him. Haina Gidge, where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. You can't abandon Mei Sha. Haine's hands trembled slightly as a sudden impulse to strike the female surged within him. No, he reminded himself. His father had taught him to be gentle with females, otherwise, no female would ever like him. Turning around with a stiff smile, he said, I'll head back to my room now. All right, I'll bring you some food so we can eat together, Mei Sha replied cheerfully, despite noticing Haine's impatience. That's not necessary. I have something to do. With that, Haina dashed to his room at a speed akin to a whirlwind, hastily shutting the door behind him. Outside, Mei Sha seethed with anger, her piercing gaze fixed on the closed door. She had intended to follow her mother's advice, using her petite charm to win over Haina, but he appeared utterly oblivious. He only smiled when speaking of Hong Lian. He completely disregarded her. The Sea King star was a prize she must possess. Even the Sea King clan would see their powers diminished on land. Her mother had numerous formidable partners among the merfolk. Her mother adored her so much that she would help her seize what she desired. Moreover, her mother possessed that item. Once it was used, Haina would undoubtedly yield the Sea King star, and once it was nestled within her, no one could take it away. With a sinister smile, Mei Sha made her way towards her mother's quarters, where the two would enthusiastically devise a flawless plan. As night fell, the azure waters sparkled under the starlit sky, casting an enchanting glow across the mysterious and profound sea, a beauty that was utterly intoxicating. Yu Jing leaned against the window, gazing at the vast sea under the luminous moon, listening to the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tide, her heart enveloped in tranquility and delight. Bai Yin, indifferent to these serene moments, was engrossed in crafting a delicate gauze skirt for Yu Jing. His deep blue eyes held an enigmatic allure, and a charming smile occasionally graced his lips. This was his most cherished pastime. A knock resonated from outside the door, and Yu Jing gestured for Bai Yin to continue his work while she went to answer it. Expecting to find Hong Lian, she was pleasantly surprised to see Misha, who was holding a platter of food. Misha greeted her with a warm smile, presenting delicacies made from the elusive prawn roe, renowned for its exquisite taste. "Thank you for rescuing me," she expressed, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Yujing reciprocated with a smile of her own and expressed her gratitude. She intended to invite Hong Lian to join them for the meal, but was informed by Misha that Hong Lian had already been served. As Yujing bid farewell to Misha, a sense of perplexity enveloped her. Misha did not seem like a catch of such quality. Bai Yin had never shown much interest in this type of sustenance, yet Yujing had always relished fish, a delicacy she had not savored in a long while. With a wooden spoon in hand, she took a tentative taste. The tender and glutinous texture was delightful. Before she realized it, she had consumed half a bowl. "Bai Yin, it seems you shall have to catch fish for me in the future. This one is quite delectable." Yujing playfully rubbed her satisfied belly and nuzzled against Bai Yin's shoulder. Chapter 78. So it was you. Bai Yin set aside his needle and thread, enveloping her in his embrace. "I will catch anything you desire, but I am most eager to savor you. Will you grant me that?" Yujing chuckled softly. The night was particularly enchanting this evening. She was about to tease him once more, but suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in her lower abdomen. It seemed that her monthly visitor had arrived, causing her some mild pain. Yujing felt a sense of helplessness. It was one thing for her relatives to be tardy, but their arrival at such an inconvenient moment was disheartening, leading her to suspect that she had not conceived the offspring with Bai Yin. Bai Yin leaned closer to Yujing, inhaling her scent with a hint of confusion. "Are you certain?" "I don't detect anything," he remarked, recalling the fragrant and potent aroma that had accompanied Yujing's previous heat. "Is that so?" Yujing gently rubbed her slightly cramping abdomen, sensing an intensifying pain. She recalled that she seldom experienced menstrual discomfort, and indeed, there was no warmth to be felt. Or perhaps, her gaze fell upon the bowl of fish roe. Her heart sank in disbelief. Could her luck be so dismal? The beastmen could even wield such a sophisticated skill as poisoning. "Quickly, go check on Hong Lian. Hurry. Bring her here." Bai Yin sensed the shift in circumstances and transformed into a white tiger, forcefully breaking through the wooden wall that separated him from Hong Lian's room. He swiftly carried the curled up, anguished Hong Lian before Yujing. Immediately afterward, he scooped up Yujing, his arms trembling with rage, a tempest of frustration roiling within him. Yet he was plagued by guilt. "I'm fine. It's not too painful. I must have been poisoned. Please set me down so I can see what has happened to Hong Lian. Go fetch Hainia. We lack knowledge of the Sea Clan. Or perhaps that foolish fish might know what sort of poison this is." Beads of sweat formed on Yujing's forehead, yet she bore the pain stoically. "All right. Just stay here and don't move," Bai Yin uttered, his voice tinged with urgency as he struggled to maintain his composure. Yujing knelt on the ground, gently lifting Hong Lian. Her lips were tinged with a ghastly shade of blue, her complexion alarmingly pale, and her breaths were faint. Her hands and feet were curled tightly, unmistakably a sign of poisoning. It seemed that her constitution differed from Hong Lian's, which likely explained why she was not as gravely affected. When Hainia was kicked over by Bai Yin, she was met with this heart-wrenching sight. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Hong Lian tightly. Her teeth clenched in fury. "Hong Lian, how could this happen to you? Who has done this? I will avenge you." Yujing's abdominal pain intensified significantly. Yet she found herself once again at the mercy of Hain. She still clung to life. "You must think of a way to save her." "The poison was administered by Misha, likely in pursuit of your Neptune star." "Indeed, it is I. Hain, no matter how well I have treated you, you refuse to reciprocate. Now, reveal it. Otherwise, before dawn, the female you cherish will perish." Outside the door echoed Misha's malevolent voice, flanked by her mother and a dozen formidable mermen, each towering and seemingly possessing considerable strength. Yujing restrained the murderous Bai Yin and Hainia, signaling Bai Yin to assist her in rising. "You must produce the antidote first. Otherwise, how can I trust that you possess it?" As Yujing approached the door, her icy black eyes reflected a chilling resolve. Those who dared to plot against her deserve their fate. Yet, for the sake of Hong Lian, the antidote was essential, and she could not act recklessly just yet. Mei Sha, with a sinister smile, produced a vial containing a pale yellow liquid from her bosom, tossing it casually into the air before catching it once more. The venom of the eel could only be countered by the essence of the twin star flower, and as it was not the season for blooming, this was the final vial in her possession. Should it shatter, hope would vanish. "It was truly a pity that you remain unpoisoned." Haina burst forth from the room, cradling Hong Lian in his arms, roaring that the sea god would curse her. Transforming into a fish form, he held Hong Lian tightly, prepared to retrieve the star of the Sea King. To him, her life outweighed the importance of the star. Even if he were to never find a partner again, he would willingly accept that fate. He simply could not bear to see Hong Lian perish. Chapter 79. Bai Yin could hardly contain himself. Mei Sha, witnessing the unfolding events, coldly remarked, "We do not place our faith in any sea god." Yujing narrowed her ink-black eyes as, in that very moment, the verdant vines erupted from the shadows, silently ensnaring Misha in an instant. Bai Yin also sprang into action, leaping before Misha to bite down on one of her arms. He tossed the antidote to Yujing, who accepted it, took a sip, and then handed it to Hainai, signaling him to enter and administer it to Hong Lian, indicating that his presence was no longer needed here. Hainai gazed at Yujing with gratitude, understanding the formidable nature of Bai Yin, and felt a sense of relief as he cradled Honglian and went inside to deliver the medicine. At this moment, he could only hope for Honglian's safety, praying for the blessings of the sea god. Meanwhile, Bai Yin, possessing the antidote, could no longer contain his fury. Like a god of death, he devoured the defenseless mermen before him, consuming them without pause, leaving no escape for any. His azure eyes had transformed into a pitch-black abyss. And all that remained was the terrified visage of Misha, who had lost an arm. I shall grant you the most excruciating death. Bai Yin transformed into his human form. His dark eyes swirling with unfathomable depths, his voice a chilling echo. His silvery hair glimmered softly in the moonlight, cascading down to his calves, while beneath the shimmering locks, an enormous pair of withering wings emerged from the shadows, wings that belonged to the demonic child, the Xianhei phantom wings. Yu Jing had never encountered a being like Bai Yin, who seemed to stand atop the pinnacle of the stars, utterly unattainable, exuding an aura of chilling dread. Bai Yin extended his slender, alabaster fingers, inscribing a peculiar sigil in the void. With a gentle tap, the blood-red symbol instantaneously merged with Misha's body. She began to convulse. Her form contorting into grotesque positions, movements beyond the capability of any living being. With a crack, she twisted her face around to the back of her head, emitting a muffled cry of agony. Yet, she would not succumb to death. There she lay, witnessing the relentless crushing of her bones, the peeling away of her scales. And still she persisted in life. She severed her own tail, crushed each of her fingers. Why? Why must she endure such excruciating torment without dying? She was spiraling into madness. Blood oozed from her mouth, yet she could utter not a word. "Bai Yin, do not look." Yu Jing softly called out behind Bai Yin. Feeling an aversion to the aura that surrounded him at that moment, an aura that her body instinctively rejected, cold and discomforting. Upon hearing Yu Jing's voice, Bai Yin's fingers twitched slightly, and a moment of clarity flickered in his mind. He extended his hand, pulling a faint golden orb from the void, consuming it within himself. For he believed he was unworthy of a soul. After uttering those words, he stood there in a daze, devoid of any expression. The fact that Bai Yin could consume souls would undoubtedly cause an uproar if revealed, even though he had not fully awakened. He would become the common enemy of all beastmen in this world. However, Yu Jing felt no fear. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained her Bai Yin, divine and demonic. Life and death, nothing could alter that. Yet, she couldn't help but worry for Bai Yin. If this continued, what would happen if he truly became a merciless killer? Although those treacherous merfolk deserved their fate, such methods of killing were excessively brutal. Please, don't do this anymore. I might become frightened. Upon witnessing Bai Yin's stillness, Yu Jing's eyes deepened with concern. I seemed to be losing control of the demonic soul. I believed I could manage it. Yet the moment I come into contact with the beast blood, I am unable to restrain the insatiable longing within me. I am truly sorry. Bai Yin lowered his head, his voice filled with an unfathomable terror. He feared becoming a genuine demon child, a force that Yu Jing would reject and despise. All his efforts would be in vain. The thought of Yu Jing abandoning him cast an overwhelming dread upon his heart, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Yu Jing did not anticipate that Bai Yin was in such a predicament. Clutching her still aching abdomen, she approached Bai Yin and embraced his cool figure, softly uttering, "It matters not whether you are a deity or a demon. If you lose control again, I shall simply bind you." Reassured by her words, Bai Yin's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. "Very well," he replied. "Should I act impulsively in the future, you may restrain me." Chapter 80. Are we expecting? Yu Jing smiled faintly, nodding her head, yet the abdominal pain showed no signs of alleviation. Unable to bear it any longer, she clutched onto Bai Yin's frame, her forehead drenched in a bead of sweat. Bai Yin sensed Yu Jing's distress. After all, she had consumed the antidote, had she not? He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the room, where Honglian appeared considerably better, the dark hue fading from her face as she regained consciousness. "What is the matter, Sister Yu Jing? What has befallen you?" Honglian hastily scrambled from the bed, her anxious gaze fixed upon Yu Jing's wan visage. She only recalled experiencing intense abdominal pain after consuming the fish roe brought by Misha, subsequently fainting and only grasping the situation through Hanya's descriptions. However, Yu Jing's condition showed no signs of improvement, leaving her in a state of utter disarray, overwhelmed with panic. "There must be a shaman in the tribe, do not fret. Let us seek assistance." At this moment, Hanya emerged as the most composed among the trio. Upon hearing Hanya's words, Bai Yin swiftly embraced Yu Jing and dashed towards the nearest merfolk dwelling. He leaped into the courtyard, forcefully kicking open the door, his presence emanating an intimidating aura. "Where is the shaman?" The abode housed a solitary male who, startled by Bai Yin's sudden entrance, was about to express his outrage. However, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Bai Yin instilled a sense of fear within him, compelling him to kneel. "Your female is unwell? I shall guide you," he exclaimed hurriedly before rushing out. Whether out of urgency or sheer terror from Bai Yin's formidable presence remained uncertain. By the time Honglian and Hanya arrived, Yu Jing was already under the care of the shaman. Yet, to Yu Jing, the shaman appeared no different from a charlatan as he danced erratically within the room. Her abdominal agony was already unbearable, and the sight of the elderly shaman, draped in white hair, flailing about only intensified her irritation. Bai Yin gently rubbed her abdomen, channeling his spiritual energy to warm his hands. Though uncertain if this would bring Yu Jing any comfort, he felt that doing something for her was far preferable to standing idly by in anxiety. After a while, the shaman ceased his dance and examined Yu Jing's palm. There is no danger now. I have prayed to the gods on your behalf. They bestow their blessings upon you, but you are with child now. You must exercise caution henceforth. The shaman's words detonated in Bai Yin and Yu Jing's minds like an atomic bomb, leaving them momentarily speechless. Locked in a gaze as the unexpected revelation struck them. Bai Yin, caught off guard by the sudden joy, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. A foolish smile spreading across his face as he stood there, lost in a daze. Yu Jing had previously prepared herself psychologically, but upon confirmation, an indescribable sensation enveloped her heart. Though her lower abdomen ached slightly, she understood it was the result of her and Bai Yan's offspring's suffering. Joy was overshadowed by heartache, and Bai Yan's actions seemed unjustifiable. How can I alleviate the child's pain? Yu Jing inquired anxiously. The little female need not worry. You are no ordinary beastman. Within you lies a wondrous power. Consuming some herbal juice will relieve the discomfort, the old shaman replied with a smile, presenting a bowl of green potion to Yu Jing. Only for Bai Yin to seize it and drink deeply. Observing his actions warmed Yu Jing's heart. She wished to chide him for his foolishness, but found the words stuck in her throat. After a while, Bai Yin, feeling no ill effects himself, gradually fed the potion to Yu Jing. The concoction was quite sour, yet with each sip, Yu Jing's heart grew warmer. Thus began Bai Yan's habit of sampling Yu Jing's food first. After drinking the potion, Yu Jing's abdominal pain indeed subsided, and the cold sweat dissipated. She expressed her gratitude to the old shaman, wishing to offer payment, but he declined, stating that having saved Yu Jing, the divine would surely bless him in return. Upon hearing of the misdeeds of Misha, the old shaman frowned and shook his head, inviting Yu Jing to stay in his home for a couple of days to rest before departing. His earnest demeanor inspired in Yu Jing a measure of faith, prompting her to bow respectfully in gratitude, mirroring his gesture. Pain and Honglian, upon discovering Yu Jing's recovery and the news of her impending offspring, were elated, their smiles radiant, surpassing even Bai Yan's earlier expressions of joy. They took the initiative to retrieve belongings from Misha's residence, intending to return later to check on Yu Jing at the old shaman's abode. Chapter 81. The anxious Bai Yin, the old shaman arranged for Yu Jing to occupy a refreshingly airy wooden cottage and advised her to rest, suggesting she consume more herbal juice if discomfort persisted. Bai Yin took note of this, and with utmost gentleness, placed Yu Jing on the bed. Having just aided her in soothing her abdomen, he now hesitated to touch her, standing by the bedside uncertain of what to do next. Yu Jing found it amusing, assuring him that she was not so fragile. What if I inadvertently hurt you? She said, her blue eyes betraying an unusual sense of panic. Then lie down and keep me company as I sleep, she suggested, pointing to the empty space beside her with a hint of resignation. Bai Yin obediently climbed into bed, and Yu Jing naturally nestled into his embrace, feeling the warmth and comfort. Though it was somewhat stiff, the arms that usually encircled her were now absent. Bai Yin was being excessively cautious. If he continued this way throughout her pregnancy, she might go mad. She seized his arm and placed it around her waist, finally content as she snuggled against his chest, stifling a yawn before drifting off to sleep. However, Bai Yin found himself unable to slumber, still grappling with the overwhelming surprise. His mind was consumed with the thought of becoming a father, of having offspring with the little female. What was a beast to do? What should he do? He was now a half-demon, while the little female was half-elf. What would their progeny be like? These questions swirled in his mind, each one looping in circles as he searched through his chaotic memories from a previous life, finding no knowledge about caring for a pregnant female. He recalled having just used his magic soul. For the first time, fear gripped him. What if the demon discovered them and frightened the little female? Would it also terrify their offspring? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, yet his heart brimmed with joy, leaving him unable to close his eyes until dawn, terrified that this might all be a dream. If the four demon envoys were to witness their king in such a state, their jaws would surely drop in shock. The once ruthless and cold-hearted spirit of the Naga would find it impossible to merge with Bai Yin now. Upon awakening, Yu Jing was met with the sight of Bai Yan's tautly handsome face and his soulful blue eyes gazing intently at her. Could it be that he hadn't slept a wink throughout the night? Propping his head on his hand, he lay on his side, equally fixated on Bai Yin. We are expecting a child. Yes, I was aware of it yesterday. So, have you been pondering this all night? Yu Jing thought helplessly, wondering if this new father was still in disbelief. Indeed, I knew we were expecting a child yesterday, but I wanted to articulate it, to tell you. Yet I feared waking you. All right, go ahead. I wonder how long the pregnancy lasts. Yu Jing felt no changes in herself, gently caressing her flat and smooth abdomen. There were no cravings. If not for the old shaman's words, she would scarcely believe it herself. Yes, how long indeed? I must inquire with the shaman at once. Bai Yin exclaimed, as if struck by a profound revelation, eager to seek the shaman's counsel. Yu Jing grasped the hem of his garment. Let us go together. Summon them. We should construct a larger vessel, complete with a cabin. In their previous endeavor, they had lacked experience and foresight, hastily crafting a flimsy raft to cross the sea. Reflecting on it now, they realized that rain would have thoroughly drenched them. Knowing she was with child, Yu Jing understood the necessity of taking good care of herself. Bai Yin slapped his forehead, exclaiming, absolutely right. Yu Jing sighed, bemused by how Bai Yin's temperament seemed increasingly akin to Hein Yes. Without needing to be called, they opened the door to find two pairs of eager eyes awaiting them. It was Hai Nie and Hong Lian. Hong Lian had been so excited that she could hardly sleep the previous night, wanting to knock on Yu Jing's door, but was wisely restrained by Hai Nie, who reminded her that Yu Jing needed her rest and should not be disturbed. Thus, the two sat on the large stone outside Yu Jing's door, discussing whether the child would be male or female while awaiting her awakening. Chapter 82. Youth is a blessing. Yu Jing, sister, how do you fare? Is there any pain? And how's the baby? Hong Lian inquired, reaching to touch Yu Jing's abdomen, only to be swiftly swatted away by Bai Yin. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on her belly. Hong Lian winced and shot Bai Yin an indignant glare, then continued to gaze at Yu Jing with palpable concern, warming Yu Jing's heart. With a gentle smile, she ruffled Hong Lian's hair. I am perfectly fine, not in the slightest bit of pain. You're the best, Hong Lian. Receiving Yu Jing's praise, Hong Lian beamed with delight and pulled Yu Jing close, making a playful face at Bai Yin. Come, let us consult the shaman regarding your condition. Bai Yin took Yu Jing's other hand, his spirits soaring, choosing not to engage with the foolish fox further. As they journeyed, Yu Jing shared her vision of constructing a grand vessel, detailing its design, cabin, and deck structure. The others grasped the concept with growing comprehension. Hai Nie lauded Yu Jing's intelligence, his golden eyes brimming with admiration. As a member of the sea tribe, he had encountered numerous ships, yet he had never seen one like the one Yu Jing described. Inspired by her idea, he promptly set off to the shore to gather timber. Yu Jing sighed, lamenting not her own cleverness, but rather the world's profound backwardness. She also reminded Hai Nie to be cautious and refrain from revealing the star of the Sea King, which could invite trouble. At this juncture, Hong Lian angrily struck and pounded Hai Nie, who, with a foolish grin, did not retaliate. He believed that as long as everyone was well, it mattered not how much he was hit. When they finally located the old witch doctor, he was in the courtyard drying an assortment of unknown herbs. Yu Jing could not help but trust the old shaman of the Jiaozu even more, realizing that he indeed possessed genuine skills. Upon noticing Yu Jing's arrival, the old shaman's weathered face broke into a radiant smile. How did you fare last night? He inquired warmly. I am truly grateful to you. I am well. I am merely curious about how many months along my child is, Yu Jing replied, her previously cold demeanor softening with gratitude. The old shaman approached Yu Jing and gestured for her to extend her arm. It was then that she noticed a delicate pink line, approximately 1 centimeter in length, had appeared on the inner side of her fair arm, seemingly unnoticed until now. Little female, you are not an ordinary beastman. Your pregnancy may extend for a longer duration. It is said that the line must reach your elbow before it is fully developed. However, I recall hearing from the previous shaman during my childhood that certain races hold such beliefs, so I am merely speculating. The old shaman, a kindly elder, radiated warmth and compassion, particularly towards pregnant females. He believed all life to be a miraculous gift from the divine, and he revered the god of light while cherishing the arrival of new life. Bai Yin, though his expression remained stoic, was filled with intense curiosity, fixated on the line on Yu Jing's arm, which symbolized their future offspring. Yet, as the saying goes, a handsome man may still carry a blank expression. When Yu Jing gazed into Bai Yan's crystalline blue eyes, her heart melted like a spring, realizing that he was even more joyful and expectant than she was. The old shaman, having witnessed such tender moments countless times, couldn't help but sigh, appreciating the beauty of youth before returning to his herbal preparations. Stop staring. Let us go to the seaside and check on the red lotus, Yu Jing said playfully, shaking her fair arm and playfully pinching the bridge of Bai Yan's straight nose, which felt just right to her touch. Bai Yan's gentle blue eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips, reminiscent of ethereal stars, casting a celestial glow upon his otherworldly visage, which once again sent Yu Jing's heart racing. Bai Yan's appearance was such that the more one looked, the more one felt a sense of loss at the impossibility of finding any flaw amidst his perfection. In the profound depths of introspection, Yu Jing realized the folly of being ensnared by male beauty. Chapter 83. The Allure of Bai Yan. When Yu Jing awoke from the enchanting spell cast by Bai Yan's beauty, she found herself cradled upon his shoulder. The sea breeze tousled her ink-black tresses, while the warm rays of sunlight bestowed a radiant sheen upon her hair. When Hong Lian lifted her gaze from the pile of timber, she was unexpectedly inundated with this wave of romantic indulgence. Though accustomed to hunger pangs from a day without sustenance, she had grown used to it. Despite her previous disdain for Bai Yan, one must ponder, who else could possibly be a fitting match for Yu Jing? This picturesque scene led Hong Lian to believe that Yu Jing and Bai Yan were indeed destined for one another. Yu Jing, you have arrived. Just now, there were several aspects I found perplexing. Could you explain how to piece together this cabin? Upon Yu Jing's arrival, Hai Nie was preoccupied with thoughts of boat construction, leaving little room for further contemplation. Yu Jing requested Bai Yan to set her down, and she found a branch to sketch a model on the ground. She also shared the assembly method with Hai Nie, explaining that one should bore a symmetrical hole into each of the 2 wooden planks. Subsequently, nails of identical size should be hammered into the hole of one plank, and the other end of the nail inserted into the hole of the second plank. The more nails that interconnect, the sturdier the bond between the 2 boards becomes. Hai Nie listened, his eyes sparkling with admiration, his reverence for Yu Jing akin to the ceaseless waves of the ocean, ever rolling and unyielding. Yu Jing was filled with a chilling sense of dread as she observed Hai Nie. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed profound. Thus, Haina took charge of the timber felling and assembly, while Honglian was tasked with the creation of smaller components. Baiyan, on the other hand, ventured into the wilderness to hunt. For it was said that the depths of the ocean were inhabited by formidable magical creatures, including the magical pig and the lion. His quest was to procure more crystal stones for Yujing. Yujing has already become a key protected individual. She can only oversee the work while drawing designs in the sand. Fortunately, although Haina may lack emotional intelligence and speak somewhat foolishly, his skilled hands are quite adept at craftsmanship. Engaging in silent labor can be rather monotonous, so Yujing, in a rare good mood, decides to narrate stories to the two beasts. With her spirits high, her voice loses the usual chill, transforming her storytelling into a melodious and enchanting experience. Both Haina and Honglian are captivated, oblivious to the passage of time, until the setting sun prompts them to reluctantly set aside their tasks and await Baiyan's return. When did you learn to weave nets? Yujing inquires. Noticing a bag of fish that has unexpectedly appeared on the beach, her gaze scanning the sea for Baiyan's figure. I saw the seaweed here was quite sturdy during the market, so I casually fashioned one. These are the fish you like. I shall prepare them for you upon our return. Baiyan approaches, his damp silver hair clinging to his alluring physique, droplets of water lingering between his neck. Behind him, the vibrant orange hues of the sunset blaze against the backdrop of gently lapping waves that whisper softly, creating a picturesque scene complemented by his presence. Yujing swallows hard. Nodding numbly, Baiyan chuckles, his wet outer garment, as he hands Yujing a heavy pouch of crystals, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Yujing felt a slight warmth in her nose as she tilted her head back. Despite having a child, she still managed to captivate their father. If she desired something, she would simply bring it along. Baiyan casually remarked this to Hainai before embracing Yujing and drifting away. Yujing, however, was aware that ever since last night, when the news of the baby reached them, Baiyan had undergone a subtle transformation, as if another door had suddenly swung open, filling him with warmth. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar, yet she was fortunate enough to have the love of her maternal grandparents, while Baiyan was left with nothing. His childhood was marked by the disdain and scorn of the beastmen, which later shifted to fear and trepidation as he grew stronger. Until now, Baiyan had displayed a profound indifference towards everything except her, yet the current Baiyan radiated a different kind of brilliance. Chapter 84. The exquisite fish gallbladder. Baiyan's culinary skills in preparing fish were honed under Yujing's guidance, yet he surpassed her in proficiency. The flavor of the sea fish was tantalizingly exquisite, prompting Yujing to devour 2 fish in quick succession, while Honglian unabashedly consumed 4 or 5. As for Haina, this was perhaps the plumpest fish gallbladder he had encountered since birth, and he astonishingly gathered the courage to snatch food from Baiyan's bowl. As for the consequences, as long as he could indulge, what were a few electric shocks to him? Even if his purple fur bristled with agitation, what could it possibly matter? Yujing smiled, not forgetting the promised coconut steamed meat. The moment she lifted the lid of the coconut, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, only to vanish, her hands now empty. Haina, undeterred by the heat, seized a piece of venison from within the coconut and stuffed it into his mouth, tears of delight streaming down his face. Baiyan furrowed his brows and remarked earnestly, if he fights at this pace, I shall find it exceedingly difficult to keep up. It is simply divine. So fragrant. Why is it not salty at all, but sweet? And the rich aroma of cream. Haina grabbed a few more pieces, offering a heartfelt tasting commentary. This is because it is not prepared with seawater, and the venison has been expertly seasoned. Yujingling was thoroughly amused by Haina's antics, experiencing a genuine sense of joy, and the presence of a few companions only added to the delight. Honglian had devoured the fish in her bowl and, after rubbing her now plump belly, cast a fierce glance at Haina, demanding, hand it over. Haina, hiding the coconut behind him, shook his head vigorously in protest. Undeterred, Honglian lunged for Haina's back, missing the coconut but seizing the fabric that concealed his modesty. With a sly smile, she inquired, will you surrender it, or not? Haina appeared aggrieved, his exquisite face adorned with pearly white teeth biting down on his rosy lips, while his light golden eyes shimmered with unshed tears. However, when faced with the choice between delectable food and alluring beauty, Honglian opted for the former, disregarding Haina's expression. She snatched the coconut, produced a small wooden spoon, and, with a satisfied grin, took generous bites, not forgetting to offer Haina a triumphant look. Baiyan, feeling a pang of regret, glanced at Yujing, lamenting. What happened to the promised meat? I too wish to savor the delicacies crafted by the fairer sex. With an air of mystery, Yujing gently affixed a delicate white flame to the ear of Baiyan, signifying the presence of another. Subsequently, she received a tender kiss from the ethereal figure within the painting. After a sumptuous meal with Honglian and Haina, Yujing settled her mind to absorb the soul energy from the crystal, summoning the little white lotus. Four of its petals had already transformed into a golden hue, and she envisioned the day when the little white lotus would blossom into a graceful fairy akin to a pink dumpling, filling her heart with anticipation. After finishing the coconut steamed meat that Yujing had prepared for him, Baiyan retrieved the previously unsewn gauzy garment and meticulously crafted a dress for Yujing. Aspiring to create the most exquisite gown to present to his beloved female companion, Yujing sat on the bed, playing with the little white lotus for a while before feeling somewhat fatigued. Observing Bai Yan's earnest demeanor as he meticulously threaded the needle, she could not bring herself to disturb him. Instead, she lay down beside him, closed her eyes, and let her fingers play with his soft silver hair. Inhaling the scent that belonged to Bai Yan, it was not long before she drifted off to sleep. Bai Yan, hearing Yu Jing's calm breathing, gently set down his needlework. He carefully took her wrist from under the covers and examined the delicate pink thread. Even now, he could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. Fearing that this might all be a mere dream, this was the bond they shared, a lineage steeped in centuries of solitude, now rendered seemingly trivial in this moment. Soon, he would be a father, welcoming a little one connected to both him and Yu Jing by blood. Every time he pondered this, warmth welled up in his eyes. Chapter 85, Bai Yan can embroider? Yu Jing remains unaware, yet the burgeoning memories within him reveal the great sacrifices he has made for this moment, and the lengthy wait he has endured. On the following morning, warm sunlight streams through the window, awakening Yu Jing as she nestles against Bai Yan's chest. Lulled by the rhythmic sound of his breathing, playfully she blows gently against Bai Yan's alabaster torso. With a resigned sigh, Bai Yan turns and pulls her onto himself, tenderly caressing her back. Opening his crystalline blue eyes, he murmurs, "You awaken me with your allure, Jing. You are becoming increasingly mischievous." Yu Jing's dark eyes twinkled with laughter as she traced circles on Bai Yan's chest, a gesture I found delightful. Bai Yan's blue eyes deepened with a mysterious allure as he grasped Yu Jing's restless little hand, urging her to calm down. As Yu Jing was about to tease him further, she noticed a neatly folded red gauze skirt placed by the bedside. Her eyes brightened, and she swiftly climbed down from Bai Yan, grasping the skirt in her hands, overwhelmed with delight. "Ah Yan, did you really make this?" Yu Jing exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. I finished it just before dawn. Do you like it?" Bai Yan turned slightly, already aware from her expression that she adored it. Yet he longed to hear her affirm it with her own words. "Indeed, I like it," Yu Jing replied, her lips echoing Bai Yan's inquiry, while her gaze remained fixated on the skirt. As she donned the dress, Bai Yan found himself unable to tear his eyes away from her. Yu Jing, with her porcelain skin, is naturally suited to the vibrant hue of red. Her raven hair cascades gracefully over the ethereal red gauze dress, creating a silhouette so breathtaking it defies description. As she glides forward, the embroidered white lotuses on her flowing skirt seem to sway with a life of their own, dancing in harmony with her movements. Adorning the cuffs of her red sleeves are resplendent white pearls, a detail she adores, undoubtedly the handiwork of Bai Yan, who procured them for her just yesterday. Little did Yu Jing anticipate that Bai Yan possessed such embroidery skills, crafting the delicate white lotus with such exquisite realism, far surpassing the lifeless patterns produced by modern machinery. Thus, when Hong Lian beheld this sight, she stood momentarily dumbfounded, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Unable to contain her long-held desire to learn, she seized Bai Yan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Bai Yan, dear brother, will you teach me? This is simply exquisite. I yearn to learn. Please, teach me." Bai Yan, reluctantly freeing himself from her grasp, sighed and with rare patience replied, "You won't be able to. The threads are too fine. It requires the control of soul power." Instantly deflated, Hong Lian felt disheartened, yet at that moment, Haina stepped forward with a beaming smile, saying, "Teach me as well. I'll assist you, Hong Lian." Yu Jing cast an intrigued glance at Haina, then turned her attention to Hong Lian, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. Perhaps these two could indeed become a couple. If that were to happen, Hong Lian would no longer have to endure the hardships of accompanying her to the Snow Ridge. While it is certainly commendable to be loyal and affectionate towards Chiye, using another's love as a weapon for personal vengeance seems rather cruel. At the very least, she did not wish to witness such a version of Hong Lian, and she believed that Chiye would not be inclined to see it either. If Hong Lian could find happiness with Haina, it would not be an undesirable outcome. As Bai Yan firmly declined Hai and I, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Jing, who immediately understood and addressed Hai and I, suggesting they could continue their lessons at a later time, urging him to focus on completing the ship first. Delighted by Bai Yan's agreement, Hai and I exuberantly embraced Hong Lian's shoulders, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Hong Lian, I shall make it far more splendid than my brother." Bai Yan, holding Yu Jing's hand, paused momentarily, inhaling deeply as he reminded himself that throwing fish was an exercise in futility. Meanwhile, Hong Lian turned playfully to Hai and I, sticking out her tongue and swaying her curvaceous fox tail before dashing towards the beach. Chapter 86. The elder of the Eagle clan. The whole of the ship was now halfway complete, and Yu Jing estimated it would be finished by afternoon. True to her design, the hull was crescent-shaped, slightly larger than a traditional black-sail boat, and divided into two compartments. The reason for this division was twofold. Firstly, due to limitations in materials and craftsmanship, and secondly, it was simply because she fancied playing matchmaker. As for whether Hai and I and Hong Lian would spark a romantic connection, she remained eager to observe. The following day, after bidding farewell to the old shaman, Yu Jing and her companions once again set foot upon the vast ocean. Yu Jing had not forgotten the matter of the shell crystals. Hai and I still appeared as perplexed as ever. He merely mentioned that the appearance of the shell crystals was indeed peculiar, often surfacing unexpectedly among the stones on the seabed, and that certain merfolk specialized in harvesting them. However, their Sea King clan had never experienced a shortage of shell crystals, and in a mysterious tone, He informed Yujing that the Sea King clan possessed a great chasm that spewed forth shell crystals, releasing a substantial quantity of scalding shell crystals at intervals throughout the world. With a gentle smile, Yujing remarked, "Isn't that a submarine volcano? It seems there must be crystal mines beneath it. But how can one possibly mine them? I'm not a merfolk. Descending into the depths of the ocean would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing Hain's words, Bai Yin fell into contemplation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Leave it to me." In his eyes, the ability of the little female to swiftly regain her strength and return to the elven tribe was of secondary importance. Her safety took precedence above all else. Yujing nodded. She would not act impulsively, for acquiring the mine required a meticulously crafted strategy. Hong Lian, oblivious to their conversation, reclined on the deck, gazing at the azure sky while sipping coconut juice, reveling in the bliss of life. Suddenly, a moving gray speck emerged in her line of sight, piercing through the clouds and spiraling above them, as a drop of chilled blood fell upon her face. Orcs possess a keen sensitivity to sense, and she recognized this particular aura as something familiar, though she could not immediately recall its source. At the same moment, Bai Yin also directed his gaze skyward and turned to Yujing, remarking that it was Eldering from the Eagle clan of Wanshou City, gravely injured and accompanied by his mate. In Yujing's recollection, the elderly man with gray feathers was a kind-hearted soul, deeply protective of Senluo. How could he possibly find himself in this predicament, and injured as well? After much contemplation, she resolved to seek clarity on the matter. She addressed the heavens, stating, "Eldering has sustained injuries. He may rest aboard my vessel for a while before we set sail again." Although Yujing's voice was soft, the Eagle clan possessed exceptional vision and hearing. A large gray eagle circled in the sky for a while before seemingly making a decision, descending gracefully onto Yujing's vessel. From its back emerged a gentle and refined female, her eyes displaying faint traces of crow's feet. Upon seeing Yujing and the others, she expressed her gratitude warmly and assisted the transformed elder of the Eagle clan. The emaciated Eldering, with his frail appearance, and this elegant female indeed resembled a couple of disparate ages. The elder bore severe burn marks on his legs and appeared quite disheveled. Upon recognizing Yujing and the others, he exhaled softly, sitting weakly on the ground to rest. His female companion discreetly wiped away her tears, leaning against him for support. Yujing served clear water and instructed Hong Lian to offer food to the female, signaling her to drink before speaking slowly. Eldering took a sip of water and nibbled on some food, his complexion improving slightly, yet his eyes were filled with an unfathomable fear. "Fortunately, you all managed to escape from Beast City. Our city lord has gone mad." As these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense. Yujing felt a jolt in her heart, a vague premonition of impending trouble. "What has happened? Eldering, please tell us," she urged. Having resided in Beast City for many years, Hong Lian naturally held deep feelings for it, and upon hearing Elder Ying's words, she became anxious and restless. Eldering glanced at Hong Lian, sighed once more, and recounted the events as they unfolded. Chapter 87, The Madness of Senluo. A few days prior, on the third day after Yujing's departure, Senluo returned to Beast City and summoned all the elders to the city lord's hall for a meeting. Eldering was among them, but at that time, he was busy preparing food for the female. Being devoted to his partner, he prioritized feeding her before attending the meeting. Believing that the Eagle Feather clan was essentially one family and that the city lord would not hold it against him, after a considerable delay, he finally arrived before the gates of the lord's palace, only to be greeted by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. Startled yet cautious, he suppressed his presence, transforming into a hawk beast, and stealthily approached, fully prepared for battle. To his astonishment, he beheld a scene that would forever haunt his memory. The insides of the lord's palace were strewn with corpses, the remains of the elders, and shockingly, the very lord he had revered was devouring their flesh and blood. He could scarcely believe his eyes, yet the reality before him compelled him to accept the horrifying truth. With utmost caution, he began to retreat step by step. But fate had other plans, as he was soon discovered by Senluo. Fortunately, he was at a considerable distance, sustaining only severe burns to his thigh. In a state of utter panic, he hurried home, seized his female companion, and fled without pause, finding temporary refuge only by circling above the sea tribe. Yujing listened intently, her brow furrowed, while Hong Lian clenched her fist in frustration. How foolish. Bai Yin directed a scornful gaze towards the direction of Beast City, his blue eyes glimmering with disdain. What could this mean? It was unexpected that the self-proclaimed sacred beings, the feathered people, would be foolish enough to consume demonic orbs. Bai Yin glanced at Yujing, his azure eyes reflecting emotions that she could not comprehend. The elder of the Eagle tribe remained silent. He too had heard the legends of the demons, and indeed, only the demons would devour the beastmen. Reminded of the various incidents involving Senluo, his heart was filled with trepidation, yet at this moment, he simply wished to find a safe haven for himself and his female companion. After expressing his gratitude to Yujing, he had no intention of lingering any longer, for he still bore the lingering aura left by Senluo, and staying near this female would only bring them harm. Yujing provided them with water and food once more. Elder Ing expressed his gratitude again before soaring away with his mate. Hainya, uncertain of Senluo's true nature, had only heard tales of demons from the elders. However, he could sense the oppressive atmosphere and chose to remain silent. "Sister Yujing, I shall return to the cabin," he said. The events concerning the Beast City reopened the wounds within Hong Lian, and thoughts of Qi Yi left her pale-faced as she hurried back to the cabin and shut the door. Bai Yin took Yu Jing's hand and led her back to his cabin, leaving Han Ye alone on the deck, scratching his head in confusion. What was he to do? He had just witnessed Hong Lian's sorrowful expression and felt at a loss on how to comfort her, realizing that he knew little of her past. If all of this were indeed true, that Senluo had consumed the demon pearl and transformed into a demon, and now the Feather Clan had betrayed the 3 divine clans, would the Elven Clan be in peril? Although previously Tuanzi had informed her that the Elven Clan had begun to be wary of the Feather Clan, the stark reality still instilled worry within her. For now, there is no danger. He is a holy body. Forcibly consuming the demon pearl would lead to a repulsion with his own phoenix feather spirit. And no matter how many beastmen he consumes, it would only augment his magical power, though it could also bring about his demise due to internal soul conflicts. A flicker of malice crossed Bai Yan's azure eyes as he observed his several restless demon servants. Yet, the situation was indeed peculiar. Senluo had no reason to act foolishly. I simply cannot comprehend him, Yu Jing sighed. What a fine young man, yet he insists on tormenting himself. How splendid it would be to accept Ri Yang's affections and soar together. To take the lives of the innocent while risking his own. Some individuals seem to relish courting death, and in her eyes, Senluo was one such person. Chapter 88. One wave unsettled, another arises at that moment. Just when one wave had settled, another arose. The once tranquil sea suddenly became tumultuous, with surging waves causing the ship to sway violently. Han Ye, struggling with the oars, instantly sensed the peril and unhesitatingly abandoned his oars to leap into the sea, transforming into a fish. Bai Yin embraced Yu Jing as he moved to the bow, while Hong Lian staggered out, clutching the ship's railing. Sister Yu Jing, what has happened? Where's Han Ye? The ship rocked perilously, threatening to capsize at any moment. Yu Jing remained silent, summoning Little White Lotus and wrapping it with vines to stabilize the vessel. Han Ye must have encountered a magical beast. The commotion beneath the water was significant. Bai Yin gazed into the unfathomable depths and then gently ruffled Yu Jing's hair. I shall investigate. In truth, Yu Jing wished to express her eagerness to join him and employ her star absorption technique. Moreover, she was intensely curious about the underwater world she had yet to explore. However, she could not leave Hong Lian alone on the ship, so she merely nodded, signaling Bai Yin to exercise caution. After Bai Yin submerged, Yu Jing and Hong Lian remained transfixed, eyes fixed on the churning azure waters, feeling an unexplainable awe. Before long, bubbles began to rise to the surface, and Yu Jing reacted swiftly, pulling Hong Lian back several steps just as a massive white creature erupted from the water, spraying droplets everywhere. Fortunately, Yu Jing's quick reflexes spared her from an embarrassing drenching. Upon closer inspection, Hong Lian exclaimed, it's a giant sea conch. Yet to label it merely as a conch would be an understatement. The myriad of tentacles it possessed was no trifling matter. It was the formidable 1,000-tentacle long-nosed shell. Who would have anticipated encountering such a killing machine, which was kicked up like a crystalline pearl with a single blow? As Yu Jing marveled at the colossal seafood of this world, another part of the sea began to bubble violently, culminating in the sudden emergence of a round black-toothed conch. Its size was smaller than the 1,000-tentacle long-nosed shell, yet Yu Jing surmised that even 4 or 5 individuals would struggle to consume it. It dawned on her that the chaos in the sea was the result of a battle between 2 seashells. Bai Yin and Han Ye surfaced, with Han Ye's fish tail seamlessly merging with his human form, his luminescent fingers gracefully manipulating the water to prevent the 2 sea demon shells from sinking. As Yu Jing observed Bai Yin boarding the ship, her dark eyes brightened with curiosity. Could it be that dinner would consist of seafood? Bai Yin chuckled, remarking that they were indeed the century-old sea magic shells, each possessing exquisite pearls within their bodies. Such creatures were rare encounters, and it was unexpected to witness their struggle for territory today. However, Hong Lian, upon hearing Bai Yan's words, exhibited no reaction. Her gaze fixated in a dazed manner upon the magnificent Senye on the surface of the water, a trace of an indiscernible substance lingering at the corner of her mouth. This was solely due to the fact that Senye was undeniably breathtaking at that moment. His skin radiated a luminous sheen, reminiscent of dazzling diamonds, while his flowing blue-violet hair cascaded gracefully against his alluring abdomen, merging with the cerulean waves below. His shimmering gradient tail further accentuated his ethereal beauty. Surrounding him was an enchanting aura, as his soul shimmered like the auroras in the night sky. Under the sun's embrace, the light refracted through the water, casting a prismatic glow upon his form, bestowing upon him a resplendent sheen that danced with the elegance of his delicate fingers. The surrounding waters seemed to shift in harmony with his every movement. At that moment, Hong Lian felt tears streaming down her cheeks and resolved to avert her gaze. Turning towards Yu Jing as she pitifully lamented, "You have made my eyes hurt so much with your brilliance." Chapter 89. Is Hong Lian devoured? Yu Jing once again pressed her forehead, coolly remarking that staring at the light for too long could lead to blindness. Hai and I was simply too dazzling, fortunately. She had Bai Yin, this divine protector, by her side, or else she would surely be blinded by the brilliance. Of course, no matter how radiant Hai and I appeared. In her heart, Bai Yin's unparalleled elegance eclipsed all. Her own beast was simply ethereal in her eyes. Brother, if you don't make a move soon, I might lose control. Hai and I gazed helplessly at Bai Yin, who was engrossed in sweet exchanges with Yu Jing. His soul power was limited, and managing these two formidable beings was no easy feat. a Jing. Which one do you prefer? Bai Yin, oblivious to Haine's plea, tenderly tucked the wind-tousled strands of Yu Jing's hair behind her ear, his blue eyes filled with affection. Yu Jing pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to choose the black or the white. Then I shall select the black. The black, round and plump, appeared quite substantial. The black-toothed conch expressed its anguish, questioning if being overweight was a justification for torment. Bai Yin chuckled softly, leaping from the ship's railing onto the vast shell of the black-toothed conch, which bore two fist-sized white eyeballs that gazed in terror at Bai Yan's delicate feet. Will you regurgitate it willingly, or shall I extract it myself? Bai Yin crouched down, gently prodding one of the eyeballs, which promptly developed a thin film and feigned death. Observing this, Bai Yin summoned a tempest of deep purple lightning that crackled in his pristine hands, ready to strike until the creature opened its mouth. The black-toothed conch, though unafraid of blows or strikes, was utterly terrified of the electric force. In an instant, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a blue gemstone resembling a cornflower. Bai Yin accepted the gem, inspecting it with satisfaction before hopping back onto the ship, dismissively waving the conch away, sending it flying far off. After all, it had just hesitated. You can deal with the rest yourself, Bai Yin remarked lightly to Hainia, who lamented, but I cannot conjure lightning. My skills lie in water. Did the thousand-tentacled long-nosed shell fear water, or was it the blows? Yet, considering Bai Yin's insistence on handling this personally for Hong Lian, perhaps it would bring her some joy, and he began to feel grateful towards Bai Yin. It seemed he wasn't entirely foolish. However, the question remained, could he defeat it? After all, that creature possessed thousands of tentacles, and according to Bai Yin, hidden among the bizarre white spikes, the tentacles were already stirring with anticipation. A yin. Is this of any use? Yu Jing inquired, taking the pigeon egg-sized blue gemstone, which was indeed exquisite, yet if it held no further purpose, it hardly seemed worth Bai Yin's effort. Do not underestimate this stone. It is the crystallization of a century's magic from the sea demon conch. Try feeding it to the golden stone flower, Bai Yin replied with a mysterious smile. Indeed, if it were merely a beautiful stone, there would be no need for such trouble. One could simply slay the creature for it. However, this was different from a soul crystal. If the black-toothed conch was unwilling, it could destroy itself, leaving Bai Yin powerless. Yu Jing, filled with skepticism, summoned the small white lotus back to her. The lotus transformed into a haunting golden stone flower as Yu Jing tossed a sapphire into its mouth. The small white lotus let out a satisfied belch, and then its entire floral form shuddered. The tender green vines beneath the flower trembled, and the chilling sharp teeth at the edges of the flower's core quivered in unison. Yu Jing gazed at the small white lotus with trepidation. She sensed that this was not a sensation of pain, but rather an exhilarating discomfort. Yet, what effect had the gemstone truly had on the lotus? The small white lotus ceased its trembling, shook its flower head, and its teeth clicked together, unable to articulate its state. To Yu Jing's astonishment, it then swallowed the bewildered red lotus whole. Chapter 90. We have struck gold. This shocking act nearly sent Yu Jing's spirit into disarray. Fortunately, the small white lotus soon regurgitated the dazed red lotus, leaving Yu Jing to wonder if such treatment of a slurry-acting beast was truly necessary. The soul of Yu Jing has returned to its rightful place. But what does this mean for Xiao Bai Yin? Bai Yin furrowed his brows, feeling that this was not how it should be. A century's worth of soul power should have allowed Xiao Bai Yin to ascend to the realm of immortals, yet the narrative diverged from his expectations. It was rather awkward to glance at Yu Jing, as it was not aligning with my preconceived notions either. Yu Jing gently caressed the petals of the white lotus, yearning for a communion of spirits. However, this time the white lotus seemed at a loss for words. Its petals trembled in agitation. Then, as if resolutely making a decision, it swallowed Yu Jing whole before the astonished gaze of Bai Yin. Just as Bai Yin was poised to take drastic action, Yu Jing was unexpectedly regurgitated. Internally, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, overwhelmed with excitement as she embraced Bai Yin, exclaiming, "We did it." Bai Yin, bewildered, inquired, "What exactly did we achieve?" Yet, witnessing the little female's uncontainable delight, he pondered what treasures the digestive fluid of the golden stone flower might contain. Meanwhile, the red lotus remained in a stupor, feeling only darkness upon being consumed, and then a sudden brightness upon being expelled, awkwardly observing Yu Jing's solitary laughter. Yu Jing knew that Bai Yin would undoubtedly be perplexed, and she couldn't suppress her laughter, for she had no idea what she had just acquired. Just as she was about to elucidate, a scream pierced the air. Haina's anguished cries echoed. "Ah, why are there so many hands?" Before her stood Haina, ensnared by countless flesh-colored tendrils, each adorned with an array of writhing flesh-like nodules. A veritable nightmare for those afflicted with a phobia of clusters. The gaps between the tendrils shimmered with a cerulean radiance infused with spiritual energy, while the surface of the sea was littered with severed appendages, oozing a viscous green liquid, perhaps the fruits of Haina's labor. Red Lotus, in a state of urgency, implored, "Bai Yin, perhaps you should lend him a hand. It appears he is on the brink of succumbing." Bai Yin raised an eyebrow, casting a bemused glance at Haina. "Is your Sea King star merely for consumption?" Yu Jing also cast her gaze upon the battlefield. After hearing Bai Yin's words, she comprehended that this fish was indeed foolish, remaining oblivious until the moment of crisis. There must still be untapped potential within. How does one utilize the Sea King's star? Ah, the method eludes my memory. Enveloped by the fleshly tendrils, Heinai was dodging the assaults while trying to recall how to harness his other half's soul power. This distraction led to several tendrils ensnaring his fishtail, and just as one was about to strike his face, he realized his soul power was nearly depleted. Have your royal sea clan forgotten how to sing? Bai Yin pondered, intrigued, in his past life memories. He seemed to have once dealt a blow to the leader of the Sea King's clan, warning that should he hear the males of the clan sing again, he would extinguish their lineage. Was it possible that, as a result, the Sea King's clan had ceased to croon their enchanting melodies? Was this leader truly so cowardly? In truth, the leader was indeed timid, and Heinai's father was even more so, having failed to teach his son the art of the Star Sea song. He merely suggested that his son seek his own understanding of its application, having only mentioned its existence. It would indeed be miraculous for the dim-witted Heinai to grasp it on his own. Thus inspiration struck. Indeed, it was singing. The question arose, how to sing. Without further ado, I summoned the soul power within the Sea King's star, and let out a resounding cry. Ah, ah. The sudden sound startled Bai Yin, who hurriedly covered Yu Jing's ears, enveloping them with soul power, while Hong Lian instinctively clasped her own ears. Was it melodious? What nonsense! It was clearly an infernal cacophony. Like two microphones colliding, it was a piercing, demonic sound. Chapter 91. The Secrets of Space. The thousand-touch long-tongue shell was also greatly affected. Immediately retracting its tentacles and sealing its shell, entering a self-hypnosis state, unable to hear. Yet, this proved futile. The powerful soul energy emanating from the Sea King's star allowed the demonic sound to penetrate with astonishing strength. Even the sea surface was disturbed, rising and falling violently. Waves crashing. Swish, swish. Ahid. With another wave of the demonic sound assaulting, the thousand-touch long-tongue shell convulsed wildly. Congratulations to the thousand-touch long-tongue shell for becoming the first sea demon shell in history to be sung to death. Truly one of a kind. While others used the Sea King's star to sing the beautiful and enchanting melody of the starry sea to mesmerize the mind, here it was a life-threatening demonic sound. An indispensable lethal weapon for outings. Without a single soldier, it could annihilate an army of 100,000. Han was utterly astonished by her own prowess. Tucking away her somewhat disheveled hair behind her ear, she exclaimed, just one word, stunning. Swaying her exquisite fishtail, she swam to the lifeless body of the thousand-touch long-tongue shell, pried open its mouth, and retrieved its pearl, a flawless purple gem, unmarred and pristine. Perfect. With a dark expression. Bai Yin remarked that it was truly remarkable. He hurriedly approached the squatting Hong Lian, presenting it to her. Look at this. Is it not beautiful? Hong Lian ignored him, but he yanked her up from the ground, animatedly chattering away. What did you say? Hong Lian gritted her teeth, slowly raising her furious little face to glare at Hain, her eyes aflame. Oh no. Hong Lian had gone deaf. Though Hain's soul power was aimed at the sea demon shell, its destructive force rendered the powerless Hong Lian temporarily deaf. Unsurprisingly, the two playful adversaries soon engaged in another bout, though it was more of a one-sided thrashing from Hong Lian. Bai Yin and Yu Jing chose to ignore this, as the carcass of the sea demon shell would soon attract more beasts vying for it. Paddling the boat was the priority, while Hain and Hong Lian could indulge in their antics. As the sun set and dusk descended, a layer of mist enveloped the sea. Yu Jing and the others had yet to encounter an island where they could rest, compelling them to have Hain weave an exceptionally long grass rope, securing stones to sink to the seabed, anchoring the boat in place. Otherwise, if everyone fell asleep, they would awaken to find the boat adrift come morning. Back in the cabin, Bai Yin lay with Yu Jing on the simple wooden bed, finally voicing the confusion in his mind. What exactly had transpired? Yu Jing chuckled softly and informed Bai Yin that after the little white lotus consumed the sapphire, an entire space had unexpectedly manifested within her abdomen, comparable in size to the dark, glistening body of the sea demon shell. The little white lotus struggled to articulate this phenomenon, ultimately deciding to swallow it, allowing her to realize that what she had entered was not a stomach filled with digestive fluid, but rather a realm altogether different. The implication was clear. With this newfound space at her disposal, she could traverse the world with ease. It was also Bai Yan's first encounter with such a peculiar occurrence. Initially, he had hoped that the little white lotus would transform into a fairy to bring joy to Yu Jing, but instead, he found himself unexpectedly delighted by this revelation. Although Yu Jing was curious about the purpose of the red lotus, she refrained from inquiring, for a gentleman does not covet another's pleasures. Moreover, Bai Yan merely stated that the century sea demon shell was rare, which did not imply that it would not be encountered again in the future. Perhaps there would be opportunities along the way. With such thoughts in mind, she stifled a yawn and, inhaling Bai Yan's presence, drifted into a tranquil slumber. Little did she know, this slumber would transform into an inescapable nightmare. Chapter 92. The Forest of Dreams. The horizon stretched infinitely, and the gray-white sky was veiled by wispy clouds. As Yu Jing awakened, she found herself standing atop a towering cliff. Beneath her feet, the mist swirled tumultuously, and one misstep would send her plunging into the unfathomable depths of a white vortex. She was aware that this was merely a dream, yet the scene was entirely foreign to her as she surveyed the desolate surroundings. Raising her gaze towards the seemingly tangible heavens, she abruptly closed her eyes. This was prompted by a sudden burst of numerous rays of dawn that erupted from the clouds. The billowing clouds, suffused with the hues of dawn, appeared lush and vibrant. However, the most resplendent were the two crimson suns, radiating golden light that dispelled the drifting clouds and mist, as if proclaiming their dominion over the sky. Gradually, the entire expanse above her was left with a piercing scarlet hue, the twin suns glowing more fervently. Their fiery color evoked in Yujing's mind the image of Senluo's crimson eyes. You say the vermilion glow atop the clouds resembles my eyes, yet you have forgotten? Senluo's voice, tinged with sorrow, resonated through the atmosphere, causing Yujing's heart to skip a beat. How could she have entered Senluo's dream without meditating? And was Senluo indeed as the elder of the Eagle clan had suggested, now tainted by darkness? Before Yujing could ponder further, another shade of red abruptly emerged between the twin suns, a hue more vivid and intense than the dawn itself, burning fiercely in the air. It was the beastly form of Senluo, the fire phoenix. Its magnificent, flaming tail eclipsed the brilliance of the twin suns, and the ancient, ornate patterns that adorned its body seemed to declare it the true sun. Slowly, it descended before Yujing, allowing her to behold its visage and restoring the twin suns to their luminous glory. At that moment, Yujing was at a loss as to whether she should loathe him or empathize with him. Such beauty could pierce the heart. Senluo's allure was precisely capable of shattering one's soul. I am not Senman, and indeed I. Before Yujing could finish her thought, Senluo silenced her with a cold fingertip pressed to her lips. Don't say it. I have longed to see you. In Senluo's crimson eyes, a glimmer of crystalline tears shimmered. The redness around his eyes was intense, and his fingers trembled slightly. As Yujing felt a sharp pang in her throat, she took a step back. Your dress is truly exquisite. He must have made it for you. Yet, I believe I could create something even more enchanting, Senluo said, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Yujing's crimson gown ignited, and at that very moment, a scarlet feathered garment cascaded down upon her, each vibrant plume radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Yujing was suddenly filled with rage. Just moments ago, she had felt sympathy for Senluo's tragic tale. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he dared to burn the delicate dress that Bai Yin had crafted for her, driving her to the brink of fury. Unable to confront Senluo, her only option was to flee. She realized that her emotional turmoil could propel her into action, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the vast, white abyss. Left behind, Senluo's fingers lingered in the air, a gentle breeze caressing his translucent crimson hair, stirring the crystalline tears that threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. Like a Sanus of the feather tribe, he summoned 3 ethereal feathers from within, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Senman, 3 ethereal feathers, 3 chances. I once cherished my life, but now, for you, I am willing to relinquish it. Yujing leaped from the precipice, the howling wind racing past her ears, and to her astonishment, she plunged into the lake with a resounding splash. The sudden impact rendered her mind momentarily blank, and a sharp pain surged through her limbs. The icy water invaded her mouth and nostrils, choking her violently. Something was amiss. How could the sensations in this dream feel so achingly real? Could this truly not be a dream? Chapter 93, The Bamboo Grove Dreamscape. If it were not a dream, then it should be impossible. Falling from such a height into the water should have left her insides shattered. Although her grasp of physics was not profound, she understood the fundamentals. There was no time for contemplation. She fought against the pain in her chest and swam towards the shore, attempting to summon the little white lotus, but received no response on her first attempt. On the bank, a lush bamboo grove unfolded, the emerald leaves glistening like a verdant sea, whispering in the breeze with a rustling sound, reminiscent of waves undulating upon the ocean. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had yet to encounter bamboo in this realm. Nonetheless, she firmly believed she must still be dreaming, and without further hesitation, she ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket. The fragrance of bamboo enveloped her senses, delightful and familiar. She vaguely recalled that it was also the scent associated with Senluo. Observing the slender, resilient green bamboo, she noted its resemblance to Senluo in certain respects, especially in Senluo's unwavering devotion to Senman, a tenacity that was indeed unyielding and unceasing. Yet, she was not Senman. Senluo's ardor towards her was more a misfortune than a blessing. As Yujing progressed further, the path ahead began to widen, revealing an elegant bamboo cottage. Before the cottage stood a stone table, where Senluo gracefully sliced watermelon. Even the act of cutting the fruit possessed an enchanting allure. Apart from Senluo, there was no one else present. Upon a sudden impulse, Yujing contemplated leaving, but then realized that this was Senluo's dreamscape, and escaping might prove futile. Perhaps it would be wiser to muster her courage and engage him in conversation once more? Or should she seize the knife from his grasp and attempt to end her own existence, hoping that might grant her an exit? Should she dare to experiment with such a notion? Observing Yujing's hesitant steps, Senluo's enchanting smile blossomed amidst the alluring peach blossoms as he softly beckoned her from across the table. Yujing took a deep breath, pondering that it was merely a dream, and wondered if he would truly consume her. She swiftly approached, seized a watermelon, and took a bite, relishing its sweet and refreshing taste before softly inquiring, "When will you release me?" Senluo's crimson eyes slightly paused, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Well, it depends on your behavior." Yujing grasped the knife on the table, poised to end her own life once more. Yet, Senluo captured her delicate wrist, his eyes gleaming with deeper amusement. "It will only hurt. It's futile." Yujing swallowed hard, admitting that she indeed feared pain, particularly the kind that would trap her indefinitely. "Then please refrain from laughing," she retorted, pulling her hand back defiantly. Can I at least continue eating watermelon? Why? Senluo asked, perplexed. Can't you see how happy I am to see you? An aberration is a sin. Yujing redirected her resentment towards the watermelon, finding its alluring. Mischievous smile to be a source of distress. How she longed for her pure white flame, untouched by worldly stains, a sight that brought her comfort. Senluo, however, took no offense, laughing lightly. Looking at you brings me a sense of tranquility. That is because you mistake me for Senman, but I am not. Yujing replied casually, by the way, have you transformed into a demon? She continued nonchalantly, feeling that since she could not escape, she might as well counsel this wayward youth. For you, I would willingly become a demon, even at the cost of the entire Feather Clan. Senluo's tone was surprisingly nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. I belong to the Elven clan, and you have always known this. Are you truly suggesting that you would become a demon for my sake, or are you merely seeking to provoke me? Yujing raised an eyebrow, utterly baffled by Senluo's words. Chapter 94. The second dream he would risk the entire Feather Clan. He must have lost his mind. Senluo fell silent, revealing an expression Yujing had never witnessed before, even casting her a glance of disdain. Heaven, she would rather believe she was blind. Isn't the one you currently admire a white-haired demon? Has he brought you trouble? Senluo's response caught Yujing off guard, as if her Yin was not merely a demon, but a demon boss. Yet, she retorted assertively, Yin is the incarnation of a demon soul. He had no choice. But you are a divinely bestowed member of the Feather Clan, incapable of merging with the power of the demon pearl. To consume the demon pearl and become a demon, are you not being irrational? Senluo chuckled once more. The members of the Feather Clan live but a century. What do you think has allowed me to survive until now? The divine phoenix abandoned me long ago. Upon finding you again, you too have forsaken me. Senman. I am so very sad. Yujing was choked by watermelon juice. Senluo, in a desperate bid for survival, waited for Senman to return before consuming the magical orb. The depth of such sentiment is truly profound. However, after some contemplation, she voiced her thoughts. No. Senman has not forsaken you. Yujing paused, her ink black eyes earnestly locking onto Senluo's. She never returned, and I am merely Yujing. I lack her memories, her preferences, and all that she possessed. Likewise, Senman has no recollection of me, no affinity for my tastes, and none of my belongings. As she spoke, she etched two parallel lines upon the stone table with a bone blade. Like these lines, there will be no intersection between us. Do you understand? Senluo gazed at Yujing, and for the first time, a look of inquiry graced his enchanting visage. After a long moment of contemplation, he glanced at the lines on the table and nodded slowly. You are correct. Therefore, my affection now is for you, Yujing, and no longer for the past Senman. It is no wonder that what I yearn for is the essence of you in this present moment. Yujing felt an overwhelming urge to vomit, yet nothing came forth. It was all in vain. Frustrated, she plunged the bone blade into the table and turned to enter her room, shutting the door behind her to seek solace in sleep. After all, there was no escape. Perhaps a slumber would grant her a way out of this dreamlike state, and this was one of her devised strategies. However, despite her restless tossing and turning, the refreshing scent of bamboo enveloped her, and without the presence of Bai Yin, slumber eluded her. After what seemed like an eternity of this turmoil, when she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a pair of extraordinarily beautiful crimson eyes gazing at her from the edge of the bed. Yujing suddenly sat up in shock. How did you get in? After careful contemplation, she realized that she needed to preserve her life and eliminate that demon child. Only then would he belong solely to her. It was a daunting task, but she was resolute in her ability to accomplish it. My love is for you, not Senman. I understand Senman, yet I do not know you. Senluo's expression became grave, as if he had made a significant decision, which left Yujing feeling quite alarmed. If you kill Bai Yin, I will not survive either. Do not forget that I share a divine contract with him. Yujing cast a disdainful glance at Senluo, reiterating that Bai Yin's strength had evolved beyond recognition. However, Senluo appeared unfazed, offering her a mysterious smile. A plume of feather-like flames erupted from his fingertips, and he casually consumed two of them. He then grasped Yujing's hand, placing the remaining flame in her palm. This will send you back. Back where? A sense of foreboding washed over Yujing. She did not believe that Senluo would wish to spare her after plotting to kill Bai Yin. You will know soon enough. Senluo's crimson eyes sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance, leaving Yujing in a daze. Her final consciousness flickered, realizing that she had once again fallen victim to that cursed eye technique. Chapter 95. Returning to modern times in City S, beneath the nocturnal sky. Towering edifices lined the banks of the river. Within the illustrious Jin Mao Tower, Yujing, clad in a tailored suit, held her slightly dizzy head as she leaned against her desk to rise. On her desk lay the financing proposal worth 300 million. She recalled that the company had previously encountered minor issues with a batch of equipment, although there were no significant problems when deployed at the airport and high-speed rail. The results had not been ideal. Thus, this funding was urgently needed to facilitate operations. The technical department had preliminarily concluded discussions on the blueprints. With this capital, they could invest in a factory to produce more sophisticated and advanced instruments, which would surely garner favorable feedback. But how did she return? Hadn't she just been conversing with Senluo? A soft knock echoed at the door. Come in. recognizing the rhythm of the knock. Yujing knew it was one of her 10 major shareholders, her steward, old Master Feng. I knew you would be working late. A young lady like you should not be bearing such burdens. Old Master Feng, though over 50, still donned a well-fitted suit with a dark tie, exuding vitality. At this hour, he had come to deliver a late-night snack, placing a steaming bowl of fragrant wontons on her desk. Upon encountering the venerable elder whom she had not seen for an extended period, Yujing felt a twinge of concern. She managed a strained smile and urged him to leave work early to rest at home. Aware of Yujing's workaholic tendencies, old Feng refrained from lingering, advising her to retire early, reminding her that young people who stay up late for prolonged periods are prone to various ailments, before closing the door behind him. Gazing at the steaming bowl of wontons on her desk, Yujing found herself devoid of appetite. Had she truly arrived in the modern world? Did Senluo possess the ability to transport her across realms? If so, how could she return? She resolutely dismissed the notion that everything in that world was merely a dream. Regardless of her imaginative prowess, the ring on her finger, a cherished heirloom from her mother, attested to the reality of her experiences. Especially since its counterpart was absent from around her neck. Was Bai Yin in a state of frantic worry? The thought irritated her further, leaving her with little inclination to sift through the mountain of documents before her. In this contemporary realm, who would believe her claims? Should she voice her thoughts? She risked being confined to the psychiatric facility on Qinglong Mountain. Anxious and at a loss, her eyes wandered to the illuminated computer screen, where the fluctuating stock interface displayed a rise of 0.21, placing it at the pinnacle of the stock market leaderboard. Though surprising, it brought her no joy. These matters seemed to drift farther from her grasp, and she slumped over her desk, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, yearning for Bai Yin, as well as for Duanzi, Honglian, and even the adorably foolish Hanyi. Yu Zong, are you still busy? The voice was somewhat familiar, though she couldn't recall which department it belonged to. Regaining her composure from her disheveled thoughts, she assumed her usual cool demeanor and replied, "Please, come in. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." As the door swung open, a young woman in a finely tailored dark red suit stepped inside, observing Yujing's icy countenance. She nervously tucked a strand of wavy hair behind her ear. "Are you the manager of the Human Resources Department? I apologize for forgetting your name." Yujing merely glanced up, her mind elsewhere. "No worries at all. My name is Wan. I have only met you a few times." The girl, still anxious, continued. "I'm here to inform you that a candidate has been selected for the assistant position you arranged for recruitment, and they will commence work tomorrow." After delivering her lengthy message, she finally looked up at Yujing's face, only to find her utterly unresponsive, prompting her to lower her gaze and exhale softly. Despite receiving a response from Yujing, Wan lingered, timidly adding, "Yuzong, the higher-ups are still working late. Let them return home to rest," Yujing replied, rubbing her aching head, realizing that everything before her no longer felt like a dream. Turning off the glaring fluorescent lights, she decided against returning home. After much contemplation, she resolved to try meditating. Although she could not reach Tuanzi, contacting Senluo seemed a viable option, even if it meant exhausting herself in negotiations with him. It would be preferable to the fruitless anxiety of navigating this modern world. Chapter 96, The Third Layer of Dreams Within the Bamboo House. Senluo gazed intently at Yujing's serene sleeping visage, unable to resist the urge to gently caress her. His forehead flushed slightly, a reaction to the summons of her dreams. Senluo smiled, knowing that Yujing would indeed take such actions, which reassured him to allow her entry into the third layer of dreams. A realm constructed from her own memories. He could not easily access this space, and even if he forcibly intruded, he would remain subject to her will. However, through the connection of the summons, it was different. He could freely traverse the spiritual world she had created, uncovering all aspects of her being. He vowed to understand her, no matter how long it took or the methods employed. For Yujing's heart, he would endure anything, having lived for an eternity, suffering through the passage of time. He awaited her arrival. Why should he relinquish this opportunity? Even if she forged a bond with the Naga, what of it? Consuming the last bottle of dream nectar in existence, everything would dissolve into nothingness. Senluo's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing within the bamboo dwelling. As Yujing's form also disappeared from this dreamscape, fully entering the third layer of dreams, woven from Senluo's ethereal essence and Yujing's memories. The morning sunlight streamed through the white lacquered glass, casting a warm glow upon Yujing's exquisite face as she slumbered on the sofa. Yujing raised her hand, peering through the gaps between her fingers, and discerned the unchanging surroundings. Her heart sank once more, and she offered a silent greeting to the ancestors of the Senluo lineage. Spanning 18 generations, a pang of hunger coursed through her. In times past, her assistant, Fang Jie, would have brought her breakfast at this hour. However, since Fang Jie's child was accepted into a prestigious university abroad, she and her family had relocated with him, until she managed to find a new assistant. She would have to fend for herself. Rising from her desk, she retrieved her long-neglected mobile phone and deftly opened the food delivery app, preparing to order a light porridge. Suddenly, a familiar knocking echoed from outside the door. It was only 7:30, and aside from Fang Jie, no one else would arrive at this early hour. Yet, she noted the absence of Fang Jie's distinctive high heels. Dismissing her thoughts, she reassured herself that the building's security system was the finest in all of S City. "Please come in," she called out. Yujing set down her phone and poured herself a glass of water, her gaze fixed on the slowly opening lacquered door. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who possessed the audacity to approach her, the esteemed CEO, at such an early hour. "Ms. Yu, your breakfast is ready." Before her stood a tall man clad in an elegant black suit, beneath which he wore a finely crafted white shirt, the collar of which was only partially fastened, revealing his fair neck and smooth chest. As he spoke, the glass in Yujing's hand slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor with a resounding thud, rolling a few times before miraculously remaining intact. "Senluo?" Yujing's mind was in disarray, her expression taut as she fixated on the man before her. "What are you saying?" The man maintained a polite smile, his short red hair swaying slightly as he bent to set down the breakfast, glimmering like crystal in the sunlight. His movements were exceptionally graceful, reminiscent of a European noble from the Middle Ages. Even the way he handled the plastic bag resembled the delicate arrangement of exquisite tableware. "How did you bring me to the present day? And what would it take for you to send me back?" Yujing's cold demeanor was tinged with anger, struggling to suppress the impulse to strike him, all the while hoping he would assist her in returning. Chapter 97. Senluo, a graduate of Caltech? "Ms. Yu, are you jesting?" He replied innocently, his enchanting almond-shaped eyes blinking with feigned vulnerability. "My name is indeed Senluo, but I am merely a newly hired intern in the Human Resources Department. A graduate of Caltech. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before. These tasks were assigned to me by Sister Fong before her departure." Yujing found herself genuinely bewildered. How could Senluo, that ancient figure, possess knowledge of the esteemed California Institute of Technology, ranked 4th in the world? An institution even more prestigious than Cambridge? Such high-caliber innovative talent serving as her assistant? This just seemed rather excessive. Taking a deep breath, she sat upright in her chair. "You graduated from California, correct?" "Yes, indeed. I just returned to the country this year." "Hiki, tell me, why does Xiaoming eat 2 lunchboxes?" "Because he can't finish 3. "Very well. Do you write with your left hand or your right hand?" "With a pen." "Excellent. Imagine a pig running desperately. Ahead lies a wall. Yet it continues to run until it ultimately collides and dies. Why? Because pigs cannot think quickly on their feet." Senluo's handsome chin lifted slightly. His peach blossom eyes filled with confusion, seemingly curious as to why Yujing suddenly posed such riddles. "Then how could you possibly have red eyes?" Yujing's fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, producing a dull sound as she persistently inquired. "His appearance is entirely inconsistent with human genetic traits. The dyed hair, too, seemed reminiscent of too many viewings of Twilight." Senluo shrugged and replied, "Surely, you do not mind appearances, right? This will not hinder my work efficiency." "No, you may leave," Yujing said, resting her forehead against her hand, massaging her aching temples. She had indeed watched Twilight numerous times. Yet at this moment, she had no desire to see Senluo. "Very well, there is an important meeting in the RD department at 10 o'clock this morning." Senluo smiled politely and exited the room. Yujing gazed at Senluo's tranquil back, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. Regardless of his attempts at justification, she was convinced it was indeed Senluo. There was no reasoning behind it, merely the sixth sense of a woman. Although she found it peculiar that Senluo possessed such extensive knowledge, it simultaneously indicated that she had an opportunity to return. With these thoughts clarified, she felt a sense of relaxation. Since he wished to play a role, she would indulge him in this performance, eager to discover the nature of his ruse. Around 9 o'clock, Senluo presented Yujing with the previous week's reports from various departments for her review, and subsequently prepared a cup of American coffee for her, stirring it meticulously before placing it beside her. This was Yujing's ritual. Without the companionship of coffee, the avalanche of dense numerical reports would surely lull her into slumber. Yujing casually flipped through the data, yet her eyes occasionally darted towards Senluo, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. A myriad of questions filled her mind. Can this fellow truly comprehend the essence of the 300 Tang poems? In Yujing's office, there are not many books, but the 300 Tang poems is the one she frequently peruses. This is not due to a profound love for poetry, but rather because it was a gift from her late mother during her childhood. Occasionally, her mother would recite verses to her, and each time she picks it up, the warm resonance of her mother's voice seems to echo in her ears. Senluo is engrossed in his reading, completely oblivious to Yujing's inquisitive gaze. Do you comprehend it? Yujing could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question, only to feel foolish for doing so afterward. Yes, I particularly enjoy it. In life, we must return. In death, we shall long for each other. Senluo, with his long, fair fingers gently cradling the red book cover, lifted his enchanting visage, his thin lips curving into a slight smile. Could you please fasten your buttons? Yujing disregarded Senluo's heartfelt declaration. Even if she were to expose him again, he would never concede to his true identity. Yet, under the bright daylight, what kind of situation is it for this fellow to reveal his gleaming, bare chest? Though she harbors no fear of male beauty, she cannot allow misunderstandings to arise, can she? A smile danced in Senluo's eyes as his fingers brushed over the buttons on his chest, deliberately unfastening them, exposing his delicate, alluring collarbone and a generous expanse of skin. Do women not enjoy such sights? Chapter 98. Unveiling Dreams. With a sudden tremor of her hand, Yujing accidentally knocked over her coffee. Despite her resilient and composed nature, she could not withstand the unexpected provocation from Senluo. Was this a ploy of seduction? She found it unappealing, for he paled in comparison to Bai Yan's allure. Had it been Bai Yan orchestrating this, she would have been unable to resist his charm. Yujing defiantly met Senluo's gaze, unconvinced that his notorious temper could remain unfazed. Indeed, his expression shifted in an instant. The redness around his eyes accentuated the clarity of his crimson gaze, as he smiled and slowly fastened the button on his chest. "We should proceed to the conference room," he remarked, gently placing his book down and meticulously organizing the disheveled reports that Yujing had scattered across the table. Yujing's conviction regarding her suspicions grew ever stronger. Senluo was indeed Senluo. Yet, she pondered whether the realm she inhabited was contemporary or a different dimension altogether. The research and development department had always been of paramount importance to Yujing, leading her to participate in their morning meetings almost daily, with scarcely any absences. Consequently, she had become quite familiar with each member of the department. In the meeting room, the same familiar faces lingered. The individual she esteemed most, Wang Yang, lounged nonchalantly to her right, swinging his legs. Clad in a flamboyant shirt and Hawaiian shorts, he paradoxically wore a pair of formal black leather shoes. A peculiar ensemble that had long ceased to astonish their colleagues. Yujing held a significant regard for Wang Yang, yet consistently refrained from promoting him for the very reason that he exhibited a rather casual demeanor. In comparison to him, the current department manager, the seasoned Wu Ping, embodied a level of steadiness that was immeasurable. Nonetheless, she could not help but admire Wang Yang's outlandish ideas, evoking a sentiment that was both love and hate. However, during today's meeting, Wang Yang did not display his usual flair for innovation. Rather, the content of the meeting closely aligned with her expectations, following her thought process without introducing any novel topics. After the meeting concluded, she stopped Wang Yang, playfully teasing him. "Has your talent run dry?" Wang Yang, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and scratched his head, replying that he simply had not prepared anything for today, leaving him with little to contribute. Yujing nodded, deep in thought. At noon, Senluo, much like Sister Fang, packed her favorite dishes, even arranging the table in an identical manner to Sister Fang. With her dark eyes glistening, Yujing harbored a thought that she dared not pursue directly, deciding instead to wait a while longer. She needed to observe further. As time passed in its cyclical manner, by the third day, Yujing had come to a complete understanding of her situation. It turned out she was living within memories of her own creation, yet had not confronted Senluo. The essence of Senluo was indeed overwhelmingly formidable, and considering that exquisite feather, the price he must have paid was undoubtedly substantial. Over the past few days, Senluo had acted as a normal assistant, managing everything for her. If there was anything peculiar, it was that Senluo seemed to take great pleasure in simply watching her, his gaze lingering on her in a way that left Yujing perplexed regarding his true intentions. Love, once ignited, runs deep. The living may perish, and the dead may rise again. Senman, you have truly caused distress to a man who is destined to soar among the heavens, and you have tormented me enough. At this moment, Yujing stood on the rooftop of the Jinmao Tower, reflecting that a leap from this height would bring her to Bai Yan, easing her troubled heart somewhat, yet she felt a surge of anger towards Senluo's actions. Looking down at the ceaseless flow of vehicles below, she coldly declared, "Senluo, when we meet again, I shall strive with all my might to take your life. I shall remove every obstacle between Bai Yan and myself, leaving no trace of future regret." The words of Yujing floated into Senluo's ears with the wind, and despite the profound bitterness in his heart, he laughed maniacally. All he desired was to understand her a little more, just that insignificant amount. He tread so carefully, afraid to make contact, yet she still harbored hatred towards him. Very well, very well. Chapter 99. I want you, right now. In the moment of awakening, Yujing felt the intense warmth emanating from Bai Yan beside her. Her desolate heart was instantaneously filled to the brim. The boat swayed gently, and everything that had just transpired felt like a fleeting dream. Her Bai Yan was still there, and she had not returned to the modern world. How wonderful. Ah Yan. Yujing's delicate nose brushed against Bai Yan's chest as she softly called out to him. Are you awake? Bai Yan, who naturally slept lightly, especially in the presence of unknown dangers at sea, found it impossible to fall into a deep slumber. Upon hearing Yujing's gentle summons, he instinctively caressed her back. Yujing remained silent, shifting slightly to meet Bai Yan's gaze. What is it? Bai Yan asked, his voice softening as he looked into Yujing's tearful eyes. I miss you dearly. Yujing was reluctant to speak of the troubling matters concerning Senluo. Her heart longed for Bai Yan, a longing that had grown overwhelmingly intense. It had been ages since she had seen Bai Yan in her dreams, and her yearning had become a calamity. You now have a little one, I fear. Be good, do not fuss, and sleep a little longer. Bai Yan's voice was laced with gentle coaxing. He desired Yujing, yet the moment was not right. Yujing had never anticipated that. She merely longed for him immensely. In her dreams, she lingered for an entire week. Yet, Bai Yan misconstrued her feelings and even rebuffed her. Was it solely because of the child that he turned her away? The child has yet to take shape. Does it not? Indeed, Bai Yan appears to prioritize the child above all else. The panic and grievances experienced in her dreams surged forth uncontrollably. Yujing bit her lip, her eyes misty with emotion, as if a single word from Bai Yan that she found displeasing could summon a torrential downpour. Witnessing Yujing's profound distress, Bai Yan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Could it be that all pregnant females were thus? In a moment of uncertainty, He gently pressed his tender lips against hers. The warmth and softness of Bai Yan's lips enveloped her, bringing a refreshing sensation akin to mint, leaving Yu Jing with an exhilarating sense of clarity and relief throughout her being. The sweet allure of Yu Jing sharply stimulated a particular nerve within Bai Yan. He found himself unable to restrain his desires, instinctively tightening his embrace around her arms, pressing against her, enveloping her delicate, almost insubstantial form, with the pressure of their lips. Yu Jing's body became increasingly aflame, perhaps a result of longing or an insatiable thirst. In any case, she was driven to the brink of madness. Yu Jing gently bit the dissatisfied lips of Bai Yan, caressing his jade-like face. I want you, right now? Yet he interjected, but you? No buts. Her words ignited all of Bai Yan's rationality. He turned, allowing Yu Jing to rest upon his abdomen, his azure eyes dark and turbulent. Let me see you properly. The red dress lay scattered upon the floor, the bed a tapestry of black and white. Even as he felt on the brink of madness, Bai Yan remained tender and intoxicating, his movements a slow, mesmerizing rhythm that scratched at Yu Jing's heart, stirring her very soul. She could not help but let out a soft whimper, only to have her mouth silenced again by Bai Yan's rising form. We cannot let anyone hear. And I love you. On Yu Jing's fair visage, a deep crimson hue blossomed as she was once more pressed down by Bai Yan. It was she who had succumbed to madness this time. A profound tremor coursed through her very soul. Even though Bai Yan was acutely aware that this would drain Yu Jing's energy, he found himself unable to halt his actions. Bai Yan, I am weary. Yu Jing's moist eyes resembled those of a kitten yearning for more affection. I will give you affection, my dear. I said I want to sleep. Do you understand the concept of sleep? Fine. Aren't you afraid of draining my soul's energy? I have already devised a way to obtain the crystal or vein. Be good, remain still. The phrase self-inflicted consequences truly resonated with Yu Jing at this moment. Chapter 100, Will you be my female? Until noon the following day. Yu Jing and Bai Yan finally emerged from the cabin. Hainia and Hong Lian were joyfully paddling, with Hong Lian's cheeks slightly flushed and her tail wagging uncontrollably. It seemed that their relationship had intensified swiftly after last night, likely aided by the gems presented by Hainia. Brother, just in time. We can now activate the whirlpool here. Shall we enter the abyssal whirlpool? It will expedite our journey significantly. Hainia turned, disregarding Bai Yan's frosty demeanor, and beamed a brilliant smile. Yu Jing gazed at the tranquil azure sea before her, the warm sun casting a gentle glow, and soft waves rippling gently. Where, she wondered, was the whirlpool? Bai Yan held Yu Jing in his arms, the motion somewhat jarring, yet she obediently remained still. Yu Jing smiled gently and nodded. Since the events of last night, she had become increasingly reliant on Bai Yan, for he was the very essence of her being. Without bones, how could one be strong? Hong Lian, would you like to hold me? Hainia's expectant gaze met Hong Lian's beautiful apricot eyes. However, Hong Lian shot him a disdainful glance. I refuse to hold you. Sister Yu Jing cannot be jostled with a little one in her arms. What I have to fear? Hurry up. Hurry. Hainia's pale golden eyes shifted slightly, and without uttering another word, a mischievous smile graced his lips. He stood at the bow of the boat, transforming into his merfolk form, and with his sharp nails, he sliced through the delicate skin of his pale forearm. Blood trickled down his wrist, mingling with the sea below. And suddenly, the waters within 100 meters of the small vessel were stained crimson. It was as if a mysterious mechanism had been triggered. The nearby currents began to swirl, and the sea turned wild and unruly, surging in a frenzied dance around the little boat as though it had come to life. Yu Jing felt that the most vivid description of her situation was that she had fallen into a colossal washing machine. However, only the scenery before her was spinning. Bai Yan, employing some mysterious skill, held her in his arms, rendering her completely oblivious to any bumps or swaying of the vessel. As though she were watching a 3D movie. Were it not for Hong Lian's frantic screams in her ears, Yu Jing would hardly believe the ship was truly rocking. Did her eyes not become dizzy? Bai Yan gazed indulgently at the little face nestled in his embrace, his eyes filled with an unfathomable softness. With a free hand, Yu Jing pinched Bai Yan's delicate, straight nose, marveling at its exquisite texture. How did you achieve this? Bai Yan lowered his head in silence, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. If Yu Jing were to look down, she would see in the sunlight shadow the magnificent, withered wings unfurling behind him. As for Haina, he observed Hong Lian's flustered demeanor before she abruptly collided into his embrace, jolting his heart. In Haina's arms, the world immediately stabilized, for he could harmonize the surrounding moisture, ensuring he was not disoriented by the portal he had opened. It's not like I initiated this embrace. Hong Lian's face flushed crimson as she buried her head against Haina's chest, mumbling. Well, I accidentally stumbled in, Haina replied, his light golden eyes glimmering with an odd radiance, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed. So, would you like to extricate yourself from my embrace? No. If you push me away, I shall pluck every scale from your body. Hong Lian retorted defiantly, though fear gripped her heart, prompting her to cling to Hein even tighter. This delighted Hein immensely. Holding Hong Lian felt utterly blissful. At that moment, the atmosphere was just right. Seizing the opportunity, he proposed, then be my mate, and I shall never let you go. What do you say? Hong Lian's body stiffened instantaneously. She remained silent, frozen in place, still embracing Hyene. Chapter 101. Arrival at the Sea King's tribe. The jolting little boat traversed through a colossal underwater cavern, spiraling through the depths before resurfacing to find itself on a tranquil sea. The scene appeared both unchanged and remarkably different. Here, the waters were an even deeper blue, crystal clear and luminous. Haina, not receiving a response from Hong Lian, remained unperturbed. His father had once said that pursuing a beloved mate was a long-term endeavor. Releasing the petrified Hong Lian, he rode towards a distant, small green dot in the west. Have we arrived? Yujing asked Bai Yin to set her down. Her gaze fixed upon the seemingly unchanged waters, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not yet, but it lies just ahead. We reside in the waters of the islands ahead. Haina replied, scratching his head, acknowledging the complexities of reaching home. As the boat advanced, Yujing finally discerned the islands Haina had mentioned, which were far from ordinary. They were not mere islands, but a cluster of interconnected isles encircling a central body of water. Majestic mountains rose from the land, waves of green undulating, while mist shrouded the peaks, creating a dreamlike aura that seemed out of reach. Most astonishing were the coral stone beaches sparkling under the sun, each island boasting its unique hue, radiating its own brilliance. The Sea King's tribe certainly knew how to choose their dwelling. This earthly paradise rivaled the beauty of an enchanted forest. As the boat approached the ring of islands, Yujing and Hong Lian noticed several floating nests woven from aquatic plants drifting on the surface. The closer they drew to the islands, the denser these green nests became. Yet they appeared devoid of any inhabitants. Yujing turned to Bai Yin, asking, "Do the merfolk reside in these nests?" "There is no sign of life." "It shouldn't be," he replied. "These are for the mereg dwellings," Haina remarked, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a shadow of worry. The group navigated through the gaps between the islands, entering the surrounded mysterious waters. On the islands, they encountered numerous exquisitely beautiful merfolk and various marine creatures engaged in hunting. Upon seeing Haina, all bowed their heads or inclined their bodies in respect, casting admiring glances at Yujing and her companions. Yujing contemplated that the Sea Emperor Shark was likely the chief among the Sea King clan. To her surprise, it seemed that Hain held a significant position as well. Turning her gaze towards Hong Lian, she noticed her staring vacantly at the sea, evidently affected by some unseen stimulus. As they traversed the lush forest of the island, even the well-traveled Yujing found herself momentarily spellbound by the unprecedented scene before her. A cascade of pale blue light surged skyward from the crystal-clear depths of the ocean, revealing a magnificent waterfall. Beneath this luminous display lay an expansive white city, sprawling over 1,000 miles. The city's architecture was predominantly crafted from pure white stone, with the most striking feature being the Grand Palace at its center, constructed from deep blue sea crystal. This majestic edifice floated effortlessly above the myriad white structures, with the pale blue light emanating directly from its heart. "My apologies," Hain said with a sheepish smile directed at Yujing. "Most of our Sea King sharks reside beneath the waves after reaching maturity, while only the Wu, Eel, and Whale clans inhabit the nearby islands. For land-dwelling beastmen, such a venture to his home would undoubtedly prove to be quite a troublesome affair." Yujing began to comprehend the situation. The Sea Emperor's shark had the ability to condense the star of the Sea King to bestow upon females, allowing both genders of their race to thrive beneath the waves. She had previously assumed that the Western Sea royalty was solely comprised of merfolk, only to discover that in this world, any creature could attain enlightenment. How far is it to the snow ridge from here? Yujing felt a twinge of concern that they might stumble upon yet another peculiar locale, pondering what to do if they strayed off course. Bai Yin, with a warm smile, gently brushed Yujing's sunlit, velvety black hair, assuring her that the snow ridge was not far beyond this stretch of ocean. He cautioned her not to underestimate the recent whirlpool. It likely saved them 5 or 6 days of travel. Otherwise, he would not have been inclined to bring along such a troublesome companion as Hain. As Yujing was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a rolling cascade of icy blue water surging towards the boat. Bai Yin raised his hand and waved it in the air. With a resounding splash, the icy water transformed into shimmering blue raindrops that merged with the sea. It is said that only the demon race is born with white hair, yet you are clearly an orc. Chapter 102. A fatally beaten Hain. Only the sound was heard, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Yujing turned around and looked around, but she could not spot the owner of the voice. "Stop searching. That is my brother. He is always out training and possesses great strength. Even our father cannot find him in the water." Although she knew it was futile, Hain still scanned the surroundings in hopes of finding some trace. Bai Yin narrowed his azure eyes slightly and cast a glance at the water beneath the stern of the boat. A figure in the water trembled and locked eyes with Bai Yin. "Did you find me?" The chilling voice echoed again, tinged with surprise. "As long as you're alive." In Bai Yin's view, this trick could only deceive the orc. For him, the mere presence of life was sufficient. The figure in the water snorted coldly, aimed its spear at Hain, and leaped out of the water, its deep blue tail sending crystalline droplets splashing everywhere. Then, it proceeded to deliver a merciless beating to Hain. Hain's cries for help filled the air. Red Lotus, unable to bear the sight any longer, suddenly snapped out of her daze and exclaimed, "You must not hit him." Without hesitation, she swung a wooden paddle at Hain's brother's head. Caught off guard, Hain's brother received a solid blow. A loud thud resonated. His assault on Hain came to an abrupt halt as he raised his head to scrutinize the two females on land. Simultaneously, Yujing also examined him. If Hain was the dreamy crescent moon upon the sea, then this man before her resembled the profound starry ocean. Beneath his dark, elegantly arched brows, a pair of deep gray eyes held a fierce and defiant gaze. His striking presence, combined with a meticulously chiseled, upright face bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient Greek god of the sea, Poseidon. His sharp gaze first fell upon Red Lotus, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, upon noticing Yu Jing's delicate and ethereal face, which already bore a partner, his pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. He then pulled Hain up from the water. "You foolish creature, you know to return. Why bring back so many outsiders?" After being soundly thrashed, Hain instantly acted as if nothing had happened, cheerfully rising and wrapping an arm around Red Lotus's shoulder. "Big brother, look, this is the female I like. Impressive, right? She even helps me beat you." Red Lotus's cheeks flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond to Hain's sudden affection. Nervously, she wriggled free from his grasp, rushing to Yu Jing's side. Disregarding Bai Yan's warning gaze, and clung to Yu Jing's arm. Her heart raced in confusion, and in her moment of uncertainty, Yu Jing became her sole pillar of support. "It seems she does not harbor feelings for you. Arrange matters yourself, and do not forget to visit our mother. She has been quite anxious these days." With that, she leaped into the sea, swimming towards the magnificent underwater city. Hain furrowed his brow and turned, nervously asking, "Red Lotus, do you like me?" Red Lotus bit her lip, suppressing the flutter in her heart. "I do not like you. Who would like such a foolish fish?" "Oh," Hain lowered his head, "I see." Yet he soon lifted his enchanting face, directing an awkward smile towards Yu Jing. "Please consume the shark crystal. I will take you to my home to meet my king. I must trouble you to help me return. There is another pressing matter for which I seek your assistance. My intuition tells me that you can resolve it. So do not hesitate to ask for as many shell crystals as you need. This issue is of utmost seriousness." "Very well. But do not place too much hope in matters concerning the Sea Clan." Yu Jing felt uncertain about her ability to assist the merfolk, yet as a merchant, she understood that wealth could facilitate many endeavors. Perhaps it was worth investigating whether she could indeed address the challenges of mining beneath their very noses. With the situation between Hong Lian and Hain Ye, it seemed prudent for her to interject a few words. The journey to Snow Ridge was fraught with peril, and the arduous trek was made bearable by Bai Yan's protective presence. In contrast, Hong Lian was a delicate woman, seemingly incapable of facing such dangers alone. Initially, Yu Jing perceived Hain Ye as rather foolish, but over the days, she found herself touched by his innate kindness. Realizing that he could be a reliable guardian for Hong Lian, the real question remained, could Hong Lian relinquish her desire for revenge and accept Hain Ye? Chapter 103. The crisis of the merfolk. The group ingested the fish crystal and submerged themselves into the warm sea, experiencing an unexpected sense of ease rather than discomfort. The merfolk wandering the streets of the underwater city regarded Hain Ye with great respect, but they eyed the land-dwelling beastmen with curiosity, none daring to approach. Outside the majestic Sea Emperor's palace, numerous patrolling mare soldiers bowed in greeting upon seeing Hain Ye. Their path was unobstructed as they entered the palace, its floor adorned with dark sea crystals, passing through lengthy corridors, pavilions, and stairways. The merfolk they encountered were strikingly beautiful, their fair skin and radiant tails surpassing the aesthetic standards of the terrestrial world, making Yu Jing and her companions feel as if they had stepped into a fairy tale reminiscent of a Barbie mermaid story. However, it was undeniable that Hain Ye's family home was rather labyrinthine. Hong Lian's earlier frustrations dissipated in the face of the breathtaking sights before her: vibrant red and blue corals, delicate pink and white crystals, and an abundance of translucent beauty that was utterly enchanting. Yet, she refrained from speaking, fearing that uttering a word might lead to an inundation of seawater. Instead, she observed her surroundings with wide, expressive eyes. Hain Ye occasionally glanced at her from the corner of his eye, suppressing a smile while feigning a demeanor of profound maturity. He pondered that Hong Lian might find him too naive, prompting him to seek wisdom from Bai Yan. As they descended into the opulent inner hall, their attention was drawn to a colossal luminous pearl hanging from the ceiling, surrounded by hundreds of fist-sized blue crystals that radiated a gentle, non-dazzling light. Yu Jing could only marvel at such splendid illumination, thinking how fortunate it was to possess wealth. "Ah, little prince, you have returned." The queen was beside herself with worry. "It is good to have you back. You must not wander off again." An elderly merfolk, busy polishing a chair, greeted Hain Ye as though he were his own son, his withered, yellowed hands grasping Hain Ye's arm, chattering incessantly. Hain Ye listened patiently, but Yu Jing noticed that the old man's once vibrant tail was missing a significant portion of its fin, and his swimming appeared somewhat unsteady. Once the elder finished his ramblings, he turned his attention to Yu Jing and her companions, furrowing his wrinkled, grayish-white brows. "Who are they?" "Oh, they are my dear friends. Where is my father? Where has he gone?" Hain Ye scanned the empty hall, detecting no trace of his parents. "Alas, today is Yin Yan's birthing day. The queen has gone to attend to her. The king is praying at the temple." The elder sighed deeply, his murky eyes glistening with unshed tears, his sorrowful expression tugging at the hearts of Yu Jing and her companions. "Hain Ye, what is the matter with this old man? Isn't the arrival of a young one a joyous occasion?" Hong Lian, possessing the kindest heart, was particularly affected by such a scene. Taking a deep breath, Hain Ye seemed to have an epiphany, reluctantly closing his eyes. "You will understand when you accompany me." Hong Lian was about to inquire further, but Yu Jing held her back. "We will know when we arrive. There is no need to rush." When Yu Jing and her companions arrived, they found Yin Yin had already completed her labor. A moment that should have been filled with joy was overshadowed by the sorrow etched on her delicate, pallid face. Yuwa. The mother of Haney was an exceptionally elegant and beautiful mermaid, although she should have felt elated to see Haney. Her joy was subdued upon discovering that Yujing and her friends were brought by Haney. She managed a forced polite smile. Her gentle eyes fell once more upon the young eggs nestled within a white crystal basin. Contrary to Yujing's expectations of their ugliness, the hatchlings were rather endearing, each containing a tiny miniature mermaid blowing bubbles. Their diminutive size made it difficult to discern their features. But the sight of them curled up with their tails as they slept, exhaling little bubbles, melted the heart of the already expectant Yujing. Chapter 104. Mysterious Death Logically. These eggs should have been placed in the comforting seaweed houses of the open ocean, basking in the caress of sunlight each day. The parents would tend to them, awaiting the blessing of the sea god for the fortunate few to survive. Yet, the hatchlings were instead confined within the cold confines of the Sea King's castle, far from the warmth of sunlight. Surely, there must be unspoken reasons for this predicament. Mother, Yujing is a formidable female. I previously sensed a powerful aura emanating from her, and Bai Yin is quite impressive as well, possessing deep knowledge of our merfolk. I wish to implore them to save these eggs. Haney cast a pained glance at the newborn hatchlings, her gaze resolute and earnest as it met Yuwa's. In Yujing's heart, a subtle stirring occurred. Was the essence of that power akin to her own? And what kind of power was it? Yunji, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows, her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Yujing. Yujing had never intended to conceal her identity as an elf from Hanai. The royal sea clan lived in harmonious seclusion, akin to a paradise untouched by the outside world. For them, the distinctions between demons and elves were likely insignificant. She extended her delicate, alabaster hand, summoning a small white lotus with 6 petals that had turned to gold. Is this the aura you speak of? Upon the emergence of the lotus, the Sea King's mermen within the chamber were utterly astounded. Yet, Yunji unexpectedly knelt before Yujing. They were not ordinary mermen. They belonged to the ancient lineage of the Sea King, possessing a deeper understanding of elven history than many common tribes. As a former queen, Yunji held even more knowledge. In this world, only the most exalted among the elven race could possess the essence of the elven goddess. Only she could salvage the future of the royal sea clan. As a modern individual, Yujing naturally found it difficult to accept such grand gestures. She stepped forward to assist Yunji in standing up. The queen, with a direct demeanor, stated the matter at hand. Though I belong to the elven race, I have not undergone the baptism of the dreaming flower to become a true elf, so I may not be of assistance to you. Before the queen could elaborate, Yin Yin, who lay languidly on the rose quartz bed, propped herself up weakly and swam towards Yujing, grasping her hand. I implore you, save them. Elves surely cherish new life, do they not? You must have a way to rescue them. Her expression was one of sorrow, her eyes red-rimmed. Yet Yujing's presence brought a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Seeing Yin Yin in such distress, her partner hurriedly scooped her up, kneeling before Yujing. As long as you can save my and Yin Yin's offspring, I shall do whatever you ask, even if it means surrendering my eyesight without hesitation. Yujing was left bewildered. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the transparent figure by Yin unleashed a forceful gust of air that hurled the kneeling male against the wall. My little female does not appreciate your gaze. Rise and clarify the situation, he commanded. In her heart, Yujing silently commended Bai Yin. She held no interest in the grotesque collection of flesh and had little fondness for the awkward atmosphere that enveloped them. The queen also wore an expression tinged with embarrassment. Having solicited assistance with her gentle and melodious voice to recount a calamity that should never have befallen the oceanic tribes. This incident had transpired over a century ago. But at that time, it was not deemed severe, with only a few clusters of eggs failing to hatch, all turning black and lifeless. The royal family of the ocean did not take it to heart, as the survival rate of the eggs was exceedingly low, perhaps only 1 in 100 would endure. However, as time progressed, the situation worsened. Not only did the number of hatchable eggs dwindle, but an increasing number of them shriveled and perished in darkness. For months ago, the situation escalated to an extreme, with not a single cluster of eggs left to hatch, even with the parents vigilantly watching over them without respite. The eggs continued to succumb to death. Regardless of how fervently the Sea King and the priests implored the sea deity, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Chapter 105. Does Bai Yin have a solution? Each time a mermaid gave birth, it became a moment steeped in sorrow, as the parents were forever denied the sight of their offspring awakening, forced to witness their slow, agonizing demise. Presently, no one dared to witness the scene any longer, for all were aware of the inevitable outcome, believing it to be a divine retribution from the sea god, as the royal merfolk had lost the protection of their deity. Yujing furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering how Hanai could discern a resemblance in the aura emanating from her. Yunji cast a compassionate gaze upon Hanai, who, with a heart of gold, had resided near the hatchery for many years, vigilantly safeguarding the precious eggs. Whenever a new egg found its way into the nest, he watched over it with unparalleled diligence, providing unwavering care without a hint of respite. Hanai, with a melancholic expression, nodded gently. I can sense that each time the innocent eggs darken, an indescribable aura rises, strikingly similar to the essence of the flower you bear, yet inherently distinct. Memories of the eggs perishing before his very eyes weighed heavily upon his heart, leaving him with an indescribable sorrow. Yujing gazed at Bai Yin, who maintained her usual demeanor of serene indifference. Upon noticing Yujing's gaze, Bai Yin bestowed upon her a smile imbued with profound tenderness. It appears that nothing else could possibly trouble Bai Yin's heart, which is both cold and warm, solely for Yujing. First, let us deliver the young eggs, tonight. We shall keep watch for you. Bai Yin regarded Yujing with an affectionate glance, aware that if he did not devise a solution for the little female soon, she would surely become upset. Yujing cast a glance at Bai Yin, one that conveyed uncertainty. To which Bai Yin responded with an enchanting smile that radiated an ethereal charm. I assure you, he declared. A ripple of surprise coursed through the crowd. Bai Yin did not strike one as a braggart, yet could the curse that had entangled them with the Sea King clan truly dissipate? In that fleeting moment, hope ignited within Yin Yan's heart. Inexplicably, she found herself believing in the words of the silver-haired beastman. Eagerly, she contemplated kneeling before Bai Yin once more. For the sake of saving her child, she would do anything. However, she was halted by Bai Yin's piercing, icy gaze. I do this solely for my female. Yin Yan chose not to dwell on this and, with fervor, replied affirmatively, cautiously presenting the crystal basin containing the precious eggs to Yujing. You are a favored spirit of the divine. I implore you to bless my eggs, granting me the opportunity to embrace motherhood. I entrust them to you. I will. Yujing responded, her heart heavy as she accepted the eggs. She felt a surge of anxiety, more intense than when she had been negotiating a 300 million investment. In her hands lay the essence of new life, and every elf revered and cherished the newborn. Yujing was no exception. Regrettably, she had not yet undergone the sacred rite and was unable to bestow the blessing of life. Had she been at her zenith, bestowing the gift of life would have been a trivial matter. Ensuring the survival of all these precious eggs would have posed no challenge. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of this truth. Yujing cradled the young one in her arms, standing on the ship, her heart increasingly filled with trepidation. Behind her, an overwhelming throng of merfolk had gathered, stirred by the words of Bai Yin, which had ignited their excitement. The message had spread rapidly from 1 to 10. And from 10 to 100, nearly all merfolk partners had placed their hopes upon the two of them. No one doubted their capabilities. For they were the ones brought back by Prince Hain, a figure of considerable esteem and kindness among the merfolk. Upon reaching the open sea, with Hain's assistance, Yujing nestled the eggs within the verdant floating abode upon the waves. Bai Yin instructed Hain to disperse the crowd, even sending away Hong Lian. How delightful. It was just the two of us now. I long for you. Bai Yin embraced Yujing, inhaling the fragrant essence that enveloped her, contentedly closing his eyes. Yujing did not possess the tranquil demeanor of Bai Yin. As she gazed at the cradle house swaying with the undulating sea, her palms began to sweat slightly. Bai Yin, I am quite concerned about these hatchlings. Do you have a way to resolve this? Please speak quickly. Chapter 106, a long time ago, yes, dear, right here. Bai Yin nuzzled against Yujing's smooth neck, murmuring softly. This naturally incited Yujing's ire, as she turned to tug at Bai Yin's ear, her dark eyes blazing with fire. Bai Yin blinked his blue eyes innocently, his delicate earlobes flushed red from Yujing's grip. His little female was becoming increasingly fierce. Daring not to provoke Yujing further, he settled at the bow of the boat, placing her on his lap. Allow me to tell you a story, and you shall understand the reason behind it. Does it not begin with once upon a time? Yujing gazed at Bai Yin's crimson ears, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, aging, you are truly clever, Bai Yin replied. Laughter dancing in his eyes like distant stars, causing Yujing's heart to flutter involuntarily. Pray, tell me, Bai Yin cleared his throat, his gaze resting upon the dark tresses of Yujing that intertwined with his silvery locks. Long, long ago, there existed a foolish royal merman who, upon hearing that the goddess of the elves favored flowers and plants, ventured forth with a flower, blossoming from the depths of the sea, as a gift. Seeking to win her affection. He paused momentarily, and Yujing's dark eyes flickered with curiosity. Is it I? Bai Yin's azure gaze deepened as he nodded, continuing, naturally. The goddess of the elves dismissed him, refusing to meet the foolish royal merman. Yet, undeterred, he sang daily outside the elven forest, serenading the goddess with the starry sea's melody. His voice, though not accepted by the goddess, resonated beautifully enough for her to accept the flower. She bestowed upon it a soul, naming it Qing Yuan, instructing the merman to care for it, nourishing it with water from the eternal well every so often. Alas, he sighed. The royal merman perished too soon, unable to fetch the eternal well's water to nurture Qing Yuan, and the goddess of the elves vanished as well. Thus, the Qing Yuan flower became one that siphoned vitality from the sea. Yujing inquired with keen insight, overlooking the reason behind the early demise of the royal mermaid. Indeed, it was too feeble, possessing only a modicum of will, capable solely of siphoning the vitality from fragile, nascent eggs. Bai Yin tenderly caressed Yujing's soft black tresses and continued, the sea emperor mermaid sings a melody that stabilizes dreams. It is not difficult to find your fairy in the realm of dreams to assist you in your baptism. Yujing initially felt a surge of joy, but it quickly dissipated as memories of that accursed dream involving Senluo flooded her mind. Wasn't it tantamount to courting death to engage in meditation voluntarily? While she might not encounter the rice dumpling, it was equally possible that she would unwittingly deliver herself to Senluo's doorstep. The haunting nightmares from the previous days lingered vividly in her memory. Although the rice dumpling had promised to reach out to her, she had been unable to make contact, likely due to her recent emotional upheaval after becoming a mother. Sighing, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Do not worry, I shall temporarily suppress your nightmares. Bai Yin reassured her, smoothing the furrow on her brow. If only he were stronger, he could extract her directly from such torment. But the price of such power was servitude to the demon god, a fate he was unwilling to embrace. He simply wished to accompany the little female throughout this lifetime. Content to witness her growth and strength, his modest abilities would be best utilized in playful moments with the little one. His gaze softened as it fell upon Yujing's abdomen, filled with warmth and tenderness. Yujing gently embraced Bai Yan's neck, both of them bathed in a silvery glow. Serene as a painting. In the afternoon, Haina arrived with Hong Lian, bringing some food for Yujing and Bai Yan. He cast a concerned glance at the nest containing the eggs, which were currently safe, yet the hatching process would take 2 weeks, and they had only just begun. Yujing now holds the upper hand, merely awaiting the appearance of the Qingyuan flower. She intends to first attempt communication with it, stabilizing the situation before revealing the reasons to Hanyo, determining whether it is to be spared or eliminated based on the circumstances. Chapter 107, The Withered Qingyuan as Night Descends. The surface of the sea takes on an air of mystery and depth, accompanied by the gentle whisper of the sea breeze and the soft murmurs of the waves. Yujing begins to feel a sense of weariness. Bai Yin occasionally prods her delicate nose, urging her gently, "Be good, you must not sleep now. I cannot sense that flower." Yujing nestled against Bai Yin, her dark eyes flickering with curiosity. The star of the Sea King can transform females into sea empresses. Would it be possible for me to turn you into an elf? Bai Yin smiled softly, amused by his little female's whimsical thoughts. He had never considered such a notion. Nor had he encountered the enigmatic elven race. All right, I was merely jesting. It's just that elves can fly, and you cannot, Yujing murmured. Indeed. Yujing is truly wonderful. The moonlit silver glow accentuated his celestial features, yet his face bore a hint of mortal charm due to the laughter in his azure eyes. Thus, he descended from the celestial realm to the earthly world, coming to Yujing's side. Yin, you must not always smile. Why not? Whenever you smile, it feels as though my heart is about to leap from my chest. Yujing pointed to her heart, her delicate and ethereal visage imbued with earnestness, while her tranquil, sparkling black eyes mirrored the same sincerity. Bai Yin, momentarily lost in thought, felt a warmth envelop his heart as he forced himself to maintain a stoic expression. You have saved me. I shall be your beast. If you make me smile, I shall smile. If you do not, then I shall not. This declaration, rather than inciting annoyance, brought forth a radiant smile from Yujing. Yes, my beast, my Bai Yin, my celestial being from the painting. As the two engaged in playful banter, a subtle ripple emerged on the surface of the sea, gently stirred by the breeze. Bai Yin remained oblivious. Yet Yujing sensed an unusual feeling cross her heart. Indeed, without hesitation, she summoned the little white lotus, its tender green vines enveloping the gently swaying seaweed shelter. The vines bore the essence of Yujing. If it were truly Qing Yuan at play, he would undoubtedly recognize and fear this power. Yujing closed her eyes, immersing herself in the unique source of sensation. Ian, let us proceed. With that, she leapt into the warm embrace of the sea. The effects of the shark crystal had yet to dissipate, and coupled with Yujing's innate swimming prowess, she moved swiftly through the water. However, after descending for nearly 20 minutes, she barely managed to pinpoint the location of Qingyuan. Yujing marveled at the wonder of the jelly crystal, without such a miraculous entity. The immense pressure of the ocean at such depths would surely be enough to rupture lungs. Before her lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Even though she had gained a portion of Bai Yan's abilities, enhancing her agility, resilience, and vision, in the absence of light in the abyssal depths, even Bai Yin would be rendered blind. Yet, she could sense it calling to her. The closer she approached the Qingyuan, the more information she could perceive. Soon, a small deep blue light appeared before her, and as she swam closer, she realized it was a blue rose, blooming in the depths of the ocean's chasm. However, at that moment, it was not in full bloom. Even the buds drooped listlessly, and its slender, willow-like leaves hung yellow and wilted, swaying with the ocean currents. On the brink of withering away, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Yujing, akin to witnessing her own child suffer grave injuries, her heart aching profoundly. She had once believed that Qingyuan, having destroyed so many eggs, was a monstrous flower that must be eradicated. Yet, upon seeing it in person, she could only feel that it was but a fragile, Navi child. Chapter 108, Bringing Back Qingyuan. Although it had been touched by the soul, it had not yet awakened to wisdom. All of this was instinctual. The harshness of survival of the fittest was cruel indeed, especially considering that Qingyuan was also on the brink of death. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the royal jellyfish for failing to care for it properly, or upon herself for having hastily ended her own life in a previous existence. Ultimately, the mistakes of parents could not justly be placed upon the shoulders of their offspring if she had not nurtured it well. Could she truly lament that the child had turned rebellious? Yujing's fingers gently brushed against the deep blue bud hanging from Qingyuan, causing the inky stem to quiver slightly, as if the curvature of the bud was expanding. That precarious bud seemed on the verge of plummeting into the unfathomable abyss of the chasm. Do not fear. Yujing envisioned the delightful form of the round dumpling, as if she could also glimpse Qingyuan's enchanting beauty after transforming into a celestial being. Even though this predicament stemmed from Senman's legacy, it inexplicably bestowed upon her a sense of warm familiarity, as if an innate refusal coursed through her veins. Ah Yen, I must reach out to the dumpling. I cannot allow it to drain the life force of the young eggs. Yet I am reluctant to see her wither away like this. Yujing let out a sigh, contemplating the fact that if those merfolk were to discover that it was Qing Yuan behind all of this, it would be impossible to protect his delicate life. Let us take him away for now. Do not worry, we shall find Hainie and ensure he practices the melody of the Star Sea diligently. Although he may appear somewhat foolish, he is not without understanding. Bai Yin held Yujing's hand, doubting even his own words. For he was one of the victims tormented by Hainie's haunting melodies. That voice, it was indescribably terrifying. Yujing gently attempted to envelop the azure abyss and a portion of its root soil with her soft soul energy, allowing the small white lotus to open its mouth and temporarily accommodate the azure abyss. Upon returning to her nest, she found the hatchling safe and sound, which eased her taut nerves. As a flower touched by the soul, the azure abyss required vitality to thrive. Without the care of life spirits or the irrigation of eternal spring water, it would struggle to grow. Over time, its soul would gradually disperse and fade away, leaving behind nothing but an ordinary seed. Were it not for the hatching traditions of the Jiao clan, the azure abyss would have long since turned to dust, having drawn upon its meager and unresisting life force. In the dead of night, Pain and an unfamiliar female, accompanied by the anxious hatchling parents, visited to check on the hatchlings. Their hearts were somewhat eased, and they expressed their profound gratitude to Yujing and her companion. "Where is Hong Lian?" Yujing inquired, her worry palpable. Although this was Hain's domain, she was concerned for Hong Lian, whom she had brought along. Her absence felt inherently unsafe. "Are you referring to that female from the land? I have accommodated her in my home on the island. Like me, she has yet to acquire a mermaid tail, making her presence in the sea city rather troublesome." The speaker was an adult female mermaid without a partner, adorned in a delicate green veil, her golden curls cascading down her back. Her voice was melodious, and her mixed heritage lent her a gentle smile. "Thank you for taking care of her," Yujing said, her dark eyes softening as she offered a slight smile. Her appreciation for beauty had remained unchanged, and the golden-haired figure before her was undoubtedly to her liking. "No need for thanks. I am Yun Huan, daughter of the Eastern Witch. If you can save the offspring of our Sea King clan, I will have countless expressions of gratitude for you." The golden-haired beauty waved her hand modestly, bowing in courteous acknowledgement to Yujing. "I will do my utmost," Yujing replied. Although it is customary to fulfill entrusted tasks, it was evident that she bore a portion of responsibility from a past life in this matter, making it difficult to accept such gratitude. Chapter 109. The Starry Sea melody of Hei's Yujing reassured them to return early, as she and Bai Yin would suffice here. Bai Yin left behind Heinai, providing him with a general overview of the situation. Initially, Heinai was seething with anger, unable to fathom how so many young lives had been siphoned away by a mere flower. However, when Yujing revealed the barely breathing Xing Yuan, Heinai's innate kindness stirred within him. Life is inherently equal. The actions taken in the desperate struggle for survival are largely forgivable. Though he still harbored a dislike for Xing Yuan, he had no desire to see him destroyed. As for the melody of the Starry Sea, he acknowledged that he would not partake. But his brother Hei's had an understanding of the melody on his own, and he intended to seek his brother's assistance. Yujing felt a tinge of uncertainty regarding the reliability of Hai, casting a worried glance towards Bai Yin. Hainie, with her impulsive nature, could hardly contain herself. Extolling her brother with an abundance of praise that bordered on the excessive, her admiration was so effusive it could almost blossom into a flower. This led Yujing and Bai Yin to believe, to some extent, in Hai's capabilities. They had also contemplated calling upon the king, Hainie's father, who was praying in the sea god temple, but for the sake of Qing Yuan's safety, they decided against it. One could never predict the temperament of Hainie's father. After much deliberation, compounded by Hainie's relentless flattery, they resolved to have Hai summon dreams the following night. On the second evening, Hong Lian, along with her stoic-faced brother, arrived early. As Hai cleared his throat, Hong Lian scrutinized him intently, her gaze conveying skepticism that made Hai feel somewhat belittled. One could hardly blame Hong Lian. She had been deeply tormented by Hainie's enchanting yet tormenting voice, nearly driven to bid farewell to the world, and she still experienced intermittent ringing in her ears. She wished to spare Yujing from such an ordeal. Before entering the dream, Yujing grasped Bai Yan's hand, having withheld the potential dangers from him, fearing it might cause undue worry. The prospect of meeting the dumpling filled her with excitement. Hai observed Yujing, nestled in Bai Yan's embrace, and began, his voice icy and laced with a chilling aura, perfectly complementing her deep, inscrutable gray eyes. "Then lower your voice. It's too loud for me to sleep." Yujing nestled closer into Bai Yan's embrace. For as long as there was no disturbance, the soothing aura emanating from him served as the most effective lullaby. Hai's resolute countenance instantly stiffened at Yujing's words. He cast a sidelong glance at Hainie, pondering what actions his younger brother had undertaken to make the terrestrial females perceive the songs of the Sea King clan as cacophonous and lacking in gentleness. Was he not concerned about losing face? Hainie looked up at his elder brother with innocent eyes, as if to say, "Is it not evident that you two cannot sing? Your fierce glare does little to intimidate me." Resolving to disregard his foolish sibling, Hai transformed into his merfolk form and sat alone at the ship's railing. In his hands, he cradled the resplendent Sea King star, casting a gentle light upon his deep, handsome features, softening his demeanor considerably. The moment he began to hum, the world around him fell into silence. His song, devoid of lyrics, was a mere whisper, pure and ethereal, as if it could reach the most tender recesses of the human heart. With each note, the melody grew increasingly delicate and elusive, reminiscent of sounds in the air, shadows in the water, a dreamlike reverie. Yujing was entranced. And as the melody concluded, she pondered why she had yet to fall asleep. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself standing beneath the ethereal tree of the fairies. A delicate, fluffy creature with sparkling green eyes flitted about her nose, observing her intently. Seemingly in disbelief, its tiny fingers gently prodded Yujing's long eyelashes, causing its emerald eyes to shimmer with delight. With a joyful peck, it wrapped its arms around Yujing's neck, planting a kiss. Chapter 110, The Flower is the Seed. Suddenly, I felt the oceanic royal clan calling to me with the celestial melody. Initially hesitant about entering the dream, the thought of my mother possibly being in the boundless sea urged me to hurry. I was overjoyed, utterly elated. I was reunited with my mother. After the kiss, the creature joyfully spun in circles in the air, its petal-like skirt blooming with every twirl. With a smile, Yujing cradled the somewhat dizzy dumpling in her palm, acknowledging the troubles she faced and the necessity for baptism. Embracing the notion of baptism? Indeed, with the Merfolk's stellar sea melody anchoring her dreams. It was no easy feat to extricate herself. The pink dumpling blinked its large eyes, tugging at Yujing's fingers as it led her toward the ancient, rugged elven divine tree. The robust branches of the tree, adorned with tender green vines, gently caressed Yujing's hair, joyously welcoming her presence. The benevolent warmth emanating from the tree was palpable to Yujing. Delicate white petals, suffused with a soft green luminescence, swirled around her like flowing satin, lifting her gently towards the magnificent canopy that pierced the clouds. Once again, Yujing beheld the sacred dream cloud flower. Mother, go on. Mother. The dumpling is cheering for you. The dumpling shook Yujing's fingers, its emerald eyes brimming with determination. In Yujing's heart, there was a flicker of anxiety. After all, just a few months prior, she had been an ordinary person, and now, she was to transform into a fairy from a fairy tale, perhaps even sprouting wings. With a rare moment of hesitation, she turned her head and asked, Tuanzi, is it possible? Of course it is. Tuanzi replied, you are my mother. And the Yuming divine flower is your mother's mother, so whatever you say, she will certainly acquiesce. She is still a peanut. Flower. Peanut. Yujing felt a twinge of laughter, her thoughts drifting to her deceased mother. Could a single flower embody the warmth of her mother? Steeling herself, she slowly approached the Yuming flower. Tuanzi sat quietly upon the verdant leaves, swinging her little legs, seemingly untroubled, reassured as long as the dream remained uninterrupted. Before her, the Yuming flower appeared both ethereal and resplendent, its crystalline branches adorned with countless shimmering petals, evoking a sense of dreamlike unreality yet standing vividly before her. The delicate fragrance emanating from this half-human tall bloom felt as vast and elusive as the boundless cosmos. Yujing found herself at a loss for words. As if the spiritual energy she emanated bore no effect on Yunmanghua. Should she lament that her mother was blind to her presence? Once more, she turned her gaze in search of assistance from Fandanzi. Fandanzi chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Yunmanghua, having long been deprived of her mother's care, spent most of her time in slumber. When her mother called, she would never respond to us, yet she undoubtedly answered her mother. Yujing cast a glance that seemed to say you should have mentioned it earlier, her voice tinged with a slight nervousness as she formally introduced herself. Hello. I am Yujing. The gentle breeze tousled Yujing's dark tresses. It appeared unchanged. Just as she turned to inquire further with Tuanzi, she was met with a visage of astonishment and excitement on Tuanzi's face. Suddenly, a blinding white light assaulted her senses, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes. What followed was an overwhelming sensation of vertigo, as if she were caught in a tumultuous whirlpool, spinning wildly. She squinted, attempting to catch a glimpse of her surroundings. Yet it was futile. The brightness was unbearable. It felt as though a glaring incandescent bulb was positioned directly before her eyelids, piercing through even the thinnest veil of skin. No wonder Tuanzi insisted that the dream must stabilize. Otherwise, in this frenzied, dizzying turmoil, she would surely be jolted awake. In this moment of torment, Yujing remains oblivious to the unfolding events in the real world. Chapter 111, Baptism. The sacred cloud dream flower blooms, illuminating the vast sky. The silvery moon pales in its presence, as an overwhelming green radiance envelopes the heavens. Whether it be the jubilant fairies or the tense-feathered tribe, or even the stunning sight atop the snowy peaks, all gaze in awe at this rare celestial phenomenon. The green light casts its glow upon the blood-stained beast city, illuminating the bloodthirsty crimson eyes of Senluo. Simultaneously, the green light does not forget the eastern domain's demon race, as the magnificent light of life dispels the swirling demonic energy above them, a warning and a declaration of war. Atop the demonic tower, an elderly figure draped in a voluminous black robe, with murky eyes flashing with a sinister gleam, gazes down with a chilling smile at the vast, shrouded green mist. The cloud dream flower boldly proclaims the return of the life spirits, a spectacle never witnessed before. Yet, Yujing remains entirely unaware of all that transpires outside. She merely wishes to vomit, regretting not having taken a motion sickness pill before her negotiation with Mother Flower. At this moment, her head feels as heavy as lead, while her body below the neck feels as light as a feather. In short, she cannot steady herself and feels as though she might topple. After much effort to emerge from her dizziness and adjust to the light, she opens her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by swirling white mist, with faint streaks of color weaving through it, appearing quite surreal. Is anyone there? Yujing inquires, her expression cold, secretly cursing within for the flower's penchant for theatrics. You have arrived. The ethereal voice echoes, causing Yujing's heart to skip a beat. The sudden sound from the air is enough to startle anyone. Yes, I have arrived. As the white mist suddenly disperses, Yujing inhales sharply. Good heavens. Such an exquisite woman exists in this world. Clad in a gown made of soft, delicate white petals, her silky black hair cascades around her slender waist. Her brows are gently furrowed, her skin is flawless as jade, her presence as ethereal as a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Her previously indifferent expression transforms into a smile upon seeing Yujing, reminiscent of fleeting fireworks, ethereal and resplendent. Yujing felt her vision blur slightly, and the enchanting gaze of the dark-eyed figure before her stirred an undeniable flutter within her heart, almost to the point of causing a nosebleed. Yet, who was she to reveal such infatuation? Moreover, this person was likely Yun Menghua. Ah, the flower maiden. Are you indeed Yun Menghua? Yujing inquired, her dark eyes subtly shifting as she regarded the ethereal being before her with a composed demeanor. Yun Menghua is our true essence. I am the former life spirit Senman. Not the deceased Senman, but a fragment of inherited consciousness. The white-clad fairy paused momentarily. Alas, you are not the true essence. Otherwise, upon inheriting, you too would leave a trace of consciousness here. Yujing gazed upon her former self, beginning to comprehend why Daonzi had remarked upon her lack of beauty. Her complexion was as pale as a light bulb, her eyes shone with a captivating brilliance, and her grace was beyond question. It was no wonder that Senluo was utterly infatuated with her. Yet, a perplexing thought lingered in her mind. If life spirits were indeed immortal, why then was there a need for successors? Every soul in this world is eternal, albeit stripped of its memories. My purpose is to bestow upon you a baptism, to pass down the memories of generations. How you choose to comprehend and utilize them remains entirely up to you. Senman offered a gentle smile. No, I do not wish to inherit the memories of others, for it would lead me to feel as though I were suffering from a split personality. Moreover, I love only my male counterpart and have no desire to bear the memories of other men. Yujing waved her hand, her dark eyes growing somewhat colder. She merely wished to be herself, for memories are not something to be casually shared with others. Chapter 112, Shedding Skin. Senman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her clear dark eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, yet she nodded in agreement. I respect your choice. I shall illuminate your path. When your true essence returns to the elven forest, seek me once more. Until your consciousness departs, I shall not fade away. Yujing listened, somewhat astonished, as she had not anticipated such a human-like consciousness. Shall we begin? She inquired. Oh, and I must confess, I once erred. So the soul crystal of life must be sought by you alone. As Senman uttered these words, her head bowed, and a hint of unease flickered in her beautiful eyes. Resembling a child who had committed a transgression, Yujing also had no objections, for her purpose was merely to assist the enchanting woman before her in tidying up the mess. Fortunately, she had Bai Yin by her side. Otherwise, she would have been reluctant to engage in such a task. Senman's soft, icy hand grasped Yujing's right hand as she uncertainly inquired once more. Are you truly certain that you do not require the inheritance of memories? If you could impart some knowledge regarding the utilization of power and general wisdom, that would be splendid. As for the rest, let us leave it aside. I shall do my utmost, though you are rather troublesome. Yujing remained silent, pondering whether she was being critiqued by her former self, for the sake of the singular presence of Bai Yin in her mind. What harm lay in a touch of pretentiousness? Just as these thoughts occupied her, a gossamer mist enveloped her like a cocoon. A wave of warmth surged through her wrist, lightening her consciousness as it coursed through her meridians, bringing not discomfort but a soothing sensation. Thus, she settled into a tranquil state, allowing the warmth to circulate throughout her body. After a considerable time, an itchiness pervaded her entire being, particularly along her back. It felt as though a void had emerged in her chest, an emptiness that stirred a sense of unease within her. Could this be the location of the life soul crystal? A torrent of fragmented memories surged into her mind, causing an intense throbbing pain. Before possessing the life soul crystal, the vitality she could absorb from soul energy was limited. She needed to exercise caution in its use. As Yujing was about to speak again, a haze enveloped her vision. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself back. A surge of disbelief coursed through her mind. Was Senman truly this hasty interactions? She had yet to greet the group. Bai Yin looked at her with a hint of urgency, while Hong Lian and others stood nearby, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at her. Yujing gently touched her face, pondering if there was anything amiss. However, as her fingers brushed against her skin, she was taken aback by its parchment-like dryness and creases. A wave of panic surged through her. Could it be that her beauty was marred? With a delicate tug, she peeled away a thin, slightly yellowed layer of dead skin. Her mind raced with a torrent of exasperation. How repulsive. You all may leave now. She frowned at the individuals before her, her gaze briefly lingering on Bai Yin. You too. Once they had departed, Yujing awkwardly began to peel off the skin from her body, realizing the source of her discomfort. Having shed a layer of skin, could she not feel itchy? The urge to retch occasionally gnawed at her, as she mentally berated Senman once more. All those flowery mothers are but a facade. After ridding herself of the dead skin, she retrieved a magnesium stick that had not seen use in ages and ignited it. To her surprise, the scent that wafted forth was particularly fragrant, reminiscent of the fresh aroma of daisies. Once again repulsed by herself, she took a moment to inhale her own scent, only to be momentarily taken aback by its refreshing quality. Her fingers caressed her cheeks, marveling at the smoothness, comparable to polished warm jade, perhaps. Yet, she could not see her own reflection, and as her hand traveled down her back, she discovered two small bumps. Recalling the memories Senman had imparted, she recognized these as untransformed wings. Once they fully emerged, she would be able to soar. A flicker of excitement ignited within her. But the hollow sensation in her chest constantly reminded her of the need for the circulation of the life soul crystal to unlock her powers. With these thoughts swirling, a bittersweet mixture of joy and melancholy enveloped her heart. Yet, she did not forget about Qing Yuan. When she attempted to summon the little white lotus, she realized it was nowhere to be found. Chapter 113. There is something fishy about the Hain red lotus. There is no reason for this. She was evolving, not regressing. The little white lotus should be thriving. So why had it vanished? Can you hear me, mother? I've awakened from my dream, and I'm so worried about you. Suddenly, the voice of Tuanzi echoed in her mind. Thankfully, after the night's myriad of stimuli, Yujing was no longer phased. She didn't rush to respond to Tuanzi, but instead delved into the chaotic memories within her consciousness. Once her life essence had matured, she would be able to communicate with her inner self, a bond of blood. Yet, her current power was insufficient for lengthy conversations, as fatigue would soon set in. Can you hear me? The little white lotus has disappeared. Do you know what happened? Did your awakened power put my brother to sleep? It seems I am on the cusp of becoming a true fairy. Tuanzi's voice was sweet and melodious. All right, I understand now. Thank you, little Tuanzi. Yujing spoke softly, feeling a slight ache in her head after just a few words. It seemed that constructing such a distant mental connection consumed quite a bit of energy, far more expensive than modern communication fees. Tuanzi, clearly aware of Yujing's condition, tenderly added, Mama, please remember to rest well and be careful on the road. Tuanzi loves you. Yujing did not respond, a smile gracing her lips as she thought to herself, I love you too, Tuanzi. It seems that in order to make a cross-border call with Tuanzi, I must first secure that crystal or vein. I shall venture to the vicinity of the sea volcano tomorrow. Lost in her thoughts, a knock echoed at the cabin door. She adjusted her attire and stepped outside. She must not have slept for long, for the starry sky remained undisturbed, and the moon's halo was gentle. Yet the expressions of the few individuals before her were far from soft. Sister Yujing, why are you so radiant? Han exclaimed, quick, look. Sister Yujing's face shines even brighter than yours. Hong Lian marveled, leaving the beast utterly astonished. Upon her transformation into an elf, Yujing's already fair and beautiful complexion became akin to that of a freshly peeled egg, radiating an immaculate brilliance that captivated all who beheld it. Yujing, however, was acutely aware that her current state had yet to metamorphose into that of an elf. Like the orcs, elves have the ability to transition between humanoid and elven forms. Yet, her wings were not fully developed, rendering her incapable of transformation for the time being. The significance of crystal stones loomed large in her mind. For unlike the demon race, she could not derive power from slaying orcs. In that moment, she felt akin to someone suffering from malnutrition, in dire need of replenishment. Without it, her future appeared bleak. Bai Yin held Yujing closely, asserting his claim over her. The perceptive Han Ye and Haizhe refrained from casting lingering glances at Yujing, but Hong Lian, oblivious to the unspoken dynamics, boldly approached and tugged at one of Yujing's arms, disregarding Bai Yan's piercing gaze. Over time, Hong Lian had grown truly unafraid of Bai Yan, sporting a playful expression that seemed to challenge him. Yujing, how are you? Is there still danger for the egg? Hong Lian's impatience was palpable. In the silence that enveloped them, she could not restrain herself. The Hanya brothers perked up at her words. They were not disinterested, but rather too intimidated to look at Yujing. Moments prior, the sky had been shrouded in an extraordinary force, and Yujing's post-transformation aura exuded a chilling aloofness that unsettled the primal instincts of the beastkin. Hanya's trepidation stemmed from this, while Haizhe was captivated by Yujing's ethereal beauty, rendering him hesitant to gaze upon her for fear of losing his heart irretrievably. There is no longer any danger. Let their parents come to care for them, Yujing reassured them. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, with Hanya expressing his delight as he embraced Hong Lian, exclaiming, our egg will be safe now. How wonderful. The sudden silence that followed was palpable. Hong Lian, her cheeks flushed and burning, pushed Hanya away, neither rejecting nor affirming his exuberance, before swiftly making her exit. Yujing, I will come to find you tomorrow. I must be off now. Yujing gazed at the somewhat disheveled figure of Hong Lian, realizing that the two had been entangled in some mischief over the past few days. Chapter 114. The Laws of Life after Hong Lian departed. Haina and Haizhe expressed their profound gratitude to Yujing. They deliberated on the decision to keep this matter confidential for the time being, opting to wait until the nest of eggs had safely hatched, ensuring the survival of the offspring, which would bestow a sense of reassurance upon the entire Sea King clan. Once Hainu and Haizhe took their leave, Yujing cast a gentle gaze upon the nest floating on the ocean's surface, her lips parting softly. The divine proclaims, the radiance of life shall dispel the darkness before you. As her words lingered in the air, a pale green shimmer suddenly enveloped the nest, merging with the bodies of the eggs within. Bai Yin, who had been embracing Yu Jing's arm, felt a sudden stiffness. This unexpected sacred aura caused him some discomfort. Was this the law of life? Indeed, it had been inherited. But alas, my current weakness renders it of little utility. Yu Jing smiled softly at Bai Yin. With her present strength, the prophecy she could manifest was rather limited, merely an improvement over silence, yet still better than nothing. Does it unsettle you? However, in my inheritance, the dark laws of the demon child seem to surpass this. With her enchanting dark eyes, Yu Jing harbored profound reservations towards the whims of fate. She and Bai Yin, once adversaries, now found themselves entwined in love, blessed with a child of their own. Could this be deemed a serendipitous twist of destiny? Bai Yin held Yu Jing closer. His voice a soothing balm. The dark loss. I cannot recall, nor do I wish to. All I desire is to be with you. The divine uttered. Those who genuinely love shall never be parted. Yu Jing's eyes, shimmering like tranquil waters, summoned the power of the laws. A gentle green light enveloping both her and Bai Yin, causing a twinge of pain in his soul, yet filling his heart with boundless joy. Perhaps this is what it means to experience pleasure amidst pain. Yu Jing's voice, tender yet imbued with an indomitable strength, resonated across the deep azure sea, echoing into the infinite distance. As night deepened, Yu Jing awoke, devoid of drowsiness, nestled in the swaying boat with Bai Yin, recounting the events of her dreams. Bai Yin gazed at her intently, unable to suppress the yearning to kiss her enticing lips. Indeed, he acted on this impulse. But the mingling of their lips was never enough to satiate the void within his heart. He was ensnared, afflicted by a poison known as Yu Jing. A love so deep it gnawed at his very bones, yet he relished it. However, when Hong Lian, burdened with her own thoughts, sought out Yu Jing in the early hours, she beheld the intertwined silhouettes of Yu Jing and Bai Yin, their warmth a balm for the heart, further complicating her own feelings. Sister Yu Jing, may I speak with you privately? Yu Jing turned her head, a warm smile gracing her lips. All right. I would also like to have a conversation with you. Then I shall go hunting and catch fish for you. Bai Yin affectionately bestowed a kiss upon Yu Jing's delicate cheek. Hong Lian, feeling somewhat awkward, grasped Yu Jing's hand, her mind racing with prepared words, yet unsure how to articulate them. Yu Jing, do you also have feelings for Hainia? Yu Jing chuckled lightly, meeting Hong Ling's flustered gaze. Hong Lian nodded, then shook her head. But brother Qi Yi, and father, then you must contemplate carefully. Even if you journey to Xueling and find a formidable orc who is willing to avenge you, to engage in battle against Senluo, are you not afraid you might meet a fate similar to Qi Ye's? Or do you plan to exploit more orcs to fulfill your vendetta? If so, does that not alter who you truly are? Yu Jing's softly spoken inquiries weighed heavily on Hong Lian's heart, pressing down like a mountain. Could she truly bear such a burden? Could she really go that far? Overwhelmed with oppressive feelings, she found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 115. Hong Lian's contemplation. Yu Jing chuckled softly. Let me pose a different question. If Haina had the ability to avenge you, would you allow him to do so? I cannot bear to. Hong Lian replied without hesitation, shaking her head. Because you harbor feelings for Haina, Yu Jing stated affirmatively, to which Hong Lian softly acknowledged with a hum. Would you be willing to mate with an orc you do not favor? Yu Jing dropped this heavy bombshell. Hong Lian's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent, shaking her head. Do you believe that if Chia's soul were aware of your willingness to sacrifice yourself for revenge, he would feel joy? Yu Jing coaxed once more. Hong Lian furrowed her brow in contemplation before shaking her head again. If you cannot sacrifice yourself, nor embrace the role of a villain, then perhaps it is best to relinquish the desire for vengeance. Sometimes, obsession and persistence can be virtuous, at other times, they may lead to a chasm of despair. Will you choose to relinquish or to fall? Yu Jing pondered deeply, recalling Senluo, who had become a demon due to his unyielding obsession. Hong Lian bit her lip tightly, tears shimmering in her reddened eyes as they cascaded down her cheeks. She embraced Yu Jing's slender form. Sister Yu Jing, what should I do? I truly do not wish to give up. I miss brother Chia so much. I long for father. I yearn for. Yu Jing gently patted Hong Lian's back, for she had never experienced the anguish of losing a beloved. Nor could she truly comprehend the depths of Hong Lian's feelings. Live well, she urged, for those who cherish you wish for your happiness and joy. Leaning on Yu Jing's shoulder, Hong Lian nodded, suppressing her sobs. I will avenge your grievances. The Senluo and the demon clan shall be entrusted to me. Therefore, you need only to find peace with Hainia. Yu Jing lifted Hong Lian's tear-streaked face, her inky eyes locking onto Hong Lian's with earnest intensity. Perhaps it was her transformation into an elf that imbued her voice with an enchanting quality, effortlessly soothing troubled hearts. Hong Lian felt a sense of relief wash over her. Sister Yu Jing, thank you. I'm truly fortunate to have met you. Yu Jing gently wiped away her tears and teased, so, will you agree to Heinrich's request? Hong Lian's cheeks flushed slightly as she began to recount the events of the past few days on the island. She had been residing with Yun Huan, a genuinely kind individual who was aware of Heinrich's affection for her. Thus, he spent the entire night recounting Heinrich's heroic tales. From Heinrich's childhood to his adulthood, Hong Lian found her impression of him transformed dramatically. In truth, Heinrich was indeed a humble young prince who selflessly dedicated himself to the Sea Kingdom, earning the deep respect of nearly every sea creature. This was something Yu Jing could clearly perceive, and she felt delighted that Hong Lian had found such a commendable refuge. Thus, after Hong Lian was illuminated by the clarity of Jing, she joyfully set off in search of Haina. Yujing marveled at how carefree and simple-minded the orcs were. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of adventures these lively characters would embark upon in the future, igniting a sense of anticipation within her. However, at present, she needed to wait for Xiao Bai Lian to awaken before embarking on a quest to the underwater volcano in search of crystal shells. As she caressed her flat abdomen, she reflected on the long journey ahead of her. The delicate pink thread on her wrist remained unchanged, indicating that her pregnancy would not be brief. She hoped that by the time she bore her child, she would have reached the realm of the elves. May her journey be safe. After lunch, Yujing and Bai Yin contemplated constructing a dwelling on the island, as they would be staying for several days. Living aboard the ship had become rather inconvenient. When Hainia brought Hong Lian to observe the hatchlings, she mentioned that there was no longer any danger, prompting Hainia to inform the hatchlings' parents to come and care for them. Prince Hainia's words were undoubtedly credible to Yin Yin and her husband, who expressed their profound gratitude to Yujing, extolling the virtues of the elven kin to the heavens. With a hint of awkwardness, Yujing bid farewell to them and finally set foot on the stable land. Chapter 116, The Great Shell Crystal. Bai Yin excelled in constructing houses, and with the assistance of Hainia, many merfolk came to lend a hand. Though the orcs lacked cognitive skills, their manual dexterity was exceptional. By afternoon, they had completed a charming little wooden cottage. By evening, news reached the Sea Emperor's palace. Sea Emperor Hai Hao learned from Hainia that Yujing wished to keep matters discreet, so he, accompanied by his wife Yunji and 4 high priests, visited Yujing's cottage. Expressing profound gratitude, he proclaimed that the Sea tribe would henceforth share an everlasting friendship with the elven race. Accompanied by a song praising Yujing's beauty and kindness, titled The Melody of the Starry Sea. This left Yujing somewhat flattered, and she chuckled, insisting it was unnecessary. Yujing felt genuinely unworthy of the various tokens of gratitude she received. However, she was greatly intrigued by the several boxes of crystal shells presented by the Sea Monarch and accepted them with delight. Though the Sea Monarch had entered middle age, remnants of his youthful charm were still discernible. The passage of time had rendered him more profound, with a commanding stature and dignified appearance. Upon witnessing Yujing's acceptance of the crystal shells, he joyfully instructed his subordinate, the Shark Guard, to return to the Sea Monarch's palace to fetch additional boxes. This extravagant display of generosity prompted Yujing to give him a thumbs up, as she found herself in dire need of money, a situation she had never experienced so acutely before. Meanwhile, Yunji, upon learning that her youngest son was about to have a female companion, was filled with joy. Dispelling her previous gloom, radiating happiness, she clutched Hong Lian's hand tightly and, removing the string of deep blue orchids from her own neck, adorned Hong Lian with it. Yujing's smile deepened, revealing the inescapable nature of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship across the ages. Hong Lian's face flushed even more as she observed Hain scratching his head and grinning foolishly, showing no intention of coming to her rescue. In frustration, she stepped on his foot with considerable force. "Oh, little darling, do refrain from such antics. It may hurt your brother." Hain gently tousled Hong Lian's hair. Yujing could not suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "Have we truly reached this stage?" Hong Lian's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, and she shot a glare at Hain before hastily fleeing the scene. Observing Hong Lian's retreating figure, Hain turned to her father and murmured, "Father, isn't this how you usually appease mother? Why is Hong Lian still upset?" Now it was Haiho's turn to feel awkward. His temples throbbed, and disregarding his wife's attempts to intervene, he inadvertently unleashed his soul power, sending Hain flying through the air. With a splash, she landed in the sea. The moment Haiho's soul power was released, Bai Yin sensed an overwhelming strength, yet reassured himself that it was merely a friend, not a foe, and thus there was no cause for excessive concern. As Haiho departed with the others, Yujing revealed her inherent avarice. The glimmering, pure soul power-infused shell crystals ignited a fervent hunger within her. "Bai, are these of any use to you?" Yujing inquired, willing to part with half of her treasures for Bai Yin. Bai Yin shook his head, explaining that for beastmen, soul stones held far greater value. Unlike her, they could not absorb them. Consuming them would only yield a marginal increase in soul power, dependent on their understanding of the attributes. Yujing raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the demon. Did demons consume this, or perhaps the beastmen? Bai Yin produced the black soul crystal that Yujing had given him after slaying the multi-legged insect. Are demons effective against the insect race? Yujing expressed mild surprise. Is this the design of the creator? Indeed, beneath the demon realm lies a multitude of insect beasts. Much like the elven race, the demon tribe possesses a well, albeit one that is infested with insects, necessitating a substantial number of demonic soldiers for its guardianship. Bai Yin reflected on his memories and elucidated. Yujing nodded and began to absorb the energy contained within the shell crystals. Gradually, her soul power became abundant. It had once flowed like a gentle stream, but now, as the boxes of shell crystals lost their luster, it resembled a vast lake. Furthermore, as her soul power circulated, it transformed into a peculiar force that coalesced at her chest, which she recognized as the essence of life. After a period of absorption, a refreshing sensation enveloped her body. Just as she was basking in this comfort, the life force that had just been transformed within her suddenly dissipated. Chapter 117, The adorably innocent white lotus. She abruptly opened her eyes, her breath becoming erratic, which startled Bai Yin, who was nearby sewing her garments. Unaware of the situation, Bai Yin instinctively rushed forward to embrace her, asking, "What is wrong?" Just as Yu Jing was about to respond, her heart stirred, and suddenly, a shimmering golden figure emerged from her chest. With short golden hair and sparkling amber eyes, chubby cheeks, a slightly upturned nose, and clad in a delicate outfit resembling pale yellow petals, it had dainty white feet and a pair of light golden wings sprouting from its back. Who else could it be but the little white lotus? It must have absorbed enough life force to take form. The little white lotus blinked its enchanting amber eyes, gazing adorably at Yu Jing before turning to look at Bai Yin. "Daddy, how beautiful!" it exclaimed. Then leaped into Bai Yin's embrace. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Bai Yin momentarily failed to react, realizing it was Yu Jing's spirit fairy. He felt an undeniable warmth at being called daddy, and gently hummed in response, stroking its soft golden hair with his fingers. "Shouldn't it be more affectionate towards me?" Yu Jing, in a state of bewilderment, asked as the little white lotus peeked out from Bai Yan's neck and nuzzled against Yu Jing's shoulder, softly declaring, "I love Mama too. But father is more handsome." This left Yu Jing utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that even sprites are so enamored with appearances? The plump little creature had exclaimed her unattractiveness upon their first meeting. The little white lotus, whom she had raised since childhood, seemed to prefer the ethereal beauty of Bai Yin at first glance. "Mama, you must take a look at my sister. She appears to be wilting, and I am unable to care for her." Just as the little white lotus was nuzzling Yu Jing's neck, it suddenly soared into the air and, from its diminutive mouth, expelled the drooping bud of Qing Yuan. Yu Jing took the Qing Yuan, expressing regret for having once fed the little white lotus with precious gems. It felt akin to watching a horror film. The little white lotus's mouth had transformed into a terrifying abyss. Thoughts raced through her mind. Yet her hands remained steady as she cradled the Qing Yuan, gradually infusing it with the dwindling vitality of her life. The divine proclaimed that the fairy of the elves would never wither. Yu Jing once again employed the laws of life. As the verdant light enveloped her, the vitality of Qing Yuan surged forth, visibly transforming it into a robust form, while the withered leaves and flowers regained their lush, vibrant green. Having completed this, Yu Jing found her own strength dwindling significantly and sighed in resignation, realizing that this evening had been entirely devoted to tending to these two little creatures. Once more, she handed Qing Yuan to the petite Bai Lian. She had no intention of absorbing Qing Yuan into her own being, for such a contractual method would siphon off her innate life force. The initial pact with Bai Lian had led to her spitting blood and left her weakened for quite some time. Thus, she intended to nurture Qing Yuan in a more conventional manner. Moreover, being pregnant with offspring, she was uncertain of any potential effects on her child. And even the slightest risk was not worth considering. Watching as Bai Lian opened her tiny mouth wide to receive Qing Yuan once more, Yu Jing felt a temporary sense of helplessness. "Mama, I'm hungry." Bai Lian completed her series of motions, blinking her amber eyes, and gazed at Yu Jing with an expression of utter helplessness. Yu Jing flipped through the inherited memories, realizing that there was a lack of knowledge regarding nurturing. After all, these memories were incomplete, and she did not harbor high expectations. "What would you like to eat?" Yu Jing pondered, still uncertain about what a flower could consume. Having watched the flower fairy in her childhood, she mused whether it could drink dew or savor honey. Bai Yin gazed seriously at the adorably naive little Bai Lian, who called him dad, equally ignorant of what fairies might eat. The thought of soon becoming a father prompted him to hasten his research into the culinary preferences of young ones. Chapter 118. The joyous occasion of the red lotus. Little Bai Lian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes sparkled, and a strand of silver glimmered at the corner of her mouth. Fluttering her wings, she grasped Bai Yan's finger and shook it vigorously. "Daddy, I want to eat meat. It smells so delicious. Why don't you ask Mama to make it for you?" Yu Jing interjected, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she had raised her after all. Moreover, as a flower fairy, did she truly wish to embrace a carnivorous diet? "Because Mama needs to rest more now that she has a little life to nurture," little Bai Lian replied earnestly, omitting the fact that she had grown up amidst the enticing aroma of Bai Yan's grilled meat, a scent she had long yearned for. The earnest concern displayed by little Bai Lian once again earned Bai Yan's approval and affection as he allowed her to tug at his finger, leading him toward the grill. Yu Jing found it amusing to see the way Xiao Bai Lian gazed at Bai Yin with shining eyes. Was it truly merely out of concern for her well-being? However, with such a delightful little creature around, her future life with Bai Yin promised to be far more intriguing. Given that Bai Yin had successfully hunted a considerable amount in the morning, Yu Jing indulged in some of the feast as well. She had initially thought that the petite Xiao Bai Lian would not consume much, yet witnessing the fierce expression of envy as it revealed its gleaming teeth, Yu Jing swallowed hard. It seemed that her lovingly nurtured fairy-like spirit was quite different from a mere fluffy dumpling. After satiating its hunger, the plump little Bai Lian covered its round belly and rolled onto the fur blanket, swiftly drifting into slumber. Yu Jing was aware that it had only recently taken shape, and thus still felt quite fatigued. She gently covered it with a thin velvety blanket and embraced her majestic beast, drifting into slumber. However, it seemed that she had not slept for long when, at the break of dawn, a knock echoed at the door. Yu Jing, feeling somewhat dazed, nudged Bai Yin. Bai Yin rose to open the door, revealing not only Han Ye but also Hong Lian. "Is Sister Yu Jing still not awake? Did we arrive too early?" Hong Lian inquired, peering into the room but finding no trace of Yujing. It seems so, but it's the same to inform brother Bai Yin. Hanya nodded, her light golden eyes shimmering with joy. Tonight, under the blessings of the sea god, Hong Lian and I shall unite as partners. You both must attend. Bai Yin, with a stern expression, nodded and then unceremoniously shut the door. It was quite inconsiderate to disturb his little female, who was resting while carrying their child. For the sake of his dear one, he would let it pass. Returning to the bed, he gently embraced the still drowsy Yujing, softly patting her back. It's all right. Sleep now, dear. As Yujing inhaled the delightful fragrance of Bai Yin, her nose gently brushed against his chest. Bai Yin's azure eyes deepened with an enigmatic allure. Suppressing the turmoil within, he placed a tender kiss upon her forehead and ceased his movements. When the sun had risen high in the sky, Yujing awoke refreshed and, upon meeting those soulful blue eyes, a gentle smile graced her lips. Why is it that every time I open my eyes, you are always awake? Do you not require sleep? I could never consume you. I merely wish to gaze upon you a little longer. Bai Yin replied with a soft chuckle, tenderly tousling the hair at the back of Yujing's head as he lifted her into his embrace. His slender fingers meticulously combed through her long tresses, and then he assisted her in changing into her outer garments and slipping on her shoes. His movements flowing with the grace of a serene stream, as if he had performed this ritual 1,000 times before. On Yujing's fingers were entwined the soft, silvery locks of Bai Yin, who absent-mindedly played with them as he knelt before her, fastening her shoes. As he raised his gaze, he felt a tug on his hair. Yet he smiled indulgently, half kneeling in front of her, encircling her delicate waist. He listened intently, hoping to discern whether the little life within Yujing's womb had a heartbeat. Chapter 119, The Star of the Sea King, can you hear it? Yujing inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice, uncertain if the life had taken form yet. Bai Yin lifted his brow and caressed Yujing's exquisitely beautiful face, replying, not yet, but my love for you is boundless. Yujing could not suppress the smile that threatened to curve her lips, her bright, enchanting eyes blinked as she cradled the handsome face of Bai Yin. So do I. Little Bai Lian sat upon the fur rug, her delicate arms resembling lotus roots propping up her chin, gazing with innocent, bewildered eyes. She scratched the back of her head, pondering how she could already feel full before breakfast. While hunting on the island, Bai Yin recounted the events of that morning involving Hain and Hong Lian. It seemed that once Hong Lian had come to terms with her thoughts, she acted swiftly. Yujing initially believed that the two of them needed to merge further. Yet she did not anticipate the spark that ignited between them, akin to dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. She found herself somewhat eager to witness the transformation of Hong Lian into a mermaid. It surely would be a sight to behold. Bai Yin merely chuckled. Expressing little interest in such matters, naturally, he felt a sense of relief at the reduction of two inconveniences. This was the first time Xiao Bai Lian soared through the external world, filled with excitement and wonder. The island, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, brought him unparalleled joy. The mermen here seldom ventured into the outside world, their thoughts pure and untainted. Aware that Yujing belonged to the elven race and was a friend brought by Hanya, they regarded her with increased respect. The sight of an elven fairy was indeed a rarity, and those holding fruits would eagerly offer them to the charming Xiao Bai Lian, all in hopes of coaxing a smile from him. Although Yujing is exceptionally beautiful within the realm of the Sea King tribe, where one is destined to be with a singular partner for life, every individual considers their own female to be the most exquisite, thus sparing them from unnecessary distractions. This led both Yujing and Bai Yin to believe that this place is an ideal settlement, and should an opportunity arise in the future, they would choose to reside here. In the afternoon, Hain visited Yujing once more, earnestly reminding her not to forget to participate in the ceremony she would be holding with Hong Lian. Yujing responded with a smile. Having already heard too much during her brief outing, almost every merman was engaged in fervent discussions about the beloved little prince's fate and the crimson lotus of the evening. The night was shrouded in darkness, as if an endless inkwell had been poured across the horizon, while the profound blue sea rippled in the intoxication of the night. Countless mermen on the white coral stone beach reverently cradled luminous gemstones, illuminating the entire shoreline. Yujing gazed from a distance at the couple standing upon the rocks, her heart filled with anticipation. The gathering was even more numerous than when she formed a pact with Bai Yin, yet an intriguing silence enveloped them. As all eyes were fixated on Hain and Hong Lian stood on the rocks, visibly anxious, her hands trembling in Hain's firm grasp. It was uncertain whether it was he or she who was shaking. Hong Lian, as a member of the Sea King tribe, one shall have but a single partner in a lifetime. Do you truly wish to be my companion? Hain's expression was earnest, the wind tousling his ethereal hair, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that bore unmistakable tension. Hong Lian lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, then lifted it again, her eyes brimming with determination. Yes, I am willing. Upon hearing her resolute affirmation once more, Hain joyously lifted her into his embrace, prompting cheers and shouts from the merfolk surrounding them. With eyes sparkling like stars, Hain set Hong Lian down and transformed into a breathtaking mermaid. He removed the Sea King's star from his navel and placed it gently in Hong Lian's palm. May the sea god bear witness from this moment forth. You shall be my one and only female for all eternity. Hain smiled tenderly, and as he spoke, the Sea King's star emanated a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire coastline, akin to resplendent fireworks illuminating the night sky, reflecting the elation etched on every face present. To Yujing's astonishment, Hain, with a gentle smile, pushed Hong Lian into the sea, followed by a splash of water, mingled with Hong Lian's half-formed scream of surprise. Chapter 120. The demon approaches? Little Hong Lian. Transform into a royal mermaid quickly. Hain called from the rocks, anxiously watching as Hong Lian floundered in the water. Why had she not yet transformed into a mermaid? Hong Lian sputtered, having swallowed some water, still tightly clutching the Sea King's star, struggling to articulate her thoughts amidst the chaos. Yujing nearly suffered internal injuries from holding back, and shouted towards Hainai, Hong Lian is not a member of the Sea Tribe. Are you certain you informed her on how to wield the Neptune star? As a result, the faces of the mermen flushed a deep crimson. And they could no longer contain themselves, erupting into uproarious laughter. Each one laughed so heartily that they doubled over, the pearls in their hands quivering as if transformed into disco lights. Haina scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He leaped into the sea, swiftly embracing Hong Lian. Pride opened her palm to reveal the Sea King's star, and with a sudden motion, he slapped it against her back, causing the star to be thrust into her mouth, where it plopped into her belly with a soft gurgle. In an instant, Hong Lian's form began to transform, her short brown hair elongated, curling and glistening with sheen. Her sun-kissed skin turned fair and delicate, while her slender legs morphed into a shimmering light brown fishtail. Although Yujing had anticipated the change, she was still taken aback by Hong Lian's transformation. The Sea King's star was indeed remarkable. However, at that moment, Bai Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed into the distance, sensing the presence of a Jing, Senluo, and the aura of the demon. In Yujing's heart, there was a sudden jolt. She had no time to ponder the implications and shouted towards Hainai, urging him to return with his kin, taking Hong Lian with them. She never anticipated that Senluo would seek her out, nor did she foresee his collusion with the demons. She was acutely aware of Senluo's formidable strength. Although the mermen were not weak, they were undoubtedly no match for him. Moreover, there was the unseen threat of the demons, which filled her with an ominous premonition. Senluo was not an impulsive beast. He would not appear without absolute certainty. Innocent mermen must not be drawn into this conflict. Upon hearing Yujing's words, Hainai's excitement was abruptly tempered by a dawning realization. He attuned himself to the surrounding energies, and a profound shock coursed through him. The aura of the Eagle Feather clan instilled a primal fear within the sea folk. With Hong Lian cradled in his arms, he leaped from the surface of the ocean. Heedless of his kin's astonishment, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he commanded everyone to depart. Turning to Yujing, he declared, You must accompany me to seek my father and the high priest. Yujing shook her head and led Hong Lian away, asserting that this was her own affair, unrelated to them. Although the mermen felt hesitant and alarmed by the young prince's actions, they obediently followed Haina's directive, swimming towards the underwater city of the inner sea. Since they had come for her, she was prepared to fight. With Bai Yin by her side, what was there to fear? She was no longer the frail female of the beast city, and Bai Yin possessed strength rivaling that of Senluo. As for the demons, she regarded them with disdain. Throughout the legacy of the elven race, the demons had always been a faction under her control. However, soon, Yujing would pay the price for her overconfidence. I thought you would flee. Were you waiting for me? Senluo's blazing wings ignited the pitch-black sky, casting a fiery glow upon the ocean's surface. His voice remained wicked. Yet the blood-stained phoenix eyes were chillingly cold. Behind him stood 4 equally massive, crimson-feathered avian beings, each adorned with more than 8 circles of beastly aura, illuminating the night as if it were day. Senluo circled in the air, gazing down at Yujing. Upon witnessing the verdant glow that shrouded the heavens, he understood that she had truly become an elf. Now, seeing her again, she was indeed more stunning and captivating, yet her disdain for him had grown even stronger. But what did that matter? As long as this night passed, she would belong solely to him. Chapter 121. The arrival of Jia-in standing resolutely upon the beach. Yujinglin cast a cold and unyielding gaze at Senluo, a trace of a determined smirk curling at the corners of her lips. You have truly fallen, allowing your kin to be seduced by the demons. Behind Senluo, the feathered beings gazed with their phoenix-like eyes, all ensnared within a shroud of dark mist. While Senluo stood idly by, permitting his own people to be manipulated by malevolent forces. The esteemed young master of the feathered clan has indeed lost his sanity. Bai Yin paid no heed to Senluo, for in his eyes, Senluo was no longer a worthy opponent. His attention was drawn to the barely perceptible black mist swirling over the sea, his azure eyes gradually darkening. Jing, take care of yourself. I shall confront the demon lurking in the shadows. As his words faded, an aura of tremendous power emanated from Bai Yin, reminiscent of a celestial being. His starry eyes suddenly narrowed, erupting with intensity as he reached out with bare hands to seize the writhing black mist, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Why do you hesitate to meet me, even now that you have arrived? Bai Yin, devoid of wings, still hovered in the air, his voice colder than anything Yujing had ever heard. Senluo disregarded the black mist ensnared by Bai Yin. The flames upon his wings blazed ever more fiercely. Several feathered beings appeared to receive a silent signal, simultaneously unleashing a searing, snake-like fire that burned the very essence of souls from their mouths. Yujing was acutely aware that the soul-devouring flame was a skill specifically designed to target demons. With a slight furrow of her brow, she cast a glance at Bai Yin, recognizing that it was not yet the opportune moment for her to intervene. To act without a full understanding of the circumstances would only complicate matters for Bai Yin. Yet, could Senluo truly confine Bai Yin with his abilities? The current situation seemed to be directed towards him. Yin turned, casting a disdainful look at the feathered being as he summoned a sphere of ominous energy, crackling with dark lightning, and hurled it towards the entity. The lightning struck with the speed of a tempest, but was intercepted by a delicate hand adorned with arcane symbols emerging from another mass of black mist. This hand belonged to a white-haired demon clad in a dark robe, whose figure was striking and whose innocent visage bore a beguiling smile. She toyed with the sphere of Yin's soul energy, laced with demonic essence, and with a gentle squeeze, it dissipated into nothingness. Esteemed king, it is time for your return. Your demonic servant is quite anxious, she said, half kneeling in the void, her expression one of utmost respect. Yet her tone tinged with a subtle menace. And what if I refuse? Yin retorted, grasping the dark mist in his hand and with a flick of his wrist, sent the lifeless body of an orc plummeting into the sea, where it splashed violently. Before Yin could react, Yin raised his hand to inscribe a spell in the air and struck down forcefully, only to have Yin evade the attack with ease. A glimmer of caution flickered in Yin's eyes. It appeared that during his absence, they had not idled away in vain. Yin transformed once more into a plume of black mist, charging at Yin, who, in turn, no longer held back his strength. Dark energy radiated around him as he morphed into a resplendent white tiger, a hybrid of demon and beast. In either form, his potential remained largely unchanged. Yet the tiger's form was far more suited for combat. Yujing adored his luxurious fur and could not bear the thought of harming it. But now, a decisive battle was imperative. In the air, Yin engaged Yin, continuously launching surprise attacks. While the thunderous sounds of the raging tempest he emitted reverberated through the atmosphere, Yujing gazed intently at the colossal soul-devouring chain being formed by Senluo and the feathered beings, poised to act when she sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Without hesitation, she coldly commanded, "Little White Lotus, unite," instantly roused from her playful reverie in the woods. The little white lotus darted into Yujing's body, a brilliant white light erupting around her, clad in resplendent white armor and wielding a golden lotus. Countless tendrils surged from the earth, ensnaring the encroaching black mist. Chapter 122, The Rampaging Yujing, wishing the best for the college entrance examination. Praying for you all. The divine voice proclaimed that the gloom would be enveloped by the light of life, leaving no chance for escape. With her delicate, alabaster fingers, she gently tapped the golden lotus. Accompanied by a dazzling radiance, the golden blossom soared toward the swirling black mist. In an instant, it expanded immensely, its luminous petals casting a radiant glow that enveloped the darkness. Beneath the flower's base, innumerable slender vines erupted, ensnaring the black mist. The mist writhed, gradually transforming into a ferocious brown bear, which savagely gnawed at the resilient vines. Yujing narrowed her ink-black eyes, coldly observing the creature, for it was none other than the form of Qi. Amidst the aerial skirmish, Jiayin noticed Yujing had discerned the demonic soul but remained unfazed. Transforming into black mist, she suddenly shot into the air, calling out to Senluo, "Now is the time." She reverted to her human form, producing a pitch-black, glistening beast skin drum, her lips murmuring a haunting melody that sent chills down the spine. Confident in her prowess, she believed this technique would not fail. The drumbeats and the incantation of the demonic soul's power reverberated far and wide, affecting not only Yujing but also entrancing the merfolk of the underwater city, leaving them ensnared in an eternal cycle of illusionary slaughter. Yin's heart suddenly faltered. He had overlooked something. He soared toward Yujing, only to be ensnared by the overwhelming tide of soul-devouring flames. Just as Jiayin reveled in her triumph, Yujing's icy voice pierced the air. Is the demon clan still so oblivious to their own limitations? Yujing gazed at the celestial figure of Jiayin in the sky. Indeed, she had momentarily lost her focus, but it was merely an ephemeral lapse. As a life spirit, if she could be so easily ensnared by the demon clan, she might as well leap into the eternal abyss once more. Jiayin's fingers trembled as they struck the hide drum, astonished that her abilities proved ineffective against Yujing. After all, was she not merely a newly awakened life spirit? Had it not been for her pact with Senluo, she could have effortlessly crushed her, feasting upon her flesh and blood. Yet, in that moment, the cold, piercing gaze of Yujing instilled a profound fear within her. No longer hesitating, Jiayin initiated a rapid drumbeat, her emanating magical power intensifying with each pulsation. Yujing could already hear the anguished roars and cries of the merfolk behind her, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of Haiho, Pain, and others approaching rapidly. It seemed that she was not the only one unaffected by the enchanting melody, which was reassuring. Pain and Honglian were the first to arrive, yet Haiho had yet to make his appearance. Nevertheless, the powerful harmony of the Starry Sea melody had already begun to resonate. At this moment, the priests and the merfolk king Haiho were collectively chanting the Starry Sea melody to counter the demonic tune. Jiayin, having never encountered the Sea royal family, was blissfully unaware of these events and had unwittingly fallen prey to the ambush. Fortunately, she had captured Yin and intended to have Senluo escort him back. However, how could Yujing let her escape so easily? My apologies. Once I regain my strength, I shall surely restore you. Yujing cast a reluctant glance at the lush greenery behind her. This was her first time deliberately employing the forbidden technique of life. Yet the circumstances left her with no choice. Yujing closed her eyes, and in an instant, a vortex formed around her, drawing in the life force of all nearby beings with an irresistible force akin to moths drawn to a flame. The marine flora and corals within miles were affected, And even those like Hainai, who offered no resistance to Yu Jing's plundering, found their own life force surging desperately towards her. At that moment, Jiayin resembled a startled bird. While Senluo's gaze trembled with astonishment, his heart tumultuous as he realized Yu Jing was willing to go to such lengths for him. Senluo, you shall perish. A thunderous roar emanated from the vortex, followed by Yu Jing, who unfurled her silver wings and ascended. Her flowing black hair and striking beauty, combined with her bond with the little white lotus, adorned her in a suit of silver armor, resembling a goddess of war, sacred and inviolable. Chapter 123, The Transformation. Praying that your exam questions are all favorable, even a stroke of luck will suffice. The divine proclaimed that the burning prison shall dissolve into nothingness. The life force infused with the laws of existence converged in the palm of her hand, surging towards the soul-biting chains that ensnared Bai Yin. Simultaneously, she unleashed the golden lotus, which, now imbued with an abundance of life force, soared and expanded in the air, transformed from its previous state into a vibrant force. As the lotus petals morphed into a gigantic maw, lunging towards the feathered beings, the slender tendrils beneath the lotus erupted, swiftly piercing into the bodies of the winged creatures. The overwhelming vines, having absorbed the life force of the feathered beings, flourished even more vibrantly, leaving no one able to escape. Even Jiayin, shrouded in black mist, found himself immobilized under the weight of the life force. Senluo, if you conspired against me due to past grievances, I can endure that. But those who dare to harm Bai Yin, I shall not spare a single one. I know not what the life spirits of you were like. But those who touch my forbidden scale shall meet their demise. In Yu Jing's eyes, there lay a ruthless intensity that Bai Yin had never witnessed before. Her words piercing through Senluo's heart like a blade. Senluo, taking on human form, allowed the delicate tendrils to penetrate his body. His crystalline red eyes filled with despair, resigning himself to the thought that if death was to come, it would be welcome. He had waited long enough, lived long enough. The searing blood splattered onto the verdant vines, and suddenly, another image flashed in Yu Jing's mind, a frail child, with a pale face and pure, transparent red eyes gazing at her innocently, offering a sweet smile. This was a memory from Senluo's soul, causing a momentary daze. However, at that moment, the crimson leaf entwined on the ground abruptly rose, its brown-red eyes turning an inky black. Hong Lian screamed, her heart aching, tears streaming down her face. She had been so focused on Yu Jing's stability in the air that she had failed to notice that the crimson leaf was present. What terrified her was the sight of the crimson leaf raising its hand to its head, gruesomely tearing its own flesh in twain. The sound of raw flesh ripping echoing in a chillingly surreal manner. Its entrails spilled forth, a noxious black mist emanating from within which a pair of void-like eyes emerged, observing the scene before them. These eyes slowly ascended, enlarging until they obscured the crescent moon in the distant starlight. A colossal demonic aura enveloped the skies above the Sea King tribe, suffocating everyone beneath its weight. What shall I call you now? Naga? This time, the demonic soul is invoked, wielding the power of a demon god. Are you still planning to flee? A hoarse, aged voice penetrated the air, reverberating ominously, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Bai Yan's fingers trembled. The tremors from his soul compelled him to yield, yet he stood tall in the air, proud and defiant. The inevitable had finally arrived, though he had not anticipated the demon servant's involvement, exerting such a cost to awaken the demon god. Bound and restrained, Jiayin was elated upon hearing the demon servant's voice. Today, her life was spared. Seizing the moment while Yu Jing was momentarily distracted, she broke free from the vine's grasp, transforming her body into a sharp demonic blade, rushing towards Yu Jing with reckless abandon. If she could eliminate the world's soul-life spirit, she would surely escape blame this time. As for the divine contract, as long as the king's soul remained, it sufficed. In the demon pool, physical bodies were in no short supply. Yet in that fleeting moment, not only did Bai Yin instinctively embrace Yu Jing, but Senluo also positioned himself protectively in front of her. The sharp black blade, like a flash of lightning in the night, pierced through Senluo's chest, followed by Bai Yan's body colliding with Yu Jing's. Jiayin could hardly fathom that this strike would result in a triple kill. Blood sprayed across Yu Jing's face as her body erupted with green luminescence, plunging into the sea. The last scene her open eyes beheld was Bai Yin being drawn into the whirlpool of the void-like eyes. The pain in her chest paled in comparison to the turmoil in her heart, surrendering to the encroaching seawater that filled her mouth and nostrils, saturating her chest. Chapter 124, The True Identity of Riang. Beneath the sunlight, in the shade of the trees, Senluo awakened from the nightmare of Yu Jing's death. Finding Riang bowed before him, a weary expression of concern etched on his face. Upon noticing Senluo's awakening, he half knelt, his purple hair cascading like a waterfall. Silent and solemn. Where's Yu Jing? Senluo struggled to rise, his chest wound reopening, panic etched across his paper-white face. I do not know. But the city lord should not trust the demon's words this time. Riang's head remained bowed, for the first time resolute in his stance. Had he not traveled tirelessly, rescuing Senluo at the last moment, he dared not contemplate the consequences. He understood that Senluo relied on the demon orb to prolong his life, and needed to devour beastmen to enhance his strength. He was willing to obey Senluo's orders regarding the slaughter. Yet this collaboration with the demon race marked the first time he disobeyed Senluo's command and did not remain in the Beastmaster city. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Senluo ignored Riang's words, his hollow red eyes gazing at the azure sky. the distant sound of the ocean's breath still audible. I must find her. Leaning against a massive tree, he staggered to his feet. His normally radiant red hair had lost its luster, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his head feeling as heavy as lead, battling through the dizziness. He staggered towards the sound of the waves. The consumption of soul flame had depleted his soul power, and the tendrils had siphoned most of its strength. At that moment, his body resembled a flickering candle, barely clinging to life. Riang, with a furrowed brow, suddenly rose from behind Senluo. Seizing the opportunity to strike him unconscious with a swift blow, forcing a demon orb into his mouth, he hoisted Senluo onto his shoulder. Resolved that even if Senluo awakened and killed him, he could not allow Senluo to perish in this manner. Now, he needed to seek out powerful beastmen for Senluo to consume. Even if Senluo's bloodline rejected demonic power, causing him pain, it would at least sustain his life. In this moment, he only hoped Senluo would survive, even if he would never spare him a glance. Even if his presence was merely for exploitation, or perhaps to leverage his unique bloodline heritage. The Rock Fox clan was an ancient lineage, having faded into obscurity with the absence of nine-tailed rock foxes for centuries. Yet he had unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed rock fox. This had accelerated his ascent in the realm of souls rapidly. In Beastmaster City, aside from Bai Yin and a few formidable elders, he had no rivals. The recent frenzied slaughters had elevated him to the rank of three tails. He seldom revealed his beast form. Those who had witnessed it had only met with death. This was his final trump card and the only power he possessed to safeguard Senluo. Given a bit more time, he would fulfill every desire Senluo harbored, regardless of the cost. Mom, please wake up, Mom. I hurt so much, Mom. Yujing's fingers trembled slightly as the voice of Little White Lotus echoed in her mind. It felt as if she were trapped in a great furnace, being suffocated. Waves of heat assaulting her, destroying her body. No, it seemed to be Little White Lotus's body. She remembered that during her injury, she had still been in a contract state with Little White Lotus. Release the contract. Yujing weakly murmured with her eyes closed. No, the temperature is too high. Mom, please wake up quickly. It's too dangerous here. Each of Little White Lotus's words seemed to burst forth from her teeth, filled with immense restraint. With a painful gasp, Yujing opened her heavy eyes, revealing the towering cliffside of the volcanic sea above. Chapter 125, The Disgusting Mumble of Flesh. Is this a sea volcano? She found herself precariously lying at the edge of treacherous rocks, where a mere roll could send her plunging into the unfathomable abyss below, where the fiery magma awaited. Fortunately, she had not yet been drowned in the water. The crystal-clear essence must have been fed to her by the Little White Lotus through its vines. Forcing herself to sever the bond with the Little White Lotus, the tattered silver armor vanished, leaving her feeling as though her bones were on the verge of melting. Having transformed into an elf, she had developed a higher tolerance for heat. Her skin merely glowed with a faint redness, yet the sensation was excruciating, akin to being cast into boiling water. Neglecting her own suffering, she gazed at the battered Little White Lotus nestled in her palm, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. The once pristine petals of the lotus had withered, yellowed, and cracked, revealing its fragility. Yujing searched within herself for the dwindling life force, sending forth a feeble green glow that merged with the Little White Lotus's form. The Little White Lotus opened its amber eyes, whispering weakly, Mama, it hurts. I want to sleep for a while. Rest well, my dear. I will surely find a way to save you, Yujing reassured gently. Yujing cradled the Little White Lotus in her embrace, casting her gaze upward. There was scarcely any foothold to aid her ascent, and swimming was out of the question. Not to mention the jagged redstone slabs protruding from the cliff face that would impede her progress. More critically, after consuming the essence of the shark crystal, the ocean's pressure felt non-existent to her. She would not rise to the surface at all. If she were to wait until the crystal's effect waned, the resulting pressure would crush her internal organs. If the Little White Lotus were in good health, climbing up the vine would be effortless. However, for her, it seemed as insurmountable as scaling the heavens. A sudden thought flickered through her mind. What if she descended instead? It was said that oceanic volcanoes released a plethora of shell crystals with each eruption. Such energy was desperately needed. Only with a robust vitality could she mend the grievous wounds of the Little White Lotus. Perhaps beneath the abyss, alongside the magma, there existed natural shell crystal caverns. Having just employed a forbidden technique from the laws of life, which forcibly siphoned life force from living beings, she would face severe backlash. Not only would she be rendered incapable of using it for an extended period, but it would also deplete her own innate vitality by a significant margin. Coupled with being pierced by demonic energy, it was nothing short of miraculous that she had not perished on the spot. Raising her wrist, she observed that the delicate pink thread seemed to have lengthened slightly, a pang of sorrow filling her heart. She must retrieve the father of her offspring, without fail. Even if it meant risking herself in a perilous endeavor, she would fight for it. Leaning against the wall, she managed to rise, her pale visage etched with determination. She pressed her back against the cliff, aided by the water's buoyancy, and began to slide down slowly, the temperature of the water growing increasingly scalding. Her body was no longer the same as before, though the water felt as if it could boil her alive. Her skin merely intensified in its stinging sensation until it ultimately succumbed to numbness. She had lost all sense of how deep she had descended, her entire being aflame with torment. Faintly, she could discern the molten lava layer at the abyss's bottom. Was it beneath the magma? Yujing frowned, disappointment weighing heavily on her heart. Even if she possessed extraordinary abilities, plunging into the lava would lead to certain death. Yet, she refused to relinquish hope. Beginning to explore around the cliff, the visibility here was poor. Perhaps there were caves hidden within the surrounding cliffs. In a state of uncertainty, Yujing felt an inexplicable force beckoning her from the shadows. She could not discern whether it was the sound of the ocean or merely a figment of her imagination. Suddenly, her hand encountered a moist, hairy object. The texture was soft and flabby, reminiscent of the gelatinous flesh found on a pig, with fine, long hairs and a slippery body that filled Yujing with a wave of revulsion. Chapter 126, Uka? 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 Uka. The gelatinous flesh began to emit chaotic sounds towards Yujing, cautiously attempting to crawl closer to her. Yujing cautiously retreated step by step, only to find herself unexpectedly plunging into a cave nestled within the cliffside. The absence of any light rendered the cave exceedingly dark, and the ominous growls drew closer. Yujing, with no time for contemplation, realized that her current frail state left her devoid of strength to confront any adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, she swam deeper into the cave, hoping to evade that repulsive mass of flesh. It wasn't long before her hands encountered the cold, unyielding stone wall. Yujing gritted her teeth, feeling that misfortune had reached its zenith. Was this truly a dead end? Yet, undeterred, she continued to explore the stone wall above her, hoping for a glimmer of chance. Her hands roamed upwards until they finally encountered the scorching, dry stone surface. The sensation of the air sent a jolt through her spirit. Filled with joy, she propped herself against the ground and laboriously ascended. Though she had consumed the sharp crystal, the sensation of breathing in the air, even if it scorched her throat, was remarkably invigorating. At this moment, Yujing was utterly exhausted, yet hope shimmered before her. She gazed into the depths of the cave, where a faint light flickered, and whimsically uttered a dark joke. Surely, there must be countless shell crystals ahead. Ever since she had mastered the laws of life, she had become the foremost practitioner of divination in history. Even knowing it was futile, she still wished to bless herself. Rubbing her sore, swollen arms, she leaned against the searing rock face and gradually ventured deeper. The cave was longer than she had anticipated, but as the light before her intensified, her hope grew ever stronger. At last, fortune favored the tenacious. Upon reaching the end, a vast expanse of glimmering shell crystals, radiant as the stars, filled her with such excitement that she felt tears welling up. All around her, on the jagged stones and the iridescent walls, were gemstones brimming with spiritual energy. Yujing pressed her hand against a massive piece of colorful crystal ore, and the surging soul energy flowed into her parched body, gradually transforming into the essence of life. Small green orbs encircled her, mending the injury she had sustained. In that moment, Yujing resembled a withered sponge, slowly becoming plump and rejuvenated. The life force within her began to condense into a misty water, gathering at her chest, coursing throughout her body, and returning once more to her heart. Suddenly, an intense itch and pain erupted from her back, as a pair of ethereal, translucent wings unfurled. The delicate wings, transparent and flawless, displayed exquisite patterns that seemed to be woven from dreams, while a gentle, pale green shimmer danced upon their surface. Yujing understood that the stronger her abilities became, the deeper the hue of her wings would grow. During the pact, her form would become increasingly resplendent. Thus, she continued to absorb until she felt the life force within her chest swell to the magnitude of a tranquil lake, at which point she ceased her efforts. With utmost care, she cradled the little white lotus and gently infused the life force into its delicate form. The divine assurance proclaimed that all wounds would mend under her blessings. Enveloped in a luminous green aura, the battered little lotus began its restoration. As the light diminished, its body gradually healed. The golden strands of its hair regained their radiant brilliance. The wounds upon its slender arms healed gradually, and the tattered floral garment restored to its pristine state, soft and white. The little lotus's thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, slowly revealing its amber eyes. Rubbing against Yujing's thumb, it stretched lazily, its pristine feet resting in the palm of her hand, while shimmering golden wings flickered behind it. Tilting its head, it gazed at Yujing with curious eyes, exclaiming, "Mama, your back is so peculiar. Why do you have such large lumps along with wings?" Chapter 127, The Parasitic Wuka? Yujing felt a shiver run down her spine. The thought of that repulsive, tactile, granular mass of dark hair and grotesque flesh lurking upon her body, how could it have gone unnoticed? Despite her enhanced perception as a spirit, she found herself lacking the courage to reach out and touch it. Surely, it must be a magical beast. Was there a way to extricate it? Isn't that mother's fleshy mass? Little Balian queried, gazing at the grotesque, hairy lump with innocent bewilderment. The modern Yujing was instantly reminded of the Alien film series. Had she unwittingly become a host for this monstrous flesh? As this thought crossed her mind, cold sweat broke out on her pale forehead, cascading down her cheeks and evaporating upon contact with the ground, leaving no trace behind. She attempted to harness the power within her to probe the mass on her back, yet, as little Balian had indicated, she felt no irregularity. This meant that the grotesque mass was indeed a part of her. Overwhelmed by nausea and fighting the urge to vomit, she turned to little Balian for help. "Little Balian, let us bond." Since little Balian was no longer within her body, Yujing could not directly access her powers, but they could merge through a bond. The more spirits that joined in the bonding, the greater the power she could wield. A divine light burst forth, and exquisite, snow-white wings unfurled in brilliance. Silver armor enveloped her graceful form, while her inky black hair sparkled with flecks of golden light belonging to little Balian. With a figure that was both alluring and a face of ethereal beauty, she resembled a celestial maiden. Yet, the slight narrowing of her dark, profound eyes added a touch of menace to her visage. Suddenly, the grotesque mass of red, hairy flesh slid from Yujing's back and began to bounce erratically on the ground, as if attempting to convey something. Although Yujing felt a sense of disgust, her curiosity was piqued. Anything capable of surviving in such extreme conditions was undoubtedly no ordinary beast, and this entity bore little resemblance to a typical monster. At that moment, the mysterious mass seemed to yearn for communication with her. Mother, why not attempt to converse with it through your thoughts? Suggested Xiao Bailian hesitantly within her consciousness. Yujing found it reasonable. Since it had descended upon her without causing harm, it must have had something to express. Suppressing the surge of emotions within her, she delicately placed her slender fingers upon the squirming mass. The sensation of greasy warmth transmitted through her fingertips sent shivers across her skin. What are you following me for? The mass ceased its frantic movements, lying still on the ground, a vibrant mound of red flesh adorned with two glistening white pearls. Oh, help me, Wuka. Woe is me. Divine being, save me. In truth, it was merely a pitiable, innocent, adorable, and beautiful raccoon. Yujing was taken aback. Her gaze filled with melancholy as she looked at the quivering mass before her. The creature, a raccoon beast, was a mystery to her, however. It was clear that this lump had no association with anything adorable or beautiful. Sensing Yujing's skepticism, the creature pitifully began to speak. Woo-woo. I wasn't always like this. It all began when I met my demise. Woo-woo, let me tell you. Please save me. Stop whining and speak plainly. Yujing replied, her curiosity piqued. The notion that this being had perished yet retained consciousness was indeed a marvel. Nevertheless, her expression remained icy and inscrutable, exuding an air of profound mystery. Chapter 128. An extraordinary heritage. That day, I was frolicking in a forest abundant with fruits, where the water was refreshingly cool, and countless playful little fish swam about. I used to revel in catching fish, and I adored picking flowers. Had I seen such a beautiful beastly female like you back then, I would have showered you with countless blossoms. Get to the point. Otherwise, I'll toss you out. Yujing's corners of her mouth twitched slightly. It was evident that this creature was quite the chatterbox. Upon hearing Yujing's threat, the lumpy mass quivered, deep in contemplation. That day, I was struck unconscious by a green stone. When I awoke, I found myself within the belly of a beast, which had yet to digest me. Subsequently, I was seized by a bear-like creature, which roasted the beast and discarded me into a river. I then found myself in the belly of a large fish, still undigested, until a whale swallowed me, only to regurgitate me later. I have experienced this cycle of being consumed and expelled, and here I am now. There is no danger here. Woe is me. Your aura resembles that of the green stone. You must surely be able to rescue me. Woe is me. In Yujing's heart, a flicker of thought emerged, pondering a possibility. She hurriedly inquired about the appearance of that green stone. Was it still with you? Now. Sensing Yujing's concern for the green stone, instinctively recoiled slightly, but soon returned to rest beneath Yujing's finger in an unwilling manner. I feel that my very existence relies on that green stone. Thus, I cannot part with it unless you can restore me to normalcy. Very well. I can bestow upon you life anew, allowing you to live as you once did. Yujing had not anticipated that such a fortuitous event would suddenly befall her. If her intuition served her correctly, it was a fragment of the Life Soul Crystal. The Life Soul Crystal was meant to circulate endlessly at the center of her being, gathering an inexhaustible vitality for her to command. The Eternal Well was the grandest of miracles in this world. It connected to the void, and no one knew where the things that fell into the Eternal Well ultimately ended up. For instance, her soul had journeyed to the 21st century, making the notion of the Life Soul Crystal fragment striking this corporeal form less extraordinary. The fleshly entity pondered for a considerable time without responding, ultimately resolving. If you assist me in restoring it, I shall yield it to you. Yujing calmly observed that the adorable mass of flesh was not devoid of intelligence. Indeed, should the fragments of life depart from its corporeal form, it would perish in an instant without hesitation. After all, she found herself amidst a veritable treasure trove of power. A dense, verdant mist coalesced at her fingertips, ultimately transforming into droplets teeming with vibrant life essence, which cascaded onto the quivering mass of flesh. The divine proclaimed that it would once again don a splendid coat, reminiscent of days gone by. As Yujing's incantation unfolded, the emerald light wove itself around the mass. Though it appeared to be rather restless, thrashing about within its verdant cocoon, Yujing felt that her current demeanor resembled that of a formidable oracle. In contemporary times, she wondered if the principles of life could indeed influence stock prices. Predicting the stock market was truly a remarkable feat. Little White Lotus, sever the contract and keep a vigilant watch over it. It must not slip away. Yujing said to Xiao Bailian. She must relentlessly continue to absorb the soul power from the shell crystal. Although prolonged exertion would exhaust both her body and mind, at this moment, strength meant everything to her. Bai Yin was still alive, for their contract remained intact. She needed to swiftly locate the father of her offspring. Her current power was utterly insufficient, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Thus, she persisted tirelessly for a day and a night, only pausing when her spirit was utterly fatigued. Yujing opened her bloodshot eyes, gazing at the sprawling vines around her and the magnificent flower of the white lotus. Beneath the enormous, pristine petals of the white lotus, a cocoon wrapped tightly by the vines was still writhing restlessly. The white lotus, fearing that the fleshy creature might escape, had ensconced it with intricate care. "White lotus, please release it so I may see." Yujing's voice was somewhat hoarse, her throat aflame from prolonged thirst. The white lotus withdrew its main form, transforming into a fairy-like spirit, encircling the cocoon on the verge of breaking free. With amber eyes fixed on Yujing, it inquired, "Mother, what do you think it will become?" Yujing shook her head, her gaze falling upon the slowly rupturing cocoon. First, a black, fuzzy paw rested upon the shell, followed by the emergence of pointed feline ears, and soon after, a pair of eyes, as large as grapes, surveyed the surroundings. It leapt gracefully, landing silently on the ground. Its sleek, ebony coat gleaming. With its velvety front legs stretching forward, it performed an exaggerated yawn, its bright, agile eyes expressing gratitude as it nuzzled against Yujing's calf. Yujing couldn't help but gently stroke the small head of the creature, discovering that it was merely a black cat, not a beastman or a magical beast, but rather a wild feline that had gained consciousness after being struck by fragments of life. The black cat's white whiskers fluttered delicately, and its emerald green eyes narrowed in apparent delight. It raised its front paw to rest upon Yujing's leg, nuzzling its chin against her palm, affectionately licking her hand. Suddenly, it convulsed, expelling a deep green stone the size of a goose-warm stone from its throat. To an untrained eye, this stone would appear utterly unremarkable. However, Yujing sensed the ancient and primal power emanating from it, feeling a profound connection. The life-soul crystal was only potent in her grasp. As it was inherently hers, others could possess it, yet it would yield no strength in their hands. Yet, in its current state, the crystal was merely a quarter of its potential size, leaving Yujing somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her spirits, considering this a promising start. Before she could ponder further, the black cat let out a pained cry. Having expelled the life-soul crystal, it could no longer endure the surrounding environment, its paw pads beginning to smoke from the heat. Yujing had no choice but to once again embrace her mystical persona. The divine proclaimed that all suffering would dissolve into nothingness. She cradled the black cat, enveloped by a gentle green radiance. "Thank you, I shall ensure your safe passage," she murmured. The black cat emitted a soft wuka sound, tenderly licking the back of Yujing's hand. The little white lotus could no longer bear to watch. Tendrils reached out, drawing the black cat closer to her. With an air of solemnity, she addressed Yujing, "Mother, please take a moment to rest. I shall look after this creature." Yujing nodded, indeed weary, and leaned against the rocky wall, her eyes fluttering shut as slumber enveloped her. As her rhythmic breathing filled the air, the once cherubic visage of Xiao Bai Lian transformed into a fierce countenance. As she menacingly warned the black cat, "She is my mother. You are forbidden from getting too close to her. Otherwise, I shall strike you." The black cat, in a languid stretch, surprisingly freed itself from the entanglements of the vines. Its gem-like vertical pupils cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Bai Lian before articulating, "It was the master who initiated the contact. She favors me, not you, little bird." You can talk? You were just pretending." Xiao Bai Lian's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her pupils trembling with indignation as she pointed accusingly at the nonchalant cat, which was lazily grooming its paws. The black cat retorted with a dismissive glance, "I never claimed to be mute in front of the master." Chapter 129, The Battle of Cat and Flower. Xiao Bai Lian's face flushed crimson with frustration, and she retaliated with a whip of vines aimed at the black cat. The cat narrowed its eyes slightly, raising its furry paw to deftly sweep the tendrils back. "The master's treasures have resided within me for over a century. Your feeble vitality is inconsequential." With its hauntingly green gaze, the black cat turned towards Yujing, gracefully gliding to her side, curling up to rest, while reminding Xiao Bai Lian, "Do not disturb. I am about to slumber with the most exquisite goddess." Xiao Bai Lian, fuming, ground her teeth, emitting a series of sharp clicks. Did this cat truly perceive her as a delicate and harmless fairy? In her rage, she transformed into a colossal golden stone flower, hundreds of tendrils thrashing wildly. The black cat readied its claws in defense, yet unexpectedly, Xiao Bai Lian was not jesting this time. The flower bud snapped open with startling force, and the black cat's pupils dilated in shock as it was swiftly engulfed and cast into the depths of Xiao Bai Lian's mysterious realm. What a delightful sensation! Transformed into a petite and adorable golden-haired fairy, she contentedly wrapped her tiny hands around Yujing's slender arm. "You wish to compete for mother's affection? Dream on. In dreams, there exists everything." With father absent, it was her duty to safeguard her mother from any lurking threats, including the cat. She would vanquish all nefarious intruders. After all, she was the fairy nurtured solely by her mother. Such interlopers could never take her place. Yujing was awakened by hunger. Feeling as though she were surrounded by a myriad of golden stars, she regretted not having placed any food or water in Zyabalian's space. Although the vitality of life sustains one without food, the experience is undeniably unpleasant, especially after 3 days of fasting. However, even in the absence of hunger, she knew she had to ascend quickly. In her battle against Senluo, she had drawn too much life force from the shore, and now she could only imagine the chaos that awaited her. The mistake she had made could only be rectified by her own efforts. The memory of Bai Yin filled her heart with sorrow, as if an invisible giant hand were squeezing her heart, stifling her pain. Silent tears fell from her eyelashes, tracing down her cheeks, landing on the ground with a soft sound, releasing wisps of white mist that vanished into thin air. Zyabalian lifted her head, her delicate face nuzzling Yujing's fingers. Mama, I'm here too. Together, we can surely find a way to bring father back. Yujing's fingers twitched as she opened her eyes with a bittersweet smile. Yes, certainly. You shall unfurl your vines and gather all the crystal shells into the space. Little White Lotus nodded in agreement, transforming into a colossal golden stone flower. The vines danced wildly as they devoured the crystal stones, and the rain of shell-sized gems came crashing down upon the black cat's head. Despite his agile maneuvers, he was left with a head full of bumps. This was undoubtedly intentional, a blatant provocation. Yujing has already integrated fragments of life within her being, though it is merely a quarter. She can now harness a modicum of primal life force emanating from her heart. Henceforth, even if the life force derived from soul energy is depleted, she shall not find herself in dire straits when confronted with peril. Zyabalian has not forgotten about Qing Yuan. She releases Qing Yuan and implores, Mother, please bestow upon it some essence of life. Yujing had almost forgotten about the flower, yet a few drops of the condensed essence of life fell upon Qing Yuan. The dark, ink-like stems and newly sprouted tender leaves of Qing Yuan swayed, as if expressing gratitude to Yujing. But where was the black cat? Yujing surveyed her surroundings. That feline was now likely just an ordinary beast with awakened intelligence, unable to survive long in such a harsh environment. The little pink mouth of the White Lotus pouted in reluctance before transforming again into the golden stone flower, from which it expelled the black cat, sending it hurtling directly towards the wall. Yujing raised an eyebrow, realizing that the black cat had evidently offended the White Lotus. Contrary to the anticipated disaster of the black cat colliding with the wall and suffering a gruesome fate, it arched its body midair and executed a graceful backflip, landing soundlessly on the ground. With a disdainful glance cast at the White Lotus from an unseen angle, it then leapt lightly and elegantly onto Yujing's shoulder, nuzzling its round, fluffy head affectionately against her chin. Mama, she is a strange cat. She can talk. She is a bad cat. The White Lotus darted towards the black cat, forcefully knocking it off Yujing's shoulder. The black cat feigned weakness, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its emerald vertical pupils had vanished, replaced by a pair of crystal-clear eyes resembling glistening grapes, exuding an air of helplessness and fragility. Uka. Uka. I can speak because of the stone. I can't speak beast language anymore. It's not my fault. Uka. It hurts so much. The black cat lowered its plump head, cowering on the ground, with glimmers of moisture evident in its eyes. Yujing let out a soft sigh. It seemed that this black cat would soon become an anomaly among its feline kin. It was certainly not the cat's fault. She stepped forward, cradling the black cat in her arms, gently stroking its fur to soothe it, and addressed the irate little Bai Lian, saying, There is no need for such alarm. Having been parasitized by fragments of life for so long, it is only natural that she can speak. Please do not bully her. Once we leave, we shall return her to the forest. Upon hearing Yujing's intention to release the black cat back into the wilderness, Bai Lian's mood took an immediate turn for the better. Her previously pouted lips curled upward rapidly, revealing her pearly white teeth as she nodded enthusiastically. She even flew in front of the black cat, making an exaggerated face to amuse it. Wuka. Wuka. The black cat shrank further into Yujing's embrace, emitting a whimper, seemingly terrified of Bai Lian's fierce demeanor. Do not frighten her. Come now, we must be on our way. Yujing said helplessly, casting a glance at Bai Lian, wondering what had provoked her little fairy against this black cat. Yujing's precious Jiao crystal had been exhausted. Although she was capable of conjuring an air barrier herself, adhering to the principles of frugality, she resolved to enter the realm of the Little White Lotus. With just a modest enhancement of power for the Little White Lotus, the extending vines would effortlessly ascend. Suddenly, a resplendent golden lotus erupted from the tranquil, cerulean surface of the sea with a soft splash. Yujing gently supported the large petals of the white lotus, gazing out at the boundless expanse of the sea. Her ink-black eyes filled with confusion, as she was unfamiliar with the path back home. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Although the ocean remained pristine and undisturbed, an overwhelming atmosphere of death lingered in the surroundings, raising her suspicions. How had they arrived at this volcanic shore? After her mother had fainted, she had navigated through the vines in search of safety, but eventually she too succumbed to exhaustion. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in this sweltering place. The white lotus, without resorting to telepathy, spoke directly, its heart adorned with sharp, glistening teeth that opened and closed, provoking a shiver down one's spine. Fortunately, Yujing had grown accustomed to it, though she remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity. Her instincts warned her that something was lurking, waiting for her. At that moment, not only was her stomach grumbling from hunger, but the white lotus, now a fairy, also required sustenance. The black cat, too, was undeniably famished. In its current form as an ordinary feline, it allowed the white lotus to control the vines for fishing, determined to satiate one hunger before seeking to fill her own once they reached the shore. Chapter 130. The grief of the sun's rise. The white lotus found it quite simple to employ the vine net for catching fish and shrimp, yet as a fairy, its primal instincts had diminished. Even in a state of desperation, it could not bring itself to consume the raw, fishy catch. Presently, the only affordable option was the black cat, which eagerly devoured the fish as it emerged from the sharp teeth, reveling in its feast. Aware of Yujing's culinary skills, the White Lotus collected a significant amount into her space, eagerly anticipating the moment they would return to shore to indulge in delectable delights. Yujing stood upon the delicate petals of the White Lotus, her serene brow now furrowed with concern. The pace of the White Lotus was not particularly slow. Yet why had the surroundings remained unchanged until this very moment? Even the scent in the air was identical. What could possibly be amiss? Was it a case of wandering in circles? With her delicate wings unfurling like crystal, Yujing ascended into the sky. A verdant light ignited at her fingertips. Shimmering brilliantly like a radiant flame, spreading outward in a conflagration, she immersed herself in the tranquility enveloped by her own power. Gradually extending her force until it brushed against an invisible barrier, an unfamiliar strength, not overwhelmingly potent, yet easily breaching with a gentle push. The divine proclaimed that the eyes of light remain unclouded by fog. The unyielding laws of life infused the green radiance, which, like an arrow, pierced through the barrier in an instant. Only then did Yujing discern the colossal creature standing atop the eerie white bones amidst the crimson coral formations. It bore a graceful and robust physique akin to that of a wolf, its forelimbs as powerful as a tigress. Its fur glistened as if coated in deep purple paint, with 3 magnificent purple tails flowing behind. Beneath its snow-white brows, violet eyes, cold as ice, fixed their gaze upon her, while the 8 radiant circles of purple spiritual aura emanating from beneath its feet signified its extraordinary prowess. In Yujing's heart, alarm bells rang out. A 3-tailed fox? Although she had never laid eyes upon one, the records of the elven race spoke of the 9-tailed rock fox clan, which had once held equal renown with the 3 divine clans a millennium ago. However, as the bloodline of the 9-tailed rock fox faded into obscurity, their glory diminished long ago. This creature, larger than the purest White Lotus, what could be its intention in ensnaring her? Senluo wishes to see you. The voice of Ri-Yang was chilling, piercing her like the sudden frost and snow of October. Upon hearing the voice of Ri-Yang, Yujing was somewhat taken aback, her surprise quickly transforming into a wry smile. It turned out that the infatuated Ri-Yang, with his brows slightly furrowed, was testing her capabilities. This was not a matter of arrogance. Indeed, she would find it challenging to contend with a 9-tailed fox, but a mere 3-tailed fox hardly warranted her attention. Yet, she had not anticipated that Ri-Yang possessed such lineage, nor that his strength had escalated so rapidly. No wonder he had caught Senluo's eye and remained by his side. A glint of cold light flickered in Ri-Yang's pale purple eyes, which suddenly shone with an intense violet glow. 3 robust foxtails, sharp as blades of tempered steel, slashed towards Yujing. His intentions were not merely to capture her. He harbored a deeper desire to end her life. Only then would Senluo cease to long for her, would he no longer suffer, and would he no longer call her name in a frenzied state within his dreams. With Yujing's demise, everything would come to a close. Though Yujing possessed little combat experience, her innate elven instincts enabled her to deftly evade the strike. Ri-Yang's fox tail cleaved through the sea surface, creating a deep chasm. The 9-tailed rock fox lived up to its name, yet alas, it encountered her. With a palpable intent to kill, Ri-Yang would not retreat. Transformed into an elf, Yujing hovered in the air, her exquisite figure and fair complexion illuminated by the soft winds. As her raven-black hair danced like ink in the breeze, her striking features radiated an enchanting beauty, yet she exuded an intimidating chill. She had no intention of allowing the little White Lotus to intervene. She was fearless in this battle, driven by an inner turmoil that threatened to consume her, and anger desperate for release. If not for Senluo, how could Bai Yin have departed from her side? The divine proclaimed that the unyielding blade of life would clear my path. With her current prophetic abilities insufficient to wield control over Ri-Yang's bloodline power, she resolved to let the sword in her hand eradicate all obstacles before her. Yujing, wielding a blade as cold and sharp as autumn frost, fiercely directed her intent toward the sun, brandishing a weapon infused with a wild vitality, aimed directly at the fox's face. Her objective was nothing short of a lethal strike. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ri-Yang's icy gaze as he swiftly leaped from the surface of the sea. The purple foxtail coalesced 3 spheres of azure and violet flames, sweeping towards the chilling blade that descended with overwhelming force. The might of Yujing's sword was potent enough to penetrate the very soul, yet the azure-purple foxfire instantaneously aligned with the sword's edge, causing a dazzling eruption of flames that hissed and crackled in an ephemeral display. Yujing's movements were unceasing as she summoned the immense vitality within her, filling the blade with a vibrant energy. With a deft twist of her wrist, she hurled the azure-cold sword with great force, transforming it into a myriad of radiant shadows. This time, Ri-Yang had no escape. He could only defend with his foxtail, the severed appendage spraying crimson blood that stained the surface of the sea. Yujing, wielding a frosty sword, stood majestically in the air like a goddess of war. Behind her resonated the cheers of the little White Lotus and the praises of the black cat. At this moment, she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed upon the sea, stained red by the severed tail of Ri-Yang. The divine proclaimed that tainted blood was unworthy of touching the sacred land. The crimson-dyed surface of the sea, upon Yujing's utterance, was transformed into a crystalline allure in an instant. Ri-Yang, enduring excruciating pain, gazed vacantly at Yujing, never having imagined that a female could become so formidable in such a brief span of time. Was this the reason why Senluo held affection for her? Was he merely too feeble? Yet, how could he succumb now? Senluo still required his presence. Depart, Yujing commanded, her hands gripping the hilt of her sword as she loomed over Riang. You are the sole kin of Honglian, and under her ignorance, I would not wish to take your life. However, should you reappear before me, you shall suffer more than mere loss of a tail. The blue, icy sword hovered in the air, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Riang's remaining 2 foxtails curled tightly in response to the searing pain. As he retreated step by step, the aura exuded by Yujing was so formidable that it instilled a sense of dread greater than that experienced on the day of Baiyan. He harbored no doubts regarding Yujing's words. Convey to Senluo, should my son's father remain unharmed, his life shall be preserved. However, if misfortune befalls him, he need not seek me out. From the ends of the earth, I shall assuredly claim his life. Riyang lifted his gaze to meet Yujing's cold, star-like eyes. At that moment, his retreating form became frozen in terror. My son as father? Even with the trump card of dream invocation, Senluo would be of no use. What should he do now? After Riyang departed, Yujing lingered in the air, motionless, a vision of ethereal beauty. The suspended cold sword began to dissipate, and a solitary tear fell from her cheek, crashing into the tranquil sea surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Yin, how can I save you? Little by Lian sensed her mother's sorrow, the joy of vanquishing the villains fading away, as she floated listlessly on the water's surface, devoid of movement. A distant, haunting melody echoed through the silence, a beautiful song reminiscent of celestial harmonies, lingering in Yujing's ears, providing a slight reprieve from her overwhelming grief. If memory served her well, the voice belonged to Haizhe, who was singing the melody of the starry sea. Chapter 131, the pretentious coldness of Haizhe. With this thought, Yujing felt a pang of concern for Hindie and others, from whom she had absorbed a substantial amount of life force using forbidden techniques. Such sorcery could only be employed on those incapable of resistance, and at that moment, both Hainia and Hong Lian had offered no opposition. Their current plight must be dire, especially since Hong Lian had only just transformed into a merfolk. Regret washed over her. Indeed, she had acted impulsively. The situation required rectification, and Bai Yin must be saved. There was no time for her to pause in her endeavors. Yujing collected her emotions and returned to the delicate petals of the white lotus, following the direction of the melodic voice in search of Haizhe. Upon finding Haizhe, reaching the Sea King's tribe would be a simple task. The white lotus, already swift in its movement of the vines, seemed to be further propelled by the rhythm of the waves as she drew closer, with the undulating sea as her ally. The pace of the white lotus quickened even more. From a distance, Yujing caught sight of Haizhe, whose fishtail glimmered like diamonds beneath the sun, rendering him almost otherworldly. His deep blue hair cascaded down, framing a pair of melancholic gray eyes that rivaled even the most enchanting mermaid princes from fairy tales. At that moment, he was singing the melody of the starry sea, absorbed in the echoing notes, as an ethereal blue aura enveloped him. A single blue tear-shaped mark flickered at the corner of his eye, his strikingly profound visage harmoniously entwined with a dreamlike beauty. Upon finally encountering the one he had long yearned for, his song abruptly ceased, and the tumultuous waves returned to tranquility. Haizhe pressed his lips together, gazing at the enchanting Yujing, adorned in a flowing red dress, as she approached gracefully atop a golden lotus. Exhaling softly, he spoke with a cold firmness. Are you hurt? That day, while I guarded the Weaving Star Shuttle, I was unable to assist you all. I am truly sorry. Yujing was unaware of what the Weaving Star Shuttle was, yet it seemed to be something of great significance. She did not dwell on it, her previously cold demeanor softening slightly. There is no need to apologize to me. I too feel remorse for the impact this has had on your oceanic kin. What of Hong Lian and the others? They remain unconscious, and the shaman is unable to heal them. However, the sea god will protect them, as will you. Haizhe turned away, choosing not to gaze upon Yujing any longer. Despite his bewilderment at her inexplicable appearance in the waters he had already searched with the Song of the Star Sea, he opted for silence. Very well, lead the way. Let us return post-haste. It was I who drew upon their life force in battle, and only I can restore it. This is a matter that fills me with deep shame, and it has inflicted considerable harm upon your royal lineage. With eyes filled with remorse, Yujing gazed at the retreating figure of Haizhe. As he turned, she sensed a hint of reproach in his demeanor. For she had not only devastated half an island but also, through her arrival, subjected the Sea King clan to the control of the Kayin's enchanting melody, the toll of which on the merfolk remained unknown. Haizhe's body felt somewhat rigid, his tail lacking the usual grace and agility. It is not your fault, he remarked, before swiftly propelling himself towards the direction of the Sea King clan with a flick of his tail. The two swam in silence, Haizhe forging ahead with rapid strokes while Xiao Bai Lian pursued him closely, resembling an awkward race devoid of a victor. With a heavy heart, Yujing longed to swiftly resolve the matters at hand and hastened to the elven forest in search of Frontawanzi for assistance. After all, Frontawanzi possessed knowledge that surpassed her own, perhaps offering a solution. The black cat nuzzled against Yujing's calf, seemingly offering her comfort. Wuka, wuka. The soft, furry sensation melted her heart. Cradling the black cat in her arms, she stroked its silky black fur and said, I shall call you Wuka. What do you think? Once we reach the sea tribe, I will entrust you to Hong Lian. She is a wonderful person, and you shall never go hungry again. Wuka, wuwa. I wish to stay with my master. I do not want to be apart. Wuwa. Wuka's vertical pupils trembled with overwhelming distress. Chapter 132. Ode to life, the petals of the small white lotus quivered. Could flowers truly experience goosebumps? And why did her mother favor the fluffy creature so? Wuka must not be allowed to remain, for without his fur, he would undoubtedly lose favor. A formidable threat loomed. Yujing gently caressed the chin of her black cat, Wuka, her expression one of resignation as she slightly lifted the corners of her lips without uttering a word. This prompted Wuka to emit a contented purr. The fluffy companion always bestowed upon her a profound sense of security, much like the little cat itself. She was inherently defenseless against felines, and this inclination was undoubtedly one of the reasons she had fallen for Bai Yin, whose beastly form and fur were among her utmost favorites. In no time at all, under Haizei's guidance, Yujing once again arrived at the desolate White Coral Isle, situated outside the realm of the Sea King clan. From a distance, the island appeared bleak with its withered, gnarled trees, presenting a scene steeped in desolation. The absence of birds and beasts, coupled with the silence of insects, rendered the atmosphere as if it had been ravaged and consumed by an unwarranted inferno. Yujing understood that the plight of these trees was far more severe than mere fire. Wildfires could not eradicate the seeds of life buried deep within the soil. However, her forbidden arts brought forth true death, stripping not only vitality but also the essence of the tree's spirit. In simple terms, even if she were to awaken their souls, they would never transform into ethereal fairies. The elapsed time had rendered the restoration of their wood spirit beyond her reach, for even if their verdant exteriors were revived, the siphoned wood spirit would remain elusive. In the elven forest, each ancient tree, standing for a millennium, possessed a powerful wood spirit, capable of communicating with the elves and coexisting peacefully with them, nurturing one another. Some elves even entrusted these wood spirits with the care of newly born fairies. For each tree endowed with a robust wood spirit exuded kindness and warmth. They had witnessed the vicissitudes of existence, sharing a profound love for freedom, nature, and the ecstasy bestowed by life itself. Elves and wood spirits often reveled in the melodious sounds of babbling brooks, the chirping of birds, and the gentle whispers of the wind, finding endless joy in the passage of time. They, too, shunned interactions with the outside world. For both elves and wood spirits were long-lived beings, and the friendships they forged with ordinary mortals were inevitably marred by the cycles of life and death, which only deepened their sorrow. Thus, the elven forest was not merely a sanctuary for the elves but also the ultimate haven for every plant. A place where they awaited the day when the goddess of life might bestow upon them the gift of awakening, enabling them to soar freely as fairies. Though each wood spirit harbored distinct aspirations, the desire to possess wings was a common thread among them. Even if they did not transform into fairies, the wood spirits would continue to flourish and grow stronger, nourished by the eternal waters drawn by the elves. Haizei walked ahead, having noticed the absence of little Bai Lian's splashes. Confused, he turned around to behold Yujing, standing gracefully upon the lotus, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the mortal realm. Yujing did not urge Xiao Bai Lian to cease her lamentations, after all. Xiao Bai Lian was a celestial being, born from the essence of plants, truly capable of empathizing with the suffering endured by these trees. Mother, is it truly impossible for them to recover? Xiao Bai Lian's voice dripped with despondency. It is possible. I shall do my utmost to remedy the situation, Yujing replied. Her gaze lowered as she tenderly stroked the black cat, Wuka, cradled in her arms. She then lifted her eyes, as brilliant as a constellation, to meet the questioning gaze of Haizei, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to momentarily halt. Please wait a moment. I must atone for my transgressions. Yujing set aside her ukai, unfurling the delicate, gossamer wings that gracefully hovered behind her. A blinding radiance flashed, rendering her limbs even more slender. Her skin, pale and translucent, shimmered like crystal under the sunlight. Her cascading hair, dark as ink, was adorned with a crown of vibrant, teal thorns, while her inky eyes, reminiscent of a starry night, resembled the snow lotus blooming at the peak of an icy summit, proud, exquisite, and utterly unattainable. Yet, the pointed ears peeking from her tresses lent her an endearing charm. Beneath her feet appeared for the first time a breathtaking, pale green aura. At its center a budded Yuming flower, its effulgence radiating outward in rippling waves, encircled by intricate patterns of verdant thorns. Her life aura boasted an impressive 15 rings, a testament to the highest power that Haizei had ever witnessed. This was Yujing's elven form, a manifestation of her resolve to atone for her past misdeeds. Haizei gazed at her, entranced. Ordinarily, he would have averted his gaze, but now he found himself unable to look away. Yujing stood suspended in the air, bowing her head to remove the thorn crown from atop it, reverently cradling the resplendent crown of thorns with both hands. This was the utmost apology from a sovereign. Her delicate lips parted gently as she intoned a hymn of life belonging to the elven kin. The voice of Yujing is soft and ethereal, seemingly capable of penetrating one's very pores, soothing every inch of restless skin, bringing a sense of euphoria to the heart and soul. This enchanting melody emerges from the gentle warmth within her heart, akin to a flowing stream, nourishing the wilting woods, reviving the dulled corals beneath the sea, and revitalizing every wounded being. Whether among the island-dwelling sea folk or the injured merfolk of the underwater kingdom, all are touched by Yujing's song, which cleanses their troubled spirits and dispels their fears of the monstrous. When Yujing concludes her ode to life, the lingering notes resonate in the air like whispers of eternity. She reclaims her crown of thorns as the divine proclaims that the song of life shall forever echo in their hearts. A luminous green essence flows from her being, like dancing butterflies, rushing towards the lifeless creatures, reviving the charred trees and coaxing forth new buds, while the once scorched grass flourishes anew, and the corals emit a mesmerizing glow, casting reflections upon the azure sea, a sight that feels dreamlike. Witnessing this transformation, she smiles serenely, a smile etched in Haize's heart, never to fade. "Let us go and visit the others," Yujing said, returning to her human form and soaring back onto the back of the little white lotus. Haize turned his face, nodding in silence, continuing to lead the way, yet feeling an unprecedented turmoil within. "Mother, you are incredible, truly incredible, I feel like crying," the little white lotus exclaimed, breathless with emotion. Had he been in his fairy form, he would have already burrowed into Yujing's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, a sentiment incomprehensible to other races. "Wuka, Wuka, my master is so beautiful, Wuka likes." The soft voice of the black cat Wuka leaped lightly onto Yujing's shoulder. Its rounded head with ears previously erect now gently drooping, brushing against her dark tresses. This moment dispelled the little white lotus's overwhelming emotions, igniting a flame within the flower's heart that had long struggled to rise. "Can we really tolerate someone stealing our mother?" With the resolve to protect her, he reached for Wuka, who was basking in delight from the sturdy vines that were currently being paddled. Chapter 133, The Cunning Cat. "Wuka, I am here to protect my master." The black cat instantly became alert, its ears perked as it leaped from Yujing's shoulder towards the approaching vines, revealing the sharp claws hidden beneath its pads. Swiftly, it danced through the air, leaving behind a flurry of silver silhouettes, executing a flawless somersault before landing gracefully without stirring a speck of dust. With a defensive posture, the cat crouched low, its white whiskers twitching with intensity, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in its emerald eyes. "My master has truly lost her mind. Fear not, Wuka will protect you." Yujing turned her head, a smile dancing in her eyes as she glanced at the two playful figures, a flower and a cat, reminding her of the innocent mischief of children. The words of Wuka had thoroughly provoked the floral instincts of the little white lotus, which unleashed its tendrils with vigorous ferocity. It was aware of the black cat's prowess. Though it could not inflict harm, it needed to convey that it was not to be trifled with. Mother was not someone it could simply cling to. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. Just as the little white lotus extracted another robust find to seal off Wuka's retreat, a resounding crack echoed. "Meow." Wuka made no attempt to evade as the tendrils lashed against its back, rolling clumsily on the ground before colliding with Yujing's feet. Propped awkwardly on its hind legs, it struggled to regain its balance, its round head drooping pitifully. Wuka was no match for the furious flower. Compassionately, Yujing scooped up Wuka, realizing that the little white lotus had been too rough. "It's all right. The pain will soon fade." A shimmering green light enveloped the injured back, and Wuka emitted a soothing purr. The little white lotus trembled with indignation, barely able to support itself alongside Yujing, exclaiming in frustration, "He clearly could have defeated me. He is being unfair." Upon hearing the doubts directed at the creature nestled in her arms, Yujing was momentarily captivated by the grape-sized, crystalline eyes of Wuka. "Wuka cannot defeat the mad flower." Sob sob. "Wuka feels so useless. Wuka cannot protect the master." A barely perceptible bead of cold sweat trickled down Yujing's forehead. When a cat indulges in its whims, it seems that nothing else matters. "It's all right. Little White Lotus is merely teasing you. We've arrived, now both of you must cease your antics," Yujing gently reassured the sobbing Wuka, her tone firm and curbing Little White Lotus's mischievous inclinations. Little White Lotus regretted the moment she had swallowed the cunning cat into her space. She should have dissolved it directly in digestive fluid. It was too late now. Her mother had already been ensnared by the scheming cat's wiles. "What now?" "I'm waiting anxiously." As they traversed the outer sea, they once again reached the inner sea, encircled by numerous islands. Beneath the soaring azure light curtain, Haihao waited on the water's surface alongside Yunji and several unfamiliar faces to Yujing. Upon the return of Yujing and their prince, the merfolk greeted them with respectful bows, their gazes toward Yujing now infused with admiration, not merely respect, but a reverence for strength. The royal family of the sea, inherently peaceful and sincere, resonated deeply with the elven tribute to life, their previous injuries and fears of the demon clan swiftly melting away. Haihao's heavy heart lightened considerably with Yujing's arrival, a significant weight lifted as he inquired about her injuries and waved for the merfolk to return to their homes. In the shadows, unnoticed by all, Haize gradually concealed himself, merging with the sea. He had made an astonishing decision. "May the sea god bless you. You have finally returned safely." Yunji stepped forward, grasping Yujing's hand, exhaling a sigh of relief akin to that of Haihao. Yujing responded with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude for their concern. "I am fine. I think I shall go and see Haina and the others first." In Chapter 134, Phoenix Perches, Yunji, feeling a sense of guilt, sighed deeply. "The fact that your partner was captured is indeed partly our fault for not being able to assist." After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a sea blue crystal from her bosom and placed it into Yujing's palm. Yujing gazed in bewilderment at the azure crystal in her hand. Imbued with extraordinary power, Yunji's words hinted at deeper mysteries surrounding the matter. In truth, she had found it puzzling at the time why the Sea King, Haihao, was absent from Hain's bonding ceremony. Reflecting on it now, it seemed rather implausible that both the ethereal Huang Hai and the significant rituals were absent from the occasion. This is the water-repelling pearl that my father acquired for me upon my coming of age. With this, you need not rely on the Jiao crystal, and you shall be able to traverse the Sea King's palace at your leisure. Yu Jing listened attentively, returning the item to Yunji. A cherished memento left by her father. How could she possibly keep it? Moreover, with her current abilities, she need not rely on the water pearl. Expending a bit of life force to remain underwater for several hours posed no significant challenge. Yet, Yunji was insistent, determined to press the item into Yu Jing's hands. After much reluctance, Yu Jing could only accept it for the time being, all the while making her way towards the Sea Emperor's palace. Listening as Hai Hao elucidated the events of that fateful day, her questions were finally laid to rest. Yet she could scarcely fathom that beneath the royal underwater city lay a suppression of ancient monstrous beasts. And even more astonishing was the revelation that this beast was the ancestor of Senluo, the divine bird, Feng Qi. Served as the prototype for the stone statue of the feathered clan's divine phoenix. The implications of such a lineage were remarkable. It became clear that when Senluo, bearing the bloodline of the phoenix, drew closer to the Sea King clan alongside the feathered tribe, it caught the attention of Feng Qi, who began to stir restlessly. The Sea King clan possessed a treasured artifact known as the Weaving Star Shuttle, a mystical tool powered by the harmonious melodies of past Sea King couples, capable of suppressing the monstrous beast Feng Qi residing beneath the waves. When questioned about the necessity of suppressing Feng Qi, Hai Hao somewhat awkwardly explained that the Sea Clan and the Avian tribe had always existed in a state of opposition. The Sea King clan had once been the sovereigns of the ocean, while the feathered tribe ruled the skies. Their conflict had endured for millennia, yet under Feng Qi's leadership, the feathered tribe had suffered no casualties. They captured male birds to compel them into song, seized females as objects for trade, and took their young to create delectable dishes. The Sea King clan had faced near annihilation on several occasions, and ultimately their ancestors employed extraordinary methods to capture the leader of the feathered tribe. Would they dare to release him? Yu Jing nodded slightly, hesitant to express her thoughts. Then why do you not? In the shimmering bubbles, Yu Jing made a gesture of death. To her left perched the delicate figure of a white lotus, while a black cat lounged on her right. The flower and the feline appeared harmonious, yet had engaged in countless silent skirmishes with their gazes. A look of resigned frustration crossed Hai Hao's weathered face once more. This was the aspiration of generations of kings, and it remained unchanged in my time. However, with the death of Feng Qi, revival was a mere fleeting moment. And each time it was slain, numerous brave merman warriors were sacrificed, leading to an early abandonment of the endeavor. In Yu Jing's inky eyes, understanding flickered. There was no escaping the phoenix divine beast. From her perspective, the laws of survival dictated a ruthless cycle of predation. There was no rationale to discuss. She was but a sprite, not a creator capable of altering the immutable laws of nature. Yet, she had everything she wished to protect, her beloved, her companions. All that she held dear. Once I rescue my mighty beast, I shall return here to challenge Feng Qi, Yu Jing stated earnestly, gazing at the astonished expressions of Hai Hao and Yunji. No, it is far too perilous, Yunji replied, her face pale with fear. In her eyes, no matter how formidable Yu Jing might be, she could not contend with the divine phoenix of the feathered tribe. Indeed, the Sea King's clan had reached a state of contentment with their current existence. I shall not open the gates of the abyss for you. Hai Hao resolutely echoed Yu Jing's plea for assistance. Yu Jing shrugged, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. The energy of Feng Qi must be substantial. With her strength, the ordinary beastmen of this world were no longer her adversaries, and even in the face of Feng Qi's constraints, she felt confident in her ability to preserve her life. After all, fortune favors the bold. It was a pity that her young one was in her arms, preventing her from taking risks. Otherwise, she would be tempted to give it a try. Before acquiring the Life Soul Crystal, Beijing's supply would soon reach a bottleneck. She required more. Moreover, the little white lotus that had already detached from her body sought to evolve and enhance its woodwheel ability, necessitating not only sufficient life force but also insights gained through continuous battles to achieve a breakthrough. Fortunately, she had now obtained a fragment of life, which allowed her to sense the presence of other fragments nearby, still lingering in this world. However, rescuing Bai Yin was of utmost importance. She needed to contact the pink dumpling without delay. Without further contemplation, she arrived outside the dwelling of Han Ye and Hong Lian. Noting that Yunji had evidently put thought into arranging the room with exquisite detail, the fluttering door curtain made of colorful seashells and bells, along with the opulent decorations and several pots of flowers thriving from the ocean depths, suggested that Hong Lian lacked such artistic finesse. At that moment, Hong Lian and Han Ye were huddled together, their faces pale, their fishtails awkwardly drooping. Yu Jing felt a pang of guilt yet couldn't help but find a hint of amusement in their plight. Unlike the trees outside, Han Ye and Hong Lian possessed a certain resilience. Though they had not resisted at the time, they still had the capacity to endure. Therefore, as long as they replenished their lost life energy, all would be well. Yu Jing focused her mind, and with a graceful wave of her hand, two streams of vibrant azure life force penetrated the bodies of the two individuals. From her fingertips, two droplets of life essence coalesced, falling onto the lips of Hai Na and his companion. In an instant, a brilliant green radiance erupted, and Hai Hao, seemingly lost in thought, gazed at Yu Jing, realizing that the capabilities of the elven race were far more formidable than he had previously imagined. With his extensive experience, he discerned that the aura emanating from those two droplets surpassed the power of any treasures he had ever encountered. It was an indomitable force, a quintessence that prolongs life, ensuring that both Hainu and Hong Lian would enjoy a longevity unmatched by other merfolk. This extraordinary power would drive the beastmen to madness. Who among the short-lived beastmen would not yearn for immortality? Even he found himself somewhat tempted. After finishing her task, Yujing exhibited evident signs of fatigue. For the essence of life is a continuous compression of the vital energy within. This endeavor not only demanded a significant expenditure of her life force, but also a considerable drain on her mental faculties, coupled with several days of fasting. She felt utterly exhausted and famished. They will awaken shortly. I shall return to the wooden cabin to tidy up before my departure. I extend my gratitude for your care during this time. Farewell. Yujing had no intention of lingering and bid farewell to Hai Hao and his wife. The couple understood her departure, for nothing was more significant to them than each other. Hence, they empathized with Yujing's anguish and refrained from making any attempts to retain her, though they wished to send a few powerful priests to escort her. Yujing declined their offer, as she felt that having too many companions would only serve as a burden, given her own considerable strength at that moment. Upon returning to the quaint cabin where Bai Yin was temporarily residing, Yujing took a deep breath, struggling to hold back tears. She meticulously folded the garments Bai Yin had sewn for her and placed them into her storage space. With her eyes cast downward, she sat silently by the campfire, roasting fish. The black cat Wuka and the little white lotus both remained quietly by her side. Wuka, unaware of Yujing's tribulations, was nonetheless infected by her profound sadness, feeling a weight in its own heart. After a while, Yujing sniffed and adjusted her emotions. Aren't you hungry? She inquired, raising her slightly reddened eyes towards the dejected cat and flower. Wuka and the little white lotus exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously employing their teleportation skills to appear beside Yujing, playfully seeking food. The little white lotus, with its petite, lotus-like arms, wobbled Yujing's fingers, its amber eyes brimming with yearning. Meanwhile, the black cat Wuka rested its fluffy paw on Yujing's lap, its ears obediently drooping behind its head, emitting a pitiful mewl. Unsurprisingly, Wuka was the first to receive a piece of fish, along with a stroke of affection. After this, Yujing apologetically glanced at the pouting little white lotus. These actions were merely instinctive. She truly bore no intention of favoritism. She simply had an overwhelming fondness for soft, cuddly creatures. Hurrying to roast a bit more, she offered it to the little white lotus, finding its puffed cheeks and reluctant demeanor irresistibly adorable. Yujing felt a gnawing hunger, yet after consuming only a morsel of fish, she found herself increasingly nauseated, an unsettling sensation of sourness rising in her throat. Mother, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Bai Lian inquired, her gaze fixed with concern upon Yujing's pallid complexion. Fortunately, I do not have much desire for fish, Yujing replied, her brows slightly furrowing as her eyes fell upon the fish, which now appeared even more repugnant. Then let us venture outside to gather some sweet and tangy fruits, Xiao Bai Lian suggested, taking hold of Yujing's fingers and gently tugging her along. Very well. Yujing acquiesced, aware that her discomfort was likely a result of her pregnancy. The thought of sweet and tangy flavors prompted a rush of saliva to her mouth, allowing Xiao Bai Lian to lead her outside. However, they nearly collided with Haizhe, who stood at the doorway, impeccably dressed in blue gauze. Yujing offered a polite smile and, recalling Wuka, said, Could you kindly deliver this black cat to Hong Lian or another member of the land-dwelling Sea King tribe for safekeeping? I am about to journey to the Snow Ridge, and it would be inconvenient to take it along, otherwise, I would have no choice but to release it on the island. Yujing felt a twinge of unease leaving Wuka on the island. However, the Sea King resided in the depths of the ocean, where Wuka could not survive. Moreover, she felt embarrassed to ask the Sea Monarch to look after a meerkat, and Hong Lian had yet to awaken. Just then, she fortuitously encountered Hei's. Seeking his assistance should pose no significant problem. The black cat Wuka had endured a miserable existence, and she never anticipated that her owner would abandon her. Hadn't she just been showering affection upon it? Desperately, she glanced towards Zyabalian, who responded with a playful grimace and an eye roll, delivering a double blow to her spirits. A flicker of discomfort crossed Hei's resolute features as he shook his head, gesturing toward the beast hide bag slung over his shoulder. In a voice both cold and firm, he declared, I shall accompany you to the Elven clan. Yujing's eyes widened in astonishment. If it were Haina or Hong Lian making such a statement, she would have felt no surprise. However, this enigmatic, aloof elder brother, could he truly have arrived at the wrong set? Clearing his throat lightly, she inquired, What brings you to the Elven clan? Although Heizhe had long prepared his response, an inexplicable flutter surged within him as he beheld Yujing's exquisite and enchanting visage, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. His tone turned even more frigid as he replied, I seek a partner, and furthermore, the demon race has provoked my clan. I intend to join forces with the elves to vanquish the demons. Heizhe unveiled his trump card, in the realm of the orcs. Nothing held greater significance than the search for a mate. Anticipating Yujing's skepticism, he felt compelled to emphasize his point. You wish to find an elf as your partner? The lifespan of elves does not exceed that of your kind. Elves typically live an average of 300 years, with some possessing formidable soul powers that allow them to live beyond 700 years. They reach maturity at a mere 100 years. Yujing did not wish to dishearten Haizei. After all, even if he possessed an admirable appearance, it was unlikely that any spirit would consent to such a union. How could one engage in romance with a species destined to meet its demise so swiftly? To endure centuries of solitude? Although she possessed the means to extend Haizei's lifespan, it was inconceivable to prolong it for such an extensive duration. Haizei was taken aback by the multitude of considerations Yujing articulated, thoughts he had not previously entertained. His handsome visage stiffened, and he continued in a frigid tone. You need not concern yourself with that. Here, take this. Females tend to favor it. At the very least, I can guide you. Yujing found herself choking as she looked at the long, spiky green cucumber that Haizei had handed her from his leather bag. Setting aside the question of whether to eat it or not, she wondered if it was truly wise for her brother to carry such a weapon with him. Noticing the peculiar expression on Yujing's face, Haizei glanced at her and added, Do you want to wash it? Observing her raised eyebrows. He quickly retrieved another cucumber from his bag, and with a flick of his wrist, water sprang forth, splashing vigorously until the cucumber gleamed. He then took the unwashed, spiky one from Yujing and replaced it with the pristine one. It was indeed quite convenient. Yujing contemplated Haizei's dripping hand, pondering whether such use of his soul power for washing would be a bit extravagant. It made sense that he vanished beneath the water. If his awakening was of the water attribute, being enveloped entirely would render him invisible. Yet, was it common for the Sea King tribe to awaken their attributes as casually as one would eat or drink? In the vast beast city, there seemed to be few who had awakened their own attributes. Even Ri Yong, who bore the bloodline of the nine-tailed rock fox, had not awakened his attribute, though his foxfire was already formidable. As Yujing crunched on the cucumber, Xiao Bai Lian glared at Haizei's back with a sullen expression. For the first time, she flew over to her lethargic companion, the black cat Wu Ka, and spoke up. Do you think that male likes mama? With how beautiful the master is. Even beasts are drawn to her boohoo master. Doesn't he want me anymore? Are you happy now? Wu Ka looked up, feeling aggrieved at the golden-winged Xiao Bai Lian who clutched her lotus arm. Stop crying. I have a proposal for you. Xiao Bai Lian whispered her plan into Wu Ka's ear. Wu Ka's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Xiao Bai Lian's thoughts were rather straightforward. Wu Ka, with his deep fur, was favored by their mother, which could effectively deter her affections for that fish. Moreover, since Wu Ka could not transform and had a short lifespan, he posed little long-term threat to her or their father. That fish, however, was the true menace, and it was quite useful to their mother. He must ensure that all seeds of unwanted affections were crushed. Wu Ka had to stand united with him, pleased with his cleverness. He couldn't help but commend his own intellect. Along the way, Yujing continued to urge Haizei to reconsider, but his eternally icy demeanor remained unresponsive. Yujing and Xiao Bai Lian gathered a selection of fruits from the trees and stored them in their space. Haizei, upon witnessing this, displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, he assisted by searching for some cucumbers along the shore and collecting a few coconuts. Yujing gazed at Haizei's resolute silhouette, increasingly perplexed by his intentions. While elves are undeniably enchanting, it is worth noting that the Sea Emperor's kind is equally striking in appearance. The previous golden-haired beauty was rather impressive, and moreover, is it not true that the fish in your waters despise flying? Heaven knows what thoughts swirl within Haizei's mind, for he seems utterly determined to seek an elf as his bride. Chapter 136, The Solitude of the Crimson Lotus and Hain. Though traversing the boundless sea alongside Haizei has become a trivial endeavor, the presence of unfamiliar men is inherently discomforting. Yet, after careful consideration, it must be acknowledged that Haizei is indeed Hain's brother and his presence is scarcely noticeable. Thus, they might as well journey together. As for his quest for a bride, she would never assist in thrusting her kin into peril, for the disparity in their racial attributes is far too vast. Upon reaching the small boat anchored by the shore, Yujing explained extensively to the black cat Wuka that the snow ridge is extremely frigid and that ordinary beasts like him cannot survive there. She assured him that she would return to see him. Wuka nodded in agreement, nuzzling against Yujing's palm in a display of affection. This took Yujing by surprise. Had Wuka not been particularly clingy and reluctant to part ways with her previously? Nevertheless, this did bring her some comfort, even as her heart ached at the thought of leaving Wuka behind. Once aboard the vessel, Haizei, as a free laborer, took it upon himself to row. Immersed in his task, Yujing sat at the bow of the boat, allowing the sea breeze to caress her inky black hair, her expression serene and contemplative. At the stern, the diminutive figure of Little White Lotus, with her palm-sized frame, locked eyes with the emerald gaze of a cat on the shore. The flower and the feline exchanged playful winks. The black cat leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, Little White Lotus revealed her formidable fangs, her mouth agape, exposing a dark abyss. In the fraction of a second, the stealthy operation was a success. Unnoticed by the two individuals aboard, Little White Lotus cast a sly glance at Haizei, stifling a giggle. With him and Wu Ka, the adorable duo, the proverbial salted fish would remain unturned. Feigning seriousness, she flitted to Haizei's side and cleared her throat. Since we are on the same boat, we are all friends now. My name is Little White Lotus. I am Haizei, he replied, his expression inscrutable, devoid of any trace of emotion as he regarded the seemingly enigmatic Little White Lotus. I thank you on behalf of my father for escorting my mother and me to the elf clan. My mother has already given birth, so do take care while rowing. Little White Lotus adopted a miniature adult demeanor, patting Haizei's broad shoulder with her delicate arm before fluttering back to Yujing, casting a warning glance at Haizei. Quietly resting her head on Yujing's shoulder while blowing bubbles. A flicker of pain crossed Haizei's deep gray eyes. His thin lips pressed tightly together as he slowed the boat's pace. Just as they had not traveled far, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. Elder sister Yujing, wait for me. Please, wait. Hong Lian, still adjusting to her new fishtail, chased after Yujing's boat. Haizei halted the vessel, rising to his feet to gaze at the two dark figures bounding toward them. Sunlight illuminated his diamond-like skin, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Such was the nature of the Sea Emperor's kin. Though their human forms bore no scales, their skin mirrored the qualities of scales. Resembling a tapestry woven from countless twinkling stars, refracting an intoxicating luminescence upon encountering light. Yujing smiled as she gazed at Honglian, who had come searching for her. She had not anticipated that Honglian would awaken so swiftly, and the sight of her brought a wave of joy to her heart. Honglian, you should return quickly and enjoy your life with Haina. I will take care of everything else. Yujing did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, merely waving her hand from the boat towards Honglian. I understand everything, Yujing's sister. Please wait for me. Honglian quickened her pace, her brown fishtail splashing the seawater, sending waves crashing and droplets flying, still very much a novice swimmer. Yujing unfurled her delicate wings of light, soaring above the astonished gaze of Honglian, and gracefully pulled her onto the boat. With a playful glance towards the distant Hain, she teased, Hain, can you not even catch your own female beast? Hey Ice. With his elegantly arched brows, interjected to clarify for his younger brother, a male beast that has lost the Sea King star will endure a period of weakness. Indeed, indeed. Little Honglian, your swimming is truly remarkable. Hain gasped for breath, leaning against the boat's edge, his eyes wide as he looked at Hei's. He was taken aback by his elder brother's unexpected kindness, silently accompanying Yujing. Still, it was reassuring to know that Hei's would look after Yujing, who was expecting a young one, and he silently applauded his brother's benevolence, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and delight at Hain's praise. Honglian did not lose sight of the matter at hand. With great care, she retrieved a purple gem from her bosom and placed it into Yujing's palm. Is it fashionable to gift stones these days? This gem seems rather familiar. It resembles the precious stone of the thousand-touched long-tongued shell. Yujing helplessly pinched the adorable cheeks of Hong Lian, saying, silly girl, you should not haphazardly give away the token of love between you and Haina. Quickly take it back. No, Hong Lian replied. I intended to gift it to the unborn child. Now that you are leaving, I am reluctant to part with it, so I must give it to you in advance. Previously, neither Haina nor I were able to assist you, and now we must trouble you to rescue us. But Yujing, once you have saved Brother Bai Yin, you must return to see me swiftly. Although Brother Haizei is escorting you now, we must not be careless. Do you remember the last time we were poisoned? Hong Lian earnestly cautioned Yujing, who listened with a smile, yet was truly reluctant to accept. It was not until Haina cheerfully suggested, if you refuse to take it, why don't we all go together? We can wait until the child is born to gift it. A spark ignited in Hong Lian's eyes. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Yujing interjected. I shall accept the gem, but it would be better if you did not follow. She cast a stiff smile towards the icy-faced Haizei. Their gazes meeting in silent accord. Haizei summoned a swirling blue water vortex, forcefully propelling the two away, paddling with all his might, leaving Hong Lian and Haina far behind. Is it necessary to bully the weak fish in such a manner? Haina shouted, cradling Hong Lian in the water. Yet no response came. This brought forth a pressing concern. Who, apart from the king and queen, would take turns to operate the Star Weaver shuttle? As this thought crossed his mind, Haina's worries extended beyond just Hong Lian's ears. Seeing that Haina and Hong Lian had not pursued, Yujing let out a sigh of relief, knowing that with these two lively spirits, peace would be hard to come by. Moreover, they were newlyweds, and she had no desire to live on a diet of dog food. Thank you for your efforts. I shall go in first. Call for me if anything arises. Yujing politely greeted Hei's, whose gaze lingered on the azure shimmering sea, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the cabin, Xiaobalian looked at Yujing, who had closed her eyes in serene contemplation with a puzzled expression. Tuanzi, can you hear me? Yujing initiated a transoceanic spiritual network call, attempting to summon the pink Tuanzi. As Xiaobalian was also one of Yujing's contracted fairies, closely linked by blood, she could naturally hear it as well. I'm here. Mother, you finally found me. Tuanzi's voice was tinged with weariness, lacking vigor. Wow, hello, sister. I am Xiaobalian. Xiaobalian interjected eagerly, not waiting for Yujing's response. Her amber eyes sparkled, enchanted by the soft and melodious voice of the fairy sister. Hello, little brother Xiaobalian. Are you by mother's side? Tuanzi perked up upon hearing Xiaobalian's voice. Yes, mother and I are on the sea. We are setting off to play with you soon. Xiaobalian replied excitedly, already envisioning the delightful scenes of playing with Tuanzi. The sound of Tuanzi's clear laughter resonated in Yujing's consciousness, who, with a sigh of exasperation, reminded, you two can chat later. Tuanzi, how are the elves faring? I sense something amiss from your tone. Chapter 137. Tuanzi's skills indeed. The demon clan's barrier is expanding. and the elves are busy assisting the tree spirits in their migration toward the elven sacred tree. Many tree spirits refuse to leave, insisting on guarding the elven forest, with a cycle of 100 years for tree spirits, 3 cycles amounting to 300 years. A few sacred elves have worked tirelessly to persuade them, Tawanzi explained. Moreover, the barrier near the feathered clan has weakened considerably. I am trying to reinforce it, but my strength is insufficient. Just a few days ago, I sensed danger near Mother, but I lacked the power to contact her. The rapid deterioration of events caught Yujing off guard. After a moment of reflection, she said, I suspect it may be related to my beast being captured by the demon clan's Void Eye. What? The demon captured father? The Void Eye is a forbidden technique initiated by the demon's servants using the power of the demon gods. Why would they use it to capture father? Tawanzi exclaimed, surprised. Being one of the earliest fairy spirits, she had a certain understanding of the demons. Using the Void Eye requires the sacrifice of thousands of beast souls and demon crystals. It had previously been employed to attack the elven race, causing significant damage, yet using it to capture someone seemed utterly nonsensical. She had never met her father, and with her mother being bound by a divine contract, sharing life and death, she dared not imagine the consequences. My beast is a demon offspring. That is, the former demon king Naga. Yujing explained that she was somewhat concerned that the little one might not be able to accept it all at once. The Naga was the arch-nemesis of the elven clan, a veritable villain of great infamy. However, to Yujing, the Naga and Bai Yin were entirely different beings. The events of a past life should not be intertwined with the present. As Yujing had anticipated, the little one trembled, her voice quivering as she asked, Mama. You're not trying to scare me, are you? I'm not trying to frighten you. It is the truth. In this life, he is merely the orc Bai Yin. Yujing sighed and briefly recounted her acquaintance with Bai Yin to Tawanzi, who listened with rapt attention, along with the somewhat unclear memories of Xiao Bai Yin. Fortunately, at this moment, Yujing was brimming with energy. Otherwise, speaking for over half an hour would have left her with a throbbing headache, as it had before. Mommy has a little baby now? Oh, I can take care of Mommy's little baby. Tawanzi exclaimed joyfully, completely oblivious to Yujing's current melancholic mood. Yujing remained silent, pondering the unreliability of her celestial companion. Should she alter her course and venture directly into the realm of the demons? If she were to gather the life soul crystals, her chances of returning unscathed from such a solitary expedition would be roughly 50-50. At this moment, she felt as though she were merely offering herself as a dish for others. This thought deepened her melancholy. Her bond with Bai Yin still existed, and she could sense that he was currently unharmed, yet she remained utterly ignorant of his condition. The mere thought of Bai Yin potentially suffering inflicted an invisible grip upon her heart, causing her profound anguish. Seeing Yujing lost in thought, Tawanzi realized she had perhaps overstepped in her exuberance and hurriedly attempted to rectify the situation. Mother, do not worry. I can save father. Have you perhaps not accepted the inheritance memory? I've forgotten all my skills. What skills? Yujing's attention was piqued. Indeed, she had not received the inheritance memory, leaving her mind filled only with general knowledge, leaving her uninformed about Tawanzi's abilities. I am the powdered peony, the flower mother loves most, Tawanzi replied in a soft, petulant tone, feeling somewhat neglected by Yujing's lack of acknowledgement. Chapter 138, The Plan as Far as Yujing Knew. The powdered peony was a remarkably resplendent variety of peony. Unlike the 8-petal white lotus, the powdered peony is fully double-flowered, boasting over 100 petals, arranged in a circular or hexagonal pattern. Its spiral formation and heart petals embrace like pearls, and when it unfurls its layers upon layers of petals, it is an extraordinary sight, truly the king of flowers, unparalleled in beauty. This was Yujing's understanding of the powdered peony. However, she was entirely unaware of what this world's powdered Tawanzi resembled. It seemed she had never inquired about it either. After a prolonged silence from Yujing, Tawanzi sighed dramatically and, with renewed determination, declared, Mother, quickly invoke the laws of life and grant me some life force. I am going to save father. I promise to accomplish this mission. Tawanzi, do you have confidence in this? Yujing inquired. Though Bai Yin is immensely important to me, so are you. Perhaps we could enlist the aid of some holy spirits. Listening to the confident tone of the pink dumpling, Yujing couldn't help but smile. Even though she longed to rescue Bai Yin, she would never allow the dumpling to take such a risk. As long as her mother employed the laws of life to replenish her strength once more, she would be filled with certainty. It was uncertain whether her mother currently possessed enough power, but her needs were modest. Sufficient strength to utilize her skills would suffice. The pink dumpling, serious and earnest, resembled a valiant warrior preparing to go into battle. However, while infiltrating the demon clan to locate Bai Yin might not pose a challenge for her petite form, the real conundrum lay in how to bring him back. That was the question. Yujing once again harbored doubts. The demon's perception abilities are formidable, especially since this is the territory of the demon servant. She is well aware of the strength of her own fairy. Could it be that the Tawanzi possesses some hidden prowess? Mother, you must trust me. I am certain I can find a solution. After locating father, we shall return together to find you. Tawanzi reassured her once more, while Yujing pondered in silence. By the way, I have already informed the fairies about your return, and everyone is overjoyed. The holy fairy allure has set off to Snow Ridge to fetch you. Mother, you need not worry. Once I see what father looks like, I can create a convincing illusion of him, ensuring our safe escape. Tawanzi confidently asserted her capabilities, her voice bright and resolute. Then let us proceed with caution. Do not take unnecessary risks and maintain constant communication with me, understood? Yujing listened intently, gently biting her lower lip as she spoke. Let the dumpling scout ahead. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall compose a song of life to aid her escape. If all goes well, there will be no danger to her life. If my father is indeed the demon prince, rescuing him will surely diminish the arrogance of the demons. At that point, mother can reinforce the barrier, and the demons will be unable to emerge. Humph. The dumpling huffed lightly, for she harbored a deep disdain for the demon clan. However, Yujing understood that matters were far more complex. The feathered beings, under Senluo's leadership, had now colluded with the demons. The demon servants would not exert such effort to retrieve the soul-bearing demon prince without a significant ulterior motive. In terms of strength, the demon servants surpassed the demon prince and could even communicate with the legendary demon god. For what purpose had they remained dormant all these years? This puzzled her. Regardless, it was imperative to ensure her own safety, understood? Yujing admonished the dumpling. A warm feeling enveloped the dumpling's heart. She possessed experience in battling demons. Thus, fear did not plague her. Yet upon hearing Yujing's words of concern, she couldn't help but murmur, I miss Mama so much. Once we rescue father, I will go with him to find Mama and my little brother, and we must take care of the adorable little ones. The thought of once again having a family, no longer waiting alone beneath the yunmeng flower for her mother's return, filled her with immense joy. Chapter 139. The profound vitality of life. The dumpling's words prompted Yujing to envision that warm scene. In her past life, she too had lived in solitude, but soon, she would possess a rather large family, including Bai Yin, her fairy, and their children. She pondered how many little tiger cubs they would have. Whether they would be tiger cubs or fairies, this remained a question. I miss you too, dumpling, Yujing replied softly, all her unspoken sentiments distilled into that one phrase. I also wish to see Sister Dumpling soon. Little Bai Lian joyfully interjected as she sensed that Yujing and the dumpling had nearly concluded their discussion. Yes, we will surely reunite. Yujing smiled, for with the companionship of family, the path ahead no longer felt arduous but rather filled with anticipation. Yujing opened the cabin, and under Hai Zai's perplexed gaze, she unfurled her wings, transforming once more into a stunningly beautiful elven form. Her delicate palms came together before her chest, entwined in a crown of thorns, as green luminescence spiraled around her body in concentric circles. Initially, there were only 3 or 5 streaks of light, but gradually they multiplied into hundreds, creating a dazzling display of verdant brilliance. It was only when the luminous streams enveloped her entirely that they ceased their flow. The divine voice proclaimed that my beloved fairy shall once again be bestowed with the power of immortal life. As Yujing invoked the laws of life, the azure light departed from her form, cascading through the vast expanse of the sky like a magnificent waterfall, cutting through the air and leaving behind a broad white trail against the cerulean backdrop. Yujing also gradually regained her strength as she returned to the boat, leaning slightly against the edge, her body feeling somewhat fatigued. Is something amiss? The typically stern voice of Highness softened, imbued with concern. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a moment, Yujing replied softly. She had transferred a significant portion of her life force to the little Dao creature, but fortunately, she now possessed a small shard of life essence within her, ensuring that she would not fall into a dire predicament. Hai Zai, not one for idle chatter, lapsed into silence once more. He retrieved a small bag made of seaweed from his leather pouch, rose, and handed it to Yujing before returning to his place, quietly resuming his rowing. Upon returning, Yujing opened the container to find it filled with ruby-sized crystals. She looked up in confusion at Hai Zai, wondering how he knew she could harness the power within these gems. Hai Zai averted his gaze, focusing instead on the gently undulating surface of the sea. This is a fish spirit crystal. Consuming it can replenish your strength. If you do not want it, feel free to discard it. It is of no use to me. Thank you. I truly need this, Yujing replied with a gentle smile. Although it was evident that Hai Zai felt somewhat awkward, he, like Hai Nya, possessed a kind-hearted nature. The corners of Hai Zai's tightly pressed lips lifted slightly as he continued to row diligently. Upon returning to the cabin, Yujing attempted to absorb a soul crystal, only to be astonished by the revelation that this diminutive gem harbored a power exceeding that of a goose egg-sized crystal by more than tenfold. This Ren fish was indeed extraordinary, defying conventional wisdom. Is it not a common belief that larger soul crystals possess greater strength? This gift was rather substantial. She had assumed it was merely a casual offering from Riyang. In truth, Yujing was still lacking in knowledge. The Ren fish was, in fact, a type of shark beast, known for its ferocity and cunning, often lurking in packs to hunt. Even the merfolk would steer clear of them. However, Hai Zai's prowess in the ocean was not to be underestimated, making the capture of Ren fish a relatively simple task for him. This bag contained no fewer than 300 to 500 crystals, undoubtedly a result of years of accumulation. Yujing leaned against the wooden plank, calmly absorbing the power within the soul crystal. Meanwhile, Zyabalion had amassed a significant collection of shell crystals, which could be considered a modest fortune. The fluffy dumpling was currently quite agitated. Was her mother joking? Such a tremendous surge of power rushing into her body without restraint could lead to an explosive outcome. At lightning speed, she sought out one of the sacred spirits, the gentlest of them all, Longfu, allowing the overwhelming life force to pursue her from behind. Chapter 140. Jamie-I's seduction of Senluo. When the wind spirit Longfu encountered the fluffy dumpling, she was equally startled. She tirelessly used her own power to guide the vast life force to gently enter the petite dumpling's form. It had been quite some time since the dumpling had been nourished by life energy. At that moment, it felt as if she were lying in a lake filled with flowing life-giving spring water, experiencing unparalleled comfort, although she sustained herself on the water from the eternal well, which maintained her life and basic strength. True empowerment still required her mother's nurturing. If measured by the wooden wheel of power, her original strength as a 3-wheel-wood spirit had now surged to 5 wheels due to this influx. She truly had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from her mother. Now, rescuing her father Baiyan would indeed be a feasible task. Longfu took half a day to conclude the power infusion and remarked, "Xiaoman, you remain as formidable as ever." The dumpling tilted her head and pouted. "My mother is now called Yujing, and I also have." She paused, realizing that her father had once been a demon prince. While she could accept it, the spirits might not be as understanding, especially those guarding the spirit tablet. For now, she would refrain from disclosing this, awaiting her mother's guidance. "What else?" Longfu inquired, her ethereal face adorned with a gentle smile. "There is also my fairy brother." "Thank you, Auntie, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." The dumpling replied cheerfully, bidding farewell to the wind spirit before darting away like a wisp of smoke. The eastern demon realm and the northern spirit forest were intrinsically linked. But due to the expansion of the barrier, portions of the spirit forest's edge had been encroached upon by the demon realm. The sky over the demon realm had long been shrouded in heavy gloom, thick black mist coalescing above. Within the impenetrable azure barrier, thousands of demons gathered, uniformly and painfully colliding with the blue light shield, which had halted countless demons in their tracks. Meanwhile, the orcs outside could effortlessly enter and exit, while the demons found themselves unable to escape. The azure barrier stood firm as a rock, even after enduring such relentless battering for an entire day. It had only shifted a mere half an inch. Jamie-I, with her lustrous white hair, stood barefoot and draped in a sheer veil outside the floating demon palace, gazing at the barrier that had restrained her kin for centuries, a cold smile playing on her lips. At last, the moment of liberation was near. The order had been given by her. Once Daga awakened, she did not wish for the king to witness them in a stupor. Even if her contributions were minimal, she would ensure the elves faced their share of difficulty. "Jamie-I, the demon servant has instructed us to hasten the king's awakening. But he bears a divine contract and has been submerged in the demon transformation pool for 4 days without entering a state of awakening." "This," Jackie said urgently, approaching the alluring Jamie-I outside the palace. "I will find a way," Jamie-I replied, turning her head, her dark eyes glimmering seductively. A true enchantress is one who can cause a man's blood to surge with desire, and the male demons were no exception. Jackie's throat felt parched as he could not resist pressing himself against the entrancing form of Jamie-I, who was barely clothed in her sheer veil, igniting his insatiable longing. The demons were unbound by contracts and bore no offspring. Their desires were purely driven by lust. Jamie-I let out a sultry laugh, discarding her veil, her slender waist twisting enticingly, driving Jackie to a state of fervor. "If only you were like me," she mused, turning to face him, delicately grasping his smooth chin. Jackie's eyes were strikingly beautiful, resembling the beguiling peach blossom eyes of Senluo. Upon hearing Jamie-I's words, Jackie flashed a wicked smile, pressing his broad palm against her fair, voluptuous form, sinking his teeth into her delicate collarbone, blood spilling forth as he murmured, "He cannot bring you joy." The pain sent exhilarating shocks through Jamie-I's nerves, granting her an odd sense of pleasure as Jackie's soft lips drank her blood, drawing forth delighted sighs from her. Yet, there was no time to indulge in such pleasures now. Jamie-I's consciousness was summoned by a dream from Senluo, a connection forged between them. She ruthlessly pushed aside the yearning Jackie and transformed into a wisp of black mist, departing the demon palace. In the dream, Senluo remained as captivatingly wicked as ever, his pale visage enhancing the allure of his crimson eyes. Yet, the aura he exuded was as frigid as ice, and his expression was terrifyingly dark. "You claimed you would only capture the demon prince and not harm those I cherish. What was that about Jayan?" Senluo, with a displeased expression, interrogated the seemingly composed Jamie-I. "Do not be angry. You witnessed the circumstances yourself. Had it not been for the demon servant's intervention, you would have never captured the king. She was merely eager to prove herself, and will undoubtedly face punishment upon her return. I heard you sustained grave injuries for that elf. She is quite concerned for you." Jamie-I teased, leaning close to Senluo's shoulder. The sudden return of the demon prince had surprised her, but Jayan had since relayed the events, and she had devised another plan. She had initially believed that elf to be ordinary, only to discover she was the reborn Thorn Queen of the elf clan. However, Jayan's attempt had utterly failed, and not a single one of the 3 had perished. Yet now was not the time for rash actions, especially as they still relied on the Feather clan for assistance. Senluo, the young master, must not be offended further. Senluo's expression darkened, and he remained silent. His fingertips igniting with soul-devouring flames, causing Jamie to instinctively withdraw. Jamie smiled again. At the very least, we have separated the demon prince from that elf, have we not? We can continue to collaborate. Senluo had learned from Riang that Yujing was pregnant, leaving him despondent, yet his obsession remained unyielding. He sneered. The divine contract does not dissolve simply because the demon prince awakens. I cannot capture her to feed her, the dream murmurs. What reason remains for our collaboration? The demon prince had yet to awaken, and the dream murmurs need not be fed to that elf. Moreover, as long as you continue to cooperate with our demon clan, I swear by the name of the demon god that I will fulfill your desires, Jamie said. Playing with her sleek white hair, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her dark eyes. What do you mean? Senluo frowned, glancing at Jamie, utterly disinterested in her alluring form. What he sought was hope, the hope of being with Yujing. At that moment, he was consumed by madness, no matter the cost. He would pay any price to be with Yujing, even if it meant painfully breaking her wings. The demon prince had not awakened due to the divine contract and had languished in the demon transformation pool for days without results. What if we had the bound demon prince consume the dream murmur? Once the divine contract dissipates, a mere cup of forgetfulness would suffice to make the elf forget everything about the demon prince. By then, with your charm as the young master of the Feather Clan, would it not be easy to capture her? Moreover, you need not worry about the demon prince regaining his memories and seeking revenge against you. The two clans shall forge an everlasting friendship, together devouring those delectable orcs. Though Jiamai's words remained unfinished, their meaning was abundantly clear. Her dark pupils luring Senluo like an abyss. Chapter 141, The Transaction, the Elven Race. Senluo hesitated. He had merely collaborated with the demon clan for the sake of prolonging his life, never truly contemplating assisting them in obliterating the elven tribe. Yet now, before Yujing acquired her full powers, he recognized this as his sole opportunity. Outside, Jiayan had obediently followed the demon servant's command to seek fragments of the life soul crystal. And she had made some progress. The gathered life soul crystals would eventually be handed over to the Feather Clan to be placed within the phoenix statue, suppressing its aura. Moreover, with the demon god on the verge of awakening, did one truly believe the elven tribe could escape? Early collaboration with my demon clan would, in fact, serve to protect her. Jiamai divulged everything to Senluo, believing that his obsession with the elf would sway him. You captured the demon child solely to awaken the demon god? Senluo's heart stirred, yet he did not overlook such a significant flaw. The demon child's power was insufficient to lead the demon clan to breach the barrier and conquer the earth. Otherwise, they would not have been confined to the demon domain 2 centuries ago. Indeed, the young master Senluo is astute. The demon servant did mention that only the demon child could awaken the demon god, though I am unclear on the specifics. Jiama spoke the truth. In her eyes, Senluo, who had consumed a plethora of demon orbs, was indistinguishable from a demon himself. Furthermore, the Feather King was currently being seduced into consuming demon orbs for longevity. Unlike Senluo, the Feather King lacked the phoenix soul bloodline, and thus, consuming the demon orbs brought him pleasure rather than pain, enhancing his power at an exhilarating pace. It would be challenging for the demon and Feather clans to avoid becoming one in the future. 3 days hence, upon Jiayan's arrival at the Feather clan's barrier, I shall slay at will. Remember your promise, Senluo stated. Having received Jiamai's affirmation, he instantly departed from the dreamscape, unfurling his fiery wings. His lowered eyelids glimmered with a crimson madness. He had tried everything, understanding her, waiting for her, tenderly reminding her of their past. Yet all she felt was an ever-growing hatred for herself. He was the one who yearned for her day and night, waiting and loving her. But why did Bai possess the privilege of claiming her entire affection so effortlessly? Even if he were willing to sacrifice his life for her, it would only result in her disdain. In their childhood, she had awakened his phoenix soul, transforming him into the mightiest of feathered beings. She had been so gentle then. Just a glance from her rendered him unable to forget. Reflecting on this, a smile crept across Senluo's lips, escalating into laughter, a sound more painful than weeping. This startled Riang, who stood nearby, though he could not hear Senluo's laughter. He could only discern the sound of tears falling, the soft patter echoing in his ears. It made him clutch his chest, feeling a sharp pang. In the face of heartache, the injury of a severed tail seemed trivial. Mother, I am already in the eastern wilderness, drawing near to the demon tribe. As dawn broke, the voice of the powder dumpling echoed in Yujing's mind. She hadn't anticipated the swiftness of the powder dumpling and reminded herself to be cautious. If discovered, she should flee without hesitation. Understood. I have transformed into the common black mandala within the demon realm. They will not perceive me. The demons are currently indulging in the hallucinogenic pollen of the mandala flower, morphing into a blooming mandala, its trumpet-shaped but shifting direction continuously. Surrounded by clusters of black mist swirling amidst the sea of flowers, the demons, long lost in their stupor, were oblivious to the movement of the mandala bud. Your skill is shapeshifting? Indeed, mother, you used to call me the ever-changing fairy. The powder dumpling exhibited no signs of anxiety as it extricated itself from the soil. Its roots caked with dirt, taking small, wobbling steps forward, swaying its large trumpet-like head. Chapter 142, The Torture of Jiayan Hei's. Wait here. I must retrieve something of great importance. With that, she unfurled her wings and soared toward the southeastern desert. Little Balian flapped her wings to keep pace, while Hei's, perplexed, could not simply wait. Were they not taking advantage of the fish's lack of wings? He had no choice but to sprint through the forest, leaping to chase after Yujing in the air. Approximately half an hour later, they had left the humid jungle behind, arriving above the scorching sea of sand. It was now the evening, with winds stirring up the sands, swirling in a fog that obscured vision. In the distance, two round suns rested on the horizon, casting a deep crimson glow across the desert. Following the thin rays of light, Yujing faintly glimpsed a verdant oasis appearing at the desert's edge, precisely where her senses guided her. As the distance to the oasis diminished, she caught a faint whiff of blood mingling with the air, along with the scent of demons. Her obsidian-like eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. It was indeed a twist of fate. This aura belonged to Jiayin, the one who had achieved 3 kills in a single day. Yujing was not blinded by the surging anger in her chest. She remained unaware of how many demons lurked aside from Jiayin. She could not afford to give them a chance to escape. Once transformed into black mist, their speed was astonishing, and she sought a decisive blow. Withdrawing her luminous wings, she stepped onto the scorching yellow sand and seized Hei's, who was running uncontrollably. "Why have you stopped?" Hei's nearly stumbled as Yujing suddenly grasped his arm. "Sure, do not speak. There are demons ahead. We must act separately, understood?" Yujing confided her entire plan to Hei's, who stood nearby. Hei's pale earlobes flushed crimson, as if startled. He swiftly withdrew from Yujing's grasp and leapt a considerable distance away. "Are you afraid?" A hint of confusion flickered across Yujing's cool gaze. "Not afraid. I was just bitten by an insect." Hei's fabricated a serious excuse. Yujing nodded, somewhat understanding. "Do fish also get lice?" Hei's, caught in her questioning eyes, began to worry she might doubt him. "You should soak in salt water. It's effective against pests," Yujing suggested softly, instantly regretting her words, realizing that the mermen indeed dwell in the ocean daily. However, this was not the moment for idle chatter. She exchanged a knowing glance with Hei's, and the two began to approach the oasis from different directions under the dim night sky. Yujing ventured deeper into the woods, while Hei's positioned himself by the lake at the oasis's forefront. The increasingly oppressive scent of blood in the air induced a nauseating dizziness within Yujing. From a distance, she spotted several low huts constructed from sand and stones, an unexpected sight in the desert, revealing the existence of a tribe. She had initially feared the blood belonged to magical beasts or wild animals, but now, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Could a tribe ravaged by demons still have survivors? The pungent aroma of blood and the chaotic disarray of severed limbs churned Yujing's stomach. The blood on the sandy ground had darkened, mingled with hair, coagulating into clumps, a testament to the slaughter that had occurred some time ago. The residual dark energy of Jiayin still lingered within this modest oasis. Was her objective also the fragments of life? Before Yujing could ponder further, the sound of a fierce scuffle erupted from the direction of the lake. She could distinctly hear Jiayin striking a beast hide drum, and an ominous feeling surged within her. Although Hei's spirit had nearly reached 10 circles, he may not necessarily be Jiayin's match. The distinction between 10 circles and those below was a significant divide. The more circles a beastman possessed, the greater their accumulated soul power, leading to a disparate outburst of strength. Surpassing 10 circles marked a qualitative leap. At that moment, Yujing could no longer afford to conceal her presence. She unfurled her translucent wings and swiftly soared towards the lake. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as she imagined. In the water, Hei's was capable of unleashing his full potential, the deep blue glow of his soul ring casting rippling waves of eerie azure across the lake's surface. Under his command, rapidly spinning water arrows tore through the air, striking fiercely towards Jiayin, who was clad in a veil of black, as she evaded with haste. Employing the power of her magical sound to disrupt Hei's assault, Jiayin's skills were well suited for battling hordes of ordinary beastmen, yet against Hei's, the prince of the mermen who could comprehend the song of the star sea, they proved utterly ineffective. Upon noticing Yujing's sudden arrival, Jiayin, initially contemplating retreat upon recognizing her disadvantage, prepared to vanish into a cloud of black mist. While the pursuit of life fragments was undeniably important, preserving her own life took precedence. Furthermore, a soulless demon had no chance of reincarnation, yet Yujing would not allow her to escape. In Yujing's eyes, Jiayin appeared as insignificant as an ant. The anguish she had endured alongside Bai Yin was a sensation Jiayin would also come to know. "Leave her to me." With a raised brow and a commanding voice, Yujing stood suspended in mid-air, once again conjuring a cerulean cold sword. As the blade swept through the air, Jiayin simultaneously activated her life-saving skill, transforming into countless swirling clouds of dark mist that scattered in all directions. Each fleeing shadow represented her doppelganger. If even one escaped, her life would be spared, albeit at the cost of depleting her magical energy. However, she understood all too well that as the weakest among the 4 demon wielders, she was no match for the life spirit. The divine proclaimed that the light of life would envelop this place, banishing the sinister shadows into oblivion. Yujing naturally possessed methods to contend with her adversaries. The laws of life resonated, enveloping the entire oasis in a delicate, translucent, pale green halo. Meanwhile, the small white lotus was not idle. It transformed into a colossal golden stoneflower, with slender vines bursting forth to ensnare the swirling, chaotic black mist in the air. Although it could not absorb the power of the demon clan, it was effortless to utilize its own strength to annihilate them one by one. With a mere wave of his hand, Haizhe conjured dozens of water arrows that pierced the air with a shrill cry. These arrows, shimmering like silver frost, shattered the black mist with unerring precision. The finesse with which he controlled his soul power compelled Yu Jing to mentally applaud him. Indeed, he surpassed Hain by no small margin. Throughout the ages, talent has never been in short supply. Even Senluo, who had lived for over a century and possessed the Phoenix Soul, had merely 13 rings of soul halos. In contrast, Haizhe, with such remarkable accuracy at a young age, could be deemed a prodigy. In Yu Jing's grasp, the azure cold sword transformed into a formidable weapon, its silvery light slicing through the air as countless black mists burst into oblivion beneath its razor-sharp blade. This is the exhilarating sensation of wielding a sword, far more efficient in preserving one's life force than the use of arcane laws. Moreover, the current life laws are insufficient to eliminate such a multitude of avatars in one fell swoop. Jiayin endured the agony of her body being ravaged, desperately fleeing towards the luminous barrier, colliding with its transparent surface in hopes of finding even the slightest fissure through which to escape. Chapter 143, The Enigmatic Wuka. Meanwhile, the other errant black mists continued to disrupt Yu Jing and her companions by the lakeside, yet Yu Jing and her allies displayed remarkable coordination, swiftly vanquishing the majority of her avatars within mere moments. One could only wonder how many beasts she would need to consume to replenish her strength. Yu Jing cast a frigid gaze, as icy as frost, upon the swirling black mist that struggled outside the barrier. To her, it was merely a futile lamentation, a mere whisper before death. The cerulean cold sword slipped swiftly from her palm, slicing through the air with a resounding clang, and charged towards the black mist that embodied Jiayin. A hoarse and anguished wail emanated from the depths of the darkness, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. With this strike from Yu Jing, the little white lotus waved its tendrils in exuberance, and Haizhe revealed a countenance of relief. Yet, while such a maneuver might have proven effective against the Na'vi Yu Jing of the past, it now exposed numerous flaws in the hands of the Yu Jing who had acquired a portion of the ancient legacy. How could the exalted demon lord lack a demon crystal? Moreover, to ascend to the rank of demon lord signifies the crystallization of a demonic heart, endowed with emotions and desires. The ultimate ambition of the demon race is to possess a soul. Only by obtaining a soul can a demon achieve true immortality. However, even those demons with a demonic heart find it far from easy to meet their end. Yu Jing did not lift the barrier, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Yet she truly sensed no trace of demonic energy. Jiayin still has her doppelganger nearby. Be cautious, Yu Jing said, her furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, both Xiaobai Lian and Haizhe, observing Yu Jing's continued wariness, realized that the demon might not be as simplistic as they had initially imagined. Their eyes swept